Chapter 623, White Cicada-Scaled Beast 2. The sound of shattering glass rang out, just as Li Xianfeng entered. The white robe floated to the ground, and the beast vanished entirely, leaving only the infant, now cradled in Li Chengliao's arms. Li Xianxian hurried forward, unable to contain himself. Li Chengliao stared blankly at the child in his arms, his hands trembling. When Li Xianxian looked closer, he met a pair of golden, amber-like eyes. Within the infant's gaze, golden rings nested inside one another, deep and dark, emanating a chilling and regal aura that sent shivers through their hearts. Gasp! The two of them gasped simultaneously. Meanwhile, Li Xuanfeng's expression darkened as he gripped the longbow behind him. The bowstring vibrated violently, letting out sharp, piercing sounds as he growled. I am Li Xianfeng. May I ask which senior has chosen to entrust themselves to my descendant? His words reverberated through the room, shaking the very cups and plates until they trembled, as though they might shatter under the pressure. Yet the infant only pursed its lips without answering. After waiting briefly, Li Xianfeng turned to signal for the others to retreat. He stepped forward, meeting the child's clear, innocent gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, Chengliao, take him to Mount Chengdu. After all, it was his own child. Li Chengliao quickly wrapped the baby in the white robe, worry evident on his face as he glanced toward his weak wife on the bed. Li Xianxian noticed his gaze and understood immediately, saying, I will take care of things here. The two of them flew off together. Li Xianfeng remained vigilant throughout the journey, his thoughts racing. If the baby were a Buddhist cultivator, they wouldn't look like this. They must be a Taoist cultivator, at least of the Purple Mansion realm. It couldn't possibly be a Golden Core realm. He roughly gauged the cultivation level of this unknown cultivator. Thinking further, logically, only Buddhist cultivators would reincarnate like this. Immortal cultivators wouldn't seize a newborn's body. If the physical form has no spiritual orifices, it would be a path to certain death. Moreover, such fanfare. What would be the purpose? Li Xianfeng, being far more experienced, had heard of such cases where souls took over others' bodies during reincarnation. Usually, they disguised themselves, mastered techniques, consumed resources, and then left without a trace. This made him deeply concerned. Li Xianfeng had a sudden flash of inspiration. Reincarnated souls would have a distinct spirit from a newborn. A sweep of the immortal mirror would reveal their nature, any hidden tricks, and the thread of fate tied to them. When they landed, Li Xianfeng instructed Li Chengliao to wait outside the ancestral hall. He strode inside and respectfully invoked, I, Xianfeng of the Li family, humbly request profound light to patrol the unseen, pierce through the mysteries, perceive the hidden truth, and illuminate all directions, capturing spirits and discerning the divine. A clear light emerged before him, and the pale blue immortal mirror descended from the great void, hovering in front of him. Li Xianfeng focused his spiritual sense and swept over the baby cradled outside. The baby's spiritual platform appeared pristine, no enchanted items, no seals, pure and new, without any signs of declining spirit. While the child's body brimmed with spiritual energy, it showed no traces of being possessed or reincarnated. Li Xianfeng checked thoroughly several times, finally sighing in relief. He returned the immortal mirror to the void, waited for the light to fade, then stepped out of the hall with a faint smile. Li Chengliao had been anxiously waiting all this time, closely observing the golden, amber-like eyes of the child. No matter how he looked, there were no signs of the child harboring some ancient demon. When Li Xianfeng strode out confidently, laughing heartily, Li Chengliao hurried forward. Li Xianfeng, still smiling, took the baby into his arms and, after looking him over carefully, exclaimed with satisfaction, This is our family's auspicious child, a with tildes. Hearing this, Li Chengliao finally relaxed and chuckled awkwardly. Li Xianfeng stroked his beard and waved a hand. Go, Chengliao. Call everyone over. Yes, yes. Li Chengliao reluctantly handed the baby over and hurried off. Li Xianfeng continued to examine the child closely, growing more pleased the longer he looked. The baby didn't cry or fuss, but instead stared back at him with those golden eyes. As he sat at the head seat, holding the child, he thought to himself, white cicadas filling the courtyard, a scaled beast bearing a child with jade-like horns. This is a sign of fate. He studied the baby again, noting the domineering gleam in their golden eyes, and smiled. This child was born to cultivate bright yang, a proper descendant of the Wei Li line. Before long, figures descended hastily into the courtyard. Li Xianxian entered first, looking puzzled. Li Xianfeng waved him off lightly. Nothing to worry about. He is an auspicious child. Li Xianfeng handed the baby over. Li Xianxian inspected the child closely, his aged eyes glistening with tears. After a few moments, the hall filled with people, and Li Xianfeng finally spoke softly. This child may carry a thread of fate. Everyone exchanged glances of joy. Suddenly, a clear and bright voice came from the corner. I see. Li Xianfeng raised an eyebrow and turned to look. Li Yuexiang's eyes were bright with realization, and her mind worked quickly. Mimicking her mother's calm demeanor perfectly, she explained, Do the elders still remember the incident with Su Xiao? When these words fell, Li Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said coldly, If I had been at home then, something like this could never have caused such a commotion. Li Chengliao and the others, who had experienced the incident firsthand, still seemed to have lingering fears. Li Chengliao laughed and said, Now that our family has an auspicious child of its own. Oh, as he spoke, a look of sudden realization flashed across his face, as though he had already guessed what Li Yuexiang intended to say. Li Yuexiang softly explained, At that time, after killing that person, elder brother mentioned something. That Su Zhao's influence on Chengliao was limited. If not for this, he would have left much earlier, and we might never have noticed anything unusual. Li Xianfeng frowned slightly and murmured, Are you saying that because Chengliao was destined to be this child's father, that he had an innate ability to resist it? The crowd fell silent, mulling over this idea in disbelief. Li Xianfeng shook his head and said, It is hard to say. For now, it is merely a guess. If fate truly possesses such a power. He left the rest of the sentence unfinished, but for once, he smiled as he gazed at the child in his arms. Sweeping his eyes over everyone present, he declared, Seeing this child, I feel much at ease. I can now return to the southern border without worry. The atmosphere among the crowd, which had been heavy for months, lightened noticeably. Everyone seemed genuinely happy for once. Li Shiming, in particular, looked the child over again and again, his entire body relaxing, as though a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his shoulders. Li Shiming held the child and met their gaze. Suddenly, he felt the radiant origin pass within him stir violently. Unable to suppress his amazement, he said, This truly is a child destined for bright yang cultivation. Li Xianfeng nodded, then gestured for Li Chengliao to step forward and asked with a smile, Have you prepared a name for him? Li Chengliao had previously considered naming the child Li Zhouan, but at that moment, he felt the name was somewhat lacking. Bowing respectfully, he said, I ask the elders to bestow a name. Li Xianfeng pondered for a moment before speaking softly. How about Wei? It matches perfectly. Li Zhou Wei. Chapter 624, Rainbow Mist. Holding the child in his arms, Li Xianxian looked down at him while Li Xianfeng pondered for a moment and spoke. The matter of Green Pine Temple is complex, tangled with conflicting interests. Whether this child bears a thread of fate or not, the talents scattered across Jiangnan were almost entirely swept up in one fell swoop. Let this serve as a lesson for our family to remain vigilant. He briefly explained the events surrounding Green Pine Temple and continued, When a golden core realm cultivator reincarnates, Jiangnan produces numerous prodigies, all somewhat bearing a thread of fate. Several immortal sects have secretly observed this and guided these individuals to Green Pine Temple for their own use and consumption. Li Xianfeng explained, To truly discern the fate-bearer, even Purple Mansion realm cultivators struggle. The ones who arrived at Green Pine Temple were mostly wandering geniuses, already marked by thread of fate, which made them easier for the immortal sects to notice. He scanned the room and added, But what about those prodigies who fell into the clans and the direct lineages of immortal sects? Surely some exist. Even if not as extreme as someone like Tu Longjian, they are still exceptional talents. Those families understand the stakes and have hidden their prodigies well. Li Xianfeng noted, After all, if rogue cultivators succeed too easily, it raises suspicions. But for the children of clans and immortal sects, it is natural for them to advance smoothly through Qi cultivation realm and foundation establishment realm. Who could call that abnormal? Finally, Li Xuanfeng's voice softened. By the time this child grows up, our family will likely control Moongaze Lake and rival prestigious clans like the Yuan or Han families. With connections to several Purple Mansion realm cultivators, claiming bright young bloodline status will not expose us to undue covetousness. But be wary of Buddhist cultivators. Once he said this, everyone nodded. After all, fate was an unseen and untouchable force. Even if some anomaly in a grotto heaven occurred, the family would receive news and understand the inside story, ensuring they wouldn't unwittingly send someone into danger. In contrast, the obvious bright young Whaley bloodline was highly coveted by Buddhist cultivators. However, the high-ranking Buddhist cultivators couldn't enter their territory easily. Compared to the greed of Purple Mansion Realm cultivators, their danger was much less pressing. Seeing that everyone had taken his words to heart, Li Xianfeng nodded and said, "Between two evils, choose the lesser." Regardless of whether this child bears a threat of fate, his identity as a child of the Whaley bloodline remains. He will be the young master of the Li family. Young master. Li Xianxian glanced at Li Qingliao, who looked somewhat awkward, and suggested softly, "Qingliao is the current young master. Why not follow the ancient system and call him heir apparent instead?" Indeed. As soon as this was settled, Li Shiming lifted his sleeve and retrieved a small jade bottle, saying, "Back in the Eastern Fire Grotto Heaven, Brother Ji acquired a few alchemy recipes. One of them mentioned the 3 aspects breaking realm pill, whose refined profound pill greatly aids in breaking through the foundation establishment realm. I have studied it for several years and finally succeeded in refining one." He opened the bottle to reveal a perfectly round, crimson pill that glowed with a gem-like luster. The moment the bottle was uncorked, a pure fragrance rushed out, refreshing the mind and calming the spirit. Li Shiming closed the bottle carefully and offered, "This pill will be of immense use in breaking through the foundation establishment realm. Granduncle, since you are heading to the southern border, why not take one with you?" Li Xianfeng paused slightly before nodding in acknowledgement. To refine a pill that aids in breaking through foundation establishment realm, even the Azure Pond sect has only a handful of alchemists who can manage it. Your skill in alchemy is truly commendable. However, I have my own arrangements for the southern border. Leave it here for family use." His words were decisive and firm, carrying undeniable authority. Seeing this, Li Shiming had no choice but to stow the bottle away. Li Xianfeng thought for a moment, then reached into his robe and retrieved 3 arrow shafts. The arrows were pitch black, about the length of a forearm, with no arrowheads. For golden feathers adorned their ends, and upon closer inspection, faint runes seemed to flicker along the shafts. Handing the arrows to his elder brother, Li Xianxian, Li Xianfeng instructed solemnly, "Keep these 3 arrows here. If anything urgent arises, snap one in half. I will sense it immediately and should be able to reach the family within 2 or 3 days." Such warning artifacts were not uncommon, but they were difficult to preserve for long. Even their family's life jade, used to signify life or death, needed to be worn close to the body and replaced yearly. Li Xianxian nodded and asked, "How long will they last?" Li Xianfeng explained, "I crafted these during my leisure time over the past few months. Normal spiritual power or mana would not last long, so I condensed them using astral gold. They should remain effective for up to 5 years. By then, I will send back replacements." In truth, Taoist Master Yuan Su had warned him not to visit home too frequently. Li Xianfeng, however, kept this to himself, thinking, if I told my elder brother what Yuan Su said, he would surely refuse to use the arrows out of concern for burdening me. That could delay critical matters. Li Xianxian clicked his tongue in admiration and carefully stored the 3 arrows. Li Xianfeng glanced at the sky, calculated with his fingers, and said with some regret, "The time to leave is near. I must be on my way." He stepped out into the courtyard, pulling a small jade boat from his belt. Tossing it into the air, he turned back to remind them, "If anything arises at home, send me a letter. Things are much more convenient now compared to before." The group nodded, watching the jade-green spirit boat disappear into the radiant sunset. The boat, borrowed from Minghuang, was incredibly fast and vanished in the blink of an eye. In no time, only the sky remained, adorned with golden clouds, crimson-orange sunlight, and dazzling radiance that stretched across the heavens. In his swaddling clothes, Li Zhouwei fixed his gaze on the setting sun, his amber-gold eyes reflecting its golden-red brilliance. The harmony between his gaze and the sun's hues was breathtaking and otherworldly. New. Section. After seeing Li Xianfeng off, the crowd gradually dispersed. Li Qingliao smiled as he carried the child back to his courtyard. His wife, Madame Hu, lay sound asleep. Although she was a qi cultivator, the birth of the child had drained her completely, leaving her physically and spiritually exhausted. She had taken some elixirs and was recuperating in their chambers. His father, Li Shiqing, followed him into the courtyard, his face beaming with joy. He stroked his beard and couldn't take his eyes off the child in Li Chunliao's arms. Shutting the door behind them, Li Shiqing smiled as he looked at the baby repeatedly before sighing softly. If only your great-grandfather were still alive, perhaps he could finally find peace. Great-grandfather Li Yuanyun was one of the rare mortals within the family's direct bloodline. His life had been one of hardship and instability, and even his death brought little comfort. Although Li Shiqing eventually ascended to the position of family head, he could never let go of his father's suffering. Li Qingliao gently consoled him. It is all in the past now. Let us look forward to the future. Azure Pond Sect. Snow had piled up thickly in the forests of Qingshui Peak. The pavilions were silent and empty. A woman draped in Taoist robes sat on a bamboo platform, resting her chin in her hands. Her features were somewhat ordinary, but the luxurious Dharma robe she wore added a touch of elegance to her appearance. The cultivation aura around her lent her a refined and ethereal air. This woman was Yang Xiaozi, and whenever she emerged from seclusion, she would sit here and look down. From this vantage point, she could see the colorful rainbow light rising from the cave dwelling on the mountainside. Her Dao companion, Li Shiji, was undergoing Foundation Establishment Realm breakthrough within. The radiant light floated upward above the cave and alternated between 6 vibrant colors before turning into a rainbow-colored mist that fell gently to the ground. This was the mystical 6-colored rainbow mist, which she had specially borrowed for this occasion. Chapter 625, Rainbow Mist 2. The Foundation Establishment Realm was a life-or-death trial for countless cultivators. Over time, rumors had spread about miraculous artifacts that could bolster success. Among these, the belief that materials related to their respective immortal foundation could secure breakthroughs was the most widespread. Although the Azure Pond sect had long since disproved this myth through rigorous testing, Yang Xiaozi still held on to the idea that it's better to believe than not. The 6-colored rainbow mist happened to resonate with her husband's immortal foundation, so she set up a formation to confine it outside his cave, hoping to improve his chances of success. Yang Xiaozi stared at the light for a while, silently praying in her heart. In reality, she needn't have been so worried. Li Shiji possessed exceptional natural talent, with a deep understanding of spells and scripture. He had also chosen an auspicious time to attempt his breakthrough and had the additional support of the essence-gathering pill and profound cluster pill that she had procured from her family. The likelihood of failure was very slim. Still, since it concerned her beloved, Yang Xiaozi couldn't help but be anxious, waiting patiently on the platform. Beneath her, the sound of tinkling bells echoed softly as a middle-aged man ascended the platform. He had an unremarkable face and a somewhat earnest demeanor. Cupping his fist respectfully, he said, "Junior sister, I must return to the family for a while." This man was Yuan Qingzhao, a senior disciple and member of the Yuan family. He was a late-stage qi cultivator, but today his face bore visible worry and hesitation. Their master, Yuan Tuan, had left for the Eastern Sea Market and hadn't returned for several years. Being a member of the Yang family, Yang Xiaozi was well aware of the situation, perhaps even more so than Yuan Qingzhao himself. She reassured him softly, "Worry not. Your esteemed clan still has 6 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. No matter what, they will hold on." Yuan Qingzhao shook his head and said softly, "If the 6 ancestors could truly work together, it would not be a problem. But," he smiled bitterly and continued, "my clan brother Yuan Qingdun is truly extraordinary in talent. Although he is said to be of the direct lineage, he was adopted from a branch family. Ancestor Yuan is pushing for him to ascend the mountain as an elder. This has turned everything into a chaotic mess." Yuan Qingzhao continued, "With our master still missing at the Eastern Sea and no steady hand to preside over the family, everyone covets those few treasures, turning the situation quite ugly." This was the Yuan family's internal conflict. Yang Xiaozi remained silent. Such disputes were not uncommon. When an ancestor fell, the resulting chaos often spread like ripples in water. The Yuan family's predicament was, in fact, relatively mild. Yuan Qingzhao, who had spent most of his life cultivating on the mountain, knew little of such matters. Just hearing rumors of the unrest at home left him anxious. Pacing restlessly, he vented his frustration. What is the point of fighting over this? Why bother? If Changdie ascends, so be it. With someone of his abilities, how could he remain stuck running errands at the foot of the mountain? Those few treasures are indeed wondrous, but could they not be shared in rotation? What is the point of all this struggle? Seeing his agitation, Yang Xiao realized he might suffer when returning home. She reminded him gently, the struggle is not over positions alone. Behind it are vested interests, factional power, and even the laws that govern family hierarchies. Do not underestimate it. Otherwise, you will end up like the Jiang family of Jade Lake. Yuan Chengzhao hesitated, then nodded in understanding. Yang Xiao, still deep in thought, asked, when your elder failed to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, it triggered rainfall across 4 prefectures, lasting for months. The phenomenon was astonishing. It seems he was only one step away from success. Yuan Chengzhao sighed. If a breakthrough succeeded, it would bring prestige to the family and joy to the sect, with congratulations pouring in from all directions. Yet failure meant a catastrophic loss of vital qi and prestige, leaving the family to suffer in silence. A stark and bitter contrast. Yang Xiao dropped her gaze and murmured, my family is no different. Our ancestor has been in seclusion attempting a breakthrough for decades. We wait in anticipation for a sign of success, yet quietly fear what might come instead. At this point, both of them suddenly looked up, sensing something. From the east, a vibrant rainbow light streaked across the sky, descending upon the mountain. In an instant, misty spiritual fog rose, and iridescent clouds filled the air. Senior brother has done it. Yuan Chengzhao exclaimed joyfully. Yang Xiao, unable to contain her excitement, leaped into the air, soaring down toward the light. Sure enough, the door to the cave dwelling had opened, and from within emerged a young man clad in a radiant feathered robe. His features were refined and noble, his demeanor graceful and commanding. His broad shoulders and composed manner exuded an air of confidence and elegance. A faint smile played on his lips as he stepped forward and drew Yang Xiao into his arms. Yang Xiao was stunned. The transformation in her husband's aura after his breakthrough was remarkable. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered. This universal dawn mist has refined your temperament. You seem even more regal now. Li Shiji swept his spiritual sense across himself, and indeed noticed that his appearance had become more refined and dignified. However, he didn't think much of it. With a casual grasp, he captured the 6-colored rainbow mist and studied it closely. A fine spirit item. It can be forged into a Dharma artifact. With Yang Xiao at his side, he ascended to the mountain peak just as Yuan Chengzhao approached them. Congratulations, senior brother. Yuan Chengzhao offered his heartfelt congratulations, the worries on his face finally lifting. Not wanting to disturb the couple, he soon departed. Li Shiji watched him leave with a smile before turning to Yang Xiao. He led her back into the cave dwelling and embraced her gently, his voice soft and warm. How have you been lately? Yang Xiao, cheeks still tinged pink, responded with a shy hum. Her excitement overflowed, and tears of joy glimmered in her eyes as she smiled. Li Shiji kissed her forehead before letting her go. Yang Xiao's gaze softened further as she looked at him, her eyes brimming with tenderness, refusing to look away. The woman naturally saw her beloved as handsome. She leaned against him like a cat, listening as Li Shiji said, this universal dawn mist excels at stealth techniques, rainbow gathering, and spellcasting. Once I ride its light, I can move faster than most cultivators of the same realm. When casting spells, my speed will be even more remarkable. What is rarer is that it can condense rainbow mist to confuse enemies, strengthen a mountain or land, and nurture spiritual qi. Yang Xiao smiled and said, it is truly an excellent immortal foundation for one who holds a domain. Li Shiji paused, then added, my breakthrough went smoothly enough. It has been years in the blink of an eye, and I do not know how things are at home. Now that I have entered the Foundation establishment realm, I should hurry back for a visit. I am sure my father will be delighted. A look of eager expectation appeared on his face. Yang Xiao understood his feelings, though she knew nothing of what had happened in the grotto heaven. Just as she was about to share some happy news, an urgent knock echoed at the stone door. Li Shiji stepped forward to open it, his face showing slight confusion. Standing at the door, Yuan Chengzhao lowered his head and said quietly, senior brother, I heard some news from outside. Yu Muxian is dead. Li Shiji froze, momentarily unable to rejoice at the news. Seeing his junior brother's somber expression, he recalled his past discussions with his younger brother, Li Shijuan. In an instant, his heart sank, and he furrowed his brows, asking, "Who killed him?" Yuan Chengzhao replied, "He and your honored father perished together." Li Shiji's face turned pale, and he staggered back 2 steps. Yang Shaoer hurriedly reached out to steady him. The three stood in silence for several moments, the stillness broken only when Yang Shaoer realized her face had become damp. Li Shiji's tears trickled down his neck and fell onto his feathered robe. He pressed his lips together, forcing himself to say, "Thank you for telling me, junior brother." He turned back to glance at the cave dwelling. When he faced forward again, his tears had vanished, and his expression had steadied. Locking the formation over the cave, Li Shiji spoke softly. "I will go to the main peak to request leave for some matters and return home for the morning." Yuan Qingzhao added in a low voice, "I also need to return home. Why not travel together?" Dorlaken's thoughts. Hey everyone. This is a message from all the readers currently working on the Mirror Legacy wiki page. There is also a family tree. One of our fellow TML readers, Glimp, has started a wiki page for the novel, and we're working together to expand it. Open book, check it out here. the-mirror-legacy.fandom.com/wiki/the_mirror_legacy_wiki. As of now, a lot of the other readers on Discord are joining in and contributing. Due to the complex dynamics of this novel, we need more contributors to make this a full-fledged wiki. If you're interested in helping out, join our Discord and check out the thread from the Mirror Legacy channel. Let's build this together. Rocket. Chapter 626. The Green Pine Affair concluded. The Eastern Sea. The fierce battle on Green Pine Island had raged on for a long time. With the grotto heaven finally leaving the mortal realm, the rogue cultivators dispersed like a swarm of bees. The spiritual energy, which had shone as bright as the sun, gradually began to wane, returning to the normal state of an average grotto heaven. Meanwhile, in the boundless vastness of the great void, streams of radiant light rose and wove together. The Green Pine Temple's grotto heaven had completely detached from the mortal world, vanishing into the blackness of the void. It transformed into waves of multicolored light before sinking into the infinite emptiness. The multicolored lights of divine abilities flowed across the great void, with several figures standing silently in a circle, staring at the 2 jade boxes suspended at the center. Not a single person spoke. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense until a northern figure broke the silence with a soft voice. The jade boxes from Hengzhu Dao Gate and Mount Changhuai were empty from the start. As for the missing 2, they belonged to Azure Pond Sect and Purple Smoke Gate. Nearby, the multicolored light condensed into an azure gray glow. Yuan Su stood in the great void and sneered coldly. A bunch of fools squabbling over nothing. Hengzhu Dao likely knew their box was empty all along. Otherwise, why would they refrain from sending even a single Purple Mansion Realm cultivator? The remaining 2 jade boxes belong to Sword Gate and Great Xiaozi Temple, neither of which are easy to deal with. You had better settle this carefully. Yuan Su's reputation was not stellar, and his temperament was notorious. Knowing he was near the end of his lifespan, he had little regard for social etiquette. Though his words provoked a few snorts of derision from the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators, no one openly rebuked him. Not one of the assembled Purple Mansion Realm cultivators brought up the aftermath of the so-called Fate Bearers, as if some unspoken agreement had been reached beforehand. Only a sword-wielding cultivator spoke up. "I only wish to retrieve the jade box that rightfully belongs to me." His statement was immediately met with scornful interruption. "You Sword Gate folks take all the benefits. What are the rest of us supposed to be here for? To watch?" The sword-bearing man paused before responding. "I am willing to offer some compensation. The jade box contains an artifact from my sect's founding ancestor. Naturally, I must take it back." The great void fell silent once more until a black-robed man finally broke the stillness. "My Xiaozi Temple says the same." The spiritual senses of the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators collided, a hushed exchange seemingly taking place. Yuan Su, meanwhile, lowered his head, silently observing the jade boxes. He seemed to be waiting for something, his eyes fixed on the boxes with meticulous scrutiny. Sure enough, from the depths of the void, a figure began to emerge. The man in the white robe had a sword at his waist, housed in a wooden scabbard with a hilt made of reddish-brown pine wood. He strolled forward leisurely, his movements unhurried yet steady, and stopped before the 2 jade boxes. His features appeared indistinct, and each step he took rippled with waves of white light beneath his feet, as if he were walking on water. Shang Yuan. The collective murmurs echoed among the group of Purple Mansion Realm cultivators. All activity ceased as the 11 Purple Mansion Realm cultivators fixed their attention on him. The myriad divine abilities and perception techniques they had been wielding wove across the great void, scanning and measuring the white-robed figure as if they were trying to pierce through his robes to see what lay beneath. They showed no signs of surprise. Instead, they seized every second to carefully measure the figure before them with their divine abilities. The earlier disputes and murmurs seemed to vanish as if they had never taken place. It was clear that these 11 Purple Mansion Realm cultivators had all been waiting for this one person. Taoist Master Shang Yuan reached out and picked up one of the jade boxes. The jade boxes, fought over so intensely moments before, now seemed as ordinary as wooden chests in his hands. Without hesitation, he casually flicked open the box, revealing a short, blade-like shard within. He retrieved the shard and appeared unimpressed. With a nonchalant flick of his fingers, he sent the shard flying toward the swordsman who had been standing off to the side. "Keep it safe," Shang Yuan said lightly. The Sword Gate's Taoist master cupped his fist repeatedly in gratitude, his tone deeply respectful. "Senior, when do you plan to make your breakthrough? Have you decided on the method yet?" Taoist Master Shang Yuan seemed to share some familiarity with him. Ignoring the rest of the Purple Mansion Realm cultivators present, he chuckled and said, "Jade True follows the archaic methods. I take neither yin and yang nor the 5 elements, but rather affirm the metallic essence through the interplay of void and reality." He turned his gaze to the Taoist masters from the great Xiaozi temple nearby and said softly, "Hengzhu and Xiaozi both follow archaic methods. You might as well come and observe. It would bring you much benefit." As he spoke, he picked up the other jade box and tossed it to the Taoist master without waiting for his thanks. With that, he vanished into the void. The cultivators from Sword Gate and the great Xiaozi temple, having received such treasures, were elated beyond measure. They had no intention of lingering in the great void any longer. With their goals achieved, they disappeared swiftly and completely from sight. The other 9 Purple Mansion Realm cultivators stood silent, helplessly watching him distribute the 2 jade boxes as if by divine right. No one dared to object. Only the one in the center sighed softly and, with a gentle wave of his hand, summoned a dazzling array of treasures into the air. There were numerous items on display. At the very least, each one was a top-grade treasure of the Foundation Establishment realm. Scattered among them were some ancient artifacts from the Grotto Heaven. That Purple Mansion Realm cultivator declared, 26 Dharma artifacts, 2 Purple Mansion Realm spirit artifacts, 6 transmission records, 9 clues to relics, and various long-lost items. Take your pick. If any item's value exceeds your selection, leave something in return as compensation. He raised an eyebrow and pulled from the pile a shimmering, water-like crystal block. Its surface rippled with waves and sparkled with points of starlight. The Taoist master glanced at it and spoke lightly. "Does anyone want this one?" Among the Foundation Establishment Realm treasures, it is considered top grade. It is called the Celestial Screen of Azure Patterns. The journey from Mount Azure Pond to Moongaze Lake spanned across half of U-State. Li Shiji changed into white robes, and the group rode the wind as they departed. Wishing to avoid being seen, they flew high above the clouds. This area had sparse spiritual energy, making wind riding difficult. For this reason, few ventured here. However, all of them hailed from immortal sects, and riding the wind in such conditions posed no challenge to them. Silently, they traveled amidst the rising glow of dawn. The clouds displayed a kaleidoscope of colors. Within the vibrant glow, Li Shiji seemed perfectly at ease, gliding through the sky in silence. Days passed in flight, during which the 2 individuals behind him racked their brains, searching for something to say that might distract him. Just then, a few feathered beasts descended from the high heavens. They resembled beautifully crafted fish, their colors dazzling. With 2 wings extending from beneath their ribs, their heads were round, their snouts flat, and their orange feathered wings flapped nimbly in the air, giving them an agile appearance. Such a rare sight. We've encountered some dawn rayfish. The dawn rayfish paused momentarily within Li Shiji's rainbow-colored light before quickly disappearing into the clouds. Glancing at them, Li Shiji remarked, "When the waters rise, dawn rayfish emerge. This is likely caused by rain clouds from some clan ancestor. forcing these spirit beasts to fly so low that we happened to see them. Dawn rayfish were fond of water and rainbows. Since Li Shiji followed the Dawn Dao lineage, he was naturally familiar with such creatures. If the two others hadn't been present, the fish would likely have lingered to absorb more of his rainbow light rather than leaving so swiftly. They are probably coming from the northern sea, he added, heading to the eastern and southern seas. Yang Shower responded, lamenting, these days, such spirit beasts are becoming scarce. Heaven and earth's upheavals have destroyed who knows how many things. The hardest hit were certainly heavenly thunder and geomagnetic forces, Yuan Chengzhao interjected. It has been millennia since either has been seen. Not only has heavenly thunder vanished, but even the profound peak can barely be considered Titan Earth anymore, degraded into what we now call Fool's Mountain Chase. Chapter 627. The Green Pine Affair concluded, too. Li Shiji sighed silently at their words, understanding their intent to console him. Speaking softly, he said, do you know why the dawn rayfish are drawn to rainbows? The two were taken aback, both delighted that Li Shiji had finally spoken and puzzled by his sudden words. They asked a question in return, to which Li Shiji replied, feathered beasts belong to the category of pristine and radiance, such as feathered serpents and Luan birds. Scaled beasts, on the other hand, follow convergence and merging, including creatures like demonic dragons and scaled crows. The dawn rayfish, with its feathered wings and scaly body, exists between the two categories. Between these two categories, water disperses and light converges, harmonizing and complementing one another. That is what forms rainbows. Li Shiji spoke softly. The last predecessor to cultivate the dawn dew gathering technique was Ling Yuxia. His mount was the venomous eagle, another half-scaled, half-feathered demonic creature. Yuan Qingzhao sighed and said, when I was young and mischievous, I did not value studying. Now, all I can do is admire you, senior brother. It seems these 5 categories, feathered, scaled, furry, bare, and winged, all have their own connections to Dao lineage. The depth of knowledge here is truly boundless. The group flew on for a while, and soon Yuan family's mushroom forest plain came into view. Yuan Qingzhao's expression darkened, and with a word of farewell, he descended. With Moongaze Lake now so close, Li Shiji's mood sank once more. Mount Chengdu. For more than a year, the northern prefectures of Yu State had seen no more torrential downpours, but steady drizzles persisted. Paddies, millet, and beans withered in the fields, deprived of sunlight, leaving nothing to harvest. Fortunately, the Li family had enjoyed abundant harvests in prior years and maintained ample reserves. Grain was distributed to households according to protocol. Though there were unavoidable instances of corruption and greed, the family's wealth and resources prevented any major crises. Li Yuanjiao's funeral had been conducted early, and only after that did news from Green Pine Temple begin to spread. Cultivators from across the land belatedly arrived to offer their condolences. After all, the Li family had slain a disciple of Yuanwu Peak and still stood unharmed. Although Li Yuanjiao had perished, the incident only further demonstrated the family's deep foundation and formidable connections. These people, though unaware of the full details, didn't let that stop them from currying favor. Li Xianfeng had vanished into the southern border, but the Li family at Moongaze Lake couldn't simply uproot and leave. As the news spread, the Li family estate became increasingly crowded with visitors. Li Yuexiang, clad in mourning attire, was known to be Li Yuanjiao's orphan. Anyone with a modicum of sense could guess she had inherited untold treasures. Coupled with her striking beauty, she became the object of desire for many families, who nearly trampled down the estate's threshold in their eagerness to secure her favor. Go send that letter back. Li Xianxian waved off the servant with visible irritation. These visitors rarely managed to disturb him directly, but even the Han family from Donglu Island had sent people to inquire. The situation was gradually spiraling out of control, and Li Xianxian feared that if mishandled, several powerful families might be offended. He furrowed his brows and, for once, allowed a rare expression of annoyance to surface. In a low voice, he muttered, "How ironic. Now the place is bustling with visitors." In life, Li Yuanjiao had not earned widespread renown. Yet, the sheer number of mourners after his death seemed almost absurd, a cruel irony that only deepened the discomfort in Li Xuanxuan's heart. Just as he began to settle, a commotion erupted outside. Several people rushed in noisily, their hurried steps chaotic and their voices loud. One of them shouted, "Elder, the master has returned." The master has returned. Another person, trousers soaked and disheveled as if having just rushed in from the rain, called out. Elder, people from Profound Peak Gate have arrived. With Li Shijuan still in seclusion, Li Xianxian had temporarily taken charge of the mountain's affairs. The two disciples, who had been personally trained by him, were loyal but somewhat lacking in decorum. Sighing, he intercepted one of them and asked, Which master? The master from the immortal sect. The disciple replied. Li Xianxian immediately stood and rushed outside. As expected, he saw several figures standing beyond the protective formation. The elderly man let out an ah of surprise and hurried to open the formation. Li Shiji, waiting outside, noticed a woman standing nearby in a flaxen-colored gown. Her features were characteristic of the Jiao region in northern Yu, her face round, her dark brows delicately arched, with a refined and sweet charm. Yet, her tightly pressed lips betrayed a hint of sorrow. She seems to be wearing the robes of Profound Peak Gate, Li Shiji noted silently. The woman seemed to notice him as well. She called out, Fellow Taoist, which immortal sect are you from? Li Shiji and his wife disliked wearing Azure Pond sect robes, but the profound patterned feathered robe he wore clearly marked him as someone of extraordinary origin. Hearing the question, Li Shiji cupped his fist and replied, Li Shiji of Qingsui. Oh, I see. The woman's expression softened at once. She was about to speak when Li Xianxian hurried out, staring at Li Shiji for a moment before exclaiming, Good. Grandfather has grown so old. Li Shiji thought with a pang of sorrow. He barely recognized the frail old man standing before him. However, with guests still present, Li Xianxian took charge. Pulling Li Shiji aside, he turned to the flaxen-robed woman and said, So, it is Taoist Tingyun. Please, come inside the formation. Kong Tingyun nodded politely and returned the gesture, stepping gracefully onto the peak. Following custom, she burned paper, paid her respects, and quickly withdrew from the main hall. Li Shiji and the others waited for her outside. Li Yu and Jiao had been deceased for quite some time. As cultivators, they refrained from adhering to excessive mortal rituals, accompanying Kong Tingyun as she exited. Kong Tingyun, careful not to stir up sorrow, avoided mentioning the past. Instead, she spoke softly. Among the 6 jade boxes in the Green Pine Grotto Heaven, 2 have gone missing. Have any of you heard anything about them? Seeing Li Xianxian shake his head, Kong Tingyun said, According to the various Purple Mansion Realm cultivators, these 6 jade boxes each had an intended owner. I have heard that a few of them have already gone missing or been emptied. My family's ancestor mentioned that some Taoist masters have been quite unhappy about the matter. Li Xianxian initially wanted to follow the conversation and ask how Taoist Master Changxi had fared in this situation. However, considering Changxi's awkward position within the sect, it was likely he hadn't gained much. He decided to change the subject, replying, When Taoist masters divide these treasures, it is inevitable there will be not enough to go around. Conflict is unavoidable. Kong Tingyun hesitated for a moment. It seemed as though she wanted to say something but swallowed her words, her expression darkening as she thought. The ancestor truly has no sense of tact. Asking me to arrange for Li Xianfeng to meet Yuan Su at this time is so inconsiderate. Best to wait a little longer. Finally, she cupped her fist, her expression softening as she looked at Li Shiji and said gently, Your father and I shared a good relationship during his lifetime. You are welcome to visit Profound Peak and spend time with us whenever you like. Kong Tingyun, unsure of Li Shiji's temperament, didn't dare to overpromise or commit to anything too specific. However, Li Shiji recognized the sincerity in her words and nodded politely in return. Without further delay, Kong Tingyun departed, riding the wind away. Only after her departure did Li Shiji turn back to Li Xianxian and remark, It seems that senior truly had a close bond with father. Li Xianxian waved dismissively, as he himself didn't know the full extent of their relationship. Setting the topic aside, he carefully looked Li Shiji up and down before sighing. You have also broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. All of you brothers are making remarkable progress. Now, we are only waiting on Shijuan. Shijuan is in seclusion? Li Shiji froze, his tone growing anxious. Why did he not send a letter to inform us? Did he have the necessary pills prepared? After saying this, Li Shiji suddenly recalled that he had also been in seclusion himself. Even if Shijuan had sent a letter, it wouldn't have reached him. Realizing this, he could only silently send his blessings in his heart. Li Xianxian, however, turned to Yang Shower, giving her a once-over. After studying her carefully, he nodded approvingly and said, "She is sensible and well-mannered." Yang Xiaoer opened her mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, a hint of anxiety showing on her face. The old man, noticing this, smiled faintly. Naturally understanding her concerns, he said softly, "I will take you both to see Huai'er." Chapter 628, A Cautionary Tale. Li Qinghuai, now 11 or 12 years old, stood beside Li Yuexiang, holding her hand. He bowed respectfully. Li Shiji raised his gaze to look at them. One was his younger sister, whom he had never met before, and the other, his son, whom he had not seen in years. The faces of the two were both unfamiliar and familiar, carrying a sense of distance. It was evident that neither of them felt very close to him. Yang Xiaoer, however, was overjoyed. She embraced the bewildered Li Qinghuai and began fussing over him with concern. Li Shiji, on the other hand, felt a pang of loss and stood there silently. Nearby, Li Xianxian watched him intently. For cultivators, a single seclusion could last several years, often causing them to miss many aspects of life. It was no wonder that so many children of clans became unruly, their personalities warped, spoiled, or unskilled. The Azure Pawn sect's practice of isolating its disciples from worldly ties proved highly effective in severing emotional connections. Li Shiji remained quiet, sending his son, younger sister, and Yang Xiaoer away to rest. Only then did he sit down and listen carefully as Li Xianxian shared the news from this year. After hearing every detail, he asked about the specifics regarding the events within the Grotto Heaven. With a surprised expression, he inquired, "Xiao Yongling and Tu Longjian were also involved in killing Yumushian? There is no word of this outside." Well, before Li Xianxian could respond, Li Shiji paused to think. He quickly pieced things together and nodded, saying, "The Xiao family offering assistance already indebts them to us. Naturally, this blame will fall upon our family. It is not something beneficial, so of course, the Xiao family would not publicly admit their involvement." "That is true," Li Xianxian agreed with a nod. Li Shiji lifted his head, his expression complex. Though his drooping gaze brimmed with sorrow, the corners of his lips curled upward ever so slightly. A mixture of grief and resignation filled his voice as he said, "Father and I once dreamed of unifying Moongaze Lake, but I never imagined it would come at the cost of his life. Now that Yumushian is dead, it is only a matter of time before Moongaze Lake falls into our hands. As for when we make our move," he paused before speaking softly, "there is one thing to consider. Yumushian had a wide network of connections on Yuanwu Peak. Acting while Moongaze Lake is still under Yuanwu's command would give them a reason to intervene. By my calculations, it would likely stir unnecessary trouble." Li Xianxian immediately understood and responded, "There are still more than 10 years until the next rotation. It will take careful maneuvering until then." "Exactly," Li Shiji replied. 10 years is neither long nor short. It is just 2 cycles of seclusion for a cultivator. In the meantime, we must ensure that Yuanwu Peak does not come back to recruit disciples." "Recruit disciples?" Li Xianxian chuckled and replied, "Do you know what the Yu family has become? Since Yu Mugo's death, the power consolidated under him from external cultivators, branch elders, and collateral lines has completely unraveled. Now, any promising talent from their main line dies mysteriously before they can rise. How could they possibly recruit disciples?" Li Shiji, his face like a polished jade crown, lowered his gaze slightly. He didn't relax despite Li Xuanxuan's reassurance. Instead, his voice, gentle yet steady, echoed faintly, "Grandfather, you must not let your guard down. Father's life was defined by caution, and there is much to be learned from it." Li Xuanxuan's smile faded, and he nodded solemnly. Li Shiji then spoke softly, "The Yu family splintered under Zhang's example. Let it serve as a cautionary tale." "I understand," Li Xianxian replied. He was fully aware of what Li Shiji meant, that dismantling Yu Mushian's network of connections was the best strategy. Breaking it apart would render them powerless, allowing the Li family to advance or retreat as needed, creating unparalleled advantages. With a quiet determination, Li Xianxian said, "I will take care of it immediately." Li Shiji quickly shifted topics and asked, "How are the younger generation of the family?" Li Xianxian nodded and replied, "The heir, Zhou Wei, is of the bright Yang bloodline. He is only 2 years old, so his talents have yet to fully emerge, but his potential seems promising." Li Xianxian continued, "As for Cheng Liao, he has the steadiness and prudence of Yuanping. He manages household affairs with clarity and thoughtfulness. Though outwardly unremarkable, he is brilliant within. During the matter with Su Xiao years ago, he contributed greatly. He is an excellent child, though the family has been too peaceful in recent years to fully utilize his talents. Finally, he concluded, Chenghua has decent aptitude and should have no problem reaching the foundation establishment realm. The two of them can serve as aides to Zhou Wei and help mold him into something exceptional, ensuring the family remains secure for the next century. Zhou Wei, Li Shiji was surprised and said, I should meet him. And where is Ximing? Brother. Before Li Shiji could finish speaking, a figure clad in a golden Taoist robe appeared at the door. The robe shimmered with alchemical fire qi, and the 8 trigrams were emblazoned on its back. The figure was none other than Li Shiming. In recent years, Li Shiming had focused primarily on alchemy and rarely entered seclusion. Yet, his exceptional natural talent allowed his cultivation to progress steadily even as he refined pills. Li Shiji's eyes lit up upon seeing him and patted him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. And where is Aunt? She has gone to the Eastern Sea. Li Mixing answered. When they were younger, Li Shiming often accompanied this elder brother to watch plays, and their bond had been close. Smiling absent-mindedly, he felt a wave of nostalgia as he realized that Li Shiji hadn't changed much from the brother he remembered. Li Shiji gestured for them to come closer, his demeanor turning a bit more serious. After a moment of hesitation, he began, This time, I was only able to leave because I accepted an assignment. I am heading to Green Pine Island to serve as its guardian. He explained further, Green Pine Grotto Heaven, briefly in contact with the mortal world before separating again, had caused Green Pine Island to become a land of concentrated spiritual energy, even though no spirit creatures had been born from it since. Its abundant spiritual energy made it suitable for qi gathering and cultivation, effectively making it a minor blessed land. The immortal sects, ever opportunistic, split the island into sections and claimed territories for themselves. Li Shiji had been assigned to guard one of these areas and oversee qi gathering. Li Shiji said, Since this is an official task assigned by the sect, time is tight. I need to report back immediately after completing it, but I will find time to return home in the future. While I am at it, I will head to the Eastern Sea to look for my master's whereabouts. There is no time to delay, so let me first discuss a few matters with you, grandfather, to prevent any issues. Li Xianxian nodded, understanding the urgency, and prepared to listen intently. Li Shiji continued, First, about the Yuan family. Although my master has disappeared in the Eastern Sea and there is infighting within the Yuan family, with their power base crumbling and showing signs of decline, they are far from finished. A centipede may die, but it does not stop wriggling. The family must avoid any impulsive actions against them. It would only bring harm to ourselves. Li Xianxian chuckled and shook his head, responding earnestly. At the very least, our two families are allies. The Yuan clan has offered us assistance many times in the past, so such a thing is impossible. Good. If there is a chance, we might even lend them a hand. True loyalty in times of hardship is remembered the most. Although reassured, Li Shiji couldn't help but add another cautionary note. Lowering his voice, he continued gravely. What about the Yu family? This rain has been falling for 2 whole years now, which is far beyond the influence of someone at the Foundation establishment realm. Li Shiji speculated. No matter how talented Yuan Liqing may have been, he is merely someone who failed to break through. This prolonged rainfall is excessive. Based on my observations, there is likely someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes. His expression grew tense as he added, Furthermore, I encountered dawn rayfish on the way. These creatures descend during heavy rains and are usually linked to converging water or pristine water. However, as far as I recall, my master once mentioned that Yuan Liqing cultivated the water mansion system. Li Shiming was visibly startled and whispered, Are you suggesting that someone in Azure Pond sect is deliberately using divine techniques to bring down this rain? Li Shiji nodded and explained, I have some theories derived from Taoist principles. It is a long story, but I will summarize. He led them to a desk, where he drew a circle on the surface. As his rainbow-like qi flowed, the lines turned bright white. Chapter 629, A Cautionary Tale 2. Li Shiji began. Every region has its own spiritual energy profile. Currently, Yu State is under a profound balance atmosphere, which is inherently fragile. It was painstakingly adjusted by the master cultivator of Yu cultivating sect, using Qi Wei and Chu Yi as anchors, to create the perfect conditions for you cultivating sects Shang Yuan Sword Immortal to achieve their breakthrough. This profound balance atmosphere was already fragile, and with the influence of the Grotto Heaven and the converging Water Dragon clan, it is now teetering on the edge of collapse. If this spirit reign continues unchecked, it may completely erode the balance. Li Xianxian furrowed his brow and said, "If that is the case, you cultivating sect will not sit idly by. I believe you cultivating sect has already sensed that something is amiss." Li Shiji nodded and continued, "There are bound to be major events in the future. The family must act prudently, aligning its actions with the situation." Understood. Both Li Xianxian and his grandson nodded in agreement. Even Li Shiming, who was usually lighthearted, wore a rare look of seriousness. Seeing their understanding, Li Shiji said, "The Eastern Sea's convergence of water and thunder is the perfect opportunity for Aunt to hold her position. Grandfather, could you prepare a map of Zhongshuan Island for me? I plan to visit it when I have time." Li Xianxian, of course, provided him with the map. With no reason to linger, Li Shiji discussed the matter carefully with his wife before turning back and saying, "Shower, stay here and spend time with Huayr. I will be on my way first." Li Xianxian quickly pulled him aside and used a sound-transmitting technique to say, "Find a Foundation Establishment Realm demonic beast, and do not forget to receive the talisman." Li Shiji nodded. After sending Li Shiji off from Moongaze Lake, Li Xianxian and Li Shiming felt a sense of relief. Together, they descended onto the peak. Li Shiming said, "With people in the sect, the information flow is reliable and preparations are always in place. But, over these years of cultivating in the immortal sect, brother has certainly gained an air of refined immortality." Li Xianxian shook his head and said, "It is not easy in the sect either. Jiao is the most outstanding of your generation. If he had not gone to the sect, your younger brother would not have had to work so hard." Li Shiming paused, his expression turning to one of slight embarrassment. He sighed and said, "Grandfather, when you say that, I can only feel ashamed." Li Xianxian waved a hand dismissively. The old man stroked his white beard, patting Li Shiming gently on the back, and said softly, "Each of you brothers is doing your best. You." A nostalgic expression crossed his face as he lowered his voice and said, "When I was young, my brothers and elders were either brilliant and sharp, steady and composed, or courageous and strong. When I was given the main seat, I always carried a deep sense of guilt in my heart. It was not until I grew older and experienced more of life that I realized it was not because I was weak or incapable." The old man paused for a moment before laughing and continuing, "It was because they were too extraordinary. If you, Li Shiming, were in another family, there is no telling. You might have been one of the central figures." Li Shiming shook the golden sleeves of his robe and chuckled, shaking his head in response. He said, "When I met Granduncle, I thought he was a man of unparalleled might. Armored in war gear, his gaze fierce like that of a tiger or wolf, an unparalleled and fearsome figure. I have never encountered anyone like him. Yet, I heard people say he was still no match for the ancestor, who slew the Maha and subdued the Fey and you families. Whenever I think about it, I can hardly believe such people exist. In my lifetime, I wonder how long it will take to meet such figures again." Li Shiming reflected. Li Xianxian laughed heartily, a rare sense of boldness filling his voice as he declared, "You may end up waiting an entire lifetime." Mount Lijing. Li Qingliao hurried out of the main hall after handling family affairs. By now, the sun was gradually setting. As head of the clan affairs courtyard, he didn't deal with much on a daily basis. For someone at the Qi cultivation realm, there was no need to spend years in seclusion. The matters he attended to could be resolved in moments, with a few notes and signatures already completing the day's work. Li Qingliao's natural aptitude was decent compared to others, but it fell far short when compared to the exceptional talents of the Shi and Yu generation. He wasn't far off from his father's abilities, with only a slim hope of reaching the Foundation Establishment realm. As such, he wasn't in a rush to cultivate. For Li Qingliao, cultivation wasn't a lifelong pursuit. It was merely a tool for governance. Instead of spending days in seclusion, he preferred teaching children or chatting with his wife. Upon entering his family estate, he immediately heard voices from the inner room. Walking in, he found his father, Li Shiqing, dressed in fine robes and seated at the writing desk. Across from him sat a little boy, barely 2 years old, carefully arranging several jade rods on the desk in front of him with great focus. "Father," Li Qingliao greeted him. Li Shiqing smiled, waved him over, and pointed at the little boy. The child's features had not yet fully developed, his face round and soft, with eyes like amber gold. Hearing the movement, he looked up at Li Qingliao and called out softly, "Dad." Li Qingliao nodded, watching as the boy arranged the jade rods into a neat row of 6 on the desk. Quietly observing, he then heard Li Shiqing speak in a low tone, saying, "Your uncle returned briefly but left in a rush. I was in seclusion at the time and did not hear the news." Uncle Shiji. Li Qingliao suddenly realized something. Then he heard his father, Li Shiqing, ponder aloud. What he means is, there is no need to keep up appearances with the Yu family anymore. The sooner they are dismantled, the fewer complications there will be. Li Qingliao nodded slightly. The father and son exchanged a glance before Li Qingliao smiled and said, "Then let us dissolve them. Leave it to me." Li Shiqing held a teacup in his hand, gently placing it on the desk. He asked, "Do you have a way? Ideally, it should leave no trace." Li Qingliao sipped his tea and replied, "That is easy. These people are poorly informed. They likely would not even believe Yu Muxian is dead unless someone made it clear. And with a few clan elders sealing off the news, all we need to do is let the truth come to light." He called out, and soon a jade court guard came forward. Li Qingliao gave his instructions. "Fetch the 6-stone cloud plate from the treasury and summon Elder in." And Jian arrived swiftly. The elder, now more serene and gentle in his old age, cupped his fist and responded with great courtesy. Li Qingliao took the battered spirit artifact from the hands of a guard nearby and said softly, "Elder, I would like you to take some people to the Yu family. Tell them that the Yu family conspired against our ancestor in years past, and that Yu Muxian's death is merely karmic retribution. But since he was still considered a heroic figure, send this spirit artifact as a burial offering for his remains so they will not be left to scatter." He paused, worried that Jian might not fully understand his intent. Giving him a meaningful glance, he added in a low voice, "Make this move a grand one. The hooked serpent is still in the lake and has not gone into seclusion yet. Bring him along with you. With a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator supporting you, there is no need to fear anything unexpected." And Jian nodded in appreciation, taking the spirit artifact before leading a large force of jade court guards to carry out the order. Li Qingliao then called another individual forward and instructed, "Tomorrow, ensure that those Yu family relatives on the eastern bank, those who have secretly allied with us, rise up in unison and sever all ties with the Yu family." Li Shiqing quietly nodded from the side, while little Li Zhouwei lifted his head to look at his father, his gaze full of affection. Li Qingliao summoned yet another person and commanded, "When deploying the Jade Court guards, make the display as loud as possible. Let the people under Master Lu see everything clearly." The person he summoned was Do Yi, now an elderly man himself. Do Yi nodded quickly and departed. Li Qingliao spoke in a low voice. "That Master Lu, who harmed Yumugo, seems to have privately contacted our family several times. Yet we have kept our distance and have not responded. He is a clever man. If he gets wind of this, he will know how to act accordingly. In this way, even if anything happens later, if Yu Muxian supporters were to lose their minds and come to cause trouble, no matter how hard they try to use soul-searching techniques, they will not be able to pin anything on us." He gently picked up Li Zhouwei, cradling the boy with a smile and saying, "This, my son, is what is called an open strategy." Li Zhouwei blinked his golden eyes and leaned against his father's chest, mumbling the 2 words softly to himself. Chapter 630, Return Once More. Milan Prefecture was the Yu family's ancestral stronghold and the most fertile area in all the mortal lands around Moongaze Lake. At its height, it supported a population of 560,000, but decades of decline had reduced that number to just 220,000. The land here was flat and rich, a vast and fertile plain. Yet, with the loss of Yumugo's leadership, the mortal inhabitants had fallen into destitution, and most of the arable land and mineral resources had been seized by clan elders and external cultivators. And Jian rode the wind as he flew toward the prefecture. Though he was now an old man, a faint joy was unmistakable on his face. It wasn't hard to understand his feelings. His life had been a series of dramatic ups and downs, first rising to prominence by overthrowing the Ji family and being hailed as the father of a prodigy, only to see his clan exterminated and his son killed by Yumugo and Yu Xiaogui. Reduced to hiding among mortals, he had barely survived. In the end, he sought refuge with the Li family, experienced repeated breakthroughs in cultivation, reinvented himself, and even remarried and started a new family. Now, after all these years, he was returning to Yu family lands with a large force of cultivators at his back. 67 years had passed like a fleeting dream, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Jingming, even if this was achieved by borrowing the strength of the Li family, it is still a real chance to repay this humiliation. Give me a few more years, and I will repay every drop of blood debt in kind. He murmured to himself, "You always saw farther than I did." He thought back to his talented son, who had urged him to escape through the hidden tunnel and repeatedly told him to seek shelter with the Li family. At the time, Jian thought it was akin to walking into a trap, but over the years, he came to accept it and even be grateful. Milan Peak slowly came into view. Several Yu family cultivators flew up to intercept him, but were stopped at the perimeter. And Jian, his posture deliberately arrogant, strode confidently forward with his hands clasped behind his back, saying nothing as he stood before the grand formation. Glancing at the barrier, he smirked and said, "Well, who would have thought?" From within the silver-white formation, an aged voice spoke humbly. "Greetings, Lord, and may I ask why you have come?" The oath of the three families is still fresh in everyone's memory. I fear this may not be appropriate. And Jian was about to reply when a muffled groan suddenly echoed from within the formation, followed by a scream of disbelief. He stood stunned as the Yu family's main formation opened effortlessly before him. A man flew out from below, holding aloft an intricate formation plate in both hands. Bowing respectfully, he announced loudly, "I am from the Qi family of Mount Zai, and I welcome the arrival of the Immortal Clan. The great Yu family formation lies here, and the Grand Elder, Yu Moli, has already been executed by this humble servant." The Jade Court guards exchanged bewildered glances, and Jian, equally stunned, said nothing as he descended. The Qi family member, still holding the formation plate with both hands, followed closely behind Jian. The large party landed together, and the Jade Court guards, numbering 22 Qi cultivators, outnumbered the Yu family members standing on the peak. Before the assembled Yu family cultivators, Jian retrieved the 6-stone cloud plate with a cold sneer. He declared, "The Yu family once conspired to harm the head of my clan. Now, karma has come for you, Mushian. Out of respect for him as a so-called hero, I present this spirit artifact to bury with his body, so his remains will not be scattered to the winds." At these words, Li Wuxiao, who stood behind him clad in black robes, rolled his eyes silently. Having worked with Jian during lake mining surveys, Li Wuxiao knew him well and thought to himself, he definitely picked up that line from somewhere. There is no way he came up with that on his own. Still, Li Wuxiao played along. His expression darkened, and shadows darted ominously beneath his robes. The Foundation Establishment realm aura he released was so intense that the Yu family cultivators across from him all took an involuntary step back. The atmosphere was tense, with fear and dread palpable among the Yu family members. None of them dared to step forward to accept the battered 6-stone cloud plate. Their hesitation wasn't out of grief for Yu Mushian, but fear of their crumbling support and the overwhelming power displayed by the Li family. And Jian, fully playing his role, gave a subtle nod of approval to the Qi family member. The group took to the skies and disappeared, leaving as suddenly as they had come. As soon as they left, the remaining Yu family members collectively let out a sigh of relief. Their eyes turned toward the Qi family member holding the formation plate, their expressions varying from suspicion to anger. The Qi family member, unaffected, calmly returned to the courtyard, his demeanor composed. Smiling warmly, he cupped his fist toward the central figure and said, "So, Yu Mushian is dead. Family head, why did you not inform us?" His words made Yu Qingyi's face darken. Middle-aged with mediocre cultivation, Yu Qingyi struggled to suppress his anger and fear as he replied in a low voice. "What is the meaning of this, Master Qi? I was unaware of this matter. How could I have concealed it?" Before he could finish, a panicked figure rushed forward, his face pale as he cried out, "Family head! Family head! Master Lu has rallied his forces behind the third young master and taken control of the outer immortal mountain." Both Master Qi and Yu Qingyi's faces fell. Before they could respond, another person came forward, shouting, "Family head! The external families have all broken into open conflict." Yu Qingyi's expression turned grim as he looked at Master Qi, speaking in a hushed tone. "Master Qi, given the current situation, We have no choice but to join forces if we are to protect ourselves." And Jian flew into the sky, his heart filled with a torrent of emotions. He glanced back, seemingly wanting to say something, but his throat caught, and he could not find the words. Li Wuxiao gave him a glare, prompting him to laugh awkwardly before sulkily riding the wind away. As they flew over a grove of trees, and Jian suddenly seemed to remember something and said, embarrassed, "My lord, let me make a quick stop." Li Wuxiao, uninterested, gave a slight nod, and Jian descended into a courtyard surrounded by orange trees. Years ago, he had passed through this place and taken shelter here. A mortal couple had given him a bowl of duck soup, the flavor of which lingered in his memory. Unable to resist, he landed to see what had become of the place. To his surprise, the house was in ruins, covered in dust and cobwebs. And Jian thought to himself, surely, with the gold I gave them, they must have moved to the city to live comfortably. Not wanting to keep the brooding hooked serpent waiting, he prepared to leave. But just as his spiritual sense swept over the area, he froze, then strode forward and kicked the door open. Boom! The door shattered under his foot, revealing the state of the interior. Dust blanketed everything, weeds grew unchecked, and a few wild rabbits darted around the courtyard. Startled birds flapped noisily into the sky as Jian stepped inside. Scattered around the courtyard were a few rusted hose and a small but deep pit, as though something had been buried there long ago. He pushed open the kitchen door and immediately saw a set of white bones lying atop the stove. The skeleton was small, its hands wedged tightly into a crack in the stone. The flesh had long since rotted away, but the iron lock still hung grimly on the window. And Jian said nothing and walked into the inner room. Another skeleton lay sprawled across the decaying bed, its larger frame sprawled out haphazardly. Bones littered the floor, and the spine was shattered in several places, bearing the unmistakable marks of blade strikes. Silent, and Jian left the courtyard. With a wave of his sleeve, the entire structure collapsed into rubble in an instant. He took to the skies once more, his expression growing more and more fearsome. Not a word escaped his lips as he led his group onward. From above, Li Wuxiao observed everything clearly but remained silent. And Jian, who had just avenged a fraction of his old grudge today, felt no joy at all. His face sagged on both sides like that of an old dog, his eyes dull and lifeless. He flew onward, only speaking when they reached the mountain and entered the protective formation. Damn this cursed world. Chapter 631, The Yuan Family's Shield, I. And Jian returned to the mountain. After just 4 hours, he entered the hall to find that the family head, Li Shiqing, and the heir had already left. Only Li Qingliao remained, seated at the desk. The setting sun streamed into the hall, casting long shadows across the floor. Li Qingliao stared absent-mindedly at the teacup on the desk, and Jian bowed deeply and reported, "Young master, the matter has been handled. The Yu family is in complete disarray, teetering on the edge of collapse. In just a few days, the infighting will create an entirely new situation." Li Qingliao nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Peak Guardian." As the family's Peak Guardian, and Jian acknowledged the response with a nod and stepped back. Li Qingliao then summoned Do Yi and said, "Milan Prefecture will sooner or later belong to our family. We cannot allow it to be ruined by their reckless destruction." Do Yi understood immediately and responded, "I will send our people to give them a reminder." "Good," Li Qingliao said softly. "Let them fight however they please. But if they start slaughtering the common people or destroying spirit fields, they can expect us to settle accounts with them later." Do Yi bowed and withdrew. Li Qingliao's expression turned somewhat grim as he toyed with the teacup, lost in thought. The delay in moving against the Yu family stemmed from reasons both strategic and deeply personal. Chief among them was the Li family's long-standing grudge against the Yu family. The elder generation of the clan, especially, bore an undying hatred due to the tragic death of the young master Yuanxiu years ago. They had never let go of their bitterness. These elders held significant sway within the clan and wanted nothing less than to crush the Yu family outright, to destroy them utterly and avenge their blood. They were not interested in seeing the Yu family splinter into factions like the Qi or Lu families. Such chaos felt unsatisfactory and lacked closure. Li Shiqing and Li Qingliao, father and son, shared this sentiment. Neither of them had particularly outstanding cultivation, but both hoped to leave their mark on history. For them, having their names recorded in the annals of the family was a goal worth pursuing. Just a single sentence, like, in the autumn of the 7th month, young Master Liao destroyed the Yu clan, would have made Li Chengliao feel his life was complete. If it ended up recorded as a victory over the splintered Qi or Lu families instead, it would lose its grandeur. Still, no matter what, we must ensure the Yu family never finds a way to recover, he thought as he sipped his tea. The balance between satisfaction and caution, one always has to compromise. Li Chengliao stood and finalized his arrangements for the events below the mountain. Then, he rode the wind to Mount Chengdu. With Li Shijuan in seclusion, Chengdu Peak was managed by Li Xianxian, with assistance from Li Yuexiang and Li Chengliao. As he landed, he saw Li Yuexiang dressed in white, standing with a sword in hand. Li Yuexiang practiced the Pheasant Flame's long march technique and had already reached the early Qi cultivation realm. Her abilities were beginning to take shape, with deep red flames swirling around her, coiling along the length of her sword. Her swordsmanship was decent, and her slender hands twirled the blade gracefully, scattering pheasant flames in all directions in a dazzling display. When her movements ceased, she sheathed her sword and turned her almond-shaped eyes toward Li Chengliao, asking, "How did it go?" "No major issues," Li Chengliao replied briefly. He was about to provide more details when the great formation atop the mountain began to shimmer with green light, and a booming male voice rang out. "Yuan Qingdun of Mushroom Forest greets you. I request permission to enter your formation. The Yuan family is here." Both of their expressions changed. Li Yuexiang stepped onto a flame cloud and flew up, opening a small gap in Chengdu's Green Ox River Embrace formation. Blinking, she cupped her fist and greeted softly. "Li Yuexiang of Chengdu greets the senior." The man before her exuded a commanding presence, his appearance upright and dignified, with an aura that brooked no disrespect. At his waist hung 2 short rods etched with intricate patterns, glowing faintly with cyan and yellow light. His cultivation was at the late Foundation establishment realm, and his strength was profound. This man was Yuan Qingdun of sprawling Azure Mountain, a figure of great renown in the Yuan family, and hailed as their greatest genius in a century. Despite being just over 60 years old, he had already reached the late stages of Foundation establishment realm. When he spoke, his voice was deep and resonant, carrying a weight of authority. "Are you the descendant of an old acquaintance?" Li Yuexiang invited him into the formation and replied gently, "My father was Li Yuanjiao." Yuan Qingdun fell silent for a moment before responding, "I once fought alongside your father. Even then, I never saw him exert his full strength. I never imagined he would fall to that man from the Yu family." Yuan Qingdun had once fought alongside Li Yuanjiao, slaying a pig demon together and later battling Fu Daimu of Mount Yu. This shared history often came up in conversation. Li Yuexiang had heard this story so many times over the years that she barely reacted, instead leading Yuan Qingdun onward. She first guided him to pay respects at Li Yuanjiao's shrine, lighting incense for her father, before directing him to the main hall. The Yuan family was in considerable disarray these days, leaving little room for involvement in outside matters. As the central figure in their turmoil, Yuan Qingduan's visit was certainly not without purpose. He followed Li Yuexiang into the hall, where Li Xianxian was already waiting for him. Yuan Qingdun, being of the same generation as Li Yuanjiao, greeted Li Xianxian as an elder. Despite Yuan Qingduan's formidable reputation, likely unmatched by anyone in Li Xuanxuan's family except his own younger brother, Li Xianxian remained humble and exchanged polite words. Without any preamble, Yuan Qingdun got straight to the point. "Shiji, my aunt's eldest disciple, is likely aware of some news. My aunt has been missing in the Eastern Sea for 2 years now, and there has been no word of her. The rest of my family, short-sighted as they are still busy squabbling amongst themselves." He paused briefly before continuing in a low voice. "I have no interest in fighting them for control and left them to their mess. I plan to head to the Eastern Sea. I have received some leads suggesting she may be near the Chuni Strait. My first priority is to find my aunt." Direct and candid, Yuan Qingdun laid out his plans in just a few sentences. Li Xianxian responded courteously. "The Peak Master is an individual of great fortune. I am certain she will be found safe and sound." "Thank you for your kind words," Yuan Qingdun replied, his voice deep and resonant, like mountain stone. He continued, "As for the Yuan family, there is little left for me to hold on to. My only obligation is to repay the kindness of my clan uncle Yuan Huyuan, who supported me through all these years. But before I leave for the Eastern Sea, there is one matter I cannot let go of. I have a son. Yuan Qingdun paused, and Li Yuexiang immediately understood. Her phoenix-like eyes slightly lifted as she focused intently on what he was about to say. I have only this one child. If I head to the Eastern Sea, there are two risks. My whereabouts will be uncertain, and my safety will be in jeopardy. Should something happen to me out there, my clan uncle will not be able to protect him. The usually bold and straightforward man seemed slightly embarrassed as he continued, his voice quieter. I have heard that Yuexiang has not yet been betrothed. On the strength of our past friendship, I have come here boldly to propose an alliance through marriage. Such a union would be mutually beneficial. He patted his chest and added with conviction, I will not make empty promises. Over the years, I have fought demons across the land and achieved countless victories. The betrothal gifts I offer will surely satisfy you. This, Li Xianxian froze for a full moment, then turned his head to look at the young woman in white. Her phoenix-like eyes met his directly, unflinching, filled with a clarity that struck him like a lightning bolt across the face. His cheeks flushed, his legs grew weak, and he momentarily fell into a trance. Li Xianxian paused, momentarily lost in thought. The old man before him stood with his white hair gently tousled by the wind, the wrinkles on his face faintly trembling. It seemed he wasn't even listening to the conversation anymore. Instead, an image of a face appeared in his mind. She had round almond eyes, stubborn yet endearing, with a pair of intelligent eyes that stared directly at him. Faintly, a soft voice seemed to echo in his ears. Elder brother, do you want me to marry Chen Donghe? Jingtian. Li Xianxian muttered weakly under his breath. Chapter 632, The Yuan Family Shield, 2. Yuan Qingdun, assuming Li Xianxian was merely pondering, continued waiting. But Li Xuanxuan's unfocused eyes and slumped face told another story. Breathing heavily, he suddenly snapped out of his trance and rasped, this matter still depends on Yuexiang's decision. He took a small step back after saying this, his weariness as an elder becoming evident. Yuan Qingdun paused in surprise, then turned to look at the young woman standing beside him. Li Yuexiang's gray-black eyes carried a trace of Li Yuanjiao's coloring. Her face was delicate and beautiful, but her most striking feature was her pair of phoenix-like eyes inherited from her mother. Yuan Qingdun met those eyes directly. They were bright and unwavering, without even the faintest trace of fear or deference, despite his reputation as a Foundation establishment realm cultivator renowned throughout Jiangnan. Instead, her gaze was calm and composed, exuding a quiet strength. A fine young woman, Yuan Qingdun thought to himself, his heart stirred. Li Yuexiang softly asked, May I inquire, senior, about your son's temperament, his level of cultivation, and his age? Yuan Qingdun sighed and replied, He is about the same age as you. However, he lost his mother at a young age and has rarely received my guidance. Within the clan, he has suffered some injustices. While he is kind-hearted, he cannot help but be a little weak in character. The man spoke honestly, laying bare his son's shortcomings without embellishment. This sincerity caused Li Yuexiang to view him in a better light. She responded gently, As the saying goes, like father, like son. I will reserve my judgment. Why not have your son visit Moongaze Lake? I can take him for a walk around the lake and have a good conversation with him. Yuan Qingdun hesitated briefly, but Li Yuexiang smoothly continued. If the matter does not work out, your son can also remain here to study the Tao and spells with our family. When you return, you can take him back with you. Yuan Qingdun was stunned by the young woman's perceptiveness. Her words struck directly at the heart of his concerns, causing him to waver. Initially, he had only intended to secure a protector for his son. Yet now he was genuinely moved, thinking to himself, a woman like this could safeguard my lineage. No wonder back then Xiao Jiuqing insisted that Xiao Xian marry a direct descendant of the Li family. No wonder the Xiao family at Mount Yu remained stable even after father and son both perished. The Li family's upbringing is remarkable. Yuan Qingdun had dealings with the Xiao family of Mount Yu in the past. At the time, Xiao Xian could have married his sister, but Xiao Jiuqing had made a firm decision to have him marry Li Qingxiao instead. Back then, Yuan Qingdun hadn't understood the reasoning, as he was still young and full of pride. My Yuan family, a great clan with hundreds of years of history. How could we not match the Li family? That was what he thought back then. Now, seeing Li Yuexiang, Yuan Qingdun finally understood Xiao Jiuqing's perspective. After a moment of silence, he said softly, I do not have much time left. When my child arrives, we will settle the engagement. I will leave the betrothal gifts here. If Yuexiang truly dislikes him, your family need not force the matter. Consider the gifts as my token of respect for your clan." As he finished speaking, Yuan Xingdun waved his large hand, and a heap of jade boxes appeared in the hall. The clinking sound of Dharma artifacts filled the air as they scattered across the floor. Most of the items were crafted primitively by demon clans, with materials far exceeding the skill used to shape them. Li Yuexiang paused, her expression unshaken, and said softly, "If this arrangement does not work out, I will personally ensure all these items are handed over to your son." Yuan Xingdun gave her a deep look and replied in his resonant voice, "Very well." He said no more, cupping his fist respectfully to a dazed Li Xianxian before riding the wind and departing. As he left, the sky broke into a downpour. Yuan Xingdun flew through the rain, gazing at the overcast sky with a complicated expression. If only Yaoer could rise to the occasion. With a family like this as his support and a sharp-witted wife like her, there would be nothing to fear anymore. Yuan Xingdun continued with a trace of concern. "But I worry this dog son of mine will not live up to her, always looking at shallow places and walking into murky waters. One day, something will happen, and he will meet a tragic end." Yuan Xingduan's time with his son had been brief, leaving him feeling a deep sense of guilt. It was this guilt that had driven him to make this trip. Flying through the clouds, he thought to himself, "Children and grandchildren have their own destinies. I cannot control everything." Yuan Xingduan's decision to leave was not as simple as he claimed. In truth, the internal strife within the Yuan family had reached a fever pitch, with the involvement of various external forces becoming increasingly evident. Both Yuan Huyuan and Yuan Xingdun were deeply concerned. His journey to hide in the Eastern Sea was both a retreat to safeguard himself and an attempt to find a way out of the predicament. He aimed to locate Yuan Tuan and resolve the crises besieging them. Yuan Xingdun gradually disappeared into the torrential rain as he flew further away. On Mount Qingdu, Li Yuexiang deliberately took a storage pouch and carefully collected the items scattered on the ground, meticulously sorting and recording them. It took her an hour to categorize everything. Once she had finished her tasks and raised her head, she noticed Li Xianxian still staring blankly at her. Li Yuexiang misunderstood his intentions slightly and frowned as she asked, "Grandfather, are you planning for me to marry that young master from the Yuan family?" Who could have guessed that such a simple question would cause Li Xianxian to leap from his seat in the grand hall? He hurriedly stepped forward from his lower seat and exclaimed, Jingtian, it is entirely up to you to decide." Li Yuexiang lowered her head slightly and replied, "Grandfather, you have mistaken me for someone else." Li Xianxian seemed to awaken from a dream. The light in his eyes dimmed quickly as he murmured, "Xianger, it is your choice. The family does not lack these things now. No need to force yourself." He muttered a few more words, something about evaluating his character and don't think about the family's expectations. Shortly after, he left in a fluster, stepping into the pouring rain. In a rush, he ascended the stone steps toward the mountainside cemetery. Li Yuexiang gently hung the storage pouch on the jade belt at her waist. As she slowly walked out under the eaves, her voice was light. "We will just see what kind of person this so-called son of sprawling Azure Mountain is." Her phoenix-like eyes, sharper than almond-shaped eyes, differed from the heroic aura of Li Qinghong. Having been raised by Li Shijuan since childhood, Li Yuexiang concealed a thoughtful and calculating mind beneath her calm and gentle demeanor. She didn't mind a political marriage, but she had her plans and considerations. Eastern Sea. The scarlet pristine sea remained its usual blend of azure and crimson, with whales leaping and gulls soaring as waves crashed mightily. A streak of purple light sped in from the distance, stopping swiftly above the sea's surface. Li Qinghong rode the wind as she flew over the waves. The jade bottle in her hand shimmered with flashes of violet lightning, with thunder-like patterns that flickered ominously. The power coalesced into a sphere of purple light around her as she continued southward. Over the past 2 years, Li Qinghong had managed to collect 2 additional spirit thunders in the Eastern Sea. Together with the silver hook spirit thunder she had acquired earlier, she now wielded 3. During this journey of collecting thunders, she had also discovered the profound utility of the artifact in her hands. The 3 thunders resided within the bottle, neither interfering with nor repelling one another. Instead, they nourished each other, enhancing the artifact's power. The 2 spirit thunders had been highly sought after, and her journey had been anything but smooth. The Eastern Sea was rife with bloodshed and darkness. To claim these thunders, many had fallen beneath her spear. Having studied the Cloud Thunder Inquiry technique, Li Qinghong had greatly improved her mastery of thunder techniques. Previously, there had been few thunder-based techniques for her to study, but now, with her cultivation of this method, her strength had advanced considerably. Riding the wind for some time, Li Qinghong finally saw Zhongquan Island appear before her. The island was bustling with activity, its palaces and pavilions scattered across the landscape. Chapter 633, Yun Xiaozi I. Li Qinghong paused briefly as a figure rose into the air, wearing flowing robes and clasping their hands in salute. This lowly one greets your grace. Zhong Yan, who had been living comfortably in recent years, now carried himself with a confidence that starkly contrasted with his former servile demeanor as a subordinate to the demon clans. His eyes shone brightly, and his posture was upright, although faint traces of his past struggles remained. Li Qinghong, ever courteous, responded politely to Zhong Yan and listened as he meticulously recited the island's expenses down to the last detail. Zhong Yan nervously finished his report. The accounts naturally showed deficits. After all, the small island had no productive output, and the resources of the sea were dominated by the dragon clans, leaving others no room to intervene. As Zhong Yan spoke, the white-clad female cultivator before him appeared distracted, her gaze wandering over the island's scenery, further unsettling him. Zhong Yan harbored complex feelings toward the Li family. Alongside deep gratitude, he felt the customary Eastern Sea deference, bordering on submission, toward power. For someone like Li Qinghong, a Foundation establishment realm cultivator capable of leveling the island in anger, Zhong Yan also carried an immense fear of being discarded. Li Yu and Jiao had spent considerable time on the island, and Zhong Yan knew him to be a man who detested bullying and despised blood sacrifices. That understanding brought him some comfort. But facing Li Qinghong, who remained a relative stranger, Zhong Yan did not dare to gamble on her temperament. Kongheng, the monk, soon arrived, descending from the sky with his characteristic serene demeanor. His hands pressed together in a gesture of respect, he spoke softly. It has been many years. Fellow Taoist, you have made significant progress. The monk, who naturally had small eyes, became even harder to read as he lowered his gaze. Li Qinghong replied casually, her attention still elsewhere, letting Zhong Yan continue his report about the island's loss of several hundred caddies of spirit patties. She didn't seem to hear him, simply waving her hand and saying, "Not bad. The population seems sufficient." Li Qinghong's initial reaction upon arriving mirrored that of her brother. Her spiritual sense swept across the island, searching for temples or statues. Finding none, she relaxed slightly. She brushed her hair into place. Li Qinghong, who had begun cultivating at an early age, now looked slightly older than her years. Her youthful appearance had matured into one of dignified elegance. She spoke softly. "This time, I have come to collect my brother's belongings." At these words, Kongheng froze momentarily before closing his eyes and murmuring a prayer under his breath. Zhong Yan was briefly stunned as well. Only then did he realize that the kind, stoic middle-aged man he had known was gone. Offering a few brief words of condolence, Zhong Yan refrained from the typical Eastern Sea formalities. Instead, he directly led Li Qinghong to the cave dwelling where Li Yu and Jiao had once meditated in isolation. Stepping inside, Li Qinghong found the cave pristine and spotless. The floor was polished smooth, and the room was devoid of clutter. There were no incense burners, altars, or jade furniture, only a single gray meditation cushion at the center. Li Qinghong stood silently for a moment before picking up the cushion. Sweeping it with her spiritual sense, she found it to be an ordinary item of the qi cultivation realm. Flipping her hand, she stored it away. Just as she was about to speak, the island's grand defensive formation roared to life. Lifting her gaze, Li Qinghong connected her spiritual sense to the formation and saw a fish-headed humanoid demon standing outside. The creature had fleshy wings sprouting from its back and crouched impatiently by the barrier, its demeanor brimming with irritation. Fuyao has arrived. Li Qinghong's almond-shaped eyes flickered with subtle movement as she thought to herself, it seems the waters around Zhongquan Island are teeming with countless offspring. I merely crossed the sea, and this demon has already caught wind of it. Rising into the air, she flicked her sleeve to create an opening in the defensive formation. Fuyao flapped its fleshy wings as it flew inside. The old demon had finally broken through to the Foundation establishment realm and taken on a human form, though it still retained its fish head with oversized eyes. Huiyao's large eyes widened further as it took in Li Qinghong's appearance. Its gaze briefly settled on the purple lightning coiled beneath her feet, and it was visibly startled. The creature quickly adjusted its demeanor. Its fish head began to contract and stretch, eventually morphing into the visage of an old man. The Hui clan, a species of aquatic demons, primarily cultivated the water mansion system. Even after assuming human form, their features often retained strange, fish-like characteristics, including segmented faces split into two halves. Li Qinghong, clad in an aura of thunder, appeared far more intimidating than her brother. Fuyao quickly restrained himself and barked, "Where is Li Yuan Jiao? He promised to join me in battle, yet I don't see him anywhere." The demon had visited the island several times, only to be met with evasion. Zhong Yin claimed ignorance, and Kongheng demanded he stop engaging in blood sacrifices. Fearing manipulation, Fuyao avoided further conversations. Now, finally encountering another member of the Li family, the demon wasted no time asking questions. Li Qinghong glanced at him briefly and said in a calm voice, "My brother was injured in the Green Pine Grotto Heaven and has returned home to recover. Moreover, since he killed a Taoist master's disciple, he cannot leave the family grounds. For the next 10 or so years, I will be stationed here." Li Qinghong initially intended to keep her family background concealed, but given the scarcity of thunder cultivators, the distinctiveness of Foundation Establishment Realm immortal foundations, techniques, and Dharma artifacts made it easy to recognize her origins. Seeing that Fuyao had already deduced her background, she saw no point in further concealment. Fuyao snorted twice, clearly surprised that the Li family had managed to secure a foothold in the Green Pine Grotto Heaven, and even more shocked to learn they had killed a Taoist master's disciple. His skepticism evident, he probed, "Oh, which Taoist master might this be?" This piece of news, still circulating only in the mainland and not yet among the demon clans, would soon spread. Calculating the timeline, Li Qinghong guessed it was close and dismissively waved her hand, saying, "Your clan's channels are extensive. Give it a month or two, and you will know." This statement seemed to partially convince Fuyao. Muttering to himself, "Fine, fine," he suddenly grinned and added, "Still, fellow Taoist, wielding thunder arts, your presence is a great boon. Let us send that wretched cloud octopus into the depths of the sea." Li Qinghong asked, "What kind of demon are you planning to slay this time?" Fuyao replied, "Just a cloud octopus. It cultivates the soft advanced system, with its Tao foundation rooted in auspicious chi clouds. It is a greedy monster at the late Foundation Establishment Realm, with 2 subordinate Foundation Establishment Realm demons and over 100 chi cultivation realm minions under its command." Fuyao continued, "This damned thing, relying on its ability to traverse wind and clouds, has been raiding my territory. Worse, its lousy Tao foundation has earned the favor of the Dragon Sun. I must kill it now before the new Dragon Sun descends and allows it to further lord over me." Pointing southward, Fuyao rasped, "Head directly south from here. The more clouds and mist you encounter, the closer you will get to the coastal edge near the easternmost part of the Southern Sea. That is where it resides." Li Qinghong weighed the forces of both sides, sensing that their group was slightly weaker. She asked, "Do you have any reinforcements? Surely, it is not just you, a lone demon general?" Fuyao replied, "My 2367th younger brother, Huier, will join us. He is at the Mid-Foundation Establishment Realm." Li Qinghong was momentarily stunned and, with a wry smile, remarked, "Your mother certainly left behind a prosperous legacy." Chapter 634, Yun Xiaozi 2. Fuyao, reverting to his fish-headed form, led the way while muttering over his shoulder, "My clan produces offspring annually, with each brood numbering 36,000. Out of those, only 3 transform into serpent fish, the rest evolve into eels, lampreys, and moray eels. We are nothing like you humans." This left both Li Qinghong and Kongheng astonished. Fuyao sighed deeply and muttered, "The Hui fish clan originated from the union of the 3rd son of the hornless dragon's 5th grandson and a lamprey. Who knows how diluted our lineage has become? Even after a millennium, we have ended up as such a pathetic sight." Fuyao grumbled, "You humans, on the other hand, benefited from your ancestors' early beginnings, amassing countless metallic essences and fruition attainments. You have established stable foundations, dividing lineages into different surnames to distinguish noble descendants. With countless cultivation methods available, how could we possibly compare? Fuyao kept nagging. Even the descendants of the true hornless dragon, after 10,000 years, have achieved only minor success in water virtue and the 12 essences. When all is said and done, they still fall short of you humans. Fuyao's demeanor lacked the pride typically associated with dragon lineage demons. Instead, he appeared somewhat despondent. Shrugging, he remarked, "Otherwise, why else would we eat humans? They are a tremendous supplement. Even a mere fraction of their essence would provide benefits beyond measure." Neither Li Qinghong nor Kongheng replied, silently listening. Fuyao quickly shifted the topic, explaining, "This cloud octopus cultivates the soft advance, one of the 12 essences, also called auspicious essence. Its direct combat strength is not particularly high. Just make sure it does not escape." The Dao lineages, such as water virtue or fire virtue, included numerous types. The 12 essences were one of them, encompassing 12 categories. Some were particularly famous, such as the purple essence of the purple smoke gate and the radiant essence of the golden feather sect. The most common, however, was the widely known minor pure spiritual qi, which belonged to the pure essence category. It was the easiest to gather and was commonly cultivated by rogue cultivators. Kongheng, having traveled widely, was familiar with many of these, but Li Qinghong, who had not encountered much, found herself curious. Together, they flew south, the sky growing darker as they advanced. Huir had already gathered his group of serpent fish subordinates amidst the mist. He was even uglier than Fuyao, his head resembling a split watermelon. Leaving his followers behind, he silently joined the group. Li Qinghong assessed their strength and concluded that this group of demons posed no significant threat. Keeping some distance, she and the others flew deeper south. Around them, gray mists began to rise, swirling and lingering. The mists coiled around their auras of light, and the surrounding spiritual energy gradually diminished. After another 15 minutes of flight, a massive vortex erupted, spinning into the gray fog and transforming into torrential rain that poured down heavily. The spiritual energy in this area remained relatively dense. Several gray, 8-legged octopuses descended from the air. Some of these cloud octopuses had already gained cultivation, riding clouds and fog to hover above. These massive creatures carried various animals and even humans in their tentacles. Upon seeing the group, they scattered, with some spraying golden mist as they dove into the sea to escape. Fuyao, observing this scene, was elated. Laughing internally, he thought, "Heaven is dooming this old thing. Bringing along 2 righteous cultivators to witness your crimes will only deepen their hatred." Kongheng closed his eyes slightly, saying nothing. Vague cries echoed in the air. Li Qinghong frowned, feeling they might be acting rashly. Before she could speak, Fuyao stepped forward, pulling out a golden scroll. He slowly unrolled it, feigning a serious reading, and shouted, "Yun Xiaozi, the dragon's son has already arrived at the scarlet pristine sea. Why are you not hurrying to greet him?" At this, the surrounding gray fog visibly trembled. A massive gray octopus emerged, its tentacles weaving through the clouds. Its skin was covered in countless sea-dwelling beetles. 2 enormous, pitch-black eyes, as large as windows, stared fixedly at the group. The cloud octopus quickly transformed into a human form, a hook-nosed old man with a sunken nose bridge and a wooden staff. He appeared doubtful, demanding, "What nonsense is this? Where's the token?" Fuyao cursed loudly. "You blind, bubble-eyed fool. You dare question the token?" With a cold smirk, he grabbed Huir and said, "Let us go. Do not blame me for not warning you." He turned to leave, flying off. Yun Xiaozi couldn't stay calm. Not daring to gamble, it hastily rode the clouds to catch up, calling out, "I was only joking." Flying several li, it finally caught up with the group. Li Qinghong thought to herself, "This demon has improved. Its schemes are now somewhat credible, good enough for dealing with demons." Fuyao swaggered with a dominant air, clearly carrying out a well-rehearsed plan. With a cold smile, he said, "The dragon's son values me and tasked me with personally welcoming guests. Show some respect." Yun Xiaozi scrutinized Li Qinghong and Kongheng. Fuyao introduced them. "These are disciples of the immortal sects." Yun Xiaozi had no choice but to step forward. As soon as it moved a few steps, the 4 immediately launched their attack. Thunder, fire, spiritual light, and demonic energy simultaneously struck it. Explosions and roars reverberated. Boom! Xiaozi emitted a sharp shriek as golden mist erupted from its body, spreading over a 10 li radius. Violent clashes and blasts echoed, and its figure disappeared amidst the chaos. Fuyao burst into triumphant laughter. Pulling out a bell from his robes, he held it aloft. It glimmered with a translucent green light. Raising it to the sky, he blew on it lightly and shook it. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sharp bell chimes echoed, and the turbulent waves beneath instantly stilled, transforming into a gray, mirror-like surface, as flat and silent as if chiseled from stone. Above the sea, it seemed as though a breeze swept through a field, rustling faintly. The golden mist dispersed in an instant, and several previously obscured spiritual senses swept across the ocean, all chasing southward. You borrowed a Dharma artifact. Xiaozi appeared disheveled, his face scorched black and filled with panic. A streak of violet light streaked toward him, spear point gleaming, aiming straight for his back. Thunder techniques. Xiaozi cried out. Knowing his human form no longer concealed him, 8 tendrils burst from beneath his robes. His lips transformed into a sharp, bird-like purple-black beak that quickly retracted into the writhing mass of his bloated flesh. The enormous 8-tentacled creature emerged amidst the gray sea of clouds. Though her cultivation was slightly weaker, Minghuang showed no fear. Her spear swept horizontally, unleashing a rain of lightning bolts. A violet, profound, patterned bottle floated up from her waist, hovering steadily as it aimed at the creature's eyes. Threads of purple lightning began to gather, and dark clouds quickly covered the sky, flashing with thunder. Minghuang only used a fraction of her strength, not even resorting to her treasured profound thunder pool, yet the display alone terrified the creature. Realizing she was the most formidable of his opponents, Xiaozi cried out, "Fellow Taoist, what grievance do we have against each other?" Boom! The thunderbolt answered faster than her words. A pillar of lightning erupted from the violet bottle, its purple and white radiance intertwined as it struck Xiaozi's massive body. His flesh was seared black, split open and scorched, forcing a shrill scream from his beak. Furious, his 8 tentacles lashed out wildly toward the air. Clang! At that moment, the narrow-eyed monk burst forth with a brilliant golden light. Sitting cross-legged in midair, his previously tranquil expression shifted as his eyes snapped open with a commanding aura. Without a word, he extended a hand. Golden light poured forth, crashing down and forcibly pinning all of Xiaozi's flailing tentacles back into place. Kong Hung had not wasted the years since his breakthrough. No longer the fledgling monk who had just become a master monk, he radiated an aura of authority. The golden light blazed with searing heat, scorching Xiaozi's tentacles until they curled up in retreat, quivering as they tried to avoid it. It was then that Fuyao and Hui'er finally arrived, late to the battle. The 2 demon fish exchanged glances, their expressions betraying mutual bewilderment and fear. Damn it! What the hell do they even need us for? Chapter 635, The Profound Method of Continuation, I. The cloud octopus had just been subdued when 2 more demon octopi flew out of the sea, breaking through the air with bared fangs and brandished claws. They collided with Kongheng's golden light, causing it to waver slightly, and granting Xiaozi a brief opportunity to breathe. He channeled his demonic power to fend off the incoming thunder. Kongheng, though slightly strained, maintained an unperturbed expression. Instead, a peculiar glint appeared in his eyes. Over the years, he had mastered many spells, but subduing 3 demons simultaneously was beyond his limits. He found the 2 newly arrived demons surprisingly weak and, upon closer inspection, activated his spellbound eyes. These 2 demons seem odd. They appear to be clones. No wonder the 2 serpent fishes show no fear. While he continued suppressing the 3 demons, Minghuang, in the air above, was not idle. Thunder gathered in her hands, and the long spear she wielded turned the surrounding spiritual energy into a brilliant violet hue. With a flourish, she unleashed a spark with her spear, which transformed into the image of a sparrow. The long spear emitted a conical violet wave in midair, surrounded by thunder. In response, 7 or 8 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Xiaozi was alarmed, thinking to himself, "This is not good. She must be a disciple of an immortal sect. If she truly intends to kill me, I will not escape alive under such a barrage of thunder. Realizing escape was futile, he abandoned the thought, baring his fangs in determination. He knew he had no choice but to fight to the death. Stretching out his 8 tentacles, he surged through the clouds and mist, frantically absorbing energy. Meanwhile, Fuyao, with his round, bun-like face, hesitated to intervene, fearing that stepping forward would result in being suppressed by the golden light. He thought to himself in alarm, dealing with a monk is already bad enough. But now there is also a thunder cultivator. They speak of merging fire to exorcise demons, and heavenly thunder restrains filth. But in this world, what demon does not carry some corruption? Xiaozi, caught between the thunder and his desperate attempts to absorb the spiritual energy around him, caused the energy in the area to plummet. Even the sea, which had been sealed into a flat expanse of land, showed faint cracks as if it might leap and churn under the strain of his spell. Qinghong parted her lips slightly, preparing to summon the profound thunder stored in her thunder pool. A faint purple-white glow flickered at her red lips, giving her an otherworldly appearance. Since her breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment realm, her thunder reservoir had increased to 2 profound thunder. If she were to recklessly expend her temporary mana to conjure a third, it would be enough to end Xiaozi, a demon without a proper Dao lineage. Yet, she hesitated, distrusting the 2 demon fishes. Fuyao burst into loud laughter and shouted, "At last, I can be of use." He blew and struck the small jade-green bell, floating midair. The bell trembled and swayed with a faint hum, sending out ripples that halted the surging flow of spiritual energy. The energy lingered in the air, suspended and indecisive, unable to find its path. Xiaozi, never having faced such a situation, flailed his 8 tentacles in a frenzy. He writhed wildly in midair, struggling to resist the incoming thunder. Unlike Muxian, who was a prodigy in spellcasting, Xiaozi was helpless in this predicament. While Xiaozi's spell clashed against the green bell's power, Qinghong put away her profound thunder. Her long hair flowed freely as she leaped into the fray with unrestrained energy. Thunder and black smoke surged in all directions as she wielded her violet lightning spear, moving effortlessly through the attacks of the 3 demons. Qinghong had arrived in the Eastern Sea only to face unsatisfying battles thus far. Her opponents were either dealt with in 2 quick strikes or refused to fight her to the death. This time, she finally found a worthy challenge. The talisman chi within her surged faintly, and with every clash, her strength grew fiercer. Xiaozi, trapped in the chaos, found himself in utter despair. The power of the lightning in the female cultivator's spear grew stronger, and her spear aura sharper. Torn flesh and blood flew high into the air, raining down in a crimson storm, attracting swarms of fish to feast upon it. Forced to abandon his spell, Xiaozi noticed that the 2 serpent fish had already entangled his subordinates. Meanwhile, the bald monk's glowing golden palms landed heavy, crushing strikes directly on Xiaozi's body. Having lost the initiative and suppressed by the artifact, Xiaozi found himself unable to effectively cast his spells. He was forced into direct combat with Qinghong, barely holding his ground. With the master monk joining the fight, Xiaozi's predicament grew increasingly dire. This was a flaw shared by most cultivators outside the dragon clans, immortal gate science, and major powers. They often relied on just a handful of signature techniques. Once they lost the upper hand or were countered early, they quickly fell into disadvantage and could not sustain themselves. Desperate, Xiaozi activated his immortal foundation and hastily cast several self-created spells. He summoned Golden Mist to block the attacks, but under the combined assault of his 2 enemies, his defenses seemed pale and ineffective. The only remotely threatening move he had was his occasional use of a purple-black beak. The beak was incredibly sharp and charged with destructive power. It could bite through thunder with ease. Even Conqueror, with his iron-like palms, had to avoid the beak's attacks carefully. After a fierce exchange, Conqueror finally brought out his ancient bronze staff. It rang loudly with metallic clangs as it struck Xiaozi repeatedly. The strikes reduced his flesh to pulp and left him on the brink of collapse. Xiaozi resisted desperately, but his strength was only comparable to that of Fu Daimu in the past. Fu Daimu, at least, had the advantage of being a disciple of Mount Wu and wielding a Foundation Establishment realm artifact. Xiaozi had neither of these. Unable to withstand the relentless assault, He continuously threw out talismans and spirit items in a futile attempt to defend himself. Despite being in the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm and carrying numerous treasures and talismans, Yuan Xiaozi was forced to flee southward for hundreds of li blood, and golden mist trailed behind him as pieces of his flesh peeled away during the desperate chase. Finally cornered at the cape, Minghuang severed Yuan Xiaozi's 8th tentacle, rendering him completely incapable of resistance. After battling through the entire night, her mana was greatly depleted. However, her momentum only grew fiercer. By the end, each spear strike was 20% stronger than when the fight began. With Conqueror blocking Yuan Xiaozi's escape route, they finally managed to bring the demon down. Minghuang forced Yuan Xiaozi into his humanoid form. His previous saddle-nosed elder appearance had been reduced to just a head connected to a withered torso. Closing his eyes tightly, Yuan Xiaozi begged for mercy. Minghuang sealed his immortal foundation and his beak. Only then did the 2 serpent fish demons finally arrive. Each of the serpent fish demons held a cloud octopus in hand, both of them barely alive. The octopi's 8 tentacles had been devoured completely, clearly consumed by the 2 demons. Seeing the overwhelming strength of the 2 cultivators, Fuyao quickly changed his demeanor. Putting away his green bell, he became respectful and deferential, exclaiming, "Your Grace, such powerful thunder techniques. Master Monk, such powerful spells." The demon clearly wasn't accustomed to such flattery, repeating "powerful" over and over in its speech, characteristic of its kind's lack of moral burden and willingness to change attitudes in an instant. Minghuang, unsurprised, pointed to Yuan Xiaozi and said, "Let us not discuss how the rest of the spoils will be divided for now. He is mine, I still have use for him." Fuyao nodded repeatedly in agreement. Conqueror glanced at the cloud octopus heads held by the 2 serpent fish demons, a look of doubt crossing his face, and remarked, "These 2 creatures seem surprisingly weak." Minghuang silently turned her head, hiding a smile. She wasn't sure if Conqueror's words were deliberate, but the serpent fish brothers seemed entirely oblivious. One of them hurriedly explained, "Master Monk, you may not know, but Yuan Xiaozi's Dao Foundation is quite peculiar. These 2 are not normal Foundation Establishment realm demons, but products of a fortuitous opportunity." Fuyao continued, "Years ago, he severed 8 of his tentacles, each one transforming into a cloud octopus. By linking their innate abilities to his Dao Foundation and nurturing them over the years with his mana, he managed to cultivate 2 Foundation Establishment realm subordinates. However, they are inherently flawed and ultimately inferior. Master Monk's abilities are vast, naturally far beyond what these creatures could challenge," Fuyao added, following up with a stream of exaggerated praise. His words fully embodied the typical demon mindset of fearing power without genuine loyalty. Quickly changing the subject, he invited, "This old creature has quite the collection of treasures. Let me take you down for a look." Chapter 636, The Profound Method of Continuation 2. The 2 demons reverted to their true forms and dove into the sea. Minghuang, after swallowing a pill, calculated that she hadn't even needed to use a single bolt of profound thunder from her thunderpool and followed them leisurely. After some time searching underwater, the group returned empty-handed. Fuyao, visibly frustrated, grabbed Yuan Xiaozi and slapped him a dozen times, demanding the location of his lair. However, Yuan Xiaozi, knowing his fate was sealed, kept his mouth tightly shut and refused to reveal anything. Fuyao and his brother exchanged a sly smile. "My Grace, leave him to us for a bit," one of them suggested. "Keep him alive, I still need him," Minghuang ordered. She watched as the serpent fish dove back into the sea, and a thick mist began to rise from the water. Soon, only Minghuang and Conqueror were left on the surface. Conqueror clasped his hands together, hesitating for a moment with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Minghuang gazed toward the horizon, secretly observing their surroundings. The group had ventured several hundred li deeper, reaching the sea's edge. The spiritual energy in this area grew increasingly sparse, and the sky was an endless expanse of dim darkness. It was said that the spiritual energy here was so thin that even the great void was fractured and unstable. Even cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, upon reaching this place, would have to descend to lower altitudes to continue flying. At the sea's edge, the water tumbled over, transforming into mist that rose into the air. This created a dense, heavy cloud cover. If a location with abundant spiritual energy could be found amidst this, it would indeed be an excellent place for cultivation. Li Qinghong observed her surroundings for a moment, noticing that sweat had started to form on Konghing's face. Finally, the two serpent fish leaped out of the water, handing over Yun Xiaozi and taking the lead to guide them further. Yun Xiaozi's eyes were tightly shut, his body covered in blood, and he appeared to have lost consciousness. Half of his form had turned into a limp, fleshy mass, dripping blood that transformed into golden mist as it rose and dispersed into the air. The group flew over the sea and soon located a formation point. Using Yun Xiaozi's token, they activated it and descended into his lair. The interior of Yun Xiaozi's lair was empty and slimy, resembling a sea cave. The wet, churning spirit mud created an environment well suited to the cloud octopus tastes. After searching the area for a while, the group began collecting various spirit items. The spirit mud here was unusual. Aside from its foul stench, it had a corrosive property that could penetrate mana and erode the body. While the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators were unaffected, they still found the smell unbearable. Fuyao, thoroughly disgusted by the environment, dragged Yun Xiaozi over and slapped him several dozen more times to vent his frustration. Most of the treasures they found were broken artifacts. Some had been refined by demons, while others were remnants left behind by cultivators. Beyond that, they discovered spirit items, including various forms of spirit water and spiritual qi. Li Qinghong selected a few spears and swords, inspecting the spiritual qi within them. None of them were familiar to her, but she casually picked a few and selected some spirit water that would be useful for juniors practicing perception techniques. In terms of wealth, there is nothing truly remarkable here. Just a few rare spirit items to bring back, she thought to herself. After assessing Yun Xiaozi's strength earlier, she hadn't held high hopes for the treasures he might possess. Fuyao's earlier boasting about the vastness of his collection was no more than a typical ploy to stir greed. Now that their enemy was no more, Fuyao's cheerful demeanor betrayed no hint of embarrassment. Once the spoils were divided, Fuyao was in excellent spirits. He courteously escorted Li Qinghong and Konghing back to the island, showing an unusual degree of hospitality. He didn't even bring up the topic of offerings, let alone demand a share of the underwater mineral resources. Li Qinghong, however, remained cautious. She feared the serpent fish might eventually broach the matter of dividing mineral resources, a topic that was highly taboo among the dragon clans. If such a proposal reached the ears of a dragon son, it could lead to serious consequences. She tactfully declined and quietly retreated into seclusion on the island. In the southern borders, at Mountain City, Li Xianfeng had waited in the southern border for over 2 years before finally being summoned by Taoist Master Yuan Su. Returning to the entrance of the cave dwelling, he carefully observed the spirit beast statue at its entrance. Sure enough, it resembled the one he had seen in the grotto heaven, giving him confidence as he stepped inside. Yuan Su, as always, reclined on his jade platform. Spiritual qi surged below, and white mist swirled about. His gaze lingered on Li Xianfeng for a moment before he spoke softly. "So, you really killed Yu Muxian." Li Xianfeng kneeled and bowed, replying, "This subordinate acted rashly. I beg the Taoist master's forgiveness." Yuan Su shook his head and slowly straightened, his voice light and drifting in the air. "It does not matter. Yuan Wu must die before I do. When that time comes, even Tang Shidu will not be able to do anything to you." He completely ignored Li Xuanfeng's words and continued speaking to himself. Suiguan has seen 2 years of continuous rain without pause. That golden feather sect will not remain idle either. Troubled times loom ahead. After a few idle comments, Taoist Master Yuan Su stopped talking. Li Xianfeng stepped forward and said, "While in the grotto heaven, this subordinate encountered a spirit beast statue resembling the one at your cave dwelling. From the statue, I acquired a gemstone, which I have brought to offer to the Taoist master. The three-eyed Mount Tiao beast." Yuan Su's interest was piqued. As Li Xianfeng presented the gemstone with both hands, Yuan Su gave it a brief glance. The gem was dark in color, with what seemed like rippling water inside. Disappointed, he remarked, "It is nothing valuable, just a piece of valley water stone. It is useless to me. Keep it for yourself." He leaned back on the jade platform again. The matter seemed to remind him of something, and he casually asked, "What techniques did you acquire in the grotto?" Li Xianfeng, already prepared, retrieved 3 jade slips from his storage pouch and respectfully replied, "The first is the Clear Du Origin Manual, said to align with the Taoist master's shared Tao. The second is meditative chant, aligned with Fairy Minghuang's shared Tao. The third is my own gold aura profound inquiry technique. Yuan Su laughed heartily, the sound echoing for several breaths before he stopped. He then said, "You certainly put thought into this. The purifying Du divine ability within the Clear Du Origin manual does happen to be the one I lack. Unfortunately, the technique recorded on the 3 drums wall ends at Foundation Establishment Realm, making it useless to me." He slowly sat upright and explained in a soft tone, "When one cultivates their first divine ability in the Purple Mansion realm, they must start anew with the second. It similarly requires a cultivation technique aligned with the Purple Mansion realm to develop. Without such techniques, the path is severed." Li Xianfeng furrowed his brows slightly. Yuan Su, resting his chin in his hand, casually asked, "Are you wondering how Qi managed to reach the peak of the Purple Mansion realm despite 3 of the 5 techniques from the Qi family only extending to Foundation Establishment realm?" Although Li Xianfeng had already deduced the answer, he still bowed respectfully and said, "I asked the Taoist master for guidance." Yuan Su shrugged and explained, "Without Purple Mansion realm techniques, the solution is simple. Find a prodigy to cultivate the foundation. Once they have brought the Tao foundation to the Foundation Establishment realm, consume them through various means, supplement it with Purple Mansion realm spirit items, and guide the transformation into a divine ability." His eyes narrowed in a sly smile as his voice echoed throughout the cave dwelling. There are many ways to achieve this, collectively known as the profound method of continuation. It saves time while extending one's cultivation path. Naturally, the world flocks to it. Yuan Su lamented. After all, most of the Purple Mansion realm techniques were lost during the southern migrations. Each family hoards what remains. Without resorting to such devouring methods, there is no other path forward. Otherwise, you end up like me, stuck on the borders, waiting for death to come. Chapter 637, Retribution and Response. Li Xianfeng lowered his head, knowing it was not his place to respond. He remained silent as Yuan Su raised his hand and casually said, "Go to the Eastern Sea again and kill for me." With a flick of his wrist, Yuan Su retrieved a piece of cloth from his sleeve, densely packed with names. Among them were prominent surnames and sects, though most of the names were unfamiliar and belonged to young individuals, with only a small portion being Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Li Xianfeng nodded, carefully received the list, and tucked it into his robe. Yuan Su then pulled out a jade talisman from his own robe, his voice low. For the first time, his usual lazy demeanor gave way to an air of weariness and age. "This is an artifact from Northern Buddhist cultivators. It can conceal your threat of fate. Use it to kill and avoid being traced." As he watched Li Xianfeng accept the talisman, Yuan Su waved his hand with little interest. "Go. Get it done cleanly within 10 years." Li Xianfeng bowed and retreated. Once he had left the cave dwelling, he carefully examined the list. On it were names from locations such as Crimson Reef Island, Golden Tang Gate, the Han family, and even people from Profound Peak Gate, Hengzhu Dao Gate, and Azure Pond Sect. The sheer number of cultivators listed was staggering, and their inclusion would almost certainly offend the entire Yu state and the Eastern Sea region. As Li Xianfeng descended and disappeared into the mist, Minghuang kneeled on the other side of the jade platform, his face drenched in sweat. Yuan Su slowly stood and moved beside him, his voice soft. "Do you understand?" Minghuang lowered his gaze, trembling as he said, "Taoist master, is this truly necessary?" Minghuang was no fool. He could clearly see the situation. The Ning family had no one capable of restraining Li Xianfeng. If Yuan Su were to die unexpectedly and Minghuang failed to break through, the family's future would be precarious. Yuan Su, having reached his status as a Taoist master, was naturally meticulous and cunning. He wouldn't rely solely on Minghuang to secure Li Xuanfeng's loyalty. If the time came when Li Shiji and Li Xianfeng, both Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, held sway over the sect, and the Li family continued to rise, the question of who would serve whom would be unclear. By secretly ordering Li Xianfeng to kill these people, Yuan Su ensured the Ning family would have leverage over him. If the matter were ever exposed, it would spell Li Xuanfeng's ruin, leaving him no place to hide. At the same time, once Li Xianfeng was burdened with these blood debts, Yuan Su wouldn't need to act himself. Li Xianfeng would sever ties with the Li family entirely, achieving multiple objectives with a single stroke. Still, no matter how much Yuan Su controlled Li Xianfeng, Yuan could not feel the same sense of security as when Yuan Su was alive. Trembling, Yuan tearfully pleaded, "Taoist master, I am of little use and still have much to learn from you. Without you, the family would lose its pillar of support." Taoist master Yuan Su paused briefly, his expression twisting. Beneath his robes, his hand clenched tightly as though suppressing something within himself. A Purple Mansion Realm Taoist master's predicament was unlike that of ordinary people in power. When ordinary people grew old, they became senile, weak, and powerless to act on their desires. But a Purple Mansion Realm cultivator retained their divine abilities and full consciousness until their very last breath. They could do nothing but watch as their own end approached, with the signs of their imminent demise looming over them. This terrifying clarity surpassed that of mortal death by 1,000-fold. Thus, it was not uncommon for Purple Mansion Realm cultivators to wreak havoc in their final days, unleashing violence on friends and family alike. Yuan had heard of such cases before. Seeing Yuan Su's darkening expression, he quickly fell silent. After several long breaths, Yuan Su slowly opened his eyes. His face twisted with malice as he stepped forward and spat out a single word, "Leave." Yuan quickly scrambled out of the cavern, the jingling of his footsteps echoing in the quiet as the stone door closed heavily behind him. Yuan Su was left standing alone in the cave dwelling. Tiaoxiao clenched his teeth in silence and let out a deep breath. As the mist inside the cave dwelling dissipated, faint ghostly lights emerged on the stone walls, revealing exquisitely detailed faces etched into the surface. Tiaoxiao stared intently at these faces, counting their numbers. With a quick calculation, despair washed over him. He muttered in a low voice, "Burn the records, erase the names, replace the real with the false, and confuse truth with illusion. The world will have no clear path to follow." "Brother Kun," Tiaoxiao continued absent-mindedly, "Qi Wei once said, in a world where the righteous path is sealed, all crooked paths become the righteous way. Brother Kun, my lifespan is nearing its end. I have not encountered any immortals. Instead, I have drunk the blood of the people for 100 years and committed countless evils. All that is left is to wait for death." As the mist gradually rose, his figure disappeared into the swirling white vapor. Bowing his head as if in repentance, the spirit water flowing across the ground ceased its motion and began to float silently. "For this is the only way to protect our clan." His voice reverberated in the cave dwelling. "Taoist Master Yuan Su is planning for the matters after his death. This is a token of allegiance." Li Xianfeng left the cave dwelling and flew straight back to his residence. Only upon arriving did he take out the list of names to examine it carefully. As he narrowed his eyes at the list, his hands trembled slightly. One name after another surfaced in his mind, and, as he had expected, many of the families listed had close ties with the Li family. Yuan Su, what a masterstroke. Li Xianfeng sighed. Saying nothing, Li Xianfeng walked into his residence in a daze. In the courtyard, Yuan was sitting under the warm sunlight. A child sat nearby, reading aloud. For a moment, Li Xianfeng stopped in his tracks, crossing his arms as though caught in a distant memory. It was a scene so familiar: soft sunlight, a tranquil courtyard, and even a featherless wild goose wandering aimlessly about. Yet this was Mountain City, where the imposing atmosphere discouraged geese from flying above. The Ning family's thresholds, carved with formation patterns, were far too high for a goose to enter. "Dear husband," Yuan exclaimed in joy, raising her head. Her bright eyes sparkled with happiness, shaking Li Xianfeng to his core. Her gentle words, spoken softly, didn't register with him. Inside, his emotions surged violently, making him feel nauseous. Two faces flashed back and forth in his mind, causing him to clench his teeth until they almost shattered. Pale-faced, Li Xianfeng stood there motionless, haunted by the memory of his wife and child's brutal deaths. The horrifying scene interwove with the present reality, forcing long-buried memories to surface despite his efforts to suppress them. He panted heavily until Yuan approached and lightly shook his arm, her gaze filled with concern and affection. Only then did the shadows in his mind recede. He waved his hand lightly, signaling that he was fine. Quickly regaining composure, his face returned to normal. He sat for a moment on a stone bench, his eyes vacant and unfocused. Who was he supposed to take revenge on? He knew much of the truth now. The deal between Wei and Jiang had forced Golden Tang Gate to strike southward. At the time, Yuan had refused to dirty his hands, leaving the Ning family to oversee matters covertly. But Wei was dead, and so was Jiang, who now could bear the brunt of his vengeance. Should he target Minghuang, who orchestrated the matter, or the Ning family as a whole? Should he lay the blame entirely on the Qi family? Lost in thought, Li Xianfeng grasped his golden bow and shut his eyes tightly. Now, I have been ordered to kill, to massacre families allied to my own, merely as a token of allegiance. How is this any different from what Golden Tang Gate, the Ning family, and the dogs of Azure Pond sect did before? Li Zuangfeng lamented. How am I any better than the one who murdered Yuer and my son? I have enjoyed the wealth of the immortal clans, taken a wife, and sired children. If Yuer knew, she would surely spit on me in disgust. His brow furrowed deeply, and his face darkened with grief. His lips trembled, and as night quickly fell, it felt as though a cold, venomous fire consumed him from within, leaving him frozen and dazed. Chapter 638, Retribution and Response 2. The courtyard was now empty, with only Ning Hemian sitting softly beside him. She clasped his hand silently, her expression calm and patient. He raised his eyes to look at her, but the words refused to come out. His throat felt like it was full of thorns. After a long pause, his trembling voice finally broke the silence. "Me honor, the Taoist master has ordered me to kill." Ning Hemian, ever perceptive, lowered her gaze as she took the list of names from his hand. Slowly gripping his hand tighter, she forced herself to say, "This is the token of allegiance." Li Xuanfeng's heart felt like a cold stone, lodged deep and immovable, as he watched Ning Hemian, her face pale, begin to read aloud. Xiao Fu, the sixth grandson of Xiao Gitu. Kong Gusan, the nephew of Kong Yu himself. Cheng Senin, an inner disciple of Sword Gate, though not highly regarded, still a member of Sword Gate. Taoist master, what is he thinking? Ning Hemian abruptly stood, her face as white as paper, as she prepared to rise with the wind. But Li Xianfeng caught her wrist, his lips bloodless as he spoke in a low voice. "Our family killed Yu Muxian." The words struck Ning Hemian like thunder. She slumped back into her seat, staring at Li Xianfeng, who refused to meet her gaze, his eyes fixed on the ground. The two sat in silence, husband and wife, with no words to bridge the gulf between them. Finally, Li Xianfeng spoke. "There is no other way forward. If the heavens and earth condemn me, let the punishment fall upon me alone. I will not allow it to implicate others." Ning Hemian's hands slowly fell to her sides as she sat quietly, watching him. Under the moonlight, his temples had turned completely white. In September, the rain fell incessantly. The population of Lijiang town had dwindled over the past few years. With unceasing rain, the crops could not grow and instead rotted in the fields, leaving them black and useless. Famine had already begun to spread in the surrounding areas. Stable factions managed to survive better. As long as Qi cultivators could soar with the wind, they could always trade for abundant grain elsewhere. In the fertile lands of Jiangnan, starvation could be avoided with effort. The Yu family had fragmented into 6 or 7 smaller clans, allowing the townsfolk to live slightly better lives. With their population thinned, these newly established clans were eager to recruit cultivators of humble origins. Additionally, under the warnings issued by the Li family, they generously distributed grain to avoid conflict. Li Qingliao was in the main hall, holding his young heir on his lap as they read together. Suddenly, a figure entered from below. The man, clad in armor and carrying a massive golden hammer in one hand, was tall and imposing, Luan. As a rare talent among the Li family's branch members, Luan had steadily risen to the peak of his power. Loyal and steadfast, his twin golden hammers had guarded several generations of clan heads, though they were rarely needed. Li Qingliao had gradually taken over authority from Li Shiqing, and Luan had become a banner under his command, signaling his clear succession as the family's head. Li Qingliao treated the old retainer with respect. After setting his son, Li Zhouwei, down from his lap, he looked up. The burly man spoke. "Master, Lord Lu has come to see you." Master Lu? Li Qingliao wasn't surprised. Master Lu was the one responsible for Yu Mugo's death and the Yu family's subsequent fragmentation. He was about to ask further when Luan continued. "He has been intercepted by Senior Wuxiao over the lake. Unable to advance or retreat, Senior Wuxiao has summoned Ancestor Shiming. and the three are currently at a standoff. Luan, despite his rugged demeanor, spoke slowly and deliberately. The gravity of the situation was clear. Li Qingliao raised an eyebrow, quickly stood, and hurried outside. As he ascended with the wind, he asked, "He is merely a qi cultivator. How could he warrant the attention of two Foundation Establishment realm cultivators?" He hesitated briefly but soared into the sky, observing from a distance. Master Lu, dressed in flowing white robes and holding a fan, landed gracefully on the lake's surface. He faced the Foundation Establishment realm demon before him without a trace of fear. Taking a few steps into the air, he noticed a man in golden Taoist robes flying in his direction. Once the two joined together, Master Lu finally restrained the frivolity on his face, offering a fist cup with a smile. "A visit from an old friend. Would the two of you invite me in for a seat?" Li Wuxiao's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Master Lu. This man was clearly at the mid-Foundation Establishment realm, making it impossible for him to be just a guest cultivator of the Yu family. Li Wuxiao stood ready, awaiting Li Shiming's command. Li Shiming, though feeling uncertain in his heart, forced himself to stand firm. Despite being out of practice, his upbringing and etiquette gave him just enough composure to respond appropriately. With a calm demeanor, he gestured and said, "Please, fellow Taoist." Master Lu showed no sign of concern and followed the two into the formation. Once inside, he chuckled softly and cupped his fist again. "I am Zhang Heqian. I once had the honor of joining hands with Taoist Tongya against a mutual enemy. I wonder if your esteemed clan still remembers." These words sent a chill down Li Shiming's spine. He had read the family histories and was well aware of who Zhang Heqian was. Years ago, during the Yu family's peak prosperity, with two Foundation Establishment realm cultivators overseeing their affairs, they had established the Milan marketplace to further expand their influence. However, this had simultaneously infringed on the interests of many factions, even drawing the dissatisfaction of the Xiao family. In response, Li Tongya had united various forces, not only killing the ancestor of Yu family, but also destroying their market. During this assault, he had collaborated with Fei Wangbai and Zhang Heqian, a descendant of the Zhang family. This partnership had dealt a severe blow to the Yu family. Zhang Heqian played a pivotal role in the incident, enabling the Yu family's grand formation to be easily breached. Li Shiming had only read about this name in the family's history books. Yet now, seeing the man in person, he felt as though a figure from history had stepped into the present, bringing with it a profound sense of the passage of time. However, this feeling was soon replaced by an intense sense of dread. This man is the last survivor of the Zhang family. The Zhang family was founded by outer disciples of the Moonlight Origin Mansion. Countless factions have sought him over the years, but his whereabouts had always remained unknown. And to think he disguised himself as a mere qi cultivation realm guest cultivator, endured decades in the Yu family, orchestrated the death of Yu Mugo, and ultimately caused the Yu family's fragmentation. At this thought, a moment of realization dawned on Li Shiming. No wonder the Yu family, once a big clan, lacked any means of maintaining stability and crumbled so easily. If not for Yuan Wu Peak's intervention, the Yu family wouldn't have lasted this long. So it was all his doing, pulling the strings from the shadows, an eye for an eye, blood repaid with blood. Back in its heyday, the Zhang family had been a powerful force. The Yuan and families had been subordinate branches of the Zhang family. However, after the Zhang family's main lineage fell from power, several surrounding immortal gates had quietly pushed its downfall, leaving it shattered. The Yu family had been the greatest beneficiary of the Zhang family's collapse, producing numerous talents over the following decades and rising to prominence. Yet Zhang Heqian, through a century of patience, had methodically delivered his revenge, returning the favor in full. As the initial wave of disbelief passed, Li Shiming mulled it over and found that the plan was indeed feasible. The Zhang family's inheritance likely included techniques for concealing one's aura. While these techniques might not fool Foundation Establishment realm cultivators of equal rank, they were more than enough to deceive qi cultivators. After Yu Xiaogui's death, the Yu family no longer had any Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. No one remained who could uncover Zhang Heqian's true cultivation level. Even spies from other factions, at most possessing moderate cultivation, would not have been able to see through him. Ingenious, truly ingenious. Li Shiming praised inwardly. Zhang Heqian seemed thoroughly satisfied with the expression on Li Shiming's face, as if savoring the gratification of a long-sought revenge. He let out a hearty laugh, pointing northward, and said with a smirk, "Well, with Yu Mugo's head and this grand gift, does your clan find it satisfactory?" His laughter grew wilder, carrying a hint of madness, but he eventually calmed, his tone turning somewhat regretful. "It is just a pity. Daoist Tongya and Wangbai cannot witness this with their own eyes. It would have made the revenge all the sweeter." Chapter 639, Yuan Fuyao. Zhang Heqian sighed and glanced at Li Shiming. Suddenly, Li Shiming's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "There is one question that troubles me. Back then, what happened to Fei Wangbai?" "Wangbai." Zhang Heqian took a few steps and seated himself at the head of the table. Picking up a teacup, he replied lightly, "Naturally, he was killed by an immortal sect." "Which sect, if I may ask?" Li Shiming paused, his confusion evident. Zhang Heqian immediately cursed. "How would I know? Do you think immortal sects are trustworthy? Even you cultivating sect, if their interests were threatened, they would kill without hesitation." Zhang Heqian continued, "Wangbai had a shared Dao with Daoist master Shang Yuan of Yu cultivating sect. Yu cultivating sect has an alchemy technique that could refine him to nourish Shang Yuan. Azure Pawn sect was bound to want him dead eventually." Zhang Heqian gave Li Shiming a sideways glance, and before he could respond, Zhang Heqian spoke casually. "But what about your Li family? With your connection to the bright Yangdao lineage, why did Li Tongya choose to cultivate pit water?" Li Shiming replied evenly. "At the time, our family had fallen into decline. Cultivation resources were scarce, so he had no choice but to pursue pit water." Zhang Heqian paused briefly, having only mentioned the topic in passing. Hearing Li Shiming's response, he felt no need to engage further in meaningless chatter and continued, "Since your esteemed family killed Yu Muxian, did you obtain the Foundation Establishment Realm artifact, Jade Smoke Mountain? After all, it was once an heirloom of my clan. If it is in your possession, I would like to offer an exchange." Li Shiming shook his head and replied, "You misunderstand, senior. That person died within the Grotto Heaven but did not bring the artifact with him. It is likely still on Yuanwu Peak." Zhang Heqian stroked his beard. Realizing the artifact's whereabouts were still uncertain, he sighed and asked, "The Yu family is now scattered. Has your family made any follow-up arrangements?" Li Shiming avoided delving too deeply into the matter and replied politely, "Such trivial matters hardly warrant troubling you, senior. Our elders have made appropriate arrangements." Zhang Heqian chuckled and said, "Let me offer a word of advice, for the sake of old ties. Be cautious. The downfall of my family is still a recent memory. If another Zhang family were to rise here, without earning the trust of Azure Pawn sect or Golden Feather sect, it would surely be destined to splinter into pieces." His expression carried a hint of mockery, and his tone felt more like ridicule. Li Shiming found it difficult to respond, and simply fist-cupped in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, Zhang Heqian continued softly, "I mean the trust of Azure Pawn sect, not Yuan Su. How much longer does Yuan Su have to live? He cannot secure anything for you." With a flick of his sleeve, Zhang Heqian threw out this statement, seeming to lose interest in the conversation. Lowering his gaze, he said, "Revenge has been served. The Yu family's blood feud has been repaid in full. I will spend the rest of my days wandering the world. I will not return to the lakes. The Zhang family is but a wisp of smoke now, and this matter ends here." With that, he stepped out of the courtyard. As if remembering something, he retrieved an item from his storage pouch. It was round and heavy, with black hair cascading down, a severed head. The eyes were clouded gray, the skin taut, and the mouth slightly ajar, revealing a dark, gaping void. "This is Yu Mugo's head," he said, tossing it onto the ground before departing on the wind. Li Shiming picked up the head and gave it a quiet glance. Yu Mugo had once sparred with Li Yuan Jiao and others in secret, but this was the fate he had met. He gave instructions. "Take this to the elders and in Jiyan for them to see. Let it ease their grievances. Then, bring it to my uncle's grave as an offering to our ancestors." Li Wuxiao bowed and carried the head away. Li Shiming, meanwhile, adjusted his robes and returned to his chambers to resume his secluded cultivation. Yu Mugo's head was passed around among the clan members. Some wept, others laughed. For most of the elders, it was a moment of catharsis. However, none were as emotional as in Jiyan, who shed hot tears. After it had made its rounds, Li Xianxian hurried down and took the head up the mountain. Li Yuanxio's death had been one of the greatest sorrows of Li Xuanxuan's life. Though he had endured much suffering, his hatred had not diminished. It had only deepened over time. It was like his left eye, scarred by demonic flames. Though it caused no pain on ordinary days, when he squinted, it burned with a searing heat, a constant reminder that his wounds remained unhealed. Li Yuexiang accompanied the old man up the mountain, watching as he spoke quietly to the gravestone. The severed head sat on the altar, motionless and silent. Li Yuexiang stayed with him for half a day. Only when someone came up the mountain to summon her did she prepare to leave. Looking closely, she saw it was Li Wuxiao. Li Wuxiao kneeled on one knee and said softly, "Miss, someone from the Yuan family has arrived." Li Yuexiang had no choice but to leave the graveyard. She descended the mountain and flew to the central hall of Lijing Town. Outside the hall stood a line of attendants. Before she even entered, she could already hear Li Chengliao's voice. "Senior, you are being too polite. There is no need for this." As she stepped inside, she saw two attendants at the rear and two individuals standing at the front. One was an elderly man with neatly combed white hair, tall and imposing, with the cultivation level of an early-stage foundation establishment realm. He looked to be about 180 years old and wore a beaming smile. The man was speaking earnestly, saying, "Do not say such things. Even this foundation establishment realm cultivation of mine is thanks to nephew Yuan Jiao. Not to mention the essence gathering pill he gave me. Even the idea of breaking through was inspired by him." Li Yuexiang's arrival interrupted their conversation. Li Chengliao quickly stepped forward with a smile and said, "Aunt, you are here. This is Senior Yuan Huyuan and Young Master Yuan Fuyao." The speaker was Yuan Huyuan, who had broken through to Foundation Establishment Realm at the age of 100. Though his success was largely due to the essence-gathering pill, it was undeniably a stroke of luck. The elderly man now appeared decades younger, radiating the demeanor of a high cultivator who had achieved the Tao. As for the young man standing behind him, he was strikingly handsome, tall, and wore a calm expression. Draped in luxurious robes, he carried an air of nobility. Given that Yuan Qingdun was already quite good-looking, Yuan Fuyao naturally inherited these traits. Among cultivators, his appearance was exceptional. Li Yuexiang glanced at him briefly and noticed the astonishment in his eyes as he looked at her. Several chests of spirit treasures were displayed in the hall, indicating that Yuan Huyuan had gone to great lengths to show the importance of this visit. Li Yuexiang responded politely, and Yuan Huyuan's joy was evident as he eagerly approached, speaking in a low voice. "I had some connections with your father. It is a pity what happened to you." Li Yuexiang, accustomed to such comments, quickly shifted the topic and turned her attention to Yuan Fuyao. Yuan Huyuan immediately began introducing him, saying some flattering words. Just then, another figure arrived. The newcomer was an elderly man with white hair, hurrying in. It was Li Xianxian, whose aged voice carried a trace of apology. "I deeply apologize, Senior. All the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators in the family are currently in seclusion. Qinghong has gone to the Eastern Sea, so only a Qi cultivator like me was available to greet you." Yuan Huyuan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It is no bother at all. With someone of your stature coming to receive me, it is already a great honor. Why should there be any formality between our two families?" Their conversation was warm and friendly, full of mutual politeness, leaving Li Yuexiang and Yuan Fuyao awkwardly standing to the side. Seeing this, Li Shiqing smiled and said, "Yuexiang, why not take the young master to enjoy the lake scenery?" The two left together, and only then did Yuan Huyuan's smile fade, his expression turning serious as he said, "Are you aware of the current state of my family?" Li Xianxian hesitated for a moment before answering, "I know a bit." Chapter 640, Yuan Fuyao 2. Yuan Huyuan deliberated for a moment, his voice lowering as he said, "Now, if both Qingdun and the others do not return, the future will be hard to predict. Fuyao is Qingduan's only son. I can only entrust him to your family's care. This was something Qingdun arranged with you earlier." Yuan Huyuan's expression became increasingly strained. His aged face twitched slightly, and he finally said, "I have come here today, swallowing my pride, to ask if your family can spare a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator to assist us." Li Xianxian was stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Thanks to Li Shiji's earlier reminder, he already understood that the Yuan family was in chaos, unsure of how deeply involved they were with Azure Pond sect's plans. He had no intention of getting entangled. While offering protection to Yuan Qingduan's descendants was a minor matter that wouldn't pose significant risks, actively intervening was an entirely different issue. Being a cautious individual by nature, Li Xianxian only wanted to protect the family's prodigy for a few more years. The difficulty of the situation was clearly written on his face. Seeing this, Yuan Huyuan lowered his voice further and said, I understand the trouble with Yuan Jiao's situation and that your family is facing turbulent times. But as for my family, Yuan Huyuan understood his family's precarious situation all too well. Yet, as an elder, he desperately clung to the hope of salvaging what remained, unwilling to give up. Having exhausted every possible connection, he could only turn to the Li family for help. Li Xianxian sighed inwardly and decided to hint at his position. Senior, this reign has lasted far too long. The words hit Yuan Huyuan like a bolt of lightning. He stepped back, realizing the Li family was well aware of the Yuan family's current state. The death of their ancestor Yuan Liqing, the disappearance of their backer Buzi, and their transformation into a pawn of Azure Pawn sect in their maneuvering against Yu cultivating sect. The risks were too great for the Li family to intervene. With a bitter smile, he replied, Very well. I can only entrust Fuyao to your care. Li Xianxian offered some comfort. Your family has deep roots. You will weather this storm. Yuan Huyuan remained silent. Being at the eye of the storm left him little to say. He cupped his fist and took his leave. Meanwhile, Li Yuexiang excused herself from the gathering. Yuan Fuyao walked alongside her as they exited the hall and sighed. Watching them trade polite pleasantries feels so meaningless. Li Yuexiang lowered her gaze, blinking slightly, and responded, Our two families have had a long-standing alliance. Naturally, there is much to discuss. Yuan Fuyao nodded quickly, adopting an agreeable stance. In truth, Yuan Fuyao had not been in a good mood during the journey. He was strongly opposed to the idea of an arranged marriage. However, Yuan Huyuan's authority was absolute, leaving him with no room to argue, and he begrudgingly accompanied the elder. Along the way, he calculated ways to extricate himself. After all, the marriage had not been finalized yet. If he could find some excuse, such as incompatible personalities, it might still be possible to withdraw. But as soon as he laid eyes on Li Yuexiang, he was utterly captivated. Her beauty was otherworldly, and all his grievances vanished like smoke. He stared at her, nodding repeatedly, his earlier thoughts entirely forgotten. He silently marveled. What a stunning woman. Such beauty is rare, even among cultivators. Li Yuexiang appeared unaware of his admiration. She guided him across the lake, making casual conversation. Suddenly, Yuan Fuyao noticed the large dam spanning the lake and asked with some curiosity, What is this for? Raising spirit fish. Li Yuexiang answered gently. It is to block the lake water and protect the people. Yuan Fuyao sighed repeatedly and said, My family is far behind yours in this regard. With this endless rain, I have suggested several times to my family that we send cultivators to help manage things in the plains. But they always dismiss it as a waste of manpower. It turned out that Yuan Fuyao, under Yuan Qingduan's arrangement, had been managing towns and commoners in Mushroom Forest Plain. With this opening, he began discussing matters of governance in detail, how to regulate livelihoods, manage the populace, and ensure their welfare. His insights were surprisingly profound. Hearing this, Li Yuexiang nodded internally, though her expression remained calm and pleasant. She responded with a soft smile. Cultivators may not fear the rain, but the people by the lake suffer greatly. Yuan Fuyao had a moment of realization and, while his face betrayed no change, he thought, the Li family's reputation for caring for its people is well-deserved. Li Yuexiang had little interest in discussing such topics further. She redirected the conversation to inquire about recent news. Yuan Fuyao enthusiastically shared various tales and observations, speaking at length about distant lands and scattered events. Li Yuexiang listened politely without much engagement. Suddenly, he asked, Did my father leave any message or item for me when he visited your family? Li Yuexiang narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking to herself, It seems Yuan Qingdun went straight to the Eastern Sea without leaving any instructions for his family. Without any intention of keeping the betrothal gifts for herself, she replied softly, He did leave a betrothal gift. It is in the central hall. You may ask Senior Huyuan about it. She hadn't expected that her words would cause Yuan Fuyao, who had been reserved and deferential, to suddenly straighten his back and lift his chin slightly. Confidence seemed to fill him, and he responded with a simple The two chatted a while longer until Yuan Huyuan emerged from the hall, accompanied by a retinue. He addressed Yuan Fuyao, saying, "You will stay here to cultivate for now. For any matters, consult Yuexiang." Yuan Fuyao seemed a bit caught off guard and could only nod blankly. Yuan Huyuan gave a polite smile to Li Yuexiang and then flew away on the wind. Yuan Fuyao's cave dwelling had already been prepared. Li Yuexiang escorted him and his attendants there and quickly took her leave. Once inside, Yuan Fuyao instructed his attendants to inspect the dwelling, then sat down to drink tea. On his left, one of his trusted aides asked, "Young master, what do you think of the Li family's young lady?" Yuan Fuyao paused for a moment before praising, "She is truly a beauty, but she is also full of schemes." The aide leaned in and asked quietly, "Full of schemes?" Yuan Fuyao nodded with some difficulty and said, "I have heard that she has an older brother cultivating within the sect who has already reached the foundation establishment realm. If I marry her, I am afraid my branch will only end up obeying the Li family's commands." The aides exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. They dared not speak ill of the woman from the Li family. If she were to truly become their mistress and inquire into such matters, the consequences would not be light. Suddenly, Yuan Fuyao spoke again in a low voice. "Go and find out how much my father prepared for the Li family. See if there is any way to reclaim it." The aide quickly excused himself, while Yuan Fuyao remained seated, pondering silently. "I need to find a way to retrieve those resources. I cannot keep living under the Li family's shadow, with everything falling into their hands." Meanwhile, Li Yuexiang had returned. Li Xianxian soon came to find her, having just finished receiving updates. He hurried over, determined to assess matters for his granddaughter. Upon seeing Li Yuexiang enter, he quickly asked, "How was it?" Li Yuexiang waved her hand dismissively and, seeing that her grandfather didn't appear overly concerned, replied, "This Yuan Fuyao seems to understand the needs of the common people. Beyond that, he is rather glib and seems to possess a bit of cleverness. His personality, however, leans toward mediocrity and greed. That said, his actions appear to remain within the bounds of propriety. Whether it is genuine or merely a facade, I will need to observe him further." "What?" Li Xianxian was taken aback and blurted, "How can he be like that? Are you sure you have judged him correctly?" Li Yuexiang, relying on her own observations, began to feel slightly uncertain under her grandfather's questioning. She responded hesitantly, "I have not met too many people while on the mountain, so perhaps my assessment is not entirely accurate. It is just unfortunate that my brother is in seclusion." Li Xianxian waved his hand dismissively and said, "That makes it easier. I will have Li Qingliao and the others test him. There is no need for you to deal with this yourself." Chapter 641, Brother Jiao. Li Qinghong cultivated on the island for a while. With the eastern seas falling water rising storm, her progress in cultivation was extraordinarily rapid. One day of cultivation here was worth 3 days elsewhere. She became so immersed in her swift growth and power that she lost track of time. It wasn't until the formation array of her cave dwelling began to hum and vibrate that she slowly awoke from her meditation. Exhaling a breath of violet lightning, she glanced outside and noticed that someone had come to visit. Awakened so abruptly by the array, she felt a bit surprised. "How strange," she murmured. Leaving the cave, she saw Zhong Yin waiting by the formation boundary. It appeared he had activated the array. Bowing deeply, he reported, "My grace, a cultivator from an immortal sect has arrived. He is dressed in feathered robes and claims to be Li Shiji from the north." Zhong Yin had never met Li Shiji, so he simply described the visitor's appearance. Hearing this, Li Qinghong immediately stood up, a hint of urgency in her voice as she asked, "If it is Yi who has come, why did not you invite him in?" Zhong Yin bowed again and explained, "I did invite him, but the young master refused to believe me and insisted on seeing you in person before entering." Li Qinghong didn't mind the hesitation. She grabbed her spear, rose into the air, and left the formation. Outside, she saw a young man in feathered robes standing among the clouds, his multicolored light forming 6 radiant hues that shimmered beautifully. "Auntie Qinghong," he called out warmly. The aunt and nephew greeted each other with enthusiasm, exchanging a few words to bridge the gap of years apart. Together, they descended from the sky. As Li Qinghong guided him down, Li Shiji cast a thoughtful glance at someone nearby and asked, "Is this Monk Kongheng?" "Indeed," she replied. "He is my household guest. Back in the marketplace, he even delivered a spirit fruit to you." Li Qinghong introduced them. Kongheng lowered his head respectfully, but Li Shiji scrutinized him carefully. Observing that there was no trace of demonic energy nor any strange auras behind his head, Li Shiji courteously inquired, "Master Monk, to which lineage do you belong?" Kongheng replied, "The Liao River Temple of Yin State, from the Liao River Dao lineage." Li Shiji raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he asked further, "Among the 7 Dao of Yin State, the territory belongs to the Pure Joy of Compassion and Abhidharma Temple. Which branch are you from?" Kongheng looked surprised but answered calmly, "You are well informed, benefactor. However, the Liao River predates the 7 Dao and does not belong to any of them." "Oh, so you are from the ancient lineages," Li Shiji said, visibly relaxing. "I see. Forgive my presumptions." Though he seemed to have eased his suspicions, Li Shiji avoided further questions and surveyed their surroundings. Li Qinghong laughed and said, "It is good that you have come. I captured a Foundation Establishment Realm demonic beast. You can accompany me back home." Understanding her intent, Li Shiji made a quick calculation of time and replied, "I just returned from Green Pine Island. Although everything there has been arranged, I cannot stay away for too long. If we are heading home, we must leave immediately." True to her straightforward nature, Li Qinghong promptly stored her spear and stepped into the central pool of the island. With a firm grip, she hoisted up half a figure. It was the haggard remnant of an old man with a hooked nose. Bound tightly in iron chains, he appeared dazed and insensible. "Let us go," she said decisively. The two departed the formation. After a brief hesitation, Li Shiji remarked, "If the family has placed their trust in him, I will say no more. As long as it is certain that he is an ancient cultivator, he can still be relied upon." Li Qinghong nodded and, recalling their earlier exchange, asked, "The 7 Dao of northern Buddhist cultivators, what sort of Dao lineages are they?" Shaking his head, Li Shiji explained, "It is very complicated. Buddhist cultivators' doctrines differ greatly, with some even diverging as far as Purple Mansion Dao and shamanic talismans. Take wrathful purification of the world, for example," he continued. "Then there is the Murong clan's Pure Joy of Compassion, which our family has encountered before. Add to that the Abhidharma Temple, which teaches the belief that all is illusion except for a singular essence, and the great Mahayana Dharma realm, which claims that the present world is the Pure Land. Their conflicts are intense." At this point, a look of puzzlement crossed his face as he added, "To these Buddhist cultivators, internal rivalries often seem more pressing than any southern expeditions." Li Shiji shared some intelligence he had learned within the sect before switching topics to Green Pine Island. With a sigh, he said, "Green Pine Island is currently caught up in a scramble for resources. Many heavy abyssal gale have descended there, likely leaking from the grotto heaven. When I arrived, everyone was arguing over how to divide these treasures." The two conversed about recent events, exchanging insights into their respective lives. Li Shiji gained a deeper understanding of family matters, while Li Qinghong also benefited from the discussion. Together, they rode the wind toward Yu State, where the northern rain continued to drizzle relentlessly. Li Shiji took a long, thoughtful look at the scene and murmured, "The sect's explanation is that this rain is caused by falling water rising storm in the overseas regions. There may be some truth to it." Li Qinghong, having personally witnessed the true monarchs of the Yu cultivating sect intervene and isolate the celestial phenomena offshore, felt clear-headed about the matter. However, it was not something she could openly discuss with her nephew. She thought to herself, a convenient excuse. At Chengdu Peak, Li Qingliao had been busy for months with family affairs and barely had time to check on the family's auspicious child. The constant dampness caused by the rains had turned life into a living nightmare, leaving him and others frustrated beyond words. Years of soaking rain had ruined the soil. Black soil turned to yellow, and yellow turned to white. Forests rotted in large patches, and cliffs transformed into small lakes filled with black poison, utterly devoid of vitality. Not to mention, wooden beams had rotted and collapsed in large swathes, leaving entire areas in ruins. The commoners, accustomed to traveling through these regions for years, found their legs and feet festering and rotting away from the damp conditions. Though the Li family had spent several consecutive years draining the floodwaters and managed to maintain relative peace within their domain, the chaos beyond their borders was unmistakable. Every day, one could see corpses drifting downstream along the river. Li Qingliao observed the land for a long while. The mushroom forest plain had completely transformed into a swamp, with catastrophic casualties. The Azure Pond sect had sent no aid. Perhaps, to them, this flood was no different from past droughts or conflicts, just another disaster that would claim lives but eventually recover within decades. Pressuring the Yu cultivating sect seemed to be the only priority. The Yu cultivating sect remains unmoved, and the Yuan family continues to suffer. Rising into the air, he surveyed the town from above. As he watched, a few figures flew toward him from the horizon. The Jade Court guards beside him quickly formed a protective formation. Li Qingliao looked closer and noticed the distinctive attire of the Xiao family. Seeing that these people were heading straight for him, he kept his composure and prepared to respond. At the forefront was a woman dressed in white. She appeared to be in her mid-30s and exuded a dignified presence. With a cultivation level of a mid-stage Qi cultivation realm, her face seemed somewhat familiar. Behind her stood a young man clad in black, his expression stern. Though he looked to be under 30, his cultivation level had already reached the early stage of Qi cultivation realm. Li Qingliao recognized him immediately as Xiao Muyun, the heir of the Xiao family's Mount Yu branch, who had paid respects when Li Yuanping passed away. The group halted nearby. The woman stepped forward alone and asked, "I am Li Qingxiao of Mount Yu. May I ask which family member currently oversees the household?" Li Qingliao stared for a moment, stunned, before he replied, "Greetings, Granddad." Chapter 642, Brother Jiao 2. This woman was indeed Li Jingtian and Chun Dongha's daughter, Li Qingxiao. Li Qingliao had seen her return once in his childhood, but it had been so long that his memory of her had faded. Now, as the head of Mount Yu under the Xiao family, she carried herself with natural authority. Li Qingliao led her into the mountain. However, as they descended onto Mount Chengdu, Li Qingxiao's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Looking around, she said in a strained voice, "It has been many years. The household has completely changed." She walked a few steps along the stone path before the air crackled with the sound of thunder. A bolt of purple lightning fell from the sky, revealing a woman clad in jade armor and white boots. With a long spear in hand, she landed with the tip pointed to the ground. Her almond-shaped eyes were wide with astonishment as she cried out, "Little sister." Li Qingxiao quickly looked up, her hair ornaments jingling softly. The two pairs of eyes, faintly similar, met. Li Qingxiao's gaze carried a hint of complexity as she said gently, "Decades have passed, yet elder sister has not changed at all." Li Qinghong lowered her gaze and remained silent. The Li Qingxiao before her was nothing like the girl in her memories. Instead, she now resembled their late mother, Madame Dou, with an air of power and prestige. Descending swiftly, Li Qinghong grasped her younger sister's hand. Li Qingxiao glanced at the purple lightning surrounding her elder sister. Her eyes filled with admiration as she said, "Congratulations, elder sister, on achieving the Foundation Establishment realm." Li Shiji, carrying the subdued demon, gave Li Qingliao a meaningful look. The group quickly dispersed, leaving the two sisters to walk alone in the mountains. Li Qinghong, being slightly taller, walked ahead, while Li Qingxiao looked up at her. Both seemed at a loss for words, and silence hung heavily between them. They didn't speak much, yet the absence of their childhood camaraderie in the mountain air was palpable. Each had walked their own path so far that it seemed they had little left to say. Li Qingxiao finally broke the silence. "While I was in seclusion recently, I missed some news." She hesitated for a moment, then said with sadness, "Both of our elder brothers have passed, leaving just us two sisters." This struck a chord deep within Li Qinghong. Growing up with her sister, she had envisioned many futures, some solemn, some peaceful, but she had always assumed she would die pursuing the Tao. Never had she imagined it would be just the two of them left. Li Qinghong was about to speak when the formation outside lit up again, and a hoarse voice called out, "Lu Changdie requests an audience." Li Qinghong sighed softly. Seeing someone go out to receive the guest, she remained still but calculated quietly. It seemed all of Li Yuanjiao's remaining friends and kin had now come. She said gently to her sister, "Let me take you to visit our elder brother's resting place. Let this come to an end." The two sisters headed toward the tomb. Outside the formation, Lu Changdie was greeted personally by Li Xianxian. Lu Changdie looked distraught, standing dazed in the rain, his face full of disbelief. Li Xianxian called to him several times, noting that Lu Changdie's cultivation had surprisingly reached the Foundation Establishment realm, an impressive feat, but Lu Changdie remained motionless, and after several breaths, he finally stammered. Senior, please do not deceive me. Is Yuan Jiao really dead, or is he faking it? What kind of talk is that? Li Xuanquan's expression left no doubt. Lu Changdie's heart felt like it was collapsing under a landslide. Hot tears streamed down his face as he muttered, grief-stricken and disoriented. How could this be? More words swirled chaotically in his mind, words he dared not say aloud. How is this possible? Since my rebirth, everything has changed so much. There has been no siege by master monks. Li Qinghong hasn't sacrificed herself. Senior Tongya even decapitated a ma. Li Xianfeng is renowned in the southern borders, and Li Xianxian hasn't descended into madness. Yet I somehow caused Brother Jiao's death. How could this happen? Lu Changdie staggered forward, unable to hear Li Xuanquan's words beside him. His thoughts were a storm of contradictions. Is this better or worse? Yes, the Li family has prospered, but Brother Jiao entered a grotto heaven only to lose his life. I've disrupted everything. I caused his death. Bitterness and guilt consumed him. Since his rebirth, he had been consumed by the pursuit of spirit treasures and power. Each step forward brought a new wave of fear as he discovered the world's conspiracies and machinations. And in all his efforts, he had lost the closest friend of his past life, even feeling responsible for his demise. Lu Changdie's head swam, and he fell to his knees before the gravestone, weeping softly. The Li family members present couldn't understand his profound sorrow and exchanged puzzled glances. Lu Changdie's grief was so raw and heartfelt that even Li Xianxian began to suspect. Could it be that Yuan Jiao and this man were truly close in life? Lu Changdie, consumed by grief, was also overcome with a creeping dread. In his past life, he had been naive and ignorant, always relying on this old friend's guidance. Yuan Jiao had always arranged his affairs flawlessly, and Lu Changdie owed him countless unrepaid kindnesses. Now, with foreknowledge and the advantage of rebirth, Lu Changdie had never sought Yuan Jiao's advice, never spoken to him at length. Yet Yuan Jiao had still met a premature death. As the years wore on, the advantages of his rebirth diminished, and the weight of his ignorance in his previous life became clearer. His regret grew heavier with every passing moment. He cried for a long time, until even Li Xianxian, unable to bear it, stepped forward to comfort him. Lu Changdie finally stood, his face streaked with tears, and choked out, "Brother Jiao." Yuan Fuyao had stayed at the Li family estate for several months, dispatching his people to inquire about the dowry arrangements, only for them to return with blank faces and no answers. His men first approached the Jade Court guards. They intercepted one in the street, pulling him into an empty alley under the pretext of delivering a message, while attempting to slip something into his hand. However, the Jade Court guard, skeptical but curious, followed them into the alley. When the bribe of spirit stones was pressed into his hand, he reacted as if he had touched a burning coal, leaping backward in alarm and scattering the stones onto the ground with a loud clatter. "I have done nothing to offend young Master Fuyao. Why are you trying to implicate me?" the guard shouted. The two Yuan family men were unceremoniously chased out of the alley, stumbling and bewildered. Frustrated, they blamed their bad luck for running into such a fool and decided to seek out two Li family soldiers instead. Logic dictated that common soldiers would have no insight into something as significant as the dowry, but they thought at least these soldiers could serve as informants. To their dismay, the two soldiers ended up red-faced and on the verge of coming to blows with each other during their questioning. The Yuan family men returned in utter disarray. Yuan Fuyao, having failed in his attempts to bribe the Li family's servants himself, sat in a daze. He had been met with polite but firm refusals, his gestures of goodwill rebuffed at every turn. This Li family, how strict and unyielding they are. Their laws are harsh, and even the military and civilians alike are fearful of stepping out of line, he muttered, his face darkening with regret. Turning to his attendants, he said with frustration, "Now that the bribes have failed, they will undoubtedly use this incident to curry favor with the Li family and make me look foolish." The attendants exchanged uneasy glances, silently lamenting. "The ancestor warned you repeatedly to maintain a humble demeanor. Now look at the mess you've made." Yuan Fuyao, as if sitting on pins and needles, noticed the confusion on his attendants' faces. He bit his lip and said through gritted teeth, "What would you know? My father only told me to follow orders, but I am not entirely clueless. Trouble is brewing in our family. I must find out how this dowry was arranged and where it is headed. Only then will I have a bargaining chip." Whether to retreat or to stay, I need a path forward. Yuan Fuyao continued. If I truly marry into the Li family, I will lose both my freedom and my support. No one will bother to look out for me. And if something happens to our family, I will be cast aside like a discarded pawn. Hearing this, the two attendants were convinced by the reasoning and softened their attitudes, now trying to come up with ideas. Yuan Fuyao, still restless, added anxiously, my father kept such a major matter from me and did not even tell me the details of the dowry arrangements before heading off to the Eastern Sea. What is his plan? One of the attendants, uncertain of how to console him, could only reply cautiously. The ancestor likely has his reasons for such arrangements. Chapter 643. The Five Waters Forming Formation, I. Yuan Fuyao felt a wave of panic after hearing this and sighed before speaking. This is one thing, but sitting idle here day after day is no way to live. I lack the skills for cultivating or practicing 100 arts, and it is not proper for someone who has joined a clan to spend every day cooped up in a cave dwelling. I need to find something to do. One of his attendants quickly offered. Young master, you once managed several towns' agricultural affairs under the ancestors' arrangement and gained a wealth of experience. The Li family is known for their excellence in managing commoners. Why not ask for a position here? It would also earn you greater respect. Excellent idea. Yuan Fuyao's expression brightened at once. He put on his shoes hastily and, accompanied by his two attendants, left the cave dwelling in a flurry. After walking for a while along the road, they soon reached the main hall of the Li family. After waiting in a side area of the hall for a while, Yuan Fuyao noticed a lively group emerging. At the center of the group was a child clad in resplendent white and gold robes. Though curiosity tugged at him, Yuan Fuyao refrained from probing with his spiritual sense out of politeness. Instead, he glanced slightly to the side and asked one of his attendants in a low voice, "Who is that?" The attendants of the Yuan family, however, were unaware of the details. They pulled aside a guard stationed in the hall. Though the guard wasn't inclined to share much, he relented after Yuan Fuyao's inquiry and replied in a low voice, "That is the heir to the family." Heir? Yuan Fuyao silently repeated the term, intrigued by its traditional undertone. Assuming this must be one of the core descendants of the family, he stepped onto the path where the heir had walked. Suddenly, his nose twitched. "What is that smell?" Yuan Fuyao questioned. A faint floral fragrance lingered in the air. Yuan Fuyao thought for a moment before one of his attendants spoke in a hushed tone. This humble one recognizes this scent. It is bold and overpowering, almost gaudy. It is peony. Oh, Yuan Fuyao dismissed it, assuming it came from one of Li Chengliao's concubines, and quickly pushed the thought aside. He stepped onto the platform and cupped his fist in salute. Greetings to the young master. Li Chengliao, who had been spending rare time reading to the child, found the timing of Yuan Fuyao's visit inconvenient. Upon hearing of his arrival, Li Chengliao dismissed Li Zhouwei and summoned Yuan Fuyao inside. He received Yuan Fuyao with polite indifference and asked, "What business brings you here, young master?" "Hardly important business," Yuan Fuyao replied with a smile. "I simply do not want to be an idle guest." He continued, "I have always managed agricultural affairs back home, hardly the role of some lofty lord. Now that I have joined your family, I would rather not be seen as a freeloader. I hope the young master might assign me some duties to contribute." Li Chengliao was taken aback, initially thinking this was mere courtesy. After declining 2 or 3 times, he realized Yuan Fuyao was sincere. After a brief moment of consideration over the records, he said, "Our family recently negotiated with the Mount Yu Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivators and acquired some territory there. Things were progressing smoothly, but the heavy rains in recent years have caused delays and led to the collapse of several towns." Li Chengliao cast an attentive glance at Yuan Fuyao. "If the young master is willing, you could manage 3 towns in the Mount Yu region as a trial. How does that sound?" Yuan Fuyao eagerly agreed, accepting the appointment with delight. He quickly departed with his attendants. Li Chengliao watched him leave with a curious expression, muttering to himself, "The Yuan family's methods of grooming talent are peculiar indeed. This one is eager to jump into agricultural management." Lu Changdie cried for a long while before being persuaded to stop by Li Xianxian. Having rushed back from the Eastern Sea without a moment's rest, his mana had long been depleted. He found a nearby cave dwelling to recuperate. Li Xianxian then hurried to the main hall, where he found Li Shiji and Li Yuexiang in conversation. The couple, being sharp-minded and raised with proper teaching by Xiaoguo Yuan, quickly found a rapport in their conversation. Despite the years of separation, the familial bond between them began to re-emerge. Yang Xiaoer stood nearby, holding Li Qinghuai by the hand. The 14-year-old boy, with his slightly prominent brows and focused expression, carried an air of maturity beyond his years. Suffering and solitude had clearly shaped him. When he saw his father, his expression remained calm. Holding a small book in his hands, he approached quickly at Li Shiji's beckoning, bowing formally as he called out, "Father." Li Shiji observed him with a complex expression before nodding. Li Xianxian, who had a penchant for calculating family relations in his later years, remarked, "In the Cheng and Ming generation, there are already several cultivators in the qi cultivation realm, including Cheng Liao, Cheng Huai, Cheng Xian, and Minghuang. When Ximing's child is born, the count will be complete." Li Shiji acknowledged with a hum, then called his eldest son over. Seeing the boy engrossed in reading a history book, he nodded approvingly and said, "Reading more broadens your strategic thinking, but you must also involve yourself in practical affairs. Otherwise, it is just empty talk." As he spoke, he flipped a page in the boy's book and gently explained, "Look at this sentence. In June, the Tian family and the Lu family quarreled openly on the streets. The young lord punished them by assigning them to supervise mining operations, which eventually led to the establishment of the Dong and Tian branch." Li Shiji continued, "The text does not elaborate, but when you read it, you must think. Who was the Lu family relying on at the time? What was the Tian family standing? Why was this punishment issued in this manner? Reflect on this tonight, and I will personally test you tomorrow." Li Qinghuai nodded eagerly, stepping back to stand by his mother's side with a thoughtful expression. Li Xianxian praised, "Jier has a real knack for teaching his children." "Oh, hardly," Li Shiji waved modestly, replying softly, "It is just a reflection of how our mother raised us. She held books in hand, teaching us line by line, and we are simply imitating her methods." Li Yuexiang smiled at his words, and the group exchanged some pleasantries. However, Li Yuexiang was inwardly concerned about her elder brother and mother, both in seclusion, to overcome critical life and death breakthroughs. The continuous celestial phenomena for years made her uncertain if this would hinder their progress. As they conversed, commotion arose outside the courtyard. A figure wearing a light gray robe with 3 diamond-shaped patterns on the back and 5 rune symbols on the chest, clearly a formation master, entered. Taoist Lu Changdie. Li Xianxian greeted him with a cupped fist. Lu Changdie appeared slightly pale and spoke in a soft voice. "I recall that your esteemed clan once sought to establish a foundation establishment realm formation. At that time, my skills were too rudimentary to create such a grand array, so I left it unfinished. I wonder." His words revealed his progress over the years in the Eastern Sea. Back then, it was more a matter of the Li family's financial constraints, but Lu Changdie diplomatically attributed it to his lack of expertise. Li Xianxian paused briefly before looking to Li Shiji. Understanding the gesture, Lu Changdie studied the young man in feathered robes before him, who returned his gaze with a warm demeanor and introduced himself. "I am Li Shiji." Li Shiji. Recognition dawned on Lu Changdie. He had encountered Li Shiji in his previous life, though at the time, Li Shiji had been practicing the River One Qi technique, carrying an entirely different temperament. It took him a moment to connect the figure before him with his memory. He cupped his fist and replied, "Lu Changdie, a rogue cultivator of Yu State. Greetings, fellow Taoist." Though Lu Changdie had been on equal footing with Li Shiji's father, Li Shiji's status as a disciple of an immortal sect meant his master could be a formidable figure. Lu Changdie wisely avoided overstepping, opting to address him as an equal. Li Shiji asked gently, "Regarding the formation, Master Lu, do you have any ideas?" Lu Changdie appeared well prepared, replying, "Several years ago, I passed through this mountain and accepted your family's invitation to set up the Green Ox River Embrace Formation. I am already familiar with this terrain and have been preparing for this for some time." Chapter 644, The 5 Waters Forming Formation, 2. Li Shiji smiled and responded, "Master Lu, please inspect the area again. The geomantic lines have shifted over the years, revealing several new subsidiary peaks. The earth veins have also changed." Lu Changdie stroked his beard and nodded. "I have already taken that into account. It poses no major issue." "Excellent." Li Shiji immediately regarded him more highly and didn't bother asking about the power of the formation or the specific methods to set it up. Instead, he asked directly, "How many spirit stones and materials will the master require?" Changdie calculated briefly and responded, "The clan has grown significantly and is no longer what it was in the past. I will not use an ordinary formation to brush this off. I intend to set up a foundation establishment realm formation using spirit water as the primary vein, leveraging the mountain's water channels. Altogether, this will cost 400 spirit stones." "Oh," Li Shiji chuckled and shook his head. His knowledge was vast. How could a foundation establishment realm formation cost only 400 spirit stones? Moreover, collecting 5 types of spirit water of sufficient quality alone would exceed that amount. Changdie clearly intended to cover part of the cost himself. However, Li Shiji didn't allow him the chance. "You jest," he said. "How could we let you cover these expenses? The spirit water and materials will be collected by my family. As for the spirit stones, we will provide you with 100 up front. If that proves insufficient, feel free to request more." "Wait." Changdie's expression changed dramatically. He quickly protested. What does this mean? The bond between your family and me?" Li Shiji waved his hand, his gaze solemn. His calm eyes fixed on Changdie as he spoke softly. "Uncle has had a hard enough time on his own. Now that my family is capable, it is only right that we shoulder this burden. My father valued your friendship deeply and would surely not wish to see you in such circumstances." Changdie had been prepared to stubbornly refuse whatever Li Shiji might say, but he was caught off guard by the sincerity in his words. Hearing himself addressed as uncle, a term so familiar from his previous life, left him momentarily speechless. Dazed, Changdie nodded and, after a long silence, cupped his fist in respect. Yet, it didn't feel like he was addressing just the present Li Shiji, but someone else entirely, as if acknowledging his role as a loyal retainer to a benefactor from long ago. "I will go survey the earth vein immediately," he said quietly. After bowing slightly, Changdie turned and departed. Li Shiji watched Changdie leave, sensing something strange but unable to pinpoint it. His demeanor and actions bore a familiarity that reminded him of Chun Donghe and In Jian, loyal old retainers whose mannerisms were deeply ingrained in their service. The sensation felt utterly absurd, so Li Shiji quickly pushed it out of his mind. After waiting for a short while, Li Qinghong descended into the hall, carried by the wind. Everyone except for Li Xianxian promptly stood up. Li Qinghong scanned the room, her gaze sweeping across the crowd before gesturing for them to sit down. She then asked, "How did it go?" Li Shiji quickly recounted what had just transpired. Li Qinghong nodded, her brows arching slightly as she retrieved 2 gray-black stone bottles from her storage pouch. These 2 items were obtained during her demon-slaying expeditions. Unlike the usual delicate jade bottles used for treasures on the mainland, they were stored in crudely carved stone bottles. Speaking softly, she said, "These are 2 types of spirit water, Farsi Serpent Stream from the Converge water system and Stoneheart water from the Valley water system. 2 of the 5 are accounted for." As her voice trailed off, Li Xianxian, who had been silent until then, spoke with his deep, elderly voice. "There is another spirit water in our possession. It was obtained by Junior and me during our travels in the Helen Mountain Range. It is called Forest Cold Water, though the texts do not specify which water system it belongs to." He retrieved a jade bottle from his robe. Li Shiji glanced at it briefly before handing it back. "Converge water." Li Xianxian sighed with regret. "We also obtained a pure essence spirit water in that mountain range, but it was used in cultivating perception techniques, and only a fraction remains, not enough to make a full share." With 3 of the 5 spirit waters gathered, Yang Shower, who had remained quiet until now, stepped forward. Speaking gently, she said, "I happen to have another spirit water. It was gifted to me long ago by the peak, but remained and used due to its rarity. I have always carried it with me." From the jade ring on her feathered robe, she retrieved a silver-white jade bottle. Handing it over, she explained, "This is White Feather No Fall. Among the 5 waters, it belongs to the Mansion water system. Mansion water, known as inferior water in ancient times, is one of the rarer types of the 5 waters, with little recorded about its uses, which is why I have kept it until now." Li Shiji paused before accepting the bottle. He handed it to Li Xianxian, saying, "When I return to the sect, I will ensure Shower is compensated. Keep this within the family." Li Xianxian expressed his thanks, understanding that the couple did not distinguish personal belongings so strictly and that these words were merely to reassure him. After a brief calculation, they realized they were still missing one more spirit water. Li Qinghong handed over the collected items to Li Xianxian. "Wait here," she said decisively. "I will make a trip to the market and acquire the last spirit water." True to her swift and decisive nature, she wasted no time. Mounting the wind, she quickly departed southward. The rest stayed behind, engaging in conversation. Li Qingliao was sent to prepare the family's upcoming ritual. As they discussed, a man approached from below. Clad in black robes, his expression dark and somber, the man drifted across the ground and kneeled before Li Yuexiang. His cultivation was at the mid-foundation establishment realm. "My lady, the clan has gathered some information and sent me to deliver it." Li Wuxiao presented a jade slip with both hands. Li Yuexiang gently took it and examined its contents. Yuan Fuyao, age 29, Qi cultivation realm, practices the Azure manifestation technique. Unknown specifics about this method. She casually flipped through the details, skipping most of them. She let out a small laugh and asked, "Does he have any childhood sweethearts?" Li Wuxiao bowed his head and replied, "It has been said that he had some past involvement with a lady from the Song family. Back then, the Song family still had Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. In recent years, the family has declined, and the relationship was severed." "I see," Li Yuexiang responded nonchalantly. Li Wuxiao added, "It has also been said that Yuan Fuyao has been inquiring everywhere about the matter of the dowry, but every attempt has run into our people, so he has received no useful information." "Oh." Li Xianxian exchanged a glance with Li Yuexiang, stroking his beard with a faint, knowing smile that bespoke a seasoned understanding of human nature. His deep voice carried a tone of amused sympathy as he said, "It is no surprise he is curious. With wealth of this magnitude, if it were his alone, it would benefit 3 generations." Looking left and right, Li Xianxian continued, lacking guidance from an early age, unaware of the shifting tides, and though his character remains upright, he is, after all, just an ordinary person. This kind of behavior is hardly unusual. Although his words were understanding, the disappointment in his tone was unmistakable. Li Shiji, meanwhile, looked up in mild surprise and asked, "What is this? The Yuan family wants to marry into our family? Which young talent is courting my sister?" Li Yuexiang began explaining, recounting the events in full detail. Li Shiji listened closely, one hand resting on the armrest while the other absent-mindedly toyed with a faintly glowing rainbow light. A mischievous smile spread across his face as he remarked, "I think I will go meet him myself." Li Xianxian had anticipated this response and sighed, nodding his approval. However, as he glanced at Li Yuexiang's cheerful expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. As the eldest and most experienced member of the family, Li Xianxian had seen much in his time. He instantly recognized that Li Wuxiao's timely delivery of this information was no coincidence. Internally, he mused, "This clever girl, always testing the waters effortlessly. But Jier indulges her too much to let her be disappointed." Chapter 645, Leeway. Li Shiji descended the mountain but did not immediately seek out Yuan Fuyao. Instead, he took a slight detour and headed toward the tall pavilion, landing just outside the central Grand Hall. The Grand Hall rose 18 steps above the platform, flanked on either side by stone statues of long-horned beasts. The roof was covered in bright yellow glazed tiles, with rainwater trickling down and dripping from the mouths of the statues, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. Li Qingliao had just finished tidying up and was descending the stairs. His face, though similar to his father Li Shiqing's in its composure, carried sharper features and a more assertive demeanor. Seeing Li Shiji descend on a stream of light, his feathered robes glimmering with flowing rainbow light, he immediately cupped his fist and greeted him. "Qingliao greets third uncle." Li Shiji placed one hand behind his back and used the other to lift him up, smiling as he said, "No need for formality. This time I am here to see our family's heir." Li Qingliao's face lit up with pride. He nodded and led the way to a side pavilion. They walked down from the Jade Terrace, passed through several corridors, and pushed open the courtyard gate. Inside was a small desk. Sitting by it was a boy who looked about 4 years old, dressed in a short robe of white and gold. The desk was piled with 2 stacks of scrolls. One hand propped under his chin, the boy quietly read. His nose was slightly high, and while his brow carried traces of childishness, his face showed the healthy, rosy fullness of youth. He sat cross-legged, calm and steady. Li Shiji walked closer. The courtyard was devoid of attendants, except for a white-haired old monkey sweeping the ground. The monkey, dressed in Taoist robes, was at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm. It kept its head lowered and seemed indifferent to the newcomers. "Wayer, this is your third granduncle," Li Qingliao said softly. Li Shiji smiled warmly and turned to meet a pair of dark golden eyes. Despite his foundation establishment realm cultivation and sharp vision, he was taken aback by what he saw. The boy's irises shimmered with golden rings that overlapped in layers. The golden glow flashed faintly and dimmed as Li Zhouwei shifted his gaze. The boy raised his golden and white robe, slightly tilted his eyebrows, and performed the respectful bow of a younger generation. "Greetings to third granduncle." Li Zhouwei's voice was soft and polite as he began to kneel. Li Shiji snapped out of his daze just in time to stop him, gently holding him upright. He muttered to himself, "Now I understand why the elders are so certain. Indeed, such a child seems to have cultivated both body and soul even in the womb. His very presence is extraordinary." Lifting the boy to his feet, Li Shiji motioned for Li Qingliao to join them. His tone turned serious as he gave instructions. "I have read that those who cultivate body and soul together face many ancient taboos. Though much of it is now dismissed as superstition, we should still exercise caution. For now, never allow this child to bow before others lightly, and avoid using his given name frequently. Refer to him by his title, heir, within the family. It is a wise tradition." Li Qingliao nodded solemnly, committing the words to memory. Li Shiji, though still startled by what he had observed, sat down with the boy and examined him closely. "This child stands out entirely from his peers," he said after a long pause. "Yet he does not seem bound by any thread of fate. It is almost as if he possesses a bright young physique." As Li Shiji scrutinized him further, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. He carefully discerned it and raised an eyebrow at Li Qingliao. "Peony blossoms?" he asked. Li Qingliao seemed puzzled and showed no awareness of any scent. Li Shiji picked up Li Zhouwei, holding the boy's small hands in his own. The child frowned slightly, but remained calm as Li Shiji studied him thoroughly. "This child will grow up to be domineering by nature," Li Shiji murmured. "Such a disposition is deeply ingrained." He pondered for a while before shaking his head. "I must admit, my knowledge is limited. This child does not fit any known mold. If anything. He swallowed his thoughts, silently reflecting. "If I had to describe it, all signs point to something akin to a metallic essence demon incarnate. But if that were true, such beings lack coherent thought and could never sit here so quietly." Placing the boy down, Li Shiji asked Li Qingliao for more details, falling into brief silence before saying, "No matter the case, we must downplay any potential threat. Simply attribute his traits to a bright young lineage. As for his golden eyes, I will request a concealing technique from the sect." He elaborated. After the collapse of the Eastern Fire Grotto Heaven, Azure Pond sect acquired many bright yang techniques, including several perception techniques. I have reviewed some of them before. At least one or two should suffice for concealment. Li Qingliao nodded in agreement. Li Shiji smiled as he watched Li Zhouwei practicing his calligraphy on paper. While observing, he asked, "Is the family's sacrificial ceremony prepared?" "It will be ready by tomorrow," Li Qingliao replied. Li Shiji calculated the timing and found it just right. Wasting no time, he inquired about Yuan Fuyao's residence, mounted his rainbow light, and set off. As he traveled, his thoughts lingered on Li Zhouwei's golden eyes and that strange aura surrounding him. He mulled over it silently. Once the eyes are concealed, with Azure Pond and you cultivating sect at each other's throats, everyone is already on edge. The Eastern Sea's Crimson Reef Islands are stirring as well, and several Purple Mansion Realm cultivators have recently passed. There shouldn't be too many complications. With these thoughts, he soon arrived at the cave dwelling. After sending someone to announce his visit, he saw a handsome young man rushing out to greet him, saying anxiously, "Junior greets the Taoist. Please forgive my failure to greet you from afar. It is a lapse in courtesy." Li Shiji, potentially the future peak master of Qingshui Peak, held significant status. When Yuan Tuan visited the Li family in the past, the entire clan had turned out to welcome her. Now, the gap in cultivation and position between Li Shiji and Yuan Fuyao far exceeded that between Yuan Tuan and Li Yuanjiao back then, making Yuan Fuyao's nervousness understandable. Li Shiji waved dismissively and entered the residence. Yuan Fuyao, steeling himself, followed the feather-robed Taoist into the cave and sat on the side. Li Shiji began, You have been in the Yuan family for many years. Now that my master has gone missing and I have searched the Eastern Sea to no avail, I have come to ask if the Yuan family has any news. What is the current situation? Yuan Fuyao hesitated briefly before answering. My family has 5 main branches. My father is not part of them. There is some friction between the branches, and the truth is the legacy left by the ancestor is not sufficient to share among them. Yuan Fuyao continued bitterly. Ancestor Yuan leads the first main branch, but now they lack talent, with only him as a foundation establishment realm cultivator. As for Yuan Tuan, the family only knows she went to Chuani, and there is no other information. Li Shiji acknowledged with a hum, glancing at Yuan Fuyao, but making no further comment. In a calm tone, he asked, "What are your plans?" Sweat faintly appeared on Yuan Fuyao's brow as he replied, I will follow my family's orders and cultivate with your clan until my father returns. Li Shiji nodded and said, "Very well, I will take that as your intention." He smiled slightly and suddenly stood up. Caught off guard, Yuan Fuyao realized his words were somewhat off, but could only gape at the feather-robed Taoist. Meeting Li Shiji's sharp, sidelong glance, Yuan Fuyao found himself unable to speak. Disappointment briefly flickered in Li Shiji's eyes as he slowly walked out of the cave dwelling. Stopping on the steps, he casually remarked, "The ties between our 2 families run deep. Young master may stay as long as you wishes." Chapter 646, Leeway 2. Having said that, he ascended on his rainbow light. His wife, Yang Shower, was already waiting in the air, her expression concerned. She glanced at him questioningly. Flying alongside her, Li Shiji spoke in a playful tone. "The elders in our family are too obsessed with decorum. Years of operating as a clan have made them overly cautious. Seeing the ties between our families, they cannot bear to refuse outright. But so what? Yuan Qingdun merely wishes for us to protect his descendants. Protect them we shall, but must it involve marrying off my sister?" He paused, his usually calm and gentle demeanor giving way to a ferocity reminiscent of his father, Li Yuan Jiao. In a cold tone, he added, lacking courage and wisdom, oblivious to propriety. "If Yuexiang fancies him, so be it. But must my sister endure grievances just to repay an ambiguous favor? What kind of logic is that?" Yang Shower held his arm gently and said, "Thankfully, these were just a few private words. Otherwise, it would not sound too good if it spread. Yuexiang is a thoughtful person, but Yuan Fuyao truly does not understand her." "Enough." Li Shiji waved his hand dismissively and replied, "My sister handles herself well and has long prepared a fallback plan. What does it matter if it sounds good or not? Mark my words, if we give him the betrothal gifts, that boy will probably celebrate in secret." The 2 returned to the peak, stepping into the main hall. Li Yuexiang approached with a smile, her eyes almost speaking on her behalf. Not much time had passed since they left, and everyone else was still in the hall. Li Shiji said, "I have played the bad guy already. Little sister, go deliver the betrothal gifts to him yourself. You are good with words. He might even feel grateful to you." Li Yuexiang responded softly, "Thank you for the trouble, elder brother." Although Li Shiji had taken it upon himself to handle the matter, he maintained a respectful tone towards Li Xianxian, saying earnestly, "Grandfather, I acted on impulse and spoke in a way that ended this matter decisively. I hope I have not delayed any family affairs. Go. Do not talk nonsense to tease an old man like me." Li Xianxian lifted his foot as if to kick him. Li Shiji smiled and stood up. Watching the siblings' seamless coordination, Li Xianxian sighed deeply and said in his aged voice, "This is already the best outcome." Li Yuexiang retrieved several jade boxes from a cabinet in the hall. Inside were neatly placed embroidered pouches. She blinked her almond-shaped eyes and held them carefully before riding a fiery cloud down the mountain toward the cave dwelling. Yuan Fuyao, lamenting in his cave, was startled when someone came to report that Li Yuexiang had arrived. Summoning his energy, Yuan Fuyao quickly brought along 2 attendants and hurried outside. As he watched the elegant beauty descend on a fiery cloud, he blurted out, "Yuexiang, you are here?" Just as he was about to explain, Li Yuexiang offered a gentle smile and gestured for silence with her hand. She retrieved several jade boxes from her sleeve and said with a soft laugh, "Take a look at these." Yuan Fuyao took the boxes, opened them one by one, and used his spiritual sense to peer inside. Within, he saw dazzling gemstones, shimmering elixirs, dharma artifacts, spirit items, precious herbs, and demon cores, piled like mountains and gleaming brilliantly. He was momentarily transfixed. Inwardly, Li Yuexiang let out a soft sigh. Speaking gently, she said, "My elder brother mentioned that you do not wish to remain in our family for long. He believes that your character is upright, that you are a virtuous man with no ulterior motives." Her words immediately startled Yuan Fuyao out of his trance. He opened his mouth to explain, but before he could, her next sentence left him speechless. "In that case, these items, originally left by Senior Yuan Qingdun as a betrothal gift for my family, are now returned to you in full. They are exceedingly valuable, so please take care of them." Her words placed these treasures and herself on opposing sides, shattering any attempts Yuan Fuyao might have made to reconcile the situation. "My family's promise to Senior Yuan Qingdun still stands. The Li family will always provide you with a safe haven and protect you to the best of our ability." Li Yuexiang handed over the jade boxes, released them, and said softly, "Take care, fellow Taoist." She quickly departed on the wind, leaving Yuan Fuyao standing dumbfounded in place. Despite having treasures in hand that could sustain 3 generations of cultivation without worry, he didn't feel the excitement he had anticipated. Instead, he felt a strange sense of loss. What a fine woman. Pushing aside his feelings, Yuan Fuyao noticed his attendant's wide-eyed expressions of amazement. The emptiness in his heart gave way to a fleeting sense of security. Sighing, he murmured, "Now I have some leeway." Yet as his thoughts churned, he found himself muttering again, almost bitterly, "Now there is no leeway at all." This year, the Li family's sacrificial rituals at the foot of the mountain were smaller in scale compared to previous years. The flooding of the surrounding lands made it unsuitable to carry out grand ceremonies. In the Great Void, Lu Jiangxian observed from afar, noting that the population in the affected prefectures had drastically declined, and resentment and grievances were rising. "The situation in Mushroom Forest Marsh is nearly settled," he murmured. While the Li family could not see what was happening on the plains, Lu Jiangxian saw it all clearly. Within the Yuan family, the faction aligned with the Qi family was gradually taking control. Yuan Huyuan's position grew increasingly precarious, and it seemed unlikely he could hold out much longer. It is not just this lingering reign, but also the anguished cries of millions of commoners that are disrupting the profound balance atmosphere. Lu Jiangxian quietly observed, unable to intervene directly. He simply reached out in the reflection of his mirror and drew in the talisman qi from the sacrificial ritual, refining it slightly before infusing it into Li Shiji, who stood at the altar. By now, Lu Jiangxian was no longer the same as before. Narrowing his eyes, he watched as glowing pathways of energy appeared on Li Shiji's body, draped in his feathered robe. The talisman qi began to form 2 distinct patterns. One was surrounded by faint vermilion runes, a color somewhere between red and pink, sharp and angular with its strokes turning at precise angles. Vermilion flowing rainbow. This talisman had 2 primary effects. First, it enhanced the innate talent of any offspring born to the bearer, making them more gifted and intelligent. Second, it strengthened the bearer's mana, increasing the power of their immortal foundation and improving their flight speed. The second was encircled by a halo of light orange, fading gradually into pale yellow and white at its edges, its script radiant and warm, rainbow-pierced skyway. This talisman preserved and revitalized mental strength, bolstered the spirit, and allowed its bearer to better comprehend and unravel other spells. It also supported the bearer's mana circulation, subtly enhancing their spell-casting abilities with every session of secluded cultivation. More uniquely, this talisman had the rare ability to nurture and extend life. While it could not match the effects of talismans like death-averting longevity and warding off disaster, it could provide minor blessings and protection. Lu Jiangxian observed briefly and thought to himself, the vermilion flowing rainbow would only benefit the bearer's offspring. Since Li Shiji was already a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator and Yang Shower was at the Qi cultivation realm, it would be difficult for them to have more children, rendering this aspect largely irrelevant. However, the rainbow-pierced skyway was a rare talisman qi with the ability to enhance fortune and improve over time as cultivation continued. Given that Li Shiji's cultivation technique was carefully chosen, combined with his protection as a member of the Azure Pond sect, he was among the most secure individuals in the Li family. This talisman qi seemed a perfect fit for him. With that decision, Lu Jiangxian waved his hand, and the talisman qi turned a bright yellow before merging into Li Shiji's body. Then, his gaze shifted to Li Zhouwei. Over the years, the connection between bright yang metallic essence within Li Zhouwei had grown increasingly pronounced, manifesting in many unusual traits. Lu Jiangxian silently waited, thinking to himself, when he accepts a talisman and begins cultivating, I can leverage the bond between the talisman seed and its host to help him control and moderate these influences, avoiding any excessive displays of power. Chapter 647, Rainbow-Pierced Skyway. Li Shiji waited at the altar for a while. Among the crowd, only he had received the talisman seed but had yet to accept the talisman qi. As expected, a brilliant light soon rose from the Xinyang mansion. Rainbow-Pierced Skyway. His aura surged instantly, and his foundation establishment realm cultivation level rapidly advanced. The rainbow light radiating from his body grew brighter, giving him an ethereal and immortal appearance. However, the gaps between the stages of the foundation establishment realm were vast. While such an increase in cultivation might have elevated someone several levels within the qi cultivation realm, it merely brought him to the edge of breaking through to mid-foundation establishment realm. He stopped just short of the threshold. Li Shiji closed his eyes, muttering softly. When he exhaled, a plume of rainbow light dispersed. As he opened his eyes, the swirling rainbow hues within them slowly faded away. Glancing at the crowd's awestruck gazes, he chuckled and said, "Just one step away from a breakthrough. It is actually a good thing. Not rushing through this stage will avoid drawing suspicion. This way, I can refine my cultivation and practice spells during my trip to the Eastern Sea, before seizing the opportunity to break through." After revealing his cultivation level, Li Shiji explained the effects of the talisman qi he had received. Feeling inspired, he exercised his mana, causing rainbow light to dance across his fingertips. With a few hand seals, his middle and ring fingers curled into his palm, while the rest pointed outward, forming a tripod-like shape. In an instant, the spiritual energy flowing across the mountain ceased and froze in midair. After a brief pause, it rushed toward his hands in a concentrated surge, colliding and transforming into streams of white qi. Quite an improvement. Li Shiji praised himself as Li Shiming, standing nearby, gazed at him with bright eyes. Li Shiming exclaimed, "Elder brother truly had foresight. Receiving the blessing at the foundation establishment realm is indeed more beneficial. The rest of the family can follow your example in the future." Li Shiji smiled and replied, "Shiming, you are exaggerating. I can afford to take my time cultivating within the sect, but you all must focus on forming your immortal foundations quickly to support the family and secure greater benefits. You cannot afford to wait until foundation establishment realm." Shifting to a more serious tone, he said, "I have seen Zhouwei." Concerned about how the family might handle things, Li Shiji repeated the instructions he had given to Li Qingliao earlier. He warned gravely, in ancient times, directly calling someone by their name was taboo, which is why Taoist titles exist. Once he begins cultivating at 6, the family must give him a Taoist title, preferably related to Bright Yang, as it would be most beneficial to him. He continued, "I am not only heading to the sect to find perception techniques to conceal his unique eyes. I will also take on additional assignments and build connections, exchanging for more Bright Yang techniques derived from the Eastern Fire Grotto heaven for his protection and cultivation." Li Xianxian adjusted his sleeves and spoke with some discomfort. "Kid, there is no need to burden yourself like this. Focus on your own cultivation. These things should not fall to you. Yu Muxian cultivated for years and exhausted almost all of the Yu family's wealth, but you have never once asked for anything from the family all these years. Your father and I only worried you might face hardships in the sect." Li Shiji waved his hand dismissively, his expression resolute. "Grandfather, please do not treat me like a guest. Back when the family sought dawn-colored qi for me, I am sure you were not thinking about these details. Overthinking distinctions like these would make things meaningless." Hearing this, Li Xianxian could only nod. Li Shiji, mindful of the time he had already spent away from Green Pine Island, dared not linger further. He spoke softly, "Time is pressing. I will return overseas immediately. Should anything arise in the family, feel free to send me a message." The family members escorted him out together. Having only recently grown closer to her brother, Li Yuexiang showed some reluctance to part. In a soft voice, she asked, "Brother, how long will it be before you return?" Li Shiji smiled and replied, "Several years at least. If you have the time, Feel free to have someone escort you to Green Pine Island. Not only is it a great place for cultivation, but we siblings could also spend some quality time together. Li Yuexiang nodded, her interest clearly piqued. With a hint of playfulness, she added, "Brother, while you are out, could you also find me a suitable husband?" Taking her words to heart, Li Shiji nodded solemnly and said, "Father is no longer here, and as the eldest brother, I stand in his place. I will ensure Xiang'er is never wronged." With that, he cupped his fist in farewell to the group. A rainbow-colored radiance rose beneath his feet, and in a flash, he disappeared into the eastern horizon. As soon as Li Shiji departed, Li Qinghong returned, riding the wind back to the peak, her clothes dusty from the journey. She retrieved a jade bottle from her robe and displayed it, saying, "This spirit water is called Central Azure Pool, part of the pristine water system. It cost 97 spirit stones." Li Qinghong had taken 100 spirit stones when she left and returned 3. With the 5 types of spirit water now gathered, Li Xianxian hurried to summon Lu Changdie. For the past few days, Lu Changdie had been surveying Mount Chengdu, analyzing the flow of the Earth's veins and spiritual energy. He had initially thought it would take months, if not years, to gather the materials. Seeing how quickly the Li family had secured the 5 types of spirit water, he was slightly surprised. Taking the jade bottles in hand, he examined them. Converging water, Farsi serpent stream and forest cold water, valley water, stoneheart water, mansion water, white feather no-fall, and pristine water, central azure pool. Lu Changdie beamed with excitement and remarked, "This is quite the collection. You are only missing a pit water for the 5 virtues to be complete." Noticing everyone's curious glances, he cupped his fist and explained, "You may not know, but the setup of this formation is quite particular. If all the spirit waters are of the same attribute, the formation's power is greatly enhanced. However, if the waters encompass the 5 virtues, the formation's effectiveness will be equally remarkable." From his robe, Lu Changdie took out a jade bottle and said softly, "While traveling to train and cultivate the spirit eye perception, which I acquired from your clan, I collected some pure essence spirit water. There are still 2 portions left, and this water belongs to the pit water system." He swapped out the Farsi serpent stream from the converging water set, thus completing the 5 virtues collection. Seeing this, Li Xuanchuan's face lit up with delight as he said with a smile, "Many thanks, Master." Lu Changdie simply smiled without comment. He had previously traveled to the Eastern Sea, where he discovered a grotto heaven from his prior life and obtained a wealth of spirit resources. His storage pouch already contained various spirit waters covering the 5 virtues, which was why he had initially proposed the formation. No matter which 5 types of spirit water the Li family gathered, he already had a narrative prepared to justify his method. Receiving the spirit water, he handed over a registry and said, "I will begin setting up the formation immediately. These listed materials and soil must still be collected. I trust your clan can provide them." Li Xianxian readily agreed, walking alongside Lu Changdie. Grasping his sleeve, he asked, "Master, that remaining portion of pure essence spirit water, does it still serve any purpose for you?" Clearly, Li Xianxian wanted to purchase it for the younger generation of the Li family to practice the spirit eye perception. Lu Changdie understood immediately and chuckled, "If your clan desires it, I will gladly part with it." Li Xianxian politely refused to take it freely, and the 2 descended the mountain while engaged in lively conversation. Though Lu Changdie had never met Li Xianxian in his previous life, he had become acquainted with him during his youth in this lifetime. Their shared stories about the past created a pleasant camaraderie. On the mountain, the heavy rain gradually subsided, the storm clouds over the lake lightened, and faint glimpses of the sky emerged. At the horizon, a rosy dawn appeared, and a warm wind swept in from the north, dislodging the white mourning cloth hanging on the walls. The storm clouds finally dispersed, revealing the clear skies above. Chapter 648, Arrival of the Luan, I. Li Shiji traveled swiftly to the Eastern Sea, riding the ocean currents for a time before arriving at Green Pine Island. The sea surrounding the island was in a constant state of turbulence, with exposed earth veins and erupting fire veins generating all kinds of spiritual qi. On the island itself, many green pines had already collapsed. The area was divided into a dozen different zones, each guarded by disciples of various immortal gates. These zones had been adapted to suit different needs, harnessing various methods to collect spiritual qi. He landed atop the peak, where a disciple in green robes sat cross-legged on the mountainside, seemingly waiting for some time. Seeing Li Shiji arrive on a gust of wind, the disciple let out a sigh of relief and hurried forward with an anxious expression, saying, "Taoist, you are finally back. The sect has sent word that you need to escort a group to Splitreed Island and bring back some replacements. I have been searching everywhere for you." Oh, Li Shiji had anticipated such tasks and had planned accordingly, knowing that he wouldn't miss any deadlines during his absence. He asked calmly, "When is the deadline? And where are these people?" The disciple cupped his fist and replied, "There are still several months left. Now that you have returned, Taoist, I will make the necessary arrangements at once." The disciple left in haste, leaving Li Shiji to shake his head slightly in puzzlement, thinking the roster had been finalized long ago. Why the sudden change? Something about this is odd. He waited quietly for a while until a cloud liner lifted off from the island. Taking flight, he surveyed the scene and noticed that the ship's passengers were mostly older Qi cultivators, with a few Foundation Establishment Realm guest cultivators mixed in. "Greetings, Taoist." They saluted in unison. Li Shiji waved dismissively, not wanting to waste time. He guided the cloud liner into the sky, only pausing over the ocean to observe more closely. He noted that, despite being reassigned from such a prosperous place, the cultivators showed little sign of dissatisfaction. Feigning casual interest, he remarked, "What matter is so urgent that it requires your immediate reassignment?" A man behind him hesitated before answering. "Taoist, we have heard that Splitreed Market's spirit veins have begun to shift, and there may be an Earth Dragon awakening. We are being sent to assist the warden there." Li Shiji nodded. "So it is about that. You will only be gone briefly, then. I was concerned it might be a long-term stationing that would rob you of cultivation opportunities. This is not as bad, then. Thank you for your concern, Taoist." The speaker was a Foundation Establishment Realm guest cultivator who expressed his gratitude profusely before shifting the conversation to spirit veins. Li Shiji responded with casual remarks that gave the man some enlightenment. Reflecting inwardly, he thought, most likely, this is Ning Heyuan's doing. He's gone to great lengths to stage all this. Impeccably crafted, I must admit. Once he understood the setup, Li Shiji's interest waned. Sensing this, the man wisely fell silent. Day turned to night, and soon they arrived at Splitreed Island. Splitreed Island was a well-known major island near the sea, drawing awe from the cultivators on board. Though it was his first visit, Li Shiji followed the guidance to dive underwater, eventually locating the massive formation on the seafloor. Just as they settled, a middle-aged man stood waiting above the market. With late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation level, he stepped forward as the cloud liner approached, stopping before Li Shiji. His voice was steady and deep. "Are you Taoist Li? I am Ning Heyuan." Seeing him personally come to greet him, Li Shiji felt more confident in his assumptions. He replied warmly, "I am Li Shiji. Greetings, senior. You have worked hard, Taoist." Ning Heyuan's expression softened into a smile. With a gesture to his subordinates, he had them escort the ship's cultivators away. Then, extending a hand, he said, "Please, this way." As they descended together, Ning Heyuan's demeanor radiated newfound stability. The past decade had transformed him more than the decades he had spent overseeing the sea. His bearing had become broader and more composed. Ning Heyuan had come to understand why. Despite the Ning family boasting numerous Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators and having brothers more capable than himself, Yuan Su had entrusted him with the family. The reason was the same as why he had been exiled overseas for more than 10 years, his close ties with the Qi family and the trust he had earned from Sect Master Qi Zhiyun. Breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm could take 5 or 6 years at best, decades at worst. If the Taoist master falls, who knows how long my aunt will last, or even if she will succeed. Until then, it is safest to have me managing the family. Ning Heyuan understood that his aunt's breakthrough was fraught with peril. If Taoist Master Yuan Su were to fall, the Ning family's greatest fear would not be the retaliation from the Purple Mansion realm cultivators, but rather the long-overdue reckoning from the Qi family. Once the Ning family lost Yuan Su's protection, they would be no different from any ordinary clan. To survive, they had to secure the trust of the Qi family. Appointing him, someone who was closely tied to Qi Zhiyun and who had been harshly punished for his association with the Qi family, as the head of the Ning household was a wise decision by Yuan Su. Ning Heyuan had once been sent to the southern border, only to be quickly reassigned to the harsh seas. It was only after much contemplation back at sea that he finally understood Yuan Su's deeper intentions. Only then did he realize why. Despite having been chosen as the head of the family, he was still relegated to such a desolate place. It's all to make Qi Jun feel guilt, to make him feel indebted to me, to make him believe that I stand firmly on the same side as the Qi family. Having grown up by Qi Jiyun's side, Ning Heyuan knew him well. Upon reflecting further, he couldn't deny that this plan of Yuan Su's was nothing short of brilliant. This realization struck him with a wave of cold sweat, yet it dispelled all his resentment toward being stationed in such an inhospitable place. What replaced it was only admiration, and his demeanor took on a newfound composure and determination. The two reached the interior of the cave dwelling and sat down. Ning Heyuan poured tea and watched as Li Shiji made a motion to rise, unwilling to accept such courtesy. Ning Heyuan quickly pressed his hand lightly to stop him and said, "I went to great lengths to arrange this meeting, fellow Taoist. Let us not concern ourselves with such formalities. Let us regard each other as equals." Without giving Li Shiji the chance to say more, Ning Heyuan swiftly shifted the topic, his tone turning serious. "This meeting is about the matter of Moongaze Lake." Li Shiji understood and listened attentively, adopting a posture of focused attention. Ning Heyuan spoke softly. "First, we must ensure Yuanwu is removed, and that Yuanwu Peak relocates. We need to work together within the sect to ensure that 6 of the 36 peaks are selected to manage the new outpost. Securing Moongaze Lake under Qingsui's jurisdiction will make this plan mostly foolproof." Ning Heyuan continued hesitantly. "However, relying on my Ning family alone may not be enough. Does your clan have any additional support?" Li Shiji nodded slightly, fully aware of this man's relationship with Li Xianfeng. In a low voice, he replied, "With the Ning, Yang, and Lianqing of Fuchin Peak, can this plan succeed?" Li Shiji had already considered this matter. In the initial planning stages, the Yuan family was also a part of it. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, and the Yuan family was now in disarray. Furthermore, his master had disappeared without a trace, leaving the Yuan family's involvement uncertain for the time being. Chapter 649, Arrival of the Luan, 2. Lianqing. Ning Heyuan lowered his head slightly, deliberated for a moment, and then suddenly seemed to realize something. With a faint smile, he remarked, "You have certainly kept things quiet. However, this is not a simple matter. Lianqing has offended some people in the past. If he takes action, it might backfire." Li Shiji nodded, feeling a bit uneasy about this potential complication. Ning Heyuan continued, "Actually, this matter is not too difficult. As for Qi Jun, my brother-in-law, is already preparing on that front. We can handle it. The Qi family has no objections, and Taoist Master Yuan Xiao is preoccupied with extending his lifespan, unable to manage such matters. However, after the matter concludes, you will need to meet Qi Jun personally." Ning Heyuan hesitated briefly, then sighed. "All of this assumes success. It will take about 7 or 8 years to see through." Ning Heyuan meticulously discussed the finer details with Li Shiji for an hour before solemnly stating, "Fellow Taoist, be aware that everything hinges on the uncertainty of my aunt's breakthrough. Should she fail, there will be countless variables, and both our families will face great difficulties." Li Shiji nodded, indicating his understanding. Ning Heyuan escorted him to the entrance of the cave dwelling and said softly, "Our two families are now bound together. My brother-in-law has done a great deal. Do not let him down." Li Shiji did not fully grasp the weight of "done a great deal," but nodded in acknowledgement before taking his leave. Ning Heyuan walked him out, then turned back with a slight sense of worry, muttering to himself, "One step at a time." On Mount Chengdu, Li Xianxian and Lu Changdie had been busy setting up the formation for a long time, constructing several formation platforms and inscribing intricate formation patterns while gradually refining the spirit waters. This work, of course, did not require Li Xuanxuan's personal efforts. Lu Changdie guided several of the family's formation masters, who were eager to participate in the construction of such a grand formation under his mentorship. They were practically willing to pay to be part of it. Li Xianxian had been observing for a while and noticed that the vegetation on the mountain seemed listless. The climate had grown warmer over the past few days, and rainfall had gradually decreased, piquing his curiosity. Just as he was about to ask about it, he saw the clouds in the sky swept away as if by a fierce wind, dispersing in an instant. The dazzling morning light rose from the horizon, spreading endless gold and crimson hues across the heavens. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of the wind echoed through the world, growing closer with each moment. A wave of warmth swept through, rustling the trees. Not only Changdie, but even the lower-ranked formation masters sensed something unusual and looked dumbfoundedly toward the north. The warm wind left Li Xianxian momentarily stunned. This is... Changdie also paused mid-sentence, and the two exchanged glances before looking up at the spectacle in the sky. The clouds that had shrouded the land for years finally dispersed, revealing a pair of deep crimson wings spanning the horizon. As the morning light ascended into the sky, it bathed the world in a fiery red glow. A colossal feathered beast appeared from the north, its size utterly astonishing. From the mountain below, its overwhelming form seemed to stretch across the heavens, its wings extending far into the drifting sea of clouds. The belly of the beast shadowed a significant portion of Moongaze Lake, though it did not block the morning glow. Streams of red light flowed, turning the entire lake into a radiant ruby that sparkled amidst the heavens and earth. The feathered beast was vividly colored in shades of crimson, gold, and yellow. Its elongated feathers trailed behind it, forming 8 elaborate tail plumes resembling intricate chains that stretched deep into the northern skies. Changdie's voice turned hoarse as he dared not look directly at the radiant spectacle. He muttered softly, "Senior, this is the dry fire opposing pristine water, but what kind of divine beast could it be?" The feathered beast moved with astonishing speed, soaring across the sky. Rainwater was swept away in its wake, leaving behind blazing sunlight. The intense golden light poured onto the damp earth, shimmering as though molten gold was flowing everywhere. The sunlight differed from the usual, resembling descending flames that seeped into the soil and vegetation, producing faint sizzling sounds. The land turned golden, almost blindingly radiant. Even the pale ground seemed to reflect this brilliance, while waves of heat surged, drenching everyone in sweat. Li Xianxian managed to raise his head, feeling the ground beneath him radiate heat from within as the sunlight touched it. The evaporating rainwater filled the surroundings with thick humidity. The Yu-cultivating sect has struck back. The entire Mount Chengdu and Moongaze Lake were shrouded in misty vapor, creating an ethereal, otherworldly scene. Li Xianxian stood amidst the swirling white mist, looking around and murmuring, "What kind of spirit beast is this?" Changdie squinted as he gazed at the retreating crimson light, as though calculating something, and replied, "If it is not a golden core realm mount, then it must be some ancient demon or a great demon king summoned by Yu-cultivating sect. Since it is of the dry fire system, it is likely a type of legendary Luan bird, owing a favor to Yu-cultivating sect and flying south from the north using its divine abilities." Li Xianxian shook his sleeves and used his mana to dispel the moisture clinging to his cuffs. Faintly, he heard the cheers of the townsfolk below. To them, seeing the rain clouds dissipate after so many years of relentless downpour made them believe the rain had finally ended. However, he smiled bitterly and said, "I am afraid this is not good news at all." He scooped up a handful of soil from the mountain. The earth felt warm to the touch. He murmured to himself, "If this persists for more than 3 days, it will not just stop the crops from growing. Even the forest trees will wither and dry up completely." Changdie glanced at the elderly man and said softly, "It is an unavoidable situation. A confrontation between 2 sects. This is a once-in-a-century occurrence." He sighed as he descended the mountain, still mulling over the matter. Dry fire can suppress dampness, stop the rain, and turn cold into heat. But how does one deal with the cries of millions of suffering souls? Compared to the Azure Pond sect, Yu-cultivating sect's methods seem too feeble. Li family, Central Hall. The glazed tiles of the hall's roof reflected a bright crimson glow. The white ape was prostrated on the ground, bowing towards the distant feathered beast as though in reverence. Beside it stood a boy, dressed in white gold robes that shimmered under the vivid light. The boy stared intently at the retreating feathered beast, as though deeply moved. At his feet, a few thin cicadas that had flown down wriggled and crawled. Some flipped onto their backs, struggling and spinning in the water, while others climbed up the boy's pant. Li Zhouwei seemed entirely unaware of their presence. The white ape soon stood up, picked up a few of the cicadas from the ground, and stuffed them into its mouth. Li Zhouwei spoke in his childish voice, "What a huge bird." As he gazed downward, a figure ascended the steps. Dressed in ornate robes and followed by several attendants, The woman waved the others away before walking in slowly. Her expression was complicated as she looked at the child. Li Zhouwei nodded slightly at her and bowed ever so slightly, saying, "Mother." This was none other than Madame Hu, the wife of Li Qingliao. She had carried Li Zhouwei in her womb for 11 months, enduring no small amount of torment during his birth. Even now, when facing those dark golden eyes of his, a faint fear lingered in her heart. This child had never shown her any affection and had almost cost her life during childbirth. Yet, her maternal instincts allowed her to suppress these fears. Speaking gently, she asked about his well-being. After Li Zhouwei answered her questions, she said, "In a few days, your father will select a weapon for you. Have you thought about what you would like?" Li Zhouwei tilted his head slightly and replied in a quiet voice, "I have no particular preference. Whatever father teaches, I will practice." Chapter 650, Halberd, I. Li Zhouwei responded politely, and Madame Hu could only nod, watching him return to his desk. She ground ink for him as the boy silently practiced calligraphy. She watched the child writing with steady, precise strokes, each character upright and orderly. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Madame Hu stayed until deep into the night, yet Li Zhouwei hadn't moved from his spot even once. There was no trace of the usual mischief or restlessness of a typical child. His expression remained unchanged as he silently practiced his calligraphy. Madame Hu stared into his eyes, watching the colors shift gradually. As the sky darkened, the hues in his gaze grew more radiant. The old white-furred monkey came forward to light a lamp. The dim, yellow glow illuminated the room, casting shadows that held Madame Hu entranced. She stayed until the sky was entirely dark. The old monkey approached, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Madam, please return. The young master needs to rest." The white-furred monkey, long since having ruined his vocal cords, now relied on mana to resonate his voice, making it sound devoid of emotion. Madame Hu snapped out of her trance, quickly standing up. Li Zhouwei quietly rose as well, escorting her to the courtyard gate with steady steps. In a soft voice, he said, "Farewell, mother." Several maidservants who had been waiting by the gate hurried to meet her as she exited. Madame Hu walked some distance, her expression dazed and distracted. Unable to resist, she turned her head for one last look. What she saw sent a chill through her. Amidst the pitch-black night, two golden points of light hovered in the darkness like glowing embers. They resembled the eyes of a predator, a tiger or a leopard, watching her silently from the shadows, unmoving. Madame Hu stumbled slightly, hastily turning back around. The attendants nearby glanced at her in confusion. She took a few deep breaths, steadying her nerves, though her thoughts remained clouded. In a whisper, she murmured, "Could this really be my child? Born divine, or—" She swallowed the rest of her words, her heart gripped by unease. "Or born monstrous." As Madame Hu departed, Li Zhouwei stood motionless at the gate, watching her retreat until she and her entourage disappeared from view. Only then did he turn around and, in a tender yet unsettlingly calm voice, remark, "Mother is afraid of me." The old white monkey crouched by his side, shuffling forward a step as he followed him. In a raspy voice, he replied, "Everyone in the household fears the heir. Those who do not fear now will fear eventually, and those who already fear will come to fear even more." Li Zhouwei remained silent. The old monkey kneeled to remove his shoes and escorted him into the sleeping quarters. His gravelly voice carried a faint reverence as he said, "In my 100 years of wandering through Wu and Yu, I have seen countless people. Never have I met anyone like the heir. If I were to compare, perhaps only the former young master of the Slaughter June Gate might come close." Li Zhouwei tilted his head curiously and asked, "Did he inspire fear in others?" The old monkey smoothed his white fur with his claws and shook his head. "No, not at all. The heir is both similar and dissimilar to him, like a ruler and a hero. They cannot be compared." Li Zhouwei nodded slightly, as if he understood. Gradually, he closed his eyes, and the two faint golden lights in the darkness finally disappeared. For over a year, Li Qingliao had been so busy that he barely had time to rest. The weather in northern Yu Prefecture had grown increasingly unpredictable, shifting between rain and sunshine in scattered patches, creating an air of disarray. The only constant was the barren land, incapable of yielding crops. Apart from a few clans, most others had begun considering relocation, with many already migrating southward. The trend was clear to all. Even those with a keen eye for worldly affairs could see that the profound balance atmosphere was deteriorating beyond repair. Many watched coldly as the Yu cultivating sect and the Azure Pond sect clashed in northern Yu, waiting to see which way the winds of fate would blow. Seated in the central hall, Li Chungliao received a flurry of messages daily, each one as fleeting as falling snow. After sifting through them for some time, one caught his interest. The Xiao family has sealed their mountain for 3 years, recalling all their direct descendants within, completely cutting themselves off. It seems they are trying to avoid involvement in the conflict between the two sections. After careful thought, he found the move too drastic and couldn't help but muse inwardly. It is said Xiao shooting climbed to the Purple Mansion realm through sheer cunning. This action is unlikely to be as simple as it seems. There must be factors I am unaware of. He set aside several letters sent back by Li Shiji and read them carefully, feeling a sense of relief as he finished. At least the Yu cultivating sect has not torn things apart yet. They show no signs of marching south to attack Azure Pond. Though if they do, the profound balance atmosphere will collapse even further. Li Qingliao couldn't blame the Yu cultivating sect entirely. The profound balance atmosphere was one of the most fragile forms of spiritual energy in existence. That it had persisted this long without interference was a testament to the Yu cultivating sect's dominance and reputation. However, with the Azure Pond sect now leading the charge, few sects were willing to allow Yu cultivating sect the advantage of nurturing another Golden Core realm cultivator. It was already well enough that they had maintained it this long. No matter what, these matters are far beyond my control. All I can do is provide relief for the common people. Li Chungliao thought as he folded up the letters, refocusing his mind. Beside him, Chen Mufeng gently reminded, "My lord, you were scheduled to visit the heir today." Chen Mufeng had once been demoted to an ordinary member of the Jade Court Guards after a mistake, largely due to Su Zhao's influence. Over the years, however, Li Qingliao had quietly allowed him to regain favor, and now Chen Mufeng had risen to the second-in-command position, second only to Chen Donghe. "I have been so busy I nearly forgot." Li Qingliao chuckled upon hearing the reminder. He stood, only to have someone announce from below that the heir had arrived. It turned out that after waiting for some time, without seeing Li Qingliao, and with the sky growing dark, Li Zhouwei had taken it upon himself to come over. Draped in a white and gold robe, he ascended the steps with calm confidence. Now 5 years old, the boy had grown quickly. His long hair was tied neatly, and his small brows furrowed slightly, giving him a serious expression. He cupped his fist and greeted softly, "Father." Li Qingliao laughed heartily and said, "I have been meaning to choose a weapon for you, but I have been so busy I nearly forgot. Come, come." He took Li Zhouwei's hand and dismissed the others, leading the boy briskly to the rear hall, where several jade boxes had been prepared. He motioned for Li Zhouwei to stand still, opening the first jade box while speaking softly. "The first is the sword, the most highly valued among weapons. It can be light or heavy, long or short, and is the most commonly used weapon in the world. Even those who do not practice swordsmanship often carry one, for ceremony, oaths, or even for ritual suicide." Moving on, Li Qingliao explained, "Our family excels in swordsmanship. It is said that we possess a grade 5 sword manual, renowned across many sections. As for spirit swords, the family owns several. The Qingche sword and the Hanlin sword are both foundation establishment realms." As he finished, Li Chungliao drew the sword hanging from his waist. Its blade was smooth and gleaming, with scales-like patterns running along its surface, glinting faintly in blue under the light. He said, "This is the family's ceremonial sword, called Dragon Coiling Pillar. It measures 3 qi and 7 cun long, and symbolizes the leadership of the Li family. One day, when you inherit the family, this sword will also belong to you." Li Zhouwei blinked slightly, staring intently at the blade before replying softly, "Understood." Li Qingliao put the sword away and opened 2 more jade boxes, revealing a longbow and a spear. His explanations for these were much briefer, summarizing their strengths and weaknesses before saying, "The family's spirit spear, Dua, is in the hands of ancestor Qinghong, while our only spirit bow is in the southern border. For now, there are no Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifacts available for either weapon." The weight of his words made it clear how much importance Li Chungliao placed on his eldest son. Even though Li Zhouwei had yet to begin formal cultivation, he was already preparing Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifacts for him. Li Zhouwei, however, remained composed, merely asking, "Are there other options?" At this, Li Qingliao patted his storage pouch and retrieved another weapon. Chapter 651, Halberd 2. It was a long halberd of deep golden hue, with a crescent-shaped blade. The weapon stood much taller than Li Qingliao himself, its extravagant design exuding a sense of immense weight. Even Li Qingliao, with his qi cultivation realm strength, struggled slightly to lift it. Before he could say anything, Li Zhouwei's eyes had already lit up. Smiling, Li Qingliao propped the halberd against the ground and said, "This is an ancient Foundation Establishment Realm Dharma artifact, likely once used by an ancestor of our family. Its alignment with bright yang makes it a perfect match for you. What do you think?" He placed the weapon carefully on the ground, ensuring it was stable before allowing Li Zhouwei to examine it closely. The boy ran his hands over the golden patterns on its surface, his excitement evident. "Father, this weapon is the right one." Li Qingliao nodded in satisfaction and explained, "This was retrieved by the ancestor from a grotto heaven. No one in the family has ever been able to wield it. Even your uncle Shiming, despite being a bright young Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, failed to gain its recognition. It always felt a little off when he used it." Li Qingliao elaborated, "Your uncle is not one to enjoy combat. He found it clumsy to wield. Thus, he left it in storage all these years, saving it for you." Li Zhouwei couldn't hide his fondness for the weapon, his gaze lingering eagerly. Li Qingliao waited a moment before storing the weapon away and smiled. "You are still too young. For now, start practicing with a wooden halberd. I will assign an instructor to teach you." The Li family, with its vast resources, had no shortage of halberd users. Even Chen Mufeng in the main hall wielded a long halberd, while Su Gongming from the Jade Court Guards favored a shorter one. Li Qingliao intended to gather them all to guide the child in his training. The only issue for now is his eyes. For the moment, they remain manageable, Li Qingliao muttered under his breath. Li Zhouwei had been living on the mountain, rarely interacting with outsiders, and only encountering close family members. Li Qingliao understood, however, that hiding the eyes indefinitely was impossible. It's a pity that no matter what methods we've tried, we can't conceal them. After all, these are innate golden pupils. Li Qingliao lamented. The Li family had attempted illusions and other means to hide the golden pupils, but nothing worked. The golden hue persisted, glowing darkly, and they worried about damaging his eyes if they pushed too far. Reluctantly, they left them untouched. Soon, someone arrived carrying a wooden halberd, specially made for Li Zhouwei. It stood taller than him by a full head and was crafted from an extraordinary type of wood, giving it a satisfying heft. Li Qingliao handed it to him with a slight smile, patting the boy gently on the head. "Practice well." Having always regarded the boy as mature beyond his years, this gesture of affection was uncharacteristic. As he pulled his hand back, he paused, momentarily startled by his own action. Li Zhouwei's golden eyes shifted slightly, his small lips curling up ever so faintly into a rare smile, before quickly returning to neutrality. "Yes, father," he replied. Eastern Sea, Golden Sack Island. Situ Mo, clad in golden armor, stood silently at the island's edge, his expression far from pleasant. Since Mutuo's fall, he hadn't left the island in years, remaining stationed there. Even when news of Li Xuanfeng's actions in the southern border reached him, he stayed put, quietly maintaining his vigil. Although visitors and guest cultivators came and went, and even members of the Situ family occasionally arrived, no harm had come to them under his watch. Yet Situ Mo still refrained from stepping outside the formation. Having witnessed Li Xuanfeng's prowess firsthand, he remained vigilant, ever expecting the man to catch him off guard. Unbeknownst to Situ Mo, Li Xianfeng had entered a grotto heaven, and by lingering on the island, Situ Mo had missed a chance to return to the sect. Now, knowing Li Xianfeng had left the southern border, he couldn't shake the paranoia that the famed golden bough lay hidden, waiting to strike near the island's formation. Still, it does not matter. The spiritual qi on this island is abundant enough. I can cultivate here without dealing with the sect's fools. It is not so bad, he thought. Situ Mo carried deep grudges and a naturally cautious temperament. His decision to remain in seclusion was, therefore, hardly surprising. Fortunately, Kong Tingyun of Profound Peak Gate had been recalled to the sect to focus on her breakthrough, leaving him to contend with far less competent replacements from Profound Peak Gate. However, these concerns weren't what truly weighed on Situ Mo's mind. Standing at the edge of the island for only a moment, he heard a loud laugh ring out. A figure cloaked in gold and crimson landed nearby, a booming voice following. 16th brother. So, you have finally come out of seclusion. What good timing. Though he harbored immense disdain and hatred for the figure behind the voice, Situmo's face instantly lit up with a polite smile, his tone light and pleasant. So it is 7th brother. Forgive me. I have been immersed in secluded cultivation and did not know you had arrived on the island. How remiss of me. The man beside him bore strikingly handsome features, with a high-bridged nose and flowing black and red robes. His face bore a slight resemblance to Situmo's, but his body was cloaked in rising flames entwined with wisps of black and red qi. The flames extended down to his boots, manifesting as various avian shapes. This was none other than Situ Chun, whom Li Xianfeng had encountered in the Grotto Heaven. After emerging from the Grotto Heaven, Situ Chun had traveled to Golden Sack Island, both to recover and cultivate. Drawing strength from the flame shadow crow qi, his movement seemed ethereal as he floated lightly to stand beside Situ Mo. Situ Mo inclined his head slightly, smiling. How did 7th brother fare in the Grotto Heaven? Situ Chen's expression soured instantly, his tone sharp and gloomy. Unfortunately, Miao Yi and the others interfered. I gained nothing of value. Following along with his brother's complaints, Situ Mo cursed a few words to appease him. Situ Chen's expression finally shifted from gloom to a smile, and he remarked, You have truly been diligent, guarding this place for our main branch all these years. It must have been hard on you. Situ Mo repeatedly expressed that he dared not claim credit, his face adorned with a respectful and humble smile. But inwardly, his heart was cold and venomous as he thought, Too bad you did not die in the Grotto Heaven. Your main branch caused my mother's death and now expects me to serve as your dog? How delusional. The more he thought about it, the more his external smile became exceedingly sincere. He said warmly, Since you are here, 7th brother, why not stay a little while? This is Scarlet Pristine Sea, and its scenery is entirely distinct from the rest of the Eastern Sea. To the north, you have the High Heavens Island, and to the south, the Chuni Strait, each with unique views and treasures. You absolutely should not miss them. Situ Chun hadn't planned to linger and was preparing to return to the sect for cultivation. However, hearing this, his interest piqued. Seeing this, Situ Mo seized the opportunity, lavishly praising the richness of spirit treasures in the area before adding, I will give 7th brother the best cave dwelling here. The concentration of spiritual qi rivals that of the sect itself. And beyond that, you can venture out to seek further opportunities. Why not make the most of it? Situ Chun, who wasn't interested in ordinary cultivation sites, had been waiting for precisely this kind of invitation. He laughed heartily, clearly tempted, and replied, Then I will take you up on your offer, 16th brother. Think nothing of it. Situ Mo responded with hearty laughter, his expression glowing with warmth. Internally, he was laughing just as wildly, full of schemes. Out loud, he added enthusiastically, It is just that I am a bit lazy and was about to prepare for another secluded cultivation. If I may trouble you, 7th brother, could I ask you to oversee patrols of the surrounding sea regions? Leave it to me. Situ Chun, unaware of his brother's deep cunning, agreed readily and even with enthusiasm. Soon after, Situ Mo retreated, watching with satisfaction as his brother left the protective formation with a delighted expression. Slowly, Situ Mo turned and entered his cave dwelling at a measured pace. The corners of his lips curled upward into a high smirk as he murmured to himself, It would be best if you scouted out where Li Xianfeng is hiding and got yourself shot to death by him. Or better yet, both of you could inflict mutual damage. That way, I can return to the sect at my leisure. Chapter 652, Retribution, I. My little brother is still family after all, much more obedient than those few back in the sect. Riding the wind, Situ Chen looked out at the sea where red and green hues intertwined, his heart entirely untroubled. Having grown up with Situ Mo, who was always cautious and dutiful, he had no reason to doubt him. Flying into the air, he headed south, aiming for the renowned Chuni Strait. The Chuni Strait was a stretch of narrow islands of various sizes forming an elongated chain. Situ Chun soared through the air, carried by a fiery black wind, and adjusted his course to take in the sights of the strait from north to south. As the first large island came into view, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped him. His breathing quickened, and his heart pounded uneasily. Rise! Quickly, he drew a crimson crystalline shield from his storage pouch. Before he had time to fully assess the situation, pain shot through his chest and abdomen. His mana surged as he formed hand seals, causing dense red and black smoke to envelop his body. Bang! With a muffled groan, Chen quickly raised the crimson crystal shield in front of him. A resounding clang echoed as the shield was struck, forcefully deflecting it over 10 zhong away. He grimaced in pain, withdrawing his hands. A bead of blood slowly welled up between his index and middle fingers, glistening crimson and striking to the eye. Glancing down at his chest, he noticed a faint stain of scarlet slowly seeping through. The protective armor he wore shimmered faintly, dispersing the golden qi it had just absorbed. What was that? Chen, as a descendant of the Golden Tang Gate, was an experienced and skilled combatant. Despite being caught off guard, he caught a glimpse of a golden streak and immediately became cautious. Crossing his fingers, he quickly performed a defensive hand seal. A surge of crimson-black flames erupted from his body, spreading through the air above the sea. The dense smoke obscured the sky and blocked out spiritual senses. Maintaining his composure, Chen thought to himself, this must be some kind of spirit needle or concealed blade. If I block their vision, I can regain the upper hand. Coming from the Golden Tang Gate, he had some familiarity with similar Dao lineage. Acting decisively, he used the smoke to shield himself. Then, he retrieved a piece of spirit silk from his storage pouch, draping it over his shoulders to conceal his figure entirely. After taking these precautions, he began to regulate his breathing, but his heartbeat grew erratic again. His chest tightened with dread as he exclaimed, "How can they still see me?" All his doubts could only be suppressed, and he once again maneuvered the crystal shield to defend himself. His mind felt hollow, his brows furrowed tightly as he formed another seal with his hands. Thunk! This time, although prepared, he felt the impact was even greater than before. A metallic taste rose in his throat as blood pooled there, his eyes widening in shock. At last, he clearly saw the streak of golden light and exclaimed in sudden realization, "An arrow." Archers in the U-state were few and far between. He didn't even need to think before the name popped into his mind, his voice trembling with fear. It is that lackey of Taoist Master Yuan Su, Li Xianfeng. Although he had never personally crossed paths with Li Xianfeng, those 2 arrows were enough to demonstrate the man's skill and terrifying prowess. Cursing aloud, he demanded, "What grudge do I have with him? Why is he trying to kill me?" A faint numbness spread across his cheeks. Realizing his opponent was charging up another shot, he desperately fled north, all the while surreptitiously pulling a jade pendant from his sleeve and crushing it. Fortunately, I planned ahead and left a backup pendant on the island. 16th brother will surely come to my aid when he sees this. He bears a deep hatred for this man, and together we can finish him off. Chen had no doubt his brother would come to assist. He ascended swiftly on the wind, yet his body ached all over. His face darkened as he gripped the twin blades strapped to his back and unsheathed them, crossing them before him for added defense. A feeling of utter helplessness consumed him. Despite possessing formidable blade skills that rivaled anyone's, he couldn't even locate his attacker. All his abilities in combat and spells were rendered useless, leaving him on the defensive. As he fled, 5 streaks of golden light shot toward him from afar, each tailing the other. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Known for his lack of defensive skills, a hint of panic crept into his heart. He hastily summoned talisman barriers, their white glows shimmering around him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The hum of arrows vibrated around him. 4 of the golden arrows exploded in midair, releasing a fine golden mist that not only dispersed his smoke screen, but clung stubbornly to his mana like parasitic worms. His body grew heavier by the moment. The final arrow struck his defensive shield, shattering it into fragments. Desperate, he raised his twin blades. Their crimson glows intertwined as he slashed toward the incoming projectile. But this arrow was a CUN shorter than the others and far more agile. With a sudden twist in midair, it streaked between his crossed blades, driving into the gap between his palms. A deep, bloody hole instantly appeared in the center of his hand. This arrow. Dazed and frozen in shock, he finally abandoned all thoughts of resistance. He understood that his opponent was far beyond his ability to counter. Bowing his head, he flew northward. However, weighed down by the astral gold, his speed was noticeably reduced. More golden arrows chased after him, while he bitterly employed talismans in a futile attempt to keep himself afloat. Li Xuanfeng's attacks were cunning, blending feints with genuine strikes to great effect. Wounded and cornered, he coughed up blood as the pursuit stretched into a full day and night. By now, his body was riddled with injuries, and exhaustion loomed over him. Situ Mo still has not arrived. It was unclear whether this delay was due to Situ Mo's knack for deception or Situ Chen's inability to discern loyalty from treachery. Even now, he clung to trust in his brother, snarling bitterly, "It seems Yuan Su's men must have encircled 16th brother. Fleeing to Golden Sack Island will not necessarily lead to a better outcome." Situ Chun had no other options left. On this vast sea, he was being slowly worn down by Li Xianfeng. Golden Sack Island was his sole hope. After hesitating, he reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a deep golden talisman. This talisman was a treasure granted exclusively to the main bloodline, far more valuable than ordinary Foundation Establishment Realm talismans. It was an ancient talisman, a trump card for preserving one's life. With the Taoist masters of the Situ family long missing and their treasures exhausted, this talisman was one of the few life-saving items left for Situ Chun, the newly instated heir. Murmuring an incantation, he activated the talisman. A semi-transparent shield slowly materialized around him. Situ Chen exhaled in relief and focused on flying northward, his mind finally at ease despite the arrows still chasing him. As expected, 6 or 7 more arrows followed in quick succession, striking the barrier but only leaving ripples on its surface. Situ Chen exhaled deeply, a trace of relief flashing across his face. His expression, however, remained dark as he stepped on the gray-red smoke beneath him, continuing his flight northward. He refrained from uttering any words of retaliation, but the sinister look in his eyes revealed everything. Gripping his twin blades tightly, he pressed forward, his figure cutting through the air with a grim determination. Situ Chen flew for a while, only to sense Li Xuanfeng's attacks growing increasingly intense. Arrow after arrow pursued him, striking the barrier repeatedly, causing it to ripple with wave after wave of impact. Calculating the distance carefully, Situ Chen silently let out a breath of relief, thinking, "Judging by this, I should at least make it to Golden Sack Island." As night deepened, Situ Chun continued flying, his body tense and battered. Suddenly, in the distance, he spotted a man clad in golden armor standing in his path. The man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. His eyebrows were as sharp as blades, his sunken eyes a mix of gray and black, and his long white hair flowed with the wind. Despite the lack of emotion on his face, his presence exuded an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 653, Retribution 2. Li Xianfeng. Situ Chun was not surprised, but instead filled with hatred as he spat out the name. Raising his twin blades, he charged forward, only to see the older man take one step forward and deliver a palm strike to his protective barrier. Situ Chun was momentarily stunned. A massive force surged forward, sending him and the barrier flying backward like a falling stone, crashing into the ocean's surface with an immense splash. Before he could recover, he found himself sinking into the sea. Looking up, he saw 5 streaks of golden light hurtling toward him like shooting stars, growing larger and more menacing as they neared. The 5 streaks of golden light struck the same spot on the barrier, one after the other, breaking the ancient talisman's limits. A series of sharp, cracking sounds followed. Boom! Pain erupted in Situ Chen's chest. The shield shattered completely, and a fist-sized wound opened between his chest and abdomen. The excruciating pain jolted him back to clarity. He planned those 5 arrows long ago, just waiting for me to get here. It was too late to do anything. The golden streaks in the sky flashed continuously, denying him even the smallest opportunity to retaliate. His well-honed blade techniques and skills were rendered useless, as he could do nothing but watch the water around him turn red with his own blood. Struggling to breathe, Situ Chen saw a figure materialize in front of him, a man bathed in golden light. It was Li Xianfeng, his expression cold and merciless as he stared directly at him. Driven by fear of death, Situ Chen pleaded desperately, "I have no quarrel with you, fellow Taoist. Why are you doing this to me?" Li Xianfeng ignored him completely. Without answering, he struck Situ Chen's dantian with a single palm, rendering him powerless. Then, with a steely silence, he dragged Situ Chun to a nearby island and bound him to a tree. Situ Chun was utterly baffled and terrified. He watched as Li Xianfeng retrieved a short blade from his storage pouch, then began to slowly slice away a piece of flesh from his chest. Situ Chun howled in agony. Blood dripped from the wound in small crimson beads. But no matter how much he screamed or questioned, Li Xuanfeng's expression remained unchanged. He methodically stripped away the flesh until only the stark white of bone remained, scraping the ribs clean with a ghastly grinding sound, leaving only the rhythmically beating heart visible. Finally, Li Xianfeng spoke. "You still do not understand? Situ Mo also wants you dead. If I was not worried about dragging this out and causing complications, you would not have died this easily." Situ Chen's eyes widened in shock, but before he could process the words, Li Xianfeng worked quickly. He severed all 4 of Situ Chen's limbs before finally decapitating him in one clean motion. The severed head rolled across the ground a few times before coming to a halt. Standing silently on the island, Li Xianfeng gazed out as volcanic activity rumbled beneath the ocean. The surging heat, stirred by Situ Chen's immortal foundation, caused fiery eruptions to break the surface. Calmly, he cleaned up the remains and wiped the blood from his hands, muttering softly, "Su-san, your vengeance is settled. My blade techniques surpass ordinary mortals." His pain was likely beyond compare. Squinting slightly, Li Xianfeng seemed dissatisfied. The act of revenge had not granted him peace, but instead deepened his unease. With a flick of his left hand, a tattered piece of armor floated into the air, accompanied by a small storage pouch made of black-red fabric, glowing faintly. Hovering beside him, a single golden arrow pulsed with spirituality, darting back and forth through the air like a living creature. Li Xianfeng examined the arrow. He had crafted 3 new arrows, bringing his total to 8. This particular arrow, smaller than the rest, had been refined by merging fire and the binding ring. Its intricate carvings and nimble movements made it exceptionally unique. He casually retrieved the storage pouch and pulled out a jade talisman given to him by Yuan Su. Attaching the pouch to the talisman to obscure its origin, he sighed lightly, before stepping onto the wind and flying toward the northern horizon. Mount Chengdu. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Today's duel between the two sects seemed to favor Yu cultivating sect, with its radiant sunlight bathing the mountain in golden hues. Li Yuexiang raised her head, silently staring at the glaring sun above, her face pale, and her lips pressed tightly together. Her mother had been in seclusion for some time now, and the jade pendant Li Yuexiang had been carrying with her had grown dimmer by the day. She noticed this, but found herself powerless to change anything. The success or failure of Foundation Establishment Realm Breakthrough often hinged on a single moment of distraction. Rarely did someone's life force wane gradually like this. The Li family's foundation was now steadily growing stronger, and Li Yuexiang knew exactly why this was happening. Mother cultivates the clear dusk rain, which belongs to the pristine water system. The celestial phenomenon during her breakthrough originally aligned with her Dao foundation. But the dry fire unleashed by Yu cultivating sect directly disrupted it, throwing her spiritual energy into chaos. Li Yuexiang sighed. If the scorching sun had been sustained, it might not have been as dire. But the sect's back-and-forth power struggle alternated between rain and sun, even affecting Li Shijuan atop Mount Yuting. The brightness of the jade pendant fluctuated, and Xiao Guoyuan's condition worsened day by day, her life force steadily dwindling. Li Yuexiang could only watch as the jade pendant in her hands grew dimmer each day. Kneeling before the entrance to the cave dwelling, she felt utterly helpless. When Yu cultivating sect gained the upper hand today, and the sun blazed uninterrupted for 14 hours, the jade pendant finally shattered into powder. Her pale, jade-like hands cradled the fragments of the pendant, her expression distant and dazed. She kneeled silently on the smooth stone ground, gazing up at the fading sun in the sky, as streaks of green wind and rain began to drift down. Mother, Li Yuexiang didn't even know what expression to wear, nor how to process her mother's death. She silently stood up and approached the stone door before her. After fumbling lightly across its surface, she gently pushed it open. Creak, creak. Wisps of pale green mist seeped out through the crack in the door, extinguishing the last bit of hope in Li Yuexiang's heart. The sight confirmed her worst fears. This was no sudden event. Her mother's body had clearly been dissolving for some time. Mother, Li Yuexiang quietly stepped inside the cave dwelling. At its center lay a jade bed, now empty save for a few pieces of emerald green spirit stone resembling ice, from which faint wisps of pale green mist rose. She struggled to form a seal to contain the stones, leaving the jade bed holding nothing but a single empty black robe. She vaguely remembered that her mother disliked black, but her father had liked it. Li Yuexiang felt surprisingly calm. She collected the storage pouch on the table, finding little else. Xiao Guilwan had failed in her breakthrough, so there were hardly any spirit treasures left behind. After scanning the eerily clean cave dwelling, she finally spotted a wooden talisman about 2 fingers wide lying on the ground. It was strung with a red cord and adorned with jade beads, as though it had fallen from her mother's person. Li Yuexiang bent down to pick it up. It was indeed an ordinary wooden talisman, a palm's length long and 2 fingers wide. On the side facing her, 4 words had been carved in sharp, decisive strokes, brimming with vitality. Fortunate to meet you. She gently flipped it over. On the reverse side, the handwriting was delicate, flowing, and feminine, clearly Xiao Guilwan's. It carried a tender grace and read, I have been waiting. 1. Beyond this, the talisman appeared to be an ordinary piece of wood. It seemed more like a memento exchanged during an intimate moment between husband and wife, something Xiao Guilwan had cherished and kept with her always. Li Yuexiang pressed it against her chest and carefully stowed it away. She retrieved a jade box to store the emerald green spirit stones and walked out of the cave dwelling alone. Outside, the sun was still blinding, its searing heat making the trees release faint wisps of smoke. 1. These were the 4 words that Li Yuanjiao and Xiao Guilwan exchanged during their first meeting on their wedding day in Chapter 290. Chapter 654, Radiant Essence Scripture, I. Central Hall Terrace. On the steps of the terrace, 2 straw dummies clad in full armor stood in place. A middle-aged man holding a short halberd stood nearby, slightly bowing, clad in a suit of white armor, silently observing. Half of his face was hidden by a mask, while the exposed skin on his neck was charred and dark red, giving him a rather terrifying appearance. Though the man's appearance was fierce, his tone and expression were humble. He stood quietly behind a young boy, watching him thrust and retract his halberd. The clanging of the halberd against the armor echoed as the boy practiced, and after observing for half an hour, the man finally spoke softly. Your Highness, the heir, learns exceptionally fast. In just 2 years, you already show remarkable skill. The wooden halberd in Li Zhouwei's hands had already been replaced with an iron halberd, though slightly shorter than a normal halberd to match his height, crafted from lightweight spirit iron. He moved it with both hands, striking, hooking, splitting, and stabbing with practiced precision, the strikes landing neatly in the joints of the armor, creating a clanging chorus of noise. After finishing his set, Li Zhouwei planted the halberd on the ground, wiped away his sweat, and said, Commander Su, this is nothing more than playful practice. You flatter me. The masked man was none other than Su Gongming. Years ago, he had been disfigured during a devil cultivator attack. Over the years, he had worked diligently, advancing to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation realm. Due to his average talent, he found progress increasingly difficult. Following the instructions left by his late elders, Su Gongming remained meticulous and conscientious. Though he occasionally made minor mistakes, his growing age brought steadier judgment, helping him build a solid reputation for the Su family across various towns. Su Gongming shook his head and responded, The halberd is a weapon of dominance. I have trained with both long and short halberds for years and have barely scratched the surface of its intricacies. For the young heir to have reached this level at such a tender age is truly impressive. Li Zhouwei nodded and set aside the halberd, changed his clothes, and donned a robe. The white-haired ape stood silently by his side, glanced at Su Gongming, and spoke. Today is the day for spirit measurement. The heir is headed to Mount Chengdu. Gongming, you may return early. Yes, senior, Su Gongming replied promptly. The white ape, being old and possessing a high cultivation level, held considerable authority within the Li family. Su Gongming quickly took his leave. Li Zhouwei waited on the steps for a while, sipping 2 mouthfuls of tea. Soon, a young man entered the hall. Li Chunliao's attire was exceptionally formal today, draped in a gray wolf fur mantle. The silver-white fur shimmered faintly, accentuating his imposing build with a touch of regal might. Though the occasion was a spirit measurement, Li Chunliao had already privately assessed his son. Now over 7 years old, Li Zhouwei had developed spiritual orifice, putting his father's worries to rest. Still, not knowing the exact quality of his talent, he decided to bring him to the mountain for a formal assessment. Picking up Li Zhouwei, Li Qingliao said little. He carried him as they stepped onto the wind, his mana glowing brightly as they soared over the lake and landed on Mount Chengdu. Li Zhouwei found the sensation of riding the wind fascinating. As he steadied himself, he noticed two figures already standing on the mountaintop. At the forefront stood a middle-aged woman holding a long spear, her hair tied up. Dressed in translucent jade armor, she exuded an air of authority. Beside her was the elder Li Xianxian, whom Li Zhouwei recognized. Li Qingliao cupped his fist in salute and said, "Aunt, you have returned." Li Qinghong raised an eyebrow slightly and replied in a gentle voice, "I had matters to attend to and returned home a few days ago. It is just as well, as I can oversee Zhouwei's spirit measurement and guide him into the ancestral hall." Li Qingliao nodded slightly. Beside him, Li Xuanxuan's elderly face bore a mix of solemnity and anticipation. He said softly, "What comes next? Leave it to us. You may wait here on the mountain." Li Qingliao asked no further questions, nodding before stepping aside. Li Qinghong approached and gently asked Li Zhouwei a few questions. After gazing into his eyes for a few moments, she picked him up, and together, they entered the grand hall atop the mountain. Li Qinghong paused briefly at the entrance and asked, "Where is Ximing?" Li Xianxian waved a hand and replied, "He is in seclusion, adjusting his state to prepare for a breakthrough to mid-stage foundation establishment realm. That child cultivates at an astonishing pace. It has only been a few years, and though he has benefited from the spirit liquids and pills that Xianfeng brought back, his progress is still remarkable." Li Qinghong's return this time was indeed motivated by a desire to witness Li Zhouwei receiving the talisman, but she also brought back various pieces of news. She said softly, "The Eastern Sea is becoming increasingly chaotic. I heard that the young master of the Golden Tang Gate mysteriously died at sea. The Golden Tang Gate sent people to investigate multiple times, even requesting assistance from northern Buddhist cultivators, yet they could not trace any signs." Li Xianxian frowned. Given the Li family's long-standing rivalry with the Golden Tang Gate, he naturally felt no sympathy for them and asked directly, "In that case, what is the Golden Tang Gate's current stance? Their Purple Mansion realm cultivators have disappeared. Do they still dare to investigate?" "Of course not," Li Qinghong replied softly. "When I passed through Green Pine Island, I carefully inquired with Xier. The Golden Tang Gate did investigate this far and concluded that a Purple Mansion realm cultivator might have been involved. They no longer dare to dig deeper. However, to save face, they have sent a team of people into the sea, claiming they are hunting the culprit. In reality, it is just a performative gesture. Their young master's death has humiliated them, so they need to make a show of action, even if they achieve nothing." Li Qinghong concluded, "It is just a deception for their own disciples and rogue cultivators." Li Xianxian sighed. Back in the day, they were so arrogant. But now, after a few short decades of interference from two immortal sects, they have withered away. Their young master was a disgrace, and even their Purple Mansion realm cultivators vanish without a trace. At this rate, the Golden Tang Gate will soon become nothing more than the minor clan. The two chatted casually as Li Xianxian placed his hand on the child's crown, channeling his spiritual sense and mana to seal his six senses. After some careful effort, Li Xianxian removed his hand, only to find that the child's dark golden eyes remained as lively and focused as before, staring directly back at him. Stunned, he turned to Li Qinghong. Li Qinghong shook her head and said, "He needs to be aware of this. If it cannot be concealed, so be it." Li Xianxian pondered briefly, then nodded. From his sleeve, he retrieved a scroll and handed it to the boy, speaking softly, "Memorize this thoroughly." Li Zhouwei nodded quietly. He took the scroll, carefully examined it from beginning to end twice, then handed it back to Li Xianxian and said, "I have memorized it." "Good." Li Xianxian couldn't help but praise him. Considering the text was several thousand characters long and the boy had yet to cultivate, memorizing it so swiftly was no small feat after testing his recitation a couple of times and confirming he had committed it to memory. Li Xianxian continued forward. The three entered the inner sanctum of the ancestral hall. Li Xianxian tapped the barren stone wall a few times, and a stone door gradually emerged. Screech. With a grinding sound, the door opened, revealing an interior chamber. Li Zhouwei's eyes widened as he followed the elders inside. The stone chamber was quiet and smooth, faint white luminescence from pearls illuminating the edges of the stone platform. His dark golden eyes swept across the room, settling on a green-white spirit sword suspended in midair at the head of the chamber. He thought to himself, "This must be the Qingche sword and the accompanying sword manual." He was about to take his place when Li Xuanxuan's voice interrupted. Wayer kneel. Chapter 655, Radiant Essence Scripture, 2. Perplexed but obedient, Li Zhouwei lowered his head. As he kneeled, the voices of Li Xianxian and Li Qinghong echoed in unison, one hoarse and weathered, the other resonant and firm, reverberating throughout the chamber. The Li family of Chengdu offers respect along with fine delicacies and wine with unwavering devotion. We respectfully request the talisman for our descendant. He will dedicate his life to pursuing the Tao, and his destiny rests in your hands. When the time comes, he will remain true to their oath. With this talisman burned, we express our gratitude to Supreme Yin. Their voices reverberated in the chamber, causing a slight tremor in the air. Li Zhouwei widened his eyes in shock at the power of the words. Before he could grasp their full meaning, he looked up and saw a brilliant white light emanating from the stone platform. The light grew increasingly intense, as if something were struggling to emerge from the void within. Its radiance was dazzling and interspersed with faint traces of an abyssal darkness. He stared blankly for a moment, as a faint scent of osmanthus wafted to his nose. Li Xianxian and Li Qinghong exchanged glances, just beginning to show hints of joy, when a muffled groan escaped from Li Zhouwei beside them. Ugh! He abruptly covered his eyes, trembling tears streaming down from the corners. His muffled groans of pain echoed in the quiet chamber. Li Qinghong's sharp instincts kicked in as she immediately realized, this child's eyes are unlike ordinary people. To directly gaze upon such an immortal object, he is naturally affected. Without hesitation, she patted his back gently and spoke in a soothing tone. Calm your mind and focus. Recall the incantation and guide the talisman's seed. Li Zhouwei felt a light tremor in his sea of qi, and a white radiance emerged from within, a small, radiant white orb. Quickly, he sat cross-legged and began chanting the mantra, carefully guiding the talisman's seed. Li Xianxian exhaled a sigh of relief. He and Li Qinghong stepped out of the chamber, smiles spreading across their faces. In a low voice, he said, although we suspected this child would accept the talisman's seed, seeing it truly take hold is a great relief. It was not easy, Li Qinghong remarked. How long has it been since someone in the family received a talisman? Ximing barely has 2 offspring, and who knows if they even have spiritual orifices. Shijuan insists on being solitary. No one among Cheng and Ming generation was favored by fortune. Thankfully, we have Zhouwei. Li Xianxian sighed deeply, his spirits visibly lifted. Just as Li Qinghong was about to reply, her expression shifted, a mix of surprise and delight lighting up her face as she turned toward the northern mountain range. Though not at the Foundation establishment realm, Li Xianxian immediately noticed her gaze and followed it. In the distance, faint traces of drifting snow and roaring northern winds became visible. He broke into a broad smile and exclaimed, "It is Yuqing Peak." The summit of Yuqing Peak was blanketed in pristine snow, with gusts of pine-laden wind sweeping across it. Li Qinghong stepped onto a streak of lightning and soared ahead. As she neared the mountain, she saw that the snowfall was relentless despite the otherwise cloudless skies. Snow poured steadily over the mountain, blanketing everything in sight. At the same time, the northern wind raged, shaking every pine tree on the mountain and sending waves of snow cascading down. From the peak rose a pure white streak of light, carrying with it the frigid chill of pine and snow. It was a figure clad in white robes, a sword slung across his back. Aunt Li Shijuan appeared even younger than he had before his seclusion. Effortlessly stepping across the snow, his spirit sword Hamlin hummed joyfully behind him, reflecting the excitement in his sharp, lifted brows. Good lad. Li Qinghong pursed her lips into a smile without speaking, while Li Xianxian burst into hearty laughter as he hurried to greet him. Of all the children in the Shi and Yu generation, Li Shijuan had always been the closest to him. His joy at the reunion was heartfelt as he clasped the young man's hands, his grin stretching ear to ear. Li Shijuan, exuding an ethereal chill that set him apart, smoothed his white robes and said, I did not disappoint the elders' expectations. I have established my Tao foundation, Snow on Pine. It enables me to tread upon snow, command frigid winds, amplify my sword light, enhance spell power, extend longevity, and mitigate injuries. As they walked downhill, he elaborated politely on the nature of his immortal foundation. With this foundation, I can tread upon snow and harness cold winds, a potent advantage against Qi cultivators. It can dispel opposing wind-based spells and enhance both techniques, and sword light with frost and gusts, making it an immortal foundation well-suited for combat. Not only does this immortal foundation extend longevity and reduce injury impact, it also enables one to endure longer in environments where spiritual energy is scarce. After listing the core benefits, he demonstrated several new techniques derived from his immortal foundation. Then, pinching his fingers into a hand seal, he added, "The Slaughter Junkue light has also evolved considerably, now stronger by nearly 30%. I now see the wisdom of cultivating spells before establishing one's foundation." He pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps it is due to its influence. Now, whenever I use this spell, it naturally connects to the immortal foundation within me, complementing each other and greatly enhancing its power." Li Xianxian listened with a smile, his expression showing his good mood. Li Shijuan, however, appeared slightly puzzled and said in a low voice, "But while I was in seclusion earlier, the spiritual energy in earth veins around me fluctuated unpredictably, brightening and dimming without warning. It was truly dangerous. If not for the support of that essence-gathering pill, I might have been completely thrown off balance." Such a mess. Li Xianxian hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say. Finally, he spoke softly. "You are fortunate. As for Luan, she has already entered spiritual dissolution. Your sister buried her spirit husk alongside Yuan Jiao as a couple's burial." Li Shijuan's face turned pale. He seemed to have anticipated this outcome and said softly, "Second uncle sought her out before. Aunt is among the wisest of people. She must have already guessed that he would not return. Her attempt to break through in seclusion was done with the resolve to die. She was not aiming for survival." Li Xianxian fell silent again, his gaze drifting toward the ancestral hall on the mountain. Thinking of Li Zhouwei, he softly said, "This is a long story. We can discuss it further later. Zhouwei is in the ancestral hall. We should go check on him first." The three of them were standing outside the formation and couldn't discuss matters of receiving the talisman openly. Li Shijuan, being someone who understood implied meanings, needed no further explanation. Hearing only the mention of Zhouwei being in the ancestral hall, he already understood the situation. He nodded gently and said, "Indeed, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us enter the mountain before speaking further." The three entered the ancestral hall, only to find Li Zhouwei already standing silently within the chamber. He raised his pair of dark golden eyes and stared blankly at the stone platform, as though sensing something. How fast? Li Xianxian, who had witnessed many generations of talisman acceptance in his family, couldn't help but be astonished. In the past, not one of them had completed the process in less than a few hours. Some had even taken an entire day, starting in the morning and finishing at night. But this time, in the span of less than a single stick of incense, Li Zhouwei had already completed the process. He now stood there thoughtfully, waiting. The old man sighed inwardly and hurried forward to ask, "Zhouwei, did you receive any techniques or spells?" The boy raised his head slightly, his golden white robe fluttering gently in the breeze. He replied, "I received a purple mansion realm cultivation method." His words exploded like thunder in their ears, leaving the three momentarily stunned. Li Xuanchuan's face flushed, and he murmured in disbelief, "What?" Li Zhouwei nodded slightly, his dark golden eyes blinking as he calmly and clearly enunciated, "A grade 5 purple mansion realm cultivation technique, Radiant Essence Scripture." Chapter 656, The Purple Mansion Realm Technique, A grade 5 purple mansion realm cultivation technique, Radiant Essence Scripture. The weight of these words was immense. Even a fragment of this statement was enough to make one jump to their feet. Li Xuanchuan's eyes widened as he asked in shock, "A purple mansion realm technique?" The Li family wasn't entirely lacking in purple mansion realm techniques. In fact, compared to other regions, Minghuang's Lake, due to the Jiang family's fragmentation, was one of the few places with an unusually rich and complete repository of cultivation techniques. In other places, such as the Yuan family's mushroom forest plain or the various prefectures of Azure Pond, it was rare to even have one full technique up to the foundation establishment realm. Even techniques for the 6 chakras of the embryonic breathing realm are divided into 6 separate sections, forcing cultivators to progress step by step, tightly restricted at every turn. Only in Minghuang's Lake, lacking a central authority, could techniques flow more freely. Elsewhere, strict regulation was the norm. But this was a purple mansion realm technique. a complete and cultivable Purple Mansion realm technique. It wasn't a fragmented remnant, nor was it a lost art from ancient times. Even in a world where techniques were tightly controlled, and even in the chaotic free-for-all of the outer seas, Purple Mansion realm techniques remained the most closely guarded secrets. They were the keys to elevating a family to the status of an immortal sect, a path to ascendancy. No wonder the revelation left the three utterly shaken. The elder's beard trembled as he hastily grabbed a bamboo slip from the table. The clatter of wooden cases hitting the ground echoed as he snatched up a brush with his other hand and urgently said, "Waiter, come, write it down immediately." His tone was rushed, almost as if he feared the boy would vanish at any moment, adopting a coaxing tone as though speaking to a child. Li Zhouwei obediently took the bamboo slip and, with a small hand guiding the brush, began to write. As he worked, he murmured, "It is a shame. This technique only goes up to the early Purple Mansion realm and condenses the first so-called divine ability. It really is a bright young Purple Mansion realm technique." Li Qinghong's expression showed a trace of envy. Her own cultivation method capped at the late Foundation establishment realm. No matter how great her talent, she had no opportunity to even attempt breaking into the Purple Mansion realm. Her eyes lingered on the bamboo slip, and she softly remarked, "What a great opportunity." Li Shijuan's face lit up with a joyful smile, his long-suppressed expression finally breaking free. The intricate plans in his mind, which had been disrupted beyond recognition, suddenly didn't matter as he laughed out loud and asked, "Is Shiming still in seclusion? He has got some good luck as well. We have been worrying so much for him, but now it looks like his path is set too. You are still thinking about him." Li Xianxian chuckled, though his gaze never left the young boy in front of him. There was something familiar in the child's demeanor and movements, a feeling he couldn't quite place no matter how hard he thought about it. Before long, Li Zhouwei had finished transcribing the cultivation technique. Li Xianxian took the completed transcription and read it carefully from beginning to end, then slowly sat down to the side. A wide smile spread across his wrinkled face. Clutching the technique, he read through it again, slapping his thigh as he exclaimed, "What a marvelous grade 5 technique. It is truly the Golden Yang Radiant Origin, the Radiant Origin Pass." Li Xianxian slapped his thigh 3 times in quick succession, his face full of admiration. The sight made Li Qinghong smirk quietly. She leaned closer to Li Shijuan and whispered, "It has been ages since the old man looked this happy. Honestly, I have never seen him like this since I was a child." The aunt and nephew exchanged knowing smiles. After a long while, Li Xianxian finally seemed to snap out of his daze. Noticing the two of them and the child watching him with amusement, he hastily collected himself and spoke solemnly, "Come, all of you, take a look at this." Li Qinghong took the transcription and skimmed the earlier sections, focusing her attention on the final parts. These detailed how an immortal foundation could nurture and catalyze divine abilities, describing 9 different methods, mantras, and the challenges to overcome in achieving them. She couldn't resist reading aloud the poetic description of the divine abilities. Flames surge within the heart, illuminating the inner and outer yang. Thus, the bright yang divine ability forms. Its brilliance spans 9 qi. Purple flames flare outward, radiant clouds ascend and dissipate, golden armor and robes materialize across the heavens. The sun blazes red in the east, the earth erupts in the south, traversing the great void, refining golden lotuses. The Li family had previously acquired a defunct cultivation technique known as the Aged Courtly Path Scripture, which was also of the Purple Mansion realm. However, compared to the Radiant Essence Scripture, the Aged Courtly Path Scripture was far shorter in length and entirely lacked such vivid descriptions. Li Xianxian glanced at Li Qinghong's face, which showed a mix of longing and admiration. He remarked, "So many people cultivate, so many reach Foundation Establishment realm, but how many truly ascend to the Purple Mansion realm? For such grandeur, only one in countless individuals can succeed." Li Qinghong smiled faintly and didn't reply. Instead, she asked Li Zhouwei a few questions, confirming that he hadn't received the Supreme Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra. She then commented softly, "It must be that the bright yang constitution conflicts with Supreme Yin. You will just have to cultivate diligently. Zhouwei is a sensible child. It is better not to tell your father about this. It could end up harming him." As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Li Zhouwei's golden eyes, as though trying to gauge his emotions. The boy simply nodded lightly, his expression steady, and said quietly, Weier understands. He didn't elaborate, but there was a quiet authority in his tone that inspired confidence. Li Qinghong paused briefly, then nodded and replied, Good. Turning to the others, she said gently, Let us send Zhou Wei down first. We should not keep Chen Liao waiting. Both of them nodded in agreement. Li Xianxian took a sip of tea and set his cup down. By the time he did, Li Qinghong had already returned from the hall as swiftly as a bolt of lightning. She stood by his side, her expression now serious. This trip back was not just for this matter, she continued in a low voice. On my way through Green Pine Island, I met with Shiji. According to news from Azure Pond, Lianxing of Fuchin Peak is nearing the end of his lifespan and plans to attempt a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm. He is now seeking assistance from our family. Li Xianxian paused in surprise and asked, That man, does he even have a Purple Mansion realm technique? Li Qinghong nodded, though her tone carried a trace of worry. He does not. It is said he has been referencing similar techniques within the sect and concocting some pills on his own, risking everything for a last-ditch attempt before his death. Li Xuanxuan's expression darkened with frustration. We asked him to handle something for us, and he has not even finished the task. Now he is planning to die? What a waste of effort. Li Qinghong nodded. She seemed to share his sentiment as she added, Not just that. According to Shiji, Lianxing has not been of much help with family matters anyway. All this back and forth. From her sleeve, she produced a jade scroll densely packed with requests. He is asking for rare medicinal herbs and spirit water, promising rewards after his breakthrough. But everyone knows the likelihood of success is slim to none. It is just a one-way trip. Li Shijuan accepted the jade scroll and read through it carefully. Items like Tongyuan water and Changshan spirit stone were listed, totaling dozens of valuable resources. At the end, in small handwriting, there was an additional note. If clues to heavenly pure essence can be found, the rewards will be significant. Li Xianxian glanced at the jade scroll and let out a derisive laugh, commenting, If we truly possess something as rare as heavenly pure essence, would we simply hand it over to him? Preposterous. Chapter 657, The Purple Mansion Realm Technique, 2. Li Shijuan reread the contents of the scroll twice and spoke softly. These items are indeed beyond what our family can afford. Aunt, brother, what are your thoughts? Li Qinghong responded. That Lianxing's younger brother, Lianxi, a full-fledged Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, lowered himself to plead bitterly in your brother's hall, shedding tears and invoking the past favor of the essence-gathering pill and the ties between the Whaley clan. Your brother found it difficult to outright refuse. I understand. Li Shijuan calmly put away the jade scroll and said softly, I will gather one or two of these requested items. As for the rest, we will substitute them with similar Qi cultivation realm materials. We will expend some resources, send the package to Green Pine Island, and that will suffice. Li Shijuan continued. The newly constructed formation at home has indeed strained our resources. Speak with Lianxi and help him understand. Li Qinghong nodded slightly and said quietly, That is all we can do. Li Xianxian, however, winced as if in physical pain and reminded them, Why should we always let him take advantage? Lianxing has not done a thing for our family. Li Shijuan understood his concern and replied gently, Since Brother Xi has agreed, he must have his own plans. We should do our best to support him. Although reluctant, Li Xianxian trusted Li Shiji's decisions. He relented and said, You are right. Let us proceed with that plan. Li Qinghong nodded and took the opportunity to relay the news she had gathered during her journey. Speaking softly, she added, There is no rush to depart. Juner, handle the collection of materials first. We can leave in a few months. Lijing Town. Li Qingliao had been waiting anxiously on the mountain for quite some time. When he finally saw Li Qinghong returning with Li Zhouwei, she teased with a smile. It has not been that long since we took him up the mountain. Are you that reluctant to part with your family treasure? Li Qingliao laughed awkwardly, scooping up Li Zhouwei as they stepped onto the wind. They flew over the lake and entered the grand hall. As Li Qingliao observed his son, everything seemed the same as before, yet he felt there was a subtle change in the boy. He asked, Weier, how was the mountain? Li Zhouwei seemed to be lost in thought, still savoring the scenes he had just experienced. He replied softly, Father, there were many white irises on the mountain. Li Qingliao paused, sensing the boy was speaking in riddles. But those seated in this central hall were no ordinary individuals. He raised his eyebrows slightly and began to think carefully. It did not take long for him to pull a memory from the depths of his mind. That year, he was only 12 when he was sent to the mountain to have his aptitude assessed. His father, Li Shiqing, was not present, but he had gone with several younger siblings. The ancestral hall, soft cushions. Minghuang, Chenghui. As these hazy recollections sharpened, Li Chengliao remembered kneeling somewhere, his 5 senses sealed, before being led out and taught a spell. Now that his knowledge far exceeded what it was then, he lowered his gaze and murmured, "Did they take you to the ancestral hall?" Li Zhouwei raised his head to meet his father's eyes. His dark golden pupils flickered slightly as he replied softly, "Father has also been there?" Li Chengliao nodded silently, his eyes reflecting deep thought. His mind raced, and in a low voice, he said, "I have been there, yes. They could not seal your sight, could they? No matter, Weier must understand." Li Zhouwei seemed surprised, pausing briefly before answering. "Father, you asked too many questions." Li Chengliao suddenly snapped out of his thoughts, momentarily at a loss for words. After a few moments of stunned silence, he laughed heartily, scooped up his son again, and said softly, "My mistake. I lost myself for a moment. My son possesses such divine bearing. He will never disappoint anyone." He sighed and added, "But everything we do is for the good of the family." Li Zhouwei fixed his gaze on his father, as if studying his expression. In that moment, his dark golden eyes, as wild as a tiger's or leopard's, betrayed a hint of primal ferocity. But he silently absorbed the words, pondering them deeply. A bright smile spread across his face as he tugged Li Chengliao into the grand hall. Picking up the long halberd at his side, he grinned and declared, "My halberd techniques have improved again. Let me demonstrate for father." Eastern Mount Yu. Rain dripped steadily as Yuan Fuyao completed a circuit around the town before retreating to his cave dwelling. 2 servants approached him eagerly, asking for news. Yuan Fuyao waved them off and replied, "The weather in northern Yu seems to be gradually returning to normal, though who knows how far the conflict between the 2 sects has progressed." He sat down by the stone table and, after a moment, asked, "And at home, how is the second elder?" The Yuan family's internal strife had, like the shifting climate, begun to settle. Yuan Fuyao, who had spies within the family, was not entirely uninformed. His granduncle, Yuan Yuan, no longer dared to return home. His father had disappeared without a word, leaving the second elder, Yuan Hudu, in full control of the situation. Yuan Fuyao had long expected this outcome. With the backing of the Qi family, how could the second elder lose? From the beginning, it had been a futile struggle, trapped prey lashing out pointlessly, only depleting the family's resources. With the dust now settled, the second elder, Yuan Hudu, who had once shared a cordial relationship with Yuan Fuyao, now left him feeling conflicted and troubled. Why on earth did they align with the Li family? Once, I shared familial ties with Yuan Hudu and even benefited from his care. But now, this makes him my enemy. In this vast world, I am confined to this one small town. As Yuan Fuyao sat in his courtyard, sighing heavily, 2 of his attendants suddenly approached him with excited expressions, calling out, "Young master, a letter has arrived from home." Yuan Fuyao quickly took the letter from them, eagerly scanning it from start to finish. His hands trembled as he read, finding the handwriting sharp and unmistakable. Upon closer inspection of the signature, it was indeed from Yuan Hudu. Yuan Hudu's tone was courteous, and he thoroughly laid out his analysis in the letter, explaining every detail with transparency and clarity. He wrote, "I am now in charge of the family, temporarily earning the trust of the Qi family while letting Hu Yuan search for the Peak Master's whereabouts. This was all carefully planned with your father. For your part, I have arranged a marriage with a young lady from the Song family. Please return home promptly. Your father has already made this promise, and it is unavoidable that you go through with it. The betrothal gifts are considerable, and the Li family will surely demand them. If you have already obtained any of the items or clues regarding them, do not reveal anything. Find an excuse to leave Moongaze Lake and return home immediately. As long as you make it back safely, I will personally come to resolve the issue. Otherwise, if you fall into someone else's hands, you will become a pawn for their schemes, and there will be no way out." Yuan Hudu explained everything thoroughly, even breaking down which factions the elders aligned with in their respective immortal sections. He ended with a warning. The Li family has aligned themselves with the Ning family, who have been entrenched in the southern border for years. The Qi family has long been displeased with this alliance. Your father only has you as his sole heir. Do not follow this path to destruction. Yuan Fuyao finished reading, drenched in sweat, with a sudden sense of clarity washing over him. Inwardly, he thought, could it be true? So, father had already planned all this out. Were the elders merely acting all along? He mulled over the situation repeatedly. However, the memory of Yuan Huyuan's expression on that day resurfaced in his mind, leaving him conflicted once more. Unsure of what to do, one of the Yuan family attendants cautiously spoke up. Young master, the messenger said they will wait for you in the south at midnight. This. Yuan Fuyao was instantly shocked, exclaiming in frustration, "Why are you telling me this only now?" Looking at the moonlight in the sky, his composure faltered entirely. Never one to act decisively, he floundered like an ant on a hot griddle. One moment, he wanted to rush out. The next, he hesitated, feeling he needed to think things through a little more. Stomping his feet anxiously, he muttered, "What should I do? What should I do?" Chapter 658, Severance, I. At Mount Chengdu, the long-deserted grand hall finally welcomed its owner. A young man in white robes read meticulously through a stack of letters. Li Yuexiang sat beside him, occasionally chiming in with a few comments to fill in the gaps. Li Shijuan had just broken through a critical stage. After spending a few days stabilizing his cultivation, he emerged from his cave dwelling to handle family affairs. He leafed through the letters and quickly obtained a comprehensive understanding of the household's current situation. His eyebrows lifted in surprise, and he muttered, "Yuan Hudu. This man is something else." Based on the gathered intelligence, the Yuan family had stabilized itself under the leadership of the second elder, Yuan Hudu. This alone was not unusual. What truly caught everyone off guard was Yuan Hudu's approach. He had completely exonerated and reinstated the adversaries who had opposed him during the internal power struggle. Except for a few individuals who were injured during the conflict, the family had emerged virtually unscathed. "How dare he?" Li Shijuan exclaimed, his tone laced with incredulity. While this move undeniably preserved the Yuan family's overall strength, it left an indelible stain on Yuan Hudu's claim to the position of family head. After all, even though he had wrested it from Yuan Huyuan, the upper echelons of the family were hardly his loyal supporters. Failing to take advantage of such an opportunity to purge dissenters seemed tantamount to digging his own grave. Even with the backing of the chief family, this decision felt overly audacious. The situation had unfolded beyond everyone's expectations. It was likely that not even Yuan Qingdun or Yuan Huyuan had anticipated such a turn of events, let alone the surrounding families. After a series of internal conflicts, the Yuan family appeared outwardly unscathed, with only the disappearance of Yuan Huyuan raising suspicions and fueling speculation. There's an 80 or even 90% chance that this was the Qi family's doing. "Let's observe for now," Li Shijuan remarked. His face betrayed a trace of doubt, as though he had arrived at some unpleasant conjecture. He fell silent, deep in thought. Nearby, the aged Li Xianxian watched quietly. He had an enigmatic expression as he broke the silence. "I recall meeting Yuan Huyuan once in my youth, when our ancestor had just reached the Foundation establishment realm. Yuan Huyuan came to congratulate him and said something that I still remember today." "What did he say?" Li Shijuan asked. "He said he aspired to be a diner at the table, carving out his share of the feast, rather than a mere hunting dog. But now, it seems, even those who sit at the table are nothing more than chess pieces in the eyes of the chief family. A marriage alliance means little in the grand scheme of things." Li Shijuan responded. "There is no such thing as diners carving a share of the feast. In the end, it comes down to whether or not one has reached the Purple Mansion realm, or if one can leverage a connection to a Purple Mansion realm cultivator." Xianger, continue reading. Li Yuexiang nodded and continued explaining. She spoke at length about recent events, and eventually mentioned Yuan Fuyao. Li Shijuan listened for a while, frowning, then suddenly raised his hand to interrupt her. "Have you observed closely? Is Yuan Fuyao truly unaware of everything? Did Yuan Huyuan not send any loyal followers to keep an eye on him?" "No, he didn't," Li Yuexiang replied. She hesitated for a moment before adding, "But it doesn't feel like complete ignorance. It's as if he knows fragments of the truth, but is missing much of the bigger picture." Li Xianxian hesitated for a moment, and a hint of astonishment flashed across his face. Unable to hold back, he turned to Li Shijuan and asked, "I wasn't aware of his thoughts either. Yuan Qingdun not sending anyone to watch over this child is one thing. But even Yuan Huyuan didn't assign a reliable person to oversee him?" He left him to his own devices? He's just a half-grown boy. What could he possibly understand? Oh, Li Shijuan's eyes fell to the paper before him, and he wrote a few notes. After a brief moment, he spoke calmly. Yuan Qingdun trusted the wrong person and fell into the schemes of Yuan Huyuan and Yuan Hudu. What? Li Yuexiang and Li Xianxian were both visibly shaken by this revelation. They fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Li Shijuan seemed to have caught a thread of the bigger picture. He murmured, I fear Yuan Tuan is beyond saving as well. Before he could elaborate, a subordinate approached from the lower end of the hall, leaned in, and whispered a few words into his ear. Li Shijuan's expression darkened slightly. He asked, he left? Yes, my lord, the man replied. The young master claimed to be in secluded cultivation, but in truth, he slipped out of our territory late at night and headed south. Our people followed him for a while, but didn't dare intervene and had to let him go. He's likely returned to the Yuan family. Li Xianxian naturally overheard the whispers, and his face darkened with displeasure. How can he act so recklessly? He's not afraid of offending our family. Fortunately, this matter was privately agreed upon between the two families. Otherwise, if word got out, people might think he fled from the marriage arrangement. However, Li Shijuan set the letter in his hand aside and leaned back against the wooden chair. His sharp eyebrows knitted slightly, and he pondered aloud. If you ask me, despite this Yuan brat offending our family, as long as Yuan Qingduan's death isn't confirmed, he will always have another way out. There's no guarantee that Yuan Huyuan isn't betting on both sides and engaging in some clever schemes. Li Xianxian appeared confused as he sank into thought in an attempt to make sense of it. However, Li Shijuan was seemingly indifferent. He sipped his tea leisurely and explained, just wait. If Yuan Huyuan and Yuan Hudu are truly united, and if Yuan Qingdun trusted the wrong person, then Yuan Huyuan will show up at our doorstep any moment now. Li Yuexiang, catching on, speculated quietly. Could it be that the chaos in the Yuan family was intentional? But before her words could even fade away, a commotion erupted at the lower end of the hall. A jade court guard, clad in gleaming armor, stepped forward with a crisp clang of metal. Bowing respectfully, he announced, My lord, Yuan Huyuan from the Yuan family seeks an audience. Li Shijuan chuckled, glancing at Li Xianxian. His voice turned cold as he remarked, as expected, the direct bloodline staged a grand show of infighting and sacrificed Yuan Qingdun and his son to protect the bigger picture. The Yuan family wants to sever all ties with us, with Qing Sui, and with Yuan Tuan, just to become obedient lapdogs under the Qi family's banner. Despite the declining influence within the Azure Pawn sect, the Yuan family had once been a significant power with considerable autonomy. They had thrived for many years when Yuan Liqing, a disciple of Qi Buzi, was still alive. But now that Yuan Liqing had passed away and Qi Buzi was missing, the Yuan family had become a battleground between two sections. It seemed inevitable that they would fall under the Qi family's control as a vassal. It seems Yuan Qingdun might have left someone behind or sent a letter to warn the boy, but Yuan Huyuan intercepted everything. Li Shijuan's eyes glimmered as he revealed his pristine white teeth in a sharp smile. How could the Qi family's dog possibly cozy up to the Xiao family's dog? Yet, they must obey the Qi family's orders. They're aiming to loudly and clearly sever ties with every family. At the same time, they fear truly offending us. So, they've sent Yuan Huyuan as a mediator. What a calculation. What a plan. Li Xianxian had finally pieced everything together. He mulled over the matter and finally spoke in a hushed tone. You're saying, the Yuan family never intended to resist. They pledged allegiance to the Qi family long ago, and everything was just a show to gain the trust of others. Yuan Huyuan and Yuan Hudu have been colluding from the start. Yuan Qingdun tried to do the right thing with good intentions, but Yuan Huyuan twisted it into a move to humiliate our family and curry favor with those above. Li Shijuan's eyes narrowed. That's more or less the case. Our family allied with the Ning and Xiao families, so the Yuan family, now serving as a lapdog, naturally cannot act as it once did. They've placed their bets on two fronts. The first is whether they can locate Yuan Tuan, and the second is whether they can drag our family into this mess. If these two matters can be resolved clearly, the Yuan family would obviously prefer independence. But if we refuse to get involved, the marriage arrangement becomes a convenient excuse to publicly sever ties with our family. Whether we agree or not, as long as word spreads that Yuan Fuyao fled the engagement, it will drive a wedge between the two families. Li Shijuan's deductions came together swiftly and clearly. He concluded softly, the day Yuan Huyuan came seeking granduncle's assistance and was denied was the day he decided to pledge loyalty to the Qi family. From that moment, Yuan Chengduan's letter would have never reached Yuan Fuyao. No matter what, Yuan Fuyao has now become the trigger for the rupture between the two families. Li Xuanxuan's face darkened with a mix of anger and sorrow. Yuan Huyuan once met my second uncle. I thought the Yuan family would maintain a friendly relationship with us for generations. How could it come to this? Even if the situation forced their hand, there was no need to resort to such underhanded tactics. He began to rise, ready to confront the matter, but Li Shijuan raised a hand to stop him. The younger man's calm demeanor contradicted the sharpness of his tone as he said, I'll handle him. Chapter 659, Severance, 2. Yuan Huyuan looked disheveled and drained of energy as he entered, but he looked up as a strikingly handsome young man approached him. The youth's white robes were as pristine as freshly fallen snow, and Li Yuexiang stood quietly by his side. Yuan Huyuan was stunned. He paused for a moment before tentatively speaking. I wonder if Taoist Xianxian might be available. You've come at an unfortunate time, senior. The young man replied with a faint smile. The elder is cultivating in seclusion. I am Li Shijuan, and this is my younger sister, Yuexiang. Greetings, Senior Huyuan. Yuan Huyuan's eyes flickered briefly over Li Shijuan's face. Something in the youth's expression struck him as even more challenging to deal with than Li Xianxian. He cleared his throat before rasping. Another cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm. Your family truly produces talents in abundance. It's admirable. Li Shijuan shook his head modestly and replied softly. You flatter me, senior. May I ask the purpose of your visit today? Yuan Huyuan's weathered face fell as his tone turned mournful. I am powerless on my own. The Yuan family has already fallen into my younger brother's hands. He has devoted himself entirely to the Qi family and turned us into their vassals. I fear he might disregard the bond between our families and do something foolish. Oh, Li Shijuan raised an eyebrow in apparent surprise as he replied. If it's about returning the betrothal gifts, that's a minor matter. Feigning ignorance, he gestured to the jade court guard standing nearby and serenely ordered, Please escort young Master Yuan here. Yuan Huyuan felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Li Shijuan unexpectedly took his hand with a courteous smile and said gently, Senior Yuan, the friendship between our families spans generations. You've even met our family's ancestor. The congratulatory gift you sent, the dragon coiling pillar, remains as our family heads soar to this day. How could there ever be betrayal between us? Li Shijuan's words were warm and polite, yet there was an unmistakable undertone to them. Cold beads of perspiration started to glisten on Yuan Huyuan's forehead as Li Shijuan continued, his voice calm, yet firm. Your relationship with us is solid, senior. My sister can certainly spend more time chatting with you. The implications behind his words caused Yuan Huyuan to falter. He wiped his brow and stammered weakly. Actually, I fear that. Just then, a jade court guard rushed in, kneeling as he reported urgently, My lord, young Master Yuan has escaped. Escaped? Li Shijuan exclaimed in apparent disbelief. His tone carried a faint hint of amusement as he continued. How could that be? Go check the farm again. Yuan Huyuan's face was drenched in sweat. His expression crumbled into despair as he said, Shijuan, there's no need to search anymore. My younger brother has already summoned him back. Let's just forget about this matter. I can only apologize to Miss Yuexiang. Li Shijuan's expression darkened instantly. He remained silent for several moments before finally replying icily. Senior, if you had no desire for this union, you could have just said so. Why go to such lengths to humiliate my family? Yuan Huyuan's heart was swirling in turmoil as he struggled to lift his head and meet Li Shijuan's eyes. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse the shadow of a middle-aged man in gray robes from years past. The memory of Li Tongya and his unfathomable presence surged back into his mind. He could no longer sit still, and his wooden chair suddenly began to feel like a precarious perch. He had seen several generations of the Li family, and though none had ever evoked the towering, unshakable presence of Li Tongya, Li Shijuan now felt like a blade concealed in snow, piercingly sharp and unerringly perceptive. It felt as though his every calculation had been laid bare. Yuan Huyuan could only sigh in misery. I have already lost control of my family. I have no power over my younger brother. I fear he will make a spectacle of this and sever all ties between our families. Yuexiang, I never thought it would come to this. The implication was clear. Yuan Huyuan's brother intended to spread the rumor that Yuan Fuyao had fled because he regretted the betrothal, ensuring a complete and irreparable rupture between the Yuan and Li families. Yuan Huyuan raised his tired, sorrowful face to look at Li Yuexiang, expecting to see anger or humiliation. Instead, he was met with a calm, smiling countenance. Her almond-shaped eyes blinked softly, and her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze as she replied, "It's fine, Senior. I'm fine." Despite her seemingly serene tone, Yuan Huyuan felt a shiver run down his spine. It was like he could hear the distant echo of a sword's cold hum. Her gaze, though polite, carried unspoken words that seemed to pierce through him. "But your family may not be." Yuan Huyuan could no longer find the words to continue. He silently stepped back and left the great hall, only to see a woman clad in jade armor standing outside. She held a spear in her arms and stood as if she had been listening for some time. Her almond-shaped eyes rose slightly as she spoke calmly. "I'll escort you out, Senior." A Yuan Huyuan shuddered. As a Foundation establishment cultivator who had barely reached his level through medicinal pills, his strength was absolutely inferior to Li Qinghong. If it came to a fight, he wasn't sure he could last more than a few rounds against her. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "Ah, it's you, Qinghong." Li Qinghong rose into the wind alongside him, her voice steady and even. "If your family must throw its lot in with the Qi family, it is understandable. But the means you've employed are far too underhanded. Surely, years of friendship between our families did not have to end this way." Yuan Huyuan sighed deeply, his voice laden with sorrow. Li Qinghong paused briefly before continuing. "Your family has wronged ours, Yuan Qingdun, and Qingsui Peak all in one stroke. You've not only severed the ties between our families, but also caused us to lose credibility with Yuan Qingdun. If you have the slightest shred of goodwill toward my family, I ask that you spare Yuan Fuyao's life." Yuan Huyuan now understood that his schemes had almost entirely been seen through. He said quietly, "Yuan Fuyao will come to no harm. He's being closely watched. You may rest assured." Li Qinghong cupped her fists in salute before riding a bolt of lightning back toward the Li estate, leaving Yuan Huyuan to fly off alone. As he soared through the sky, memories of his decades-long friendship with Li Yuanjiao and Li Xianxian swirled in his mind. He felt a growing sense of desolation. He muttered to himself, "It's just that sword immortal Li once defeated Qi Zhiyun with a single strike, and the Li family's growing closeness with the Xiao family has long left the Qi family uneasy. How could they tolerate me preserving my old alliances? If I weren't ruthless, how could I silence the Qi family's jibes?" He looked out at the horizon, his heart hollow and adrift. The image of Li Yuexiang's smiling face and her calm, measured words suddenly surfaced in his mind, sending a shiver through him. Li Yuanjiao was a viper at heart. His daughter is probably no different. Why, of all families, did it have to be the Li family? If Yuan Huyuan had been given the choice, the Li family would have been the last among his relatives and allies that he would wish to offend. But he was a man adrift in turbulent waters, with no other options. Head bowed in resignation, he pressed forward, silent and alone. Li Qinghong descended gracefully into the courtyard, carried by the wind. Inside, a few people were deep in conversation. Li Shijuan gave her a small nod, acknowledging their seamless coordination despite having made no prior arrangements. Li Xianxian broke the silence. "We still don't know the fate of Yuan Qingdun and Yuan Tuan. Even if they return now, it's likely too late to salvage anything. But I did give Yuan Qingdun my word. And what are we supposed to do about Yuan Fuyao running away? It's not like we can send people and drag him back." Li Shijuan gestured dismissively. Yuexiang's agreement was originally based on Yuan Fuyao staying willingly. Who could have predicted that Yuan Huyuan would act this way? Even Yuan Qingdun didn't foresee this. His cultivation is among the best, but how could he outmatch a wily old fox like Yuan Huyuan when it comes to political schemes? He stopped for a moment, then added in a softer tone, "From now on, that man has nothing to do with our family. There's no need to mention him again." Turning to his sister, he sighed and said, "I'm afraid you've been wronged in all this. The Yuan family's attempt to sever ties with us will undoubtedly stir up rumors and gossip." Li Yuexiang, seated quietly at the table, offered a serene smile and shook her head. She said, "It's nothing to worry about. People will only ridicule the Yuan family for their inconsistency and Yuan Fuyao for his lack of discernment. Chapter 660, Rumors on Green Pine Island. Li Shiji sat quietly in his cave dwelling, flipping through the small letters on his desk. He had been in seclusion long enough to accumulate quite a few messages. As he browsed through them, his brow suddenly furrowed. He picked up one of the letters. He exclaimed, "The Yuan family regrets the engagement? What nonsense!" The matter between Li Yuexiang and Yuan Fuyao had always been a private agreement, barely even set in stone. Moreover, Li Shiji had outright rejected it, and even returned the betrothal gifts. The arrangement had long since fallen through. Yet, the letter clearly stated that word had spread within the sect that Yuan Fuyao had gone back on his engagement with Li Yuexiang. Li Shiji frowned deeply. When he read further, he even found rumors detailing how Yuan Fuyao had fled. The Song family. He chose the Song family instead. Li Shiji almost laughed aloud in anger as he pondered the current power dynamics carefully. Finally, he muttered, "So they sided with the Qi family." He fell silent. Since several Purple Mansion realm cultivators were weakening, the Qi family's power was gradually recovering. Though Qi Buzi's whereabouts remained unknown, Daoist Master Suiguan was still supporting them. Daoist Master Yuan Wu still has some lifespan remaining. If I've calculated the years correctly, more than half of the 21 cultivators in seclusion attempting a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm are likely reaching the end of their lifespan. With the struggle for dominance between the Azure Pond sect and the Yu cultivating sect happening, the future situation remains unpredictable. Someone entered his cave dwelling as he ruminated. The visitor's face was filled with bitterness, anger, and confusion. Bowing with cupped fists, he said, "Senior brother, this is..." It was none other than his junior brother, Yuan Chengzhao. He had clearly just received the news as well, and was torn between disbelief and rage. Li Shiji sighed and replied, "This is the Yuan family's business. We won't blame you for what happened. The bond between us as senior and junior brothers remains unchanged. You need not worry." Changdie Prefecture Market. Changdie Prefecture had always been the territory of the Profound Peak Gate. The few markets that existed were rather prosperous and bustled with people. Its proximity to the Eastern Sea, coupled with the Profound Peak Gate's reputation for fairness, made it a common resting place for cultivators traveling to and from the Eastern Sea. Li Xianfeng put away his golden bow and casually found a restaurant. He ordered 2 small dishes and sat in the hall on the second floor, gazing at the fluttering flags outside the window. He had only visited a restaurant twice in his lifetime. The first time had been with Lu Changdie. On that occasion, Lu Changdie had merely asked him some trivial questions and commented that his ways resembled those of the demonic path. He had mentioned Jiang Yan from the Devil Plague incident very early on, which suggested that he had known the inside story long before others. Jiang Yan, 1. The old man chewed over the name for a moment. He found it pleasant to the ear. He lowered his gaze in thought, but his ears twitched as he caught the conversation of some cultivators nearby. "Have you heard about the Yuan family's affair?" "Of course I've heard." "Ah, tell me, why would the Yuan family suddenly go back on the engagement?" Li Xianfeng slowly raised his head, and his gray-black eyes swept over the table beside him. He continued to gently swirl the jade cup in his hand and listened quietly. One of the speakers wore black robes and had a Daoist headscarf akin to that of an ancient Daoist priest. His attire suggested he was a cultivator from the territory under the Great Xiaokuei Temple in Linhai Prefecture. The black-robed man spoke first. "I heard that the young lady from the Li family is an orphan and at the Foundation establishment realm. Who knows how many spirit items she inherited? That young Master Yuan must be out of his mind to abandon her and marry that woman from the lowly Song family." The other man was dressed in white robes. It was unclear which sect he belonged to. He tapped his jade chopsticks lightly and spoke in a serious tone. "What do you know? The woman from the Song family is his childhood sweetheart. They grew up together. How could he abandon her so easily? I think his actions reflect a rather commendable character." "Heh, he'll only regret it," said the black-robed man, putting on a stern face. But before he could continue, a sharp cracking sound rang out, like the shattering of a silver bottle. He turned his head to look, only to find that a cultivator at the neighboring table had crushed a spirit cup into fine powder. Greenish shards scattered everywhere. The man's hair was more than half white, yet his physique was robust, and his features were sharp and weathered. With his black gold armor, he resembled a seasoned general who had fought for many years. His eyes were filled with coldness as he turned to look over at them. The black-robed man felt a surge of doubt in his heart. He swept his spiritual sense over the man and was immediately struck with terror. A Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. He quickly stood up with great respect, his tone somewhat humble as he said, "I did not intend to offend you, Senior. I am surnamed Lin, from the Lin family of Linhai Prefecture." But the armored man had already seated himself beside him before he could finish his sentence. His deep eyes stared into him as he pressed the black-robed man back into his seat with a casual gesture. The armored man asked quietly, "You just said someone from the Yuan family broke off the engagement with Yuexiang?" When he heard how familiarly the armored man referred to the young lady from the Li family, the black-robed man immediately realized the situation. Fear coiled around his heart. "Damn it, I ran into someone involved." The white-robed cultivator beside him collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. He had just spoken in defense of the Yuan family, and now he regretted it deeply. He wished he could slap himself a few times. Trembling, he pulled himself together and knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. Yes, there has been a change in the Yuan family. It is said that they broke off the engagement and parted on bad terms with the Li family. The black-robed man quickly recounted the matter in a low voice from start to finish. Li Xuanfeng's expression was much calmer by the end. He nodded thoughtfully, his fingers gently tapping the table. When Li Yu and Jiao had died before his very eyes, he had been consumed by rage and violence, but he had no way to release them. If he had allowed Yuan Jiao's daughter to be wronged as well, wouldn't that old man's soul feel cold in the afterlife? Li Xianfeng was lost in thought for a while, but the metallic objects throughout the restaurant began to vibrate faintly. The cultivators in the restaurant shrank back into their seats, not daring to make a sound. Li Xianfeng looked back at the black-robed man and asked, "Since you're from the great Xiaokuei temple, do you know Lin Chunsheng?" The black-robed man was overjoyed and quickly replied, "He is an elder of my clan." "Has his injury healed?" asked Li Xianfeng. The black-robed man was shocked but quickly nodded and said, "He has recovered considerably. I heard that he returned to the sect and made a breakthrough." "Good," said Li Xianfeng. He tossed a pouch of spirit rice onto the table as compensation for the shattered spirit cup. By the time they all blinked, he had already disappeared from the restaurant and the metal objects finally ceased vibrating. A golden jug clanged as it bounced on the ground. The cultivators all let out a collective sigh of relief. Someone muttered, "A Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator was actually drinking in a place like this. What a rare sight." The black-robed man was still shaken. He looked across at the white-robed youth, whose face was drenched in sweat, and said with a sigh, "You really had a stroke of luck. Fortunately, that senior had a good temper. Do you even know who Lin Chunsheng is?" The white-robed youth was still unsettled, but asked, "Please enlighten me." The black-robed man started explaining. "He's the pride of our temple, the nephew of a Purple Mansion Realm Taoist master. He moves freely even within a grotto heaven. If that senior knew his name and even inquired about his injuries, it's likely they ventured into the grotto heaven together. A figure like that is no ordinary Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. He could probably reduce you to ashes with a breath." Both of them let out another breath of relief. The white-robed youth felt like he had narrowly escaped death. There's truth in the saying that disaster comes from the mouth. I've learned my lesson now. I'm lucky to be alive. Lucky to be alive. The black-robed man recalled Li Xuanfeng's expression and could not help but shiver. When he saw that the entire restaurant was now silently watching him, eyes filled with curiosity, he added with a hint of smugness, "When the elder was away, they bullied his younger kin. Someone is bound to suffer for this." 1. The name Jiangyan means a wild goose over the river. It gives a sense of freedom, grace, and travel. Perhaps someone with a gentle but determined nature, or a person associated with distant journeys and heartfelt connections. It's a very elegant and poetic name. Chapter 661, Yuqing and Changdie. At Mount Chengdu, Li Shijuan stepped out of the hall, where a middle-aged man whose Taoist robe was embroidered with intricate patterns had been waiting. Lu Changdie's eyebrows rose as he appraised him and said softly, "Congratulations on reaching the Foundation Establishment Realm, nephew." Li Shijuan nodded and responded politely, "Greetings, uncle." Lu Changdie examined the young man in white. Upon closer inspection, he felt that Li Shijuan carried himself with the grace and calmness of falling snow. It was somewhat different from the youth in his memories. He could not help but sigh inwardly. It seems the Tao of frost and snow truly suits the 8th young master. Compared to the person I knew in my previous life, Li Shijuan has shed some of that cynical coldness and instead gained a restrained sharpness that lies hidden beneath the snow. He may not have the reputation of his past self, but his temperament has grown. A faint trace of delight flickered across Lu Changdie's face. When he thought about it, the only young master he had yet to meet was Li Shiming. He wondered what the young man looked like now. He estimated that Li Shiming should have reached the Foundation establishment realm as well. While Lu Changdie was lost in thought, Li Shijuan's gaze briefly swept over him. Li Shijuan thought, "My family mentioned that this man might be carrying a thread of fate within him. Judging by his appearance, that seems to be true." Lu Changdie was a rogue cultivator, yet he wore feathered robes. Li Shiji was the only one in the Li family who could afford similar attire, but that was only due to his marriage to the Yang family's Yang shower. It was clear from a single glance that Lu Changdie was no ordinary person. Realizing his absent-mindedness, Lu Changdie returned to his senses and smiled. "Young nephew, the grand formation has been fully set up. We are only waiting for the nobles to inspect it." Li Shijuan signaled him to proceed with a discreet gesture. As they walked, Lu Changdie continued with a grin. "This formation contains all 5 types of spirit water of the water virtue. It arranges these waters into formation points using 10 formation platforms scattered across Mount Chengdu. Thus, the 5 waters can be controlled to block enemies. I call it the heaven-guarding formation of 5 waters. As long as your esteemed clan activates this formation, it will tap into the water veins of this lake and Mount Chengdu to support its defenses. The formation will manifest 5 layers of water barriers that are capable of withstanding cultivators up to the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment Realm." Li Shijuan and Lu Changdie rode the wind into the sky until they stood above the mountain's peak. Lu Changdie took a small flag from his sleeve and gently waved it. He turned to Li Shijuan with a smile and said, "This formation is the culmination of my life's work. I dare say that every formation master at the Foundation Establishment Realm in Jiangnan would have to bow their heads before me. Even if Wan Huaqian clawed his way out of his grave to achieve the Foundation Establishment Realm, he might still be a step behind me." It was no wonder Li Changdie boasted so boldly. In Yu State, the name Wan Huaqian was often mentioned when it came to formation masters. He had created countless simplified formations that were now spread throughout Yu State. His reputation was only a little less widespread than Li Cheijing in his prime. However, Lu Changdie's mention of Wan Huaqian sent a sudden thought sparking through Li Shijuan's mind. Where exactly did the Wan family's formation inheritance end up? The Wan family's downfall had been personally recorded by Li Tongya. The Li family had gotten their hands on the Ji family's legacy, yet nothing related to the Wan family's formations had ever surfaced. Perhaps Ji Dengshi delivered it to the Golden Tang Gate, thought Li Shijuan. But as he continued to conjecture, the spiritual energy over Mount Chengdu suddenly shifted. 10 streaks of cold light shot into the sky, weaving a brilliant blue barrier that descended from above. Lu Changdie explained, "This is the first water manifestation, pristine water. It is called morning mist." He gently formed a hand seal. A gray mist began to rise rapidly from the surface of the lake, cutting off any spiritual sense probing as it shrouded the area. The mist was as fine as silk as it crept upwards and began winding around Li Shijuan's robes. A hint of surprise appeared on Li Shijuan's face. He lightly flicked his sleeve, dispersing the mist, but it crept back like a malignant parasite. He activated his perception technique, and everything became clear to him in an instant. It was clear that the mist had no real effect on him. Li Shijuan was not particularly surprised. His perception technique was enhanced by talisman qi, so it would have been stranger if he had failed to see through it. Meanwhile, Lu Changdie continued, "As long as this first water manifestation stands, no number of qi cultivation cultivators would be able to break through." He formed another hand seal and softly uttered, "Serpent stream." The lake surrounding Mount Chengdu began to churn violently. Numerous agile water serpents rose from the lake. They twisted across the surface of the water with fierce and menacing expressions, weapons in hand. Lu Changdie explained, "This is also meant to defend against qi cultivation cultivators. The water beasts summoned by the formation can hide within the mist and attack enemies while guarding the formation." Lu Changdie proclaimed, "Pure essence." Another layer of water manifestation unfolded as a green-gray radiance shimmered over Lu Changdie's body. It made him appear lighter, as though his entire body had become more agile. It was clearly a formation art meant to bolster his allies. This particular layer was not especially impressive, since it lacked the striking impact of the first two water manifestations. Changdie seemed to understand this as well, so he did not dwell on it, and swiftly changed his hand seals. Grounded, the wind beneath Li Shijuan's feet suddenly grew heavy. His footing suddenly grew unstable, and he was forced to channel his mana to steady himself. However, the sinking pressure was peculiar. It seemed to intensify with time, continuously draining his mana. Changdie's face lit up with pride as he grinned. It's all thanks to this rare spirit water from the water mansion system. This spirit water actually possesses some properties of inferior water, which is how I could enhance this anti-flight restriction to such a degree. Even Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators would need to think twice when facing this level of drain. Li Shijuan's eyebrows rose in surprise. Since this spell intensified with time, it was indeed different from ordinary anti-flight techniques. He thought to himself, I heard sister-in-law provided this spirit water from the water mansion system. She didn't say much, but this is clearly a rare treasure. It must be a high-grade spirit water from the water mansion system. It seems I owe her a favor. Changdie was in high spirits. Without pausing, his hand seals shifted again, summoning the final layer of water manifestation. He laughed as he declared, layered flow. The surface of the lake surged violently. Waves rapidly rose and climbed up the mountain until it enveloped the entire brilliant blue formation, and by extension, Mount Changdie in a thick layer of dark gray-black water. The water seemed steady and unyielding, giving off a sense of unwavering defense. Li Shijuan carefully observed every detail until Changdie finally released his spell. The layers of water manifestations quickly dissipated, restoring the area to its original state. Only then did Li Shijuan let out a sigh as he said, Uncle, my family hesitated and delayed, yet you bore no resentment. Instead, you poured even more effort into crafting this formation. How can I accept this without feeling ashamed? Li Shijuan was well aware that what his family had provided was far from sufficient to construct such a formation. Changdie must have quietly added a significant amount of his own resources. The sheer magnificence of this formation made it clear that it was no ordinary Foundation Establishment Realm formation. He sighed inwardly, reached into his sleeve, and took out a storage pouch, intending to offer it as additional compensation. However, Changdie waved his hand firmly and said in a low voice, I've been through many years of hardship. I'm not that fool from back then anymore. There are countless eyes watching me from the shadows. I know my limits. No matter what, don't speak of favors. In the end, I won't become a burden to your clan. Li Shijuan stiffened slightly. Changdie's words rang true. After years of venturing and exploring, Changdie was no longer the reckless young man he once was. He could tell that the Li family was trying to avoid owing him a favor and be entangled in future troubles. It was a ruthless move, but Li Shijuan now found himself at a loss for words at Changdie's broad-mindedness. Changdie said warmly, This is my repayment to you and Jiao. I understand many things. If your family still has faith in who I am, please, do not keep forcing me to take any more of your spirit stones. His eyes was clear, and his voice open and sincere. His request had firmly blocked any further offers of payment from Li Shijuan. Changdie smiled lightly and swiftly shifted the topic. I have had the chance to meet all the young masters, except for nephew Ximing. I wonder. Li Shijuan smiled politely, though he felt a tinge of sorrow in his heart. He replied, How unfortunate. Ximing is currently in seclusion to attempt a breakthrough. Changdie could only nod, a trace of regret in his expression. In his past life, his daughter had been Li Ximing's concubine. Thus, he had some personal ties to Li Ximing. Even Ximing's son, Li Chenghui, had studied formations under him. When he thought back to his disciple, Changdie felt a wave of nostalgia and said with a smile, I once heard that the bright Yang Dao lineage is the most fertile. I wonder if that is true. May I ask how nephew Ximing's descendants are faring? Li Shijuan, however, was troubled precisely because of this matter. Ximing's eldest son had recently undergone a root bone assessment, only to reveal he possessed no spiritual orifices. This had cast a shadow over Li Shijuan's mood, so he merely waved his hand and said, I believe that is merely a rumor. Ximing's offspring are few, and his son has no spiritual energy. These words left Changdie stunned. His heart sank, and a cold dread crept over him. He worried that he might have unknowingly caused some disaster. He thought to himself, how could this be? How? Meng Zhuyun is from the overseas Meng family, and the Li family are descendants of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. How could this have happened? The image of his disciple's obedient face appeared in his mind, making his chest tighten with unease. His heart skipped a beat, and he could not resist asking, "Forgive this old man for prying. May I ask who young Master Ximing's wife is?" "Madam," replied Li Shijuan. "Madam." Lu Changdie slowly closed his eyes. Li Shijuan noticed that Li Changdie's questions were becoming rather strange. Still, he had answered naturally due to the man's earlier sincerity. Chapter 662, Yuqing and Changdie 2. Lu Changdie's heart was drowning in bitterness. A sour, painful ache welled up within him as he thought to himself. Perhaps Meng Zhuoyun died on the journey here. It's over. All over. He suddenly felt like he had fallen into a dream. A wave of heat washed over his limbs, and the calm he had maintained so far shattered. He stood there in midair, dazed and spiritless, as his gaze fell. Even when the person beside him called his name, he could not hear it. Though his body still moved through the motions of a respectful bow, his heart had already shattered into pieces. When he finally came back to his senses, he had landed in the town below. He took a few steps forward and raised his head to squint at the plaque above the gate. It read Hu Mansion. Unknowingly, he had returned to his home from his previous life. Yet, it no longer bore the name Lu Mansion. He could only turn and walk away, his expression blank, as though his soul had been taken away. His spiritual sense trembled as it swept rapidly through the mansion. Then, he faintly heard a gentle song. He froze and flickered. An instant later, he landed within the Hu Mansion's courtyard, where a woman was dancing. Clearly, she was a cultivator, as evidenced by the terror that appeared on her face when she felt his spiritual sense appear in the courtyard. Her features were delicate, with a sorrowful beauty to them. Her body seemed frail, which was a far cry from the proud elegance he remembered from his previous life. Unlike his previous life, in which he had reached the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, her cultivation barely reached the profound scenery realm. However, the aura of Lu Changdie's Foundation Establishment realm was undeniable. The entire courtyard immediately fell to their knees with a rustling sound. The concubine of Master Hu, who was addressed as Madam Hu, pressed her head tightly to the ground and respectfully asked, "Senior, may I ask?" Lu Changdie felt his chest tighten as his breath stuttered. He opened his mouth, but could only utter a hoarse sound of acknowledgement. His wife was kneeling before him. Behind her, the master of the mansion, Master Hu, belatedly rushed out. He, too, prostrated himself on the ground. "Jing'er," Lu Changdie called out her name in a choked voice. He understood why he had not come looking for her until now. When he had been reborn, he had been overjoyed. So many regrets from his previous life laid bare before him, waiting to be corrected. Yet, not once had his wife or daughter crossed his mind. Now, he understood that from the very moment he was reborn, he had already dismissed Madame Lu as beneath him. Even though they had shared decades as husband and wife, the moment he had been reborn, all those years had been cast aside like nothing. He had truly believed that he would no longer be that mediocre, opportunistic rogue cultivator of his past life. He would no longer be that useless Lu Changdie. He would become a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. He might even ascend to the Purple Mansion realm. He would marry a fairy of an immortal sect. He would embrace a beauty from a prestigious family. In the depths of his heart, he had harbored despicable thoughts of discarding everything from his past life. The women he would meet in this life, both in temperament and appearance, would far surpass Madame Lu. They owed nothing to each other as husband and wife. So why should he marry a mere village woman? So he had erased those decades from his heart in one breath. He had not thought of her, not even once. Even when something reminded him of her, he would brush it off with a laugh and push it to the back of his mind. But when he saw Madame Lu's face pale with shock and fear, he felt like he had been struck over the head by a heavy hammer. Memories of their wedding night, her bashful smile, and the warmth of their family together all flooded back at once. His throat tightened as if something were lodged in it, forcing out an ugly cough. Lu Changdie had always remembered Madame Lu as plump, and because of this, he had disliked her for a long time. It was only later that she captivated him with her gentle patience and devoted admiration. It was only now that he realized she also had a gaunt, frail, and delicate side to her. She had only had that spark in her eyes in their past life because she loved him. Meanwhile, Master Hu's expression shifted drastically and he muttered in disbelief. Ching'er. Shame flickered across his face for an instant, but it was quickly replaced by a calculating look. After all, Madame Lu was merely a concubine. If he could gain the favor of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, endless wealth and status would follow. Master Hu grinned obsequiously and said, my lord, this is Yuqing. She is most skilled in singing the gentlest songs. Master Hu muttered inwardly. Although she recently suffered a miscarriage and is still somewhat weak, he did not dare speak his thoughts aloud. But Lu Changdie had scanned everything with his Foundation establishment realm spiritual sense. He knew it all, even down to the cold-natured medicine that had harmed her. He watched as Master Hu reached out to push Madame Lu forward. Madame Lu was trembling, her face filled with confusion and fear as she stumbled and collapsed before him. Lu Changdie, a man who had experienced all the cruelties of life, saw everything with piercing clarity. His heart burned with pain. His eyes stung as he shouted, deserved. He laughed and cried at the same time as he rose into the sky. A bitter, metallic taste surged in his throat, and he cursed aloud. I deserve it. Lu Changdie fled skyward as though running for his life. He had survived countless brushes with death in the Eastern Sea over the years, but never had he flown as fast as he did now. The way Madame Lu looked at him, and her wretched state felt like an immortal sword. He knew that if he hesitated for even a moment, that sword would pierce him, condemning him to eternal torment. How many years have I lived since my rebirth? All I ever cared about was lining my own pockets. My heart was filled with greed, and I only sought to snatch the fortunes of others. How many heroes and fateful bonds have I ruined along the way? Forget preventing the devil plague's downpour. Have I ever saved a single person? I should have had self-control, but I was nothing more than a cowardly, vulgar mortal. Still, even though I was given another chance at life, I squandered countless spirit items and destroyed even more future heroes' opportunities. How many young talents who could have risen were lost during the devil plague? How many common people suffered as a result? At this moment, Lu Changdie finally understood. His entire rebirth had been nothing but a pathetic farce. He was a mediocre man occupying a position meant for greatness, causing those truly worthy to lament their lost fates. He was no hero. He was short-sighted. Even if he lived through multiple lifetimes, he would always be the same. He had harmed his wife, his daughter, his brothers, and his elders. He only needed to look at his wife's fate in this life. Without his help, and amidst the decline of the Li family, she had fallen to such a miserable state. Married as a concubine, persecuted, lost her child. That charming woman from my previous life was reduced to a withered husk. Female cultivators of the Li family would rarely become concubines. Usually, the same would apply to the Lu family, but it was clear they had suffered a major defeat in an internal struggle. That was the only way a mere branch member like Chang'er would have fallen into such a pitiful state. Although Lu Changdie had not lived within the Li family, he knew their internal affairs well. Bitterness flooded his heart as he recalled her slightly plump face and how she had smiled gently at him. The gentle happiness on her face was now shattered by the terrified expression he had just seen. His throat tightened as he choked out. What use is this cultivation? Lu Changdie could have chosen to look away. He owed her nothing. This Madame Lu was not the Madame Lu from his previous life. He had always prided himself on being selfish and self-serving, but he still had a shred of conscience. Chang'er, Yuan Jiao, Chengwei, little girl. Under the deep night sky, that last shred of conscience reduced this proud Foundation establishment realm cultivator to a man whose legs trembled. He stood in the sky for a moment, and then plummeted into the lake below like a bird with broken wings. Chapter 663. Xinyang, I. Lu Changdie crawled out of the lake as dawn broke. His feathered robe had not let even a drop of water stain it. He staggered along the shore in a daze, as he realized that everything from the past had vanished without a trace. He didn't know what to do, and simply rode the wind toward the mountains. It was not until he reached Mount Chengdu that Lu Changdie realized he still had the formation flag. He had no choice but to pass through the formation and head toward the hall Li Shijuan had occupied. Lu Changdie stepped inside after the armored guards at the gate reported his presence. An elderly man with white hair and a white beard, clad in black and gold armor, was seated inside. The man's eyebrows rose as he exclaimed, Daoist Changdie. Brother Xianfeng, replied Lu Changdie as he hurried forward to greet Li Xianfeng. Lu Changdie was momentarily rendered speechless when he carefully examined the latter. Li Xianfeng was the first member of the Li family he had seen in this life. Lu Changdie had only heard of Li Xuanfeng's renowned astral golden bow technique in his previous life. But in this life, they had met as youths and forged a bond. Li Xianfeng was examining his friend and noticed his lost and hollow-eyed appearance. Although Lu Changdie's foundation establishment aura was deep and clearly not from an ordinary cultivation technique, his breath was short and his heart was wavering. He seemed at a loss. The two stood in the hall. One had once been brimming with youthful vigor, passionate and bold. He wielded a golden bow and dared to shoot anything. Now he was cold-eyed and white-haired, driven by others to protect his family. The other had once been full of ambition, rising to fame as he formed bonds with heroes through his mastery of formation arts. Now, he was empty-handed and alone. They looked at each other, and their eyes said everything. They clasped fists in greeting and did not ask about each other's hardships. Li Xianfeng simply expressed his gratitude. This formation can only exist because of you. I, Xianfeng, thank you on behalf of my family. He fumbled out a jade box from his storage pouch, but Lu Changdie had lost interest. He handed over the formation flag and said softly, "If you truly wish to thank me, there is a concubine that goes by the surname Lu in the Town's Hu family. She is a distant relative of mine. Look after her on my behalf, and that will suffice as thanks." Li Xianfeng frowned as an exhausted Lu Changdie pressed his Xinyang mansion point and softly said, "Brother Xianfeng, you can see that I am troubled by inner demons. I truly cannot delay. I must hurry to find spirit items and secret techniques to suppress it. I should not linger. Forgive me. Forgive me." Li Xianfeng was a straightforward person, so when he saw Lu Changdie's face covered in cold sweat, he had no choice but to escort him out. He watched as Lu Changdie took out his flying shuttle and quickly disappeared into the distance. Li Xuangang rode the wind back to the hall, where Li Shijuan was already waiting. Li Xianfeng valued Li Shijuan the most among the younger generation of the Li family. His expression softened a little as he asked, "What happened with Yuexiang?" Li Shijuan explained the whole situation and his speculations. Li Xuanfeng's stern expression eased slightly, and he said quietly, "Although it was unavoidable, does that mean my family can be humiliated without reason? I will pay a visit to the Yuan family soon. If Yuan Huyuan wants to cut ties with us, I'll make sure he completely understands the consequences." Li Shijuan nodded. Though he was also holding a grudge over his sister's matter, he still advised, "Azure Pond has issued strict orders against crossing borders and involving neighboring counties. The Yuan family is a natural ally due to geography. If lives are lost, it may not bode well." Li Xianfeng simply waved his hand in response, his face unusually showing a rare smile. He said, "Let's not speak of this further. I have my own arrangements. First, take me to see that promising junior. I want to see what he looks like now." At the Chen residence, Chen Mufeng rode the wind back to his residence, where he was greeted by a crowd of wives and concubines. The Chen family had always been favored across generations, and Chen Mufeng held a respectable position within the clan. So it was natural that he had many wives and concubines. Their chirping voices overlapped, but his face was dark as he waved them aside. He hurried inside, going straight to the innermost part of the courtyard, where he found a woman seated quietly. She did not have a particularly remarkable appearance, yet Chen Mufeng greeted her with a beaming smile. He approached attentively and spoke softly. "Dear." Madame Li, the younger sister of Li Shiqing, was sipping tea in the courtyard. A young boy of 12 or 13, with narrow eyes and gentle brows, stood beside her with his hands behind his back. Madame Li acknowledged her husband and replied, "You've returned just in time. Younger has broken through to the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. We were just about to go find you." Chen Mufeng was both shocked and delighted. What? When he ran his spiritual sense over his eldest son, he found that Chen Yang had broken through to the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Chen Mufeng exclaimed in awe. Even though this cultivation speed can't compare to Li Shiming in his youth, it should be able to rival the current overseer of Mount Chengdu. Madame Li smiled and nodded. Chen Yang raised his brows and looked at his father, speaking softly. "The technique of the embryonic breathing realm is too crude. Otherwise, I could be even faster." He had inherited his mother's gray-black eyes, while his gentle and elongated brows resembled those of his maternal uncle's line. If one were to compare closely, he looked more like a member of the Li family than the Chen family. Chen Mufeng's heart skipped a beat whenever his son narrowed his eyes. Chen Mufeng's fear of those eyes had kept him from growing particularly close to his child. There had been times where he had seen the Li family's cunning and suspicion in the boy's unintentional movements or expressions. However, compared to his other children, who were like a flock of quails, Chen Yang's talent was simply unmatched. Chen Mufeng would rather choose Chen Yang than one of those incompetent and useless kids. On the other hand, Madame Li adored her child. Her gaze was gentle as she said, "The reason I wanted to talk is because I want Younger to serve the heir." Chen Yang did not lift his head, but his narrow eyes swiftly and subtly flicked up as he scanned his father's face. His gray-black pupils contracted slightly, and the dark center fixed itself in an unblinking stare. "Oh," Chen Mufeng responded. When he looked at Chen Yang, he saw a compliant expression on the boy's face. He then continued, "It is naturally a good thing. I only worry about Qingliao." "I've already spoken to him," replied Madame Li. She returned her gaze to her tea and dismissed Chen Yang. Her expression grew serious and anxious as she said, "Can you not see it in Yang? He is not destined to remain in a shallow pond. The reason I rarely let him meet my elder brother is precisely because of his nature. He's like, I don't even know who he resembles. His cunning and ambition grows by the day. If he cannot gain the trust of the Li family early on, I fear he will not meet a good end." "What?" Chen Mufeng jerked his head up in disbelief. He had once been a young man with ambitions himself, so he felt his wife was exaggerating. He spoke softly. "Why go so far, madam? A child in his teens will naturally have a little ambition. It will fade with time." "You don't believe me?" asked Madame Li. Chen Mufeng immediately held his tongue and nodded. "I'll take him to see Qingliao right away." Madame Li grabbed his hand. "I've heard that the heir is no easy character either. When you go, you must personally accompany Younger to meet him, just in case anything happens." Chen Mufeng felt like his wife was overthinking things, but still nodded again. He hurried out of the courtyard, bringing Chen Yang with him. They rode the wind all the way to the grand side hall, where they waited for about an hour until Li Qingliao finally returned. The two wove through the corridors between the pavilions. This was Chen Yang's first time here. His eyes widened and his heart trembled when he saw the golden rooftops and the white jade steps on the terraces. Li Qingliao was returning from patrolling their territory with his men. The friction of their armor produced audible clang as they walked. Chen Yang knelt alongside his father at the bottom of the steps. The boy quietly scanned the 18 stone steps leading to the top of the hall. His heart trembled as he thought, what magnificent power. Thoughts flickered lightly in his mind as he peeked at the man in the wolf fur cloak above. Li Qingliao did not exert much pressure, yet he exuded authority simply by standing above them. A surge of audacity rose in Chen Yang's heart. A true man should stand above tens of thousands and overpower all heroes with his cultivation. He should manipulate heaven and earth with his schemes. If one merely follows instructions and cultivates without question, what is the purpose of cultivation? Chapter 664. Chen Yang 2. Li Qingliao wore a gentle smile as he replied to Su Gongming. "The weather has eased a little, so we've finally gotten a harvest. That's a relief." He took the family head's seat as he looked at Chen Mufeng and Chen Yang below him, and said warmly, "This must be Younger. I've heard you've broken through to the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. What a rare talent." The 18 steps in the hall were not mere decorations. They perfectly blocked the spiritual sense of ordinary cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm. More than that, Chen Yang was kneeling far away, ruling out the possibility that Li Qingliao had probed him with spiritual sense. I've only just come out of seclusion, yet he already knew. Li Qingliao descended the steps with a cheerful smile until he stood before the youth. He lifted Chen Yang's hand, saw the boy raise his head, and gave a slight nod. Turning back to Su Gongming and the others, he laughed. "One look, and you can tell he's one of ours. His brows and eyes are exactly the same." This statement clearly caught everyone off guard. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment, and his lips involuntarily curled slightly downward. But then his brows lifted, and his eyes shone with both joy and pride. His calm face suddenly came to life, bursting forth with a surge of spirit. The crowd laughed heartily, offering their congratulations. However, Li Qingliao felt a shadow of doubt flash across his mind even as he smiled. That expression, good. Although Chen Yang was precocious, he was still far from matching Li Qingliao, who had managed his household for many years. Li Qingliao went beyond the boy's seemingly proper eyes and his sharp glances, and found a familiar cast to the youth's brows and the downward curve of his lips. That rebellious and ambitious aura brought back memories like a thorn pricking his hand, making him grit his teeth and inhale sharply. Li Chungliao's smile twisted slightly as he remembered a youth who had once wielded gray fire and rampaged across the sky. He's a seed of ambition. Li Chungliao had always trusted his instincts. Just as he had once recognized Su Zhao's uniqueness at a glance, he now sensed the same budding ambition in Chen Yang. Yet, this was not blind arrogance. This boy carried more of the Li family's cunning and even a hint of cruelty. And his talent is exceptional. If he is set loose into the world, he could stir up great storms. The Chen family has produced a true prodigy. Having made a preliminary judgment on the boy's character, Li Chungliao smiled at Chen Mufeng and asked, "So, you plan to send him to accompany the heir? If he's so remarkably talented, wouldn't it be a waste not to allow him to solely focus on cultivation?" While his eyes were fixed on Chen Mufeng, his spiritual sense was focused on Chen Yang. He noticed the boy's head rise slightly and the twitch of his eyelids. Li Chungliao's heart stirred as he listened to Chen Mufeng's courteous reply. Chen Mufeng replied, "Embryonic breathing realm doesn't require daily cultivation. It only takes a few hours a day for him to refine spiritual qi. The rest of the time is often wasted effort. It's better for him to learn something at the heir's side. After all, Younger is 3 years older than the heir. He can guide Zhou a little." Li Chungliao replied politely, though he had already agreed in his heart. He turned to the boy and deliberately said, "Younger, follow the corridor down. Someone will lead you to the heir's residence. I've already informed him that I'm sending over a companion." Chen Mufeng was slightly stunned when he realized that Li Chungliao intended to have the two children meet alone. However, just as he stepped hesitantly toward his son, Li Chungliao smiled and added, "I still have a few matters to discuss with the battalion commander." Chen Mufeng could only come to a halt upon hearing these words. Recalling his wife's words, he could only sigh lightly as he watched his child leave. Li Chungliao said, "I recall that the Chun family has been at odds with the Su family for generations. Has there ever been a marriage alliance between the two families?" "Of course not," Chen Mufeng answered firmly. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, and then thought that Li Chungliao did not wish for him to hear the following conversation. He quickly followed the guard down the corridor, passing through the winding walkway until he reached the courtyard's outer edge. When he glanced around at the pristine white ground and the two slightly ajar golden doors at the entrance, a trace of disdain flickered in his heart. Chen Yang had always been the most talented among his peers since he was a child. He toyed with them like playthings, manipulating them with just a few words. How could I possibly fear another child? He thought to himself. What of the heir? His talent is likely mediocre. I heard he's only been cultivating for 2 years. At best, he has condensed radiant lure chakra and reached the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm. That would be nothing for me to handle. Besides, what schemes could he possibly have when he's been confined to this small courtyard every day? I only need a small trick to wrap him around my finger. Chen Yang had always been cunning. How could he respect a child 3 or 4 years younger than him? He sneered inwardly as he mused that the heir likely could not even recognize all his characters yet. As he stepped into the courtyard, a sudden, intoxicating fragrance filled his nostrils. Chen Yang frowned, but he was too young to recognize the scent. He thought to himself, I don't know what kind of incense this is, but it smells good. I should take some back later. An old ape with white fur and drooping eyelids stood in the inner courtyard. Chen Yang was too sharp to underestimate such a creature. He thought to himself, this is most likely the spirit beast that guards the air. I wonder what level its cultivation has reached. Since he could only guess that it was likely a spirit beast at the Qi cultivation realm, he respectfully bowed before entering. He felt pleased with himself, believing he had discreetly earned some favor. When he pushed open the door, Chen Yang saw a boy dressed in gold and white, kneeling in the courtyard. He seemed to be only 8 or 9 years old and was facing away from him. Before Chen Yang could greet him, the heir suddenly turned around. A pair of deep dark golden eyes locked onto him. They were calm, yet filled with a disdainful scrutiny. The heir's ears perked up slightly and twisted agilely to his feet as he noticed something off. For a moment, the way he moved resembled the supple, yet strong movements of a leopard on the prowl. Startled, Chen Yang instinctively took a step back. But a moment later, he swiftly buried his embarrassed anger as he said quietly, "Greetings to the heir of the Li family." Li Zhou examined him for 2 breaths. His amber eyes seemed to become even more fearsome and sinister at Chen Yang's tone. Chen Yang's instincts prickled as he realized he quickly sensed the meaning in his gaze. He quickly realized, those are not ordinary eyes. Normal people would never even dare look at them unless they were kneeling before him. In fact, those eyes might be more effective against women. He stifled a wave of anger at being belittled. He sneered inwardly as he stepped forward, emphasizing his taller and stronger frame, and pretended to humbly say, "Greetings." Chapter 665, Fight, Qinyang spoke these words while imagining all the possible reactions from the boy in front of him. However, he was confident that he had said nothing wrong. Thinking that his cultivation was superior, he merely lowered his head slightly and made a humble gesture. "I'm not breaking the rules. What can you do about it?" Qinyang thought to himself. Yet, he received no reply for a long time. His gaze soon landed on Li Zhouwei's face. His dark pupils shifted towards the boy's narrow eyes, revealing a somber look of scrutiny. He neither bowed nor saluted, even carrying a slightly condescending air. As his gaze met the eyes of the heir before him, his mind suddenly went blank. All the sinister arrogance in his heart seemed to be laid bare. He muttered inwardly, "I'm in trouble." In an instant, Li Zhouwei suddenly stepped forward. Qinyang only felt a tightness in his throat as a pair of hands, swift as lightning, shot up along his neck and clamped down on his throat. "You!" exclaimed Qinyang. He had never expected Li Zhouwei to erupt so suddenly. Yet, the boy pounced like a ferocious beast, with overwhelming force. In an instant, Qinyang lost his balance and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Bang! Qinyang's head slammed hard against the stone floor, so hard that stars burst before his eyes. The impact was anything but light. If not for his cultivation at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, he would have likely lost consciousness from the blow. A surge of fury burned up his throat. His hands clawed at the air as several spells surfaced in his mind, but he suppressed his rage. Only then did he realize that his opponent had already straddled him, pressing down on his chest. His arms were pinned to the sides, making it impossible to form any spell gestures. Qinyang could hardly breathe, and panic surged in his heart as his casting posture was restricted. However, he was no ordinary person. He quickly came up with a countermeasure and began prying off Li Zhouwei's hand. "His cultivation is much lower than mine. As long as I activate my mana, I can immediately turn the tables on him." Just as this thought arose, Li Zhouwei decisively released his grip. Freeing his hands, he grabbed the inkstone from the table and smashed it onto Qinyang's forehead without hesitation. As the black ink splattered, a red-black bruise immediately spread across his forehead, and his eyebrows twitched in fury. "To hell with you," said Qinyang. The strike made Qinyang's hands loosen their grip. However, with his cultivation at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, he only felt momentarily dizzy before quickly regaining clarity. His suppressed contempt and rage finally broke free. He grabbed onto Li Zhouwei's clothing, attempting to pull him up. Qinyang was no ordinary child. The Chen family had accumulated many sword arts and techniques over the past 100 years. While their techniques at the Qi cultivation and foundation establishment realm could not compare to the direct descendants of the Li family, their techniques at the embryonic breathing realm were certainly formidable. An azure glow had already begun to flicker in Qinyang's hands. Clang! But once again, Li Zhouwei caught him off guard. A chilling clang of cold iron rang out as the table was kicked over. Li Zhouwei had already drawn the long halberd hidden beneath it. The azure glow in Qinyang's hands froze midair. The gleaming tip of the halberd was pressed directly against his throat. The frigid metal sent a chill through his body, making his hair stand on end. His seething rage quickly dissipated and was swallowed back down. Damn it! Who the hell keeps a halberd under a table? It's not even a personal sword. Is he constantly on guard against assassins, or what? But there was no time to dwell on it. A sharp pain pricked his throat, forcing Qinyang to step back slowly. His eyes met those dark golden irises that were utterly devoid of emotion. For a moment, the only sound in the courtyard was the slow scuffing of their boots against the ground. Li Zhouwei remained silent, his gaze calm as he steadily forced Qinyang into a corner. Only then did he finally speak his first words. "Do not look at me with those eyes." Qinyang hesitated for a moment before instinctively smoothing his expression. In an instant, all traces of cunning, contempt, and calculated judgment vanished without a trace. But he suddenly felt Li Zhouwei's grip tighten further. The halberd pressed forward with force. Qinyang's mind reeled in disbelief as he screamed internally, "Is he insane?" Thud! The halberd plunged viciously into the wooden wall behind him. Fear crashed through Qinyang like a landslide. Cold sweat dripped down his face, his legs giving out beneath him as he collapsed to his knees. He lowered his head, only for the man before him to lift his chin once more. He was forced to meet those dark golden eyes. Within them, strange ring-like shapes expanded and contracted, like black halos sinking and rising in molten gold. Only when Li Zhouwei saw the terror he desired in Chen Yang's eyes did he finally release his grip. Chen Yang slumped weakly before him, barely managing to prop himself up. Through his blurry vision, he vaguely made out 3 figures standing silently at the entrance of the courtyard. One was clad in dark golden armor, broad-shouldered and imposing. Another was dressed in flowing white robes with a sword strapped to his back. Neither of them spoke, they simply watched in silence. Only an old man hurried forward, setting the overturned table upright as he asked, "What happened here?" Chen Yang's blood, mixed with ink, dripped slowly from Li Zhouwei's forearm. The boy clasped his hands and replied, "Sir, it was nothing more than playful roughhousing." Li Xianxian sighed, waved his hand, and called for the white ape waiting outside the courtyard. He spoke in a low voice. "Take him away and use the meditation spell to calm him. The child has been frightened. He will need time to recover." Chen Yang was lifted and carried out of the courtyard by the white ape. Li Xianxian frowned at the mess before casually casting a few spells. Using mana, he restored the disordered objects to their proper places before finally sitting down. Once Li Xianfeng had taken his seat, Li Shijuan, with a faint smile on his lips, also sat down and began brewing tea. He spoke softly. "This Chen family boy is rather interesting." Li Xianfeng merely observed Li Zhouwei carefully and said casually, "He has a fierce look." Li Xianxian remained silent, but Li Shijuan showed no sign of concern. He chuckled and said, "He's more cunning than cautious, talented but arrogant, and unwilling to succumb to others. Though his innate ability is extraordinary, enough to carve out a legacy in this era, his arrogance will be his downfall sooner or later." As Li Shijuan spoke, Li Xianxian gave a slight nod. Meanwhile, Li Zhouwei, sitting quietly to the side, blinked. He seemed to understand the underlying message and silently accepted it. One can only hope that setbacks will teach him to change. Li Xianfeng shifted his cup and said in a low voice, "People like him don't change. Just like Jianixi back then, sharp in all matters, undefeated in every battle. But when the moment of reckoning came, he still met his end." Li Xianxian pondered for a long while before finally speaking, his voice soft. "Only our heir can keep this Chen family boy in check." Li Xuanchuan's words eased the concerns of the others. He smiled, gently patting Li Zhouwei as he spoke. "In less than 2 years, you've already condensed the radiant lure chakra and reached the 2nd stage of the embryonic breathing realm." Li Xianfeng had been carefully observing him for a long while before finally saying, "I've been traveling between the southern border and the eastern sea these past days, paying close attention to various matters. Let me explain them to you clearly." He paused for a moment before continuing in a low voice. "First is the matter of Bright Yang. In the past, the Bright Yang Dao lineage was rare with only a few remaining inheritors on a few offshore islands. But due to the Eastern Fire incident, Bright Yang Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators has now emerged both inland and overseas. It is gradually becoming known to more people. This Foundation Establishment Realm is highly beneficial for descendants. Yet cultivators who practice it tend to grow increasingly fierce in temperament. They were either becoming more domineering or more stubborn, due to the influence of the immortal Foundation realm." Li Shijuan frowned slightly, recalling Li Shiming from the mountain. Li Xianfeng continued saying, "In the balance of yin and yang, Bright Yang corresponds to veiled yin. Dao lineages complement and counteract each other. You must be mindful of this." In the northwest, Wu State borders the Western Sea, with a region known as Jiao. There lies the Chen State, also called the Kingdom of Daughters, where cultivation follows the path of veiled yin. Though they rarely interact with the outside world nowadays, one must remain vigilant. Chapter 666, Fight 2. Li Xianfeng gave his warnings, and Li Shijuan nodded silently. The elder casually mentioned some recent affairs, prompting the ever-perceptive Li Shijuan to ask about the matter concerning Sidu Chen from the Golden Tang Gate. Li Xuanfeng's expression remained unchanged as he denied it outright, saying, "It has nothing to do with me." The white-robed youth nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Li Xianfeng pulled Li Zhouwei closer and asked, "Wayer, Bright Yang is a path of dominion over others. It is said to aid cultivation. Going forward, you must oversee the matters of the family as well." "Zhouwei understands," responded Li Zhouwei. Li Zhouwei nodded. Finally unable to contain himself, Li Shijuan asked. Why is it that? Brother Ming cultivates the bright yang, yet his case differs from so many descriptions. Li Shijuan recounted everything about Li Shiming's situation from beginning to end. Li Xianfeng stroked his beard and said softly, I don't believe Shiming was ever suited for radiant lure cultivation. Radiant lure is a worldly path. People like Xiqing and Chengliao can cultivate it well. But he should have studied the Dao lineages like 12 Essences or Jade, true unified void essence instead. Right now, his mindset does not align with his Dao lineage. He's going against his own heart, and that makes it meaningless. So that's how it is, exclaimed Li Shijuan. Li Shijuan felt his hands go numb. He absent-mindedly set the jade teapot on the table, suddenly recalling a moonlit night when Li Shiming seemed to have foreseen something. Back then, he had lightly placed the golden yang radiant origin qi in Li Shijuan's hands, proposing to trade cultivation techniques. A burning pain welled up in the young man's heart. He said with a low and heavy voice, We never truly understood. We only wanted to leave him the best things. Li Xianxian listened from the side. Seeing Li Shijuan's expression, a rare flash of anger surfaced on his face as he said, Don't start blaming anyone. There's nothing to blame for. Li Xianfeng caught the blame in his elder brother's gaze and responded softly. I shouldn't have spoken, but our family's radiant essence scripture is of the highest grade. Shiming has never been at a disadvantage. Even if he had chosen for himself, he would have picked the higher-tier scripture for the sake of his own Dao. Li Xianfeng was unaware that Li Shijuan and Li Shiming had considered exchanging their cultivation techniques during their younger years, but Li Shijuan remembered it vividly. Though his expression quickly returned to calm, deep inside, he mourned, in this matter and in others. I have failed Brother Ming. Li Xianfeng did not linger. After a brief exchange, he rose, retrieved his bow, and said to the others, I'll take my leave now. I'll return home for a visit in a few years. Li Shijuan and Li Xianxian walked him out together. Li Xianxian remained in relatively good spirits, failing to notice the storm of emotions hidden beneath the composed exteriors of his grandnephew and younger brother. Beneath their silence lay a tide of sorrow. Dofa Mountain, Song family's territory. The Song family's territory lay south of Mushroom Forest Plain and north of Helen Prefecture. Neither too large nor too small, it was an old and established family. However, their current landholding no longer matched their strength, especially after the fall of their last cultivator at the Foundation Establishment Realm. A family at the Qi Cultivation Realm had no business holding such a territory. It was only because the Song family had once produced a female cultivator who was willing to become a concubine for a disciple from an immortal sect who had descended from Mount Azure Pond. That disciple later became the sect master of Azure Pond's sect. As for the woman from the Song family, she benefited from his resources and successfully broke through to Foundation Establishment Realm, propelling the Song family to prominence. Unexpectedly, this disciple, named Qi Wei, later advanced to the Purple Mansion Realm, and his fortune became boundless. Though the woman from the Song family remained a mere concubine, her status was enough to secure the Song family's prosperity for a century. Such a pity that their descendants are so unworthy, falling to this state. Yuan Hudu stood silently amidst the deafening sound of gongs and drums. Compared to Yuan Huyuan, he appeared much younger, with deep-set eyes and a higher nose, giving him a more sinister look. Below, the courtyard bustled with laughter and greetings, yet no one dared to approach him. Only the head of the Song family stood behind him, wearing a fawning smile and uttering some empty pleasantries. Yuan Fuyao, dressed in red ceremonial robes, stood in the courtyard with a beaming smile. His childhood sweetheart, veiled, awaited in the rear courtyard. He was undoubtedly in high spirits, having claimed both wealth and beauty. His face was flushed, brimming with satisfaction. Yuan Hudu, however, merely narrowed his eyes and silently observed the courtyard. Soon, he noticed an elderly man clad in black golden armor standing at the very edge. The elderly man was watching the scene coldly with his arms crossed. Without using spiritual sense to probe, Yuan Hudu instinctively sensed that this man was no ordinary figure. He quickly summoned someone and spoke in a low voice. Go find out. Who in the Li family has white hair and wears golden armor? Yuan Hudu could vaguely guess who he was. 9 times out of 10, he was someone from the Li family. Yet, he felt no fear. In fact, he had anticipated this moment for some time. You really held back well. I've been wandering outside day after day, and finally, you've come. Yuan Hudu thought to himself. If it had been him, he would never have endured this long. He knew the Li family would come sooner or later, and he had been waiting for their arrival. A mere broken engagement. Surely they won't kill me over it? At most, I'll be scolded. Better yet that we end up fighting. Maybe I can even get myself injured. The more strained the relationship between their two families became, the clearer the message would be to the Qi family. And since his life wouldn't be truly at risk, Yuan Hudu was quite content with this outcome. Just as long as it's not him. Even if it's Li Qinghong. But please, not that fiend. When his subordinate came up and whispered a few words to him, Yuan Hudu's expression instantly soured. He murmured, "It really is him. Golden Bowstring, Li Xianfeng." Since childhood, Yuan Hudu had never been groomed to be the family head, nor did he possess the extraordinary talent of Yuan Qingdan. He had spent most of his life just struggling to reach the foundation establishment realm. How could he not be afraid? His talent was mediocre, and he lacked skill in combat arts. His breakthrough had relied on medicinal pills, and even among the family cultivators, he was only considered mid-tier. How could he possibly contend with Li Xianfeng? Even if Li Qinghong had come instead, he would have likely taken his life within 100 moves. Yuan Hudu took a deep breath and focused his gaze, only to realize that those commanding, imposing eyes were already staring straight at him. Damn it! Yuan Hudu forced a stiff, uneasy smile. His hand clenched tightly around his sleeve, hidden from view. He had long heard that this ruthless man feared nothing, and now, suspicion and dread clawed at his heart. Finally, he saw the man step forward, moving steadily closer through the bustling, laughing crowd. The people instinctively parted, unconsciously forming a narrow path for him to advance. To Yuan Hudu's ears, all other sounds seemed to fade away, leaving only the cold, measured footsteps of those black golden boots against the ground. He fought the overwhelming urge to flee and forced himself to stand his ground calmly. Li Xianfeng walked up to him without stopping, closing the distance until Yuan Hudu could see every detail of the intricate patterns on his black gold spirit armor. Only then did Li Xianfeng tilt his head slightly and quietly speak. "Yuan Hudu?" That cold voice cut through the noisy crowd with eerie clarity, sending a chill down Yuan Hudu's spine. It made cold sweat break out all over his body. Chapter 667. The Power of a Single Arrow. Yuan Hudu suppressed the panic in his heart, and his mind went blank for a moment. After weighing the pros and cons, he immediately cupped his hands and said in a loud voice, "Yuan Hudu greets the general." Yuan Hudu feared that Li Xianfeng would silently kill him and leave, so his voice instantly drowned out all the noise in the courtyard. Those drinking paused mid-cup, and those offering congratulations fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned toward the stage and started whispering among themselves. Who is this? Has he come to offer congratulations? How could he receive such respectful treatment from Yuan Hudu? He is a foundation establishment cultivator. I'm afraid he comes with ill intent. As everyone's gaze shifted over, Li Xianfeng simply stood with his arms crossed and his eyes gradually sharpened. His posture was straight, and his broad shoulders blocked out the light in front of Yuan Hudu completely. His voice was low, and his tone was steady as he said, "I do not deserve the title of general from the head of the Yuan family. I am merely serving in the southern border. Upon hearing that a child from my family has suffered grievances, I came to ask the head of the Yuan family about it." Though his voice was not loud, the courtyard had already fallen silent enough to hear a pin drop. The cultivators, with their keen senses, heard every word clearly. They exchanged glances, lowered their heads, and harbored different thoughts. Some were sneering, some were shocked, and some were worried for both families. But most of them simply reveled in the spectacle and watched coldly. So he is from the Li family. From what he said, there must be more to this matter. Li Xuanfeng's name was well known, built on his record of slaying demons and men alike, as well as the stories spread by the direct disciples of the 7 sects who had encountered him in grotto heavens and overseas. He rarely acted within the mainland, so most people did not recognize his appearance or attire. But as soon as Li Xianfeng mentioned the southern border and the title of general, everyone immediately realized who he was and thought to themselves in unison, "It is the golden bowstring, Li Xianfeng, the divine bow of the southern border." Yuan Fuyao's face turned pale as he silently retreated into the crowd. He had long heard the rumors of an annulled engagement between the two families, but what could he do? Yuan Hudu had repeatedly assured him there was no need to worry. Yet, he found himself more confused than ever as he looked at the elderly man in black golden armor standing above. Sweat appeared on Yuan Hudu's forehead as his very life was at stake now. He could no longer afford to speak harshly, but if he yielded, he would have offended not only the Li family, but also the Qi family. The entire act he had staged would be for nothing. Left with no choice, he exhaled deeply and remained silent. Seeing Yuan Hudu's silence, Li Xianfeng spoke softly. Your esteemed family fabricated momentum and humiliated my family for no reason. Out of respect for our past ties, my elder brother wished to avoid further conflict and spare our predecessors from disgrace. But I do not have such magnanimity. This matter cannot simply be let go. Yuan Hudu barely managed to meet his gaze and saw the sharpness in the old general's eyes. The eyes were piercing and full of warning, yet held little anger, as if to say, "All right, if you want to show the Qi family where you stand, I'll make sure they see it clearly." Yuan Hudu understood that this matter could not be settled peacefully. Recalling his elder brother Yuan Huyuan's warning, he let out a slow sigh and replied, "What does the general intend to do?" Li Xianfeng lightly brushed the black golden beast head ornament at his waist, and a large bow appeared in his hand. Yuan Hudu's eyelids twitched at the sight. The people below the platform instinctively shrank back, taking a collective step backward. It was simply because the longbow was too terrifying. The golden bow measured around 8 qi in length, with limbs around 3 qi and 5 ciyuan long. It shimmered in golden and crimson hues, radiating an intense aura. It was as if the energy of countless slain men and monsters surged within it, making it an unmistakable weapon of death. The cultivators below slowly backed away, finally grasping the terror hidden behind Yuan Hudu's sweat-drenched face. Hearing a name was never the same as witnessing its power firsthand. With a fight between Foundation establishment cultivators on the verge of breaking out, some took their leave, cupping their hands in farewell. However, most could not suppress their curiosity and chose to stay and watch in silence. The head of the Song family cautiously moved away in fear as he was merely at the late stage of qi cultivation. Li Xianfeng, however, only fixed his gaze on Yuan Hudu as he rasped, "I offer the family head 2 choices." He slowly leveled the longbow, and the quiver at his waist let out a crisp, metallic clang. He said, "I understand that the family head is cautious, always traveling with cultivators for protection. You may try and see whether the Foundation establishment cultivator and the demon hiding in the mountains can keep you safe together. But once this profound arrow is loosed, it will undoubtedly draw blood." Yuan Hudu never expected that Li Xianfeng had already seen through his preparations so clearly. Fear crept into his heart as the metallic objects in the courtyard began to tremble and rattle. Watching him drenched in sweat, Li Xianfeng continued, "Second, out of respect for the bond between your esteemed family and my granduncle, I'll give you the time of 20 breaths to prepare and take just 1 shot of an arrow from me. After that, all grievances between our families will be settled, and the matter will be put to rest." Yuan Hudu secretly exhaled, realizing that Li Xianfeng was ultimately sparing his life. This arrow was likely meant as a display for the Qi family. He thought to himself, "Li Xianfeng, no matter how formidable you are, can the power of just 1 arrow truly be so overwhelming?" But even though he understood the limits of his opponent's intentions, he did not dare provoke him further. Instead, he cupped his hands and replied, "Please, General, release your arrow." Seeing Li Xianfeng nod, Yuan Hudu wasted no time in riding the wind into the sky. 2 talismans burned rapidly within his sleeves, streaking away like comets. The 2 protective shields on his body shimmered brilliantly, appearing exceptionally sturdy. Li Xianfeng mirrored his movement, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. A golden-red spirit arrow leaped from the quiver, and golden light burst forth from the longbow, illuminating the surroundings. The polished stone tiles on the ground gleamed, reflecting a hazy golden glow. Buzz buzz. Everyone felt as if their faces were being slashed by blades. The fine wine and delicacies on the tables trembled violently, creating a chorus of clinking sounds. The golden brilliance flowing across Li Xuanfeng's armor grew even more intense as he slowly ascended into the sky. The arrow on his longbow was the very same one that was refined through the 6 ding merging fire token and the binding ring. Now meticulously reforged and inscribed with intricate array patterns, it radiated dazzling brilliance, unleashing streams of astral qi. After precisely counting to 20 breaths, the cultivators in the courtyard had already retreated beyond its perimeter. Li Xianfeng released his fingers. Buzz. Boom. The jade cups and jade wine jugs on the tables exploded with a loud crack, sending shards and gleaming wine splattering through the air like a rainstorm. The courtyard was swept by a violent gust, toppling tables and chairs into complete disarray. The falling debris forced the spectators to raise their sleeves in defense, but their spiritual senses had long since locked onto the golden bow. Yet, at that moment, they all felt an eerie void within their senses. They were unable to grasp anything at all through their spiritual senses. So fast, the golden arrow had already vanished without a trace. With no other choice, the crowd turned their eyes toward the distant sky, where a dark figure plummeted like a bird with broken wings. Realizing that Li Xianfeng had disappeared from sight, they exchanged uneasy glances. Li Xianfeng had not been arrogant. His profound arrow was no ordinary projectile. Even if it wasn't paired with his golden bow, it remained a true foundation establishment Dharma artifact. Having undergone refinement through merging fire, the profound arrow could retain astral chi for long periods and be precharged with golden astral chi. Since Yuan Hudu's immortal foundation, cultivation method, and realm were all inferior to his, Li Xianfeng was confident that this single arrow would be enough to awe the spectators and wash away his past humiliation. With the arrow loosed, he naturally activated a spell, drifting eastward with the wind. Quick, save the family head. Everyone feared that Yuan Hudu might die on the spot. The head of the Song family, utterly terrified, hastily took to the skies. The crowd scattered like a storm, clearing away the clouds, vanishing entirely. Only Yuan Fuyao and a few others remained in the courtyard, standing there in bewilderment. Chapter 668, The Power of a Single Arrow, 2. Yuan Hudu soared through the wind. Though he doubted that Li Xuanfeng's arrow would be too overwhelming, his cautious nature kept him on guard. He burned through 2 talismans in succession and retrieved a spirit shield from his storage pouch. Placing the earth-colored shield behind him, Yuan Hudu finally felt a trace of security. With a thought, he calculated, and there were still 11 breaths left. He thought to himself, the farther, the better. Drawing on his past experience, he surged forward in one breath, but hesitated for just a moment, thinking to himself, after all, he is a direct descendant of the 3 sections. I must not be careless. Yuan Hudu went as far as to reverse his mana flow, causing a flush of red to appear on his face. His essence chi surged wildly as he used an escape spell that consumed his vital energy and blood essence. His figure flickered with layers of blood shadows as he sped away. Suddenly, a piercing buzzing sound echoed in his ears, and 2 deep gashes split open on his cheeks. Before he could even react in shock, he felt a hollow sensation in his chest. Looking down, he saw nothing but an empty hole where his heart and lungs should have been. Only then did the sound of his shattered shield reach his ears. The earth-colored spirit shield had been blasted away, embedding itself deep into a distant cliffside. Yuan Hudu nearly lost consciousness in one breath, his eyes staring blankly at the sky as he coughed up misty bursts of blood. His unwavering willpower saved his life. He forcefully stabilized his cultivation, activating his immortal foundation, origin stabilization. It rapidly circulated, preserving his vitality and keeping him alive. With trembling hands, he grabbed a jade box and crushed it with a crack, retrieving the delicate spirit flower within. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. A flush of red immediately returned to his face, barely keeping him alive. He exhaled sharply, but the wind beneath his feet had already been shattered by the violent golden energy. Unable to divert mana to control his flight, he reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a round, rolling object. The spirit item was crimson red. It was neither entirely flesh nor earth, yet it writhed restlessly. Yuan Hudu stuffed it into the gaping hole in his chest. Only then did he regain the strength to steer the wind beneath his feet. But dizziness overtook him as streams of golden astral chi surged through his body. The wind beneath his feet formed and dissipated repeatedly, causing him to hover briefly in midair. He crashed through countless trees before finally plummeting to the ground with a heavy thud. He crashed through numerous trees and sent flocks of birds and beasts scattering in alarm. But regardless of everything, he still had the body of a foundation establishment cultivator. The brief pauses in midair had lessened the impact, preventing his injuries from worsening further. However, he was still gravely injured. Though the fall did not kill him outright, he lost consciousness and his breath was slowing to a near stop. Only then did the spirit shield, which had been buried in the mountain, finally break free and clatter to the ground beside him. The gathered cultivators halted their steps, landing one by one around Yuan Hudu. All were too stunned to speak as they sensed his faint, nearly extinguished aura. But before they could get a closer look, a streak of gray mist rushed into their midst, rapidly solidifying into human form. It scooped up the unconscious Yuan Hudu and vanished instantly. The gray mist, of course, was the Yuan family's guardian demon beast. It did not forget to sweep up the spirit shield from the ground. They then carefully erased all traces of blood from the dirt to prevent it from falling into others' hands, before disappearing swiftly beyond the horizon. The remaining cultivators exchanged glances before silently withdrawing. One of them glanced around and said with a sigh, "To think a single arrow could wield such power." The person beside him nodded in agreement, replying, "Who would have thought that after Li Chujing's disappearance, the Li family would still have such a powerful figure? And yet, they dared to bully the orphan he left behind. Looking at how he's barely clinging to life, it's clear that he could be easily killed. He was spared only out of previous ties between the families." At Mount Chengdu, Chen Mufeng, muttered Li Shijuan. He sat at the desk, carefully recounting the earlier events. Seated across from him were two elderly men. The leading elder wore a wide-sleeved Taoist robe, listening attentively with a gentle expression. He was at the 9th stage of qi cultivation. The other elder, a one-armed man, seemed to possess only various unrefined qi. His expression was stern, and his head was full of white hair. "Esteemed elders, that is the situation," said Li Shijuan. After he finished speaking, the elder in the Taoist robe sighed with a nod and replied, "I understand." This man was Chen Dongha. As time flowed like water, he had spent over a decade lingering at the qi cultivation stage. This old man was diligent and devoted, with no hobbies aside from occasionally sitting atop Mount Sheeping. The other man was the eldest clan elder of the Li family, named Li Qiuyang. He had suffered injuries in the marketplace and had been burned by merging fire. Though he had been saved with great effort, his hair had withered, his eyes dimmed, and he could barely lift his hands. Yet the old man still nodded and said, "We will go to the Chun family immediately." One was Chun Mufeng's master, and the other an elder of the Chen family. Li Shijuan naturally trusted them and said softly, "It is merely a mention, no need to dwell too much on it." Watching the two depart, Li Shijuan finally settled back into his seat of authority. Beside him, Li Yuexiang blinked and murmured, "Brother, you seem to take this matter quite seriously." Li Qingliao, also standing to the side, appeared to have something to report but had yet to find an opening. Li Shijuan sighed and said, "I can see that boy has the eyes of someone unwilling to concede. Though the heir can keep him under control, we, as guardians of the house, cannot simply let things be. Naturally, we must add a few more chains to be at ease. He doesn't seem to have much talent for the cultivation of radiant lure and celestial whirl. Perhaps it was all taken by Zhou alone. If he has to hold everything up by himself, he will struggle to balance it all. If put to good use, Chen Yang's worth could rival that of dozens." Li Yuexiang nodded slightly, yet before she could speak, Li Shijuan pondered for a moment, then solemnly gestured for both of them to come closer. He said, "Yuexiang, Chengliao, listen carefully." Li Yuexiang immediately focused her gaze, and Li Chengliao likewise looked over with a serious expression. Only then did Li Shijuan speak softly. "Looking back at the past generations of our family heads, many have perished violently, fallen to curses and assassinations. How many have truly retired in peace? Even an ordinary family in town would not see such generations of sudden deaths. Anyone sitting in the highest seats of Chengdu and the central hall must always be prepared for the end of their path. I'll oversee matters in Chengdu. As for Qingliao, you govern the household in Lijiang. We must be cautious and nip dangers in the bud. But if the time ever comes when we must trade son for son," Li Shijuan paused briefly before speaking gently, "do not be stingy with your lives. More importantly, plan for the next 100 years." Both nodded in understanding. Li Shijuan put away the wooden slip in his hand, while Li Chengliao stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Eighth uncle, Elder Xianfeng appeared at the Song family wedding, saying that he would settle all grievances between the two families once and for all." With just one shot of an arrow, Elder Xianfeng nearly obliterated Yuan Hudu's body and soul. He was left with only a single breath. He was barely kept alive by our Wanglin blossom before the Yuan family took him back. Li Shijuan raised his eyebrows slightly at the news. He had expected Li Xianfeng to go and threaten the Yuan family, but he hadn't imagined his overwhelming might to reach such an extent. Turning to Li Yuexiang, he said softly, "Little sister, the elder has avenged you." Chapter 669, Chen And Li. Li Yuexiang listened to her brother's words, but there was no joy on her face. She had more concerns on her mind and simply murmured softly, "I don't feel wronged, but I fear that offending them too deeply may stir up trouble." Li Shijuan gently shook his head and replied, "There is no longer any question of offense. All the noble families have their eyes set on profit, and the Yuan family has already lost its moral standing." Li Yuexiang nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Li Shijuan unfolded the small letter in his hand and read through it, then said softly, "Go and make preparations. Brother Shiji will return in a few days to take you to Green Pine Island. His cave dwelling still has vacant spots. It will be beneficial for you to cultivate there." Only then did Li Yuexiang nodded lightly, revealing a trace of happiness. Li Shijuan did not wish to say more, so he dismissed them. After listening to the reports from below, he smiled and left the hall. He made his way through the corridor and quickly arrived at the alchemy pavilion. Li Shiming, clad in a Taoist alchemist robe, sat leisurely in the hall. His garments were fresh and crisp, with a faint paleness to them. Having just broken through to the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment realm, he was basking in the triumph of success. Li Shijuan knew him all too well. Though he appeared composed, he was undoubtedly overjoyed inside. Playing along, Li Shijuan strode up quickly and exclaimed in surprise, "That was fast, Brother Shiming. Was it a smooth breakthrough?" Li Shiming chuckled happily, tightening his sleeve cuffs as he replied, "Since I took a medicinal pill, the breakthrough was effortless. I spent some time conditioning myself to stabilize my cultivation before coming out." He was brimming with excitement and was about to go into detail when he suddenly scanned Li Shijuan up and down, his expression shifting to one of surprise and delight. He exclaimed, "You've reached the Foundation Establishment realm." Li Shijuan allowed a small smile to surface and nodded slightly. Li Shiming immediately stood up and clapped him on the shoulder with a grin, saying, "What a fine snow pine manna." Li Shijuan nodded lightly, waiting for him to calm down before saying, "There's something I need to discuss with you." Li Shiming listened as Li Shijuan relayed Li Xuanfeng's words, his brows knitting together in thought. He shook his head slightly and said with questions in his mind, "I don't see it that way. My cultivation in the Bright Yang Path has progressed steadily. I have already surpassed some of the direct disciples of the immortal sects. How could I be deemed unfit? Perhaps the elder has grown too accustomed to the high standards of the southern border." He suddenly clenched his fist, belatedly realizing something and muttering, "If I had followed the family's arrangements back then, as the elder suggested, perhaps my cultivation wouldn't have progressed much slower after all." While Li Shiming mulled over his thoughts, Li Shijuan caught sight of a potted orchid on the table from the corner of his eye. Despite being in seclusion for years, it was still flourishing. It indicated that someone had been tending to it carefully. His eyes flickered as he turned his head to the other side, gazing at the alchemy furnace. The flames inside flickered unpredictably, while the world outside was engulfed in a raging storm. Li Shiming, unaware of why Li Shijuan's expression had changed, looked on in confusion. Li Shijuan paused before suddenly asking, "Brother Shiming, have you taken a liking to orchids in recent years?" Li Shiming looked slightly embarrassed and quickly replied, "I just grow them for leisure. It has nothing to do with Zhuiyun." As soon as he said it, he realized he had spoken too quickly. But before he could adjust his tone, he saw Li Shijuan suddenly frown, gazing at the storm outside and murmuring, "It's a celestial phenomenon." Li Shiming was still trying to form a response, but Li Shijuan's words shut him down. In an instant, Li Shijuan vanished. Li Shiming swiftly followed behind. He rode a streak of golden light, and soon stood beside Li Shijuan atop Mount Chengdu. Both of them gazed into the southern horizon where a golden radiance shone in the distance. Their immortal foundation's realm rippled gently, allowing them to faintly perceive the rising multicolored light in the distance. Li Shiming sighed enviously and said, "Someone must have broken through to the purple mansion realm." The iridescent hues spread swiftly, forming clouds that took the shape of beasts and birds across the sky. They were so lifelike they seemed almost real. At the heart of the vast ocean of clouds, a massive celestial elephant formed from pure white mist trumpeted toward the heavens, radiating golden light in all directions. The golden radiance rippled outward like waves, causing the vegetation in the mountains to sway gently. Leaves fell like a golden rain, covering the entire mountain in autumn hues. Li Shijuan slowly closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to the rising spiritual energy permeating the heavens and earth. Li Shiming also paused, realizing what was happening. Both brothers closed their eyes and immersed themselves in the moment. After about 15 minutes, they exchanged a glance, and Li Shiming said with a sigh, "The profound balance atmosphere. It has already dissipated completely. It's rare for it to last this long." Li Shijuan carefully observed the direction where the clouds were converging and estimated that it was within the Hengzhu Dao Gate. He murmured, "Hengzhu Dao Gate has gained another Purple Mansion realm cultivator." The two brothers rode the wind back down to the mountain together. Li Shiming said, "I clearly remember that Hengzhu Dao Gate and you cultivating sect have always had a good relationship. But how can such a breakthrough be controlled at will? A celestial phenomenon of this scale is like an announcement to the entire world, and this phenomenon might just be the final surge that drains the remaining spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Although the Li family had slowly built some foundation, they still lacked methods to detect phenomena like profound balance atmosphere and falling water rising storm, which were crucial to understanding the spiritual energy of cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm. For now, they could only watch helplessly, unsure of how the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had changed. "We lack the necessary spells. If we hadn't anticipated a change and paid close attention, we might not have even noticed this subtle shift," said Li Shijuan, sighing. Beside him, Li Shiming asked, "Why not have our aunt return for a while? If she uses her thunder techniques, she might be able to uncover some clues." "I don't think it'll be that simple," replied Li Shijuan. He had discussed this matter with Li Qinghong before, and it seemed that falling water rising storm had only been perceivable in the past due to its connection to thunder techniques. Now, it would likely be much harder to detect. He continued, "Just send a letter to Brother Shiji and ask him about it." Dorlaken's thoughts. "Hello. Thanks for reading TML. Just notifying some term changes. The Qi family mentioned in Chapter 630 has been changed to Qi family to prevent confusion with the Qi family. Chapter 670. Chen And Li 2. Chen Mufeng returned from the central hall to his residence, only to find that his wife, Madame Li, was sitting in the courtyard. Seated at the head of the hall were two elderly men. One of them wore a brown robe, with the empty sleeve of his severed arm appearing stark against the air. His hair was withered, his eyes sunken, and his entire being exuded the aura of someone nearing the end of their life. The other elder had a much steadier presence. A long sword rested on his back, and he wore a light gray robe. His posture was slightly hunched as he leaned against a wooden chair. Chen Mufeng recognized these two faces all too well. Years ago, when he had been entrusted to Li Qiuyang by old Master Chen, he had sat respectfully before these very same elders. Without hesitation, he immediately bowed deeply and said solemnly, "Mufeng greets Master and Elder." Li Qiuyang's aged face remained heavy with contemplation. Once a farmer, he was now one of the highest-ranking elders in the clan, yet his expression remained unchanged from the past. He had once held the reins of the horses for Li Xiangping and offered swords to Li Tongya, witnessing a century of trials and tribulations. Even though Chen Mufeng now far surpassed him in cultivation, he did not show the slightest impatience. He kept his head lowered in silence. Chen Dongha also gazed at the man before him without speaking. The two elders sat in silence, yet their presence alone created a heavy atmosphere that made even Madame Li hold her tongue. Chen Mufeng's heart was uneasy, but then his elder, Chen Dongha, waved his hand lightly and said in a soft voice, "This is good news. That boy Chen Yang's innate ability has caught the attention of Chengdu. You and your wife ought to be congratulated." As soon as these words were spoken, both of them let out a sigh of relief. Chen Mufeng cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Many thanks to the esteemed elders for your support." Li Qiuyang nodded slowly, setting aside his wooden staff. His empty sleeve drifted silently in the air as he spoke in a stern, low voice, "Feng, bring the boy up here for me to see." Chen Mufeng hurriedly sent someone to fetch him. The man before him, Li Qiuyang, was not only his master, but had also once been his father-in-law. Unfortunately, his daughter had passed away early, which led to his marriage with his current wife, Madame Li. Chen Dongha waited in silence and spoke no words. When Chen Yang quietly stepped up from the front of the hall, he examined him closely and furrowed his brows. "Li Qiuyang, appearing as if his aged eyes were dim, squinted and stared at him for a long time, thinking to himself, he has a bit of a fierce and cunning look, but those eyes. They remind me of Chen And Li from back then. Both of them were the type to keep 12 layers of thoughts hidden in their stomachs. His eyes were grayish-black, and his eyebrows were longer than those of most Qin family members. The traits that were all too familiar. Li Qiuyang had dealt with this type for nearly a century. It was unmistakably the characteristics of someone from the main Li family. This child is quite interesting. He has inherited the cunning and intelligence of both the Li and Chen families without omission. No wonder Shi Juan asked me to take a closer look. He is indeed extraordinary, said Li Qiuyang. He then paused for a moment before continuing. Chengdu's intention is for this child to follow Donghe in cultivation. These words instantly shocked the couple. They exchanged glances and saw joy reflected in each other's eyes. They had long harbored this idea. Chen Yang was the most talented child in the family and should have been placed under Chen Donghe's tutelage for careful instruction. However, the Chen family had always maintained a clean reputation, never engaging in actions that might arouse suspicion. Moreover, Chen Donghe never returned to the Chen family and held no attachment to past ties. So they had kept this thought buried deep within their hearts. After all, Chen Donghe was at the late stage of qi cultivation, and among the outsiders in the family, his status was second to none. It was even said that he had learned the Li family's sword techniques. Chen Mufeng's joy was evident as he reached out to pull the child forward to express their gratitude, but Chen Donghe interrupted and said, "You two shouldn't celebrate too soon. I've rejected the proposal." The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Chen Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and he lifted his chin, frowning at the words. He felt a faint throbbing in his forehead once again. Yet, this subtle expression made the two elders seated above pause. A thought swiftly flashed through Chen Donghe's mind. He has pride. Putting on the demeanor of a seasoned elder, Chen Donghe spoke softly to Madame Li beside him. "I see that this child's heart is not entirely righteous. The main family has proposed this arrangement multiple times, but I have rejected it each time." As soon as these words were spoken, Madame Li understood the situation. She stepped forward, took the child's hand, and said solemnly, "Swear the profound scenery's spiritual oath in the presence of these two esteemed elders." The mother and son went through the motions. Chen Yang's expression remained as calm as still water as he repeated whatever his mother instructed him to. Li Qiuyang tapped his smoking pipe, while Chen Donghe silently observed the child's reaction. Then, stepping down from the steps, he took Chen Yang's hand and led him out of the hall. He walked all the way to the riverside and sat down with Chen Yang. He began recounting the history from Chen And Li's flight to Leijing to the current state of affairs. Then, in a quiet voice, he said, "Our Chen family only exists today because of the kindness that the Li family's ancestor has shown us. Generation after generation, we have been entrusted with great responsibilities. This is how we have come to our current standing. Unity benefits both families, but conflict would only bring pain to those who are related to us. You must not have any ill intentions." Chen Yang's expression seemed to soften slightly. He pursed his lips and, after a brief pause, murmured, "Younger understands. The main family's grace and authority are immense." When these words reached Chen Donghe's ears, he could only interpret them as, "Elder, Younger understands. The main family has many cultivators at the Foundation establishment realm and even connections with the immortal sects and the Purple Mansion. I won't do anything foolish." Chen Donghe sighed, pulled him up, and said in a firm tone, "Beyond this hall lies Moongaze Lake. Our Chen family has always relied on the kindness of the main family. If you ever act against them in the future, let heaven bear witness. Your body and soul shall be destroyed." Chen Yang stared at him blankly, then glanced at the darkening night sky. He had no choice but to repeat the words as instructed. Chen Donghe, now weary of the matter, waved his hand lightly and said in a low voice, "Go back now." The young man hesitated with every step, glancing back repeatedly at the man the entire Chen family revered and relied upon. Finally, he turned away and disappeared. Chen Donghe remained by the lakeside for a while. Soon, Li Qiuyang returned from the mountain with his report. The wind technique he used was weak and unstable, causing him to waver unsteadily in the air. Seeing this, Chen Donghe quickly supported him, guiding him safely to the shore. Li Qiuyang stroked his beard and said softly, "Thank you, Donghe." There were few in the Li family who could address Chen Donghe in such a manner. Chen Donghe nodded silently in acknowledgement as Li Qiuyang spoke softly. This crippled body of mine was burned by merging fire. Whenever it rains, or if it's windy, the pain is so excruciating that I cannot even speak. It feels as if I am being torn apart, my mana utterly depleted. Even now, I can barely control the wind to travel. Li Qiuyang had long avoided meeting people, and despite Chen Donghe's repeated attempts to visit, he had never been granted an audience. Now that they had finally met, it was clear that the past years of imbalanced wind and rain had not been kind to Li Qiuyang. Unable to hold back, Chen Donghe cursed angrily. That wretched Su family brat. There is no need for that, Donghe, Li Qiuyang said in a low voice. At our age, there is no longer any such thing as what is wretched or not. He was a once-in-a-generation talent who never committed any heinous crimes, yet he was killed because of me. The retribution should fall upon me instead. There was a deep sense of acceptance on his face, leaving Chen Donghe at a loss for words. After a long silence, Li Qiuyang looked at him deeply and finally said, Since Jingtian's passing, 5 of your 7 souls have gone with her. There is no light left in your eyes. The younger generation might not notice it, but I know you. The Chen Donghe I knew was never like this. Chen Donghe found himself speechless once more. Li Qiuyang, with his head bowed slightly, walked alongside him by the lakeside in the quiet night. After a long while, Chen Donghe murmured, I was by her side for over 60 years. She got used to it. Li Qiuyang sighed lightly, his expression wavering with emotion, and in a hoarse voice, he said, Donghe, why do this to yourself? Forget Xian. Even I understand her to some extent. Habit, that's all it was. She was born without a spiritual orifice. She saw her entire life as suffering. How could she have ever truly loved anyone? Chen Donghe's usually unshaken expression finally wavered with intense emotion. In a soft voice, he said, In the end, this is my burden alone. Li Qiuyang replied, All I see is that you can't move on. You have over 100 years of life left. If you were just going to continue like this, a walking corpse, then you might as well have died with her back in Mount Yu. Chen Donghe came to a slow stop in the dark, remaining silent. A familiar figure emerged in his mind. He had been with her from childhood to adulthood, from life to death, through marriage and raising a daughter. It seemed that everything had gone as he had wished. He had helped her fulfill her desires, tying up all loose ends. He himself had become lost in it. But there was one truth he had always known, one he had deliberately pushed to the back of his mind. Yet, like a shadow, it had never truly left him. It manifested in countless lingering thoughts. And now, it finally took form. Li Jingtian had seemed grateful to him, had trusted him, had been willing to marry him and bear his child. But never, not even once, had she looked at him the way a wife looks at her husband. He had known all along. Even though she was immortal, as fragile as tofu in his hand, she still resisted with unyielding, near ruthlessness against everything she did not love. Chapter 671, Things of Mount Wu, I. Li Shijuan spent years in secluded cultivation, refining spell arts and consolidating his immortal foundation. When he finally emerged, Mount Yuqing had been influenced by his immortal foundation, snow on pine. The snow that once only covered the mountain's summit had now spread downward, blanketing the entire mountain in frost and snow. By the time he emerged, the sun was shining, and the trees were flourishing. As expected, several letters that were all from Li Shiji had been sent to him. Before he could read them, he heard that Li Xianfeng was already waiting at Mount Chengdu. Hurriedly riding the wind toward the meeting, he quickly pulled out 2 letters and read them carefully. One discussed the shifting patterns of spiritual energy, while the other described the increasing turmoil in the Eastern Sea. Direct descendants from Chuani Dao Gate and island of Mount Chengdu have perished, and several members of the Gua family on Crimson Reef Island have also died suddenly. He only glanced at it briefly before tucking it into his sleeve and flying swiftly to the mountaintop. Second great-uncle has been returning frequently. It seems the Ning family has loosened their grip, or perhaps they've assigned him a task, muttered Li Shijuan. He had been keeping track of these matters. He was perceptive and noticed that each time Li Xianfeng returned, he always seemed to be under repeated instructions. He probed for information, but dared not ask too much. Now, passing through the deep blue heaven-guarding formation of 5 waters, he landed back on Mount Chengdu. Li Xianfeng stood with arms crossed in the grand hall, with Li Chengliao standing below him. Li Shijuan took one look and spoke in a firm voice. Ancestor, what is this? Li Xianfeng had already advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment realm. His expression was no longer as deeply furrowed and heavy as before, but had become cold and rigid. His chest armor was covered in glistening white blade marks, and 2 pieces of his golden arm guard were shattered, revealing the gleaming silver interior. A deep scar now ran along the side of his face, stretching from his jaw to his collarbone. The wound was a crystalline blood-red hue. It was glistening under the sunlight, indicating it had only recently begun to heal. It was a gruesome sight. Li Xianfeng hesitated for a moment before lightly waving his hand. He had originally concealed the wound with an illusion technique, but since Li Shijuan had mastered the perception technique and saw through it instantly, he casually explained, just some minor wounds from dealing with a demonic beast. Li Xianfeng had spent decades slaughtering demons in the southern border. In the past 10 years, he had also killed many people. His hands were drenched in blood. Though most were enemies or those deserving death, there were also innocent ones among them. Yet, with no choice, he steeled himself and carried out the killings. Only a handful of families from that list had survived. The cunning and deceitful Xiao family had sealed their mountain early, while the arrogant scion from Crimson Reef Island had his head taken by someone else. Nearly everyone else had been killed by his hand. The jade talisman bound with densely packed storage pouches was now stacked within his Eastern Sea cave dwelling. Fortunately, this jade talisman was indeed extraordinary and the targets had been carefully selected. No one had discovered the truth, and instead, conflicts among several families with Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators were provoked, leading to bloody feuds. In the end, my hands are stained with filthy blood, thought Li Xianfeng. Li Xuanfeng's temperament was different from his elder brother Li Xuanxuan's. The more bloodshed and enmity he faced, the more his resolve hardened like iron. His will was unyielding. The only time his will broke was when Li Tongya was killed. Now, the more he was tempered, the more unshakable he became. He was not one to wallow in self-pity. He remembered both his grudges and debts with clarity, to the point that any sense of self-righteousness or arrogance had been thoroughly stripped away. What remained was a somber and profound realization, which lurked a faint, menacing indifference that made him seem less refined. Seeing Li Xuanfeng's guarded demeanor, Li Shijuan dared not press further. He only sensed that something about Li Xianfeng had changed. Just then, Li Xianfeng changed the topic and asked, "The Ning family has calculated it several times. After all this turmoil, Jiangnan is now a place of upper evil spirit storage, benefiting those cultivating earth virtue, devil cultivation, water mansion, and blood qi. It neither harms nor benefits our family, just something to be aware of." Li Shijuan nodded, assuming that Li Shiji's letter had also mentioned this. Then he heard Li Xianfeng continue. "He has gone out less these past 2 years. Zhou is naturally talented, so he doesn't need to rush within his 60-year cultivation limit. Don't let him focus solely on cultivation day after day. He should observe the world and see bloodshed. Otherwise, he might grow up twisted, becoming nothing more than a reckless fighter." Li Shijuan nodded. Just then, he saw Li Xianfeng retrieve a jade slip from the beast head ornament on his belt and softly said, "I selected this halberd technique after much deliberation. It was acquired by exchanging treasures I found from an Eastern Sea cave dwelling with one of the forces there. The more it's practiced, the more domineering it becomes. It seems well suited for Zhou. Deliver it to him." Li Shijuan took it but hadn't yet examined it when someone below reported, "My lord, Ancestor Fei Lia has come to visit." Li Qingliao, who had been listening attentively for a long time, seized this opportunity to interject, "Eighth uncle, this man has come multiple times. You were in seclusion the previous times, so we had to send him away. This cultivator from Mount Yu isn't known for his patience. He's starting to grow restless." Li Shijuan finally recalled this person. This Foundation Establishment cultivator of Mount Yu had long hoped to gain favor with the Li family's Purple Mansion realm cultivator. This person had been half-heartedly dealt with since Li Yuanjiao's time. Now, after decades, this old Mount Yu cultivator had actually reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. Li Shijuan immediately turned to Li Xianfeng and softly said, "This matter." Li Xianfeng naturally understood. Currently, there was only one guy in the Li family that was backed by a Purple Mansion realm cultivator. He nodded and said, "Let's go take a look." Li Shijuan left Mount Chengdu and arrived at the hall. In the center, the Mount Yu cultivator stood with his hair disheveled and his hands behind his back. Despite wearing a Taoist robe, he had a fierce and menacing appearance and was standing coldly in the courtyard. Upon seeing Li Shijuan, his expression eased slightly, and he spoke in a deep voice. Are you the one in charge now? Fei Luoya's tone softened a little. He had met Li Tongya and Li Yuanjiao before. Over the past century, the Li family had changed several elders, yet he had heard that all of them had died for their clan. Though he didn't fully understand it, he held a certain respect for them and asked, Has your esteemed family made any progress on the promise you made me years ago? I can't stay by the lake any longer. I'll be leaving in the next few days. Li Shijuan acknowledged his words first, then asked with some confusion, Senior, why such a sudden decision? Had he not asked, it would have been fine. But the question made Fei Luoya glare at him and replied, Zhu Xian is dead. He died so suddenly while he was out, and his body wasn't even found. Zhu Xian was one of Fei Luoya's subordinates. He was at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Back in the day, hooked serpent Li Wuxiao had yet to grow back his twin-hooked tail, and his strength was similar to Zhu Xian's. Though considered weak among Foundation establishment cultivators, he was still a cultivator at that level. Yet now, without a sound, he was simply gone. Fei Luoya continued, Look around. The Golden Tang Gate's young master is dead. Crimson Reef Island and the Great Xiaokuei Temple are at war. Cultivators from the Yu cultivating sect have stopped venturing outside. Golden Feather sect and Mount Changhuai are constantly at odds, and the Xiao family has sealed their mountain in seclusion. This place may seem calm, but it's already caught in a storm. Fei Luoya spoke these words, but inwardly he silently added, Your damned Li family has severed ties with the Yuan family, dismantled the Yu family, and keeps producing Foundation establishment cultivators. Your influence in the sect is rising rapidly. It's only a matter of time before you set your sights on the lake. At least I won't lose face if I leave early. He paused for a moment before he spoke. Besides, do you know what kind of spirit beast flew over the lake a few years ago? Hearing this, Li Shijuan immediately became interested and asked, My family has inquired far and wide, but received no news. It seems that knowledge of such ancient beasts is still preserved in Mount Wu. I humbly ask for your guidance, Senior. Although Fei Luoya was from Mount Yu, he had lived for over a century. Flattered by Li Shijuan's words, he remained composed and simply replied, That was Weiho, a descendant of the Hongwan. It resides upon the Tongxin tree of Mount Taisher. The mere sight of it invites calamity. Families will be torn apart and lives cast into endless exile. Leave sooner rather than later. Mount Yu cultivators were already highly superstitious about such omens. Now that Fei Luoya had reached the Foundation establishment realm, he believed in them even more. With worry etched across his face, he continued, It's not just me, Fei Luoya. Jiao Zhongzi of Northern Mount Yu has been missing for years. He may have met a grim fate. Now, only Huoluoyi in the south remains, secluded in cultivation like me. Chapter 672. Things of Mount Wu 2. Li Shijuan listened intently. Back when Mount Wu was divided, 4 factions remained on the southern bank. Jiao Zhongzi was the strongest, occupying Mount Wu and establishing North Mount Yu. Fu Daimu took over Great Jueting, but was later eradicated by Fei Luoya in alliance with the Li family, and Great Jueting ultimately fell under Li family control. Looking at it now, the Foundation establishment cultivators of Mount Yu, whom our elders once feared, have dwindled. Only Huoluoyi, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, remains. Taking control of all Mount Yu territories doesn't seem difficult anymore. As he contemplated the population and spiritual resources of Mount Yu, his true desire lay in Mount Wu. Even if the cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm had already scoured it clean, it had once been the palace of Duanmu Kuei, a Purple Mansion realm cultivator who had dominated an era. If he could set foot there, he might unravel many mysteries. While Li Shijuan was lost in thought, Fei Luoya could no longer hold back and asked, Your esteemed family should give me an answer. As soon as he spoke, he saw Li Shijuan suddenly look past him, bow respectfully, and softly say, Shijuan greets the ancestor. Fei Luoya's heart skipped a beat. His first thought was that Li Tongya was still alive. But when he extended his spiritual sense, he saw that a figure was approaching the hall at a steady pace. The figure approaching had a cold face and white beard, his brows sharp as blades, broad shoulders, and a sturdy build. His dazzling black gold spirit armor shimmered brilliantly. Fei Luoya's immortal Foundation untraceable presence was highly attuned to reading the colors in others' eyes. But when he looked into this veteran's gaze, it was like being pierced by twin swords. It seemed as if this old man had just slain a monstrous beast from the sea or killed an heir of an immortal sect, still carrying the lingering scent of blood. Li Xianfeng merely glanced at him coldly. Fei Lia immediately turned around and cupped his hands in greeting. So it is the golden bowstring, Li Xianfeng. I am Fei Luia. Greetings, General. Li Xuanfeng's reputation was at its peak. The direct disciples of Golden Feather Sect and Azure Pond Sect were all in seclusion, making progress in their cultivation. Meanwhile, he had made his name known with a single arrow strike against the Song family, earning a reputation as the strongest cultivator below the Purple Mansion realm. Only a few others like Tang Shidu, Shen Shi, and Yuan Qingdun could compare to him. Although Fei Lia was of an older generation, he did not dare act superior and instead addressed him as a peer. Fei Lia observed the veteran general, but Li Xianfeng was also studying him, silently calculating. I've heard that his immortal foundation ability is untraceable presence. If he is more than 100 miles away, he should be able to evade my first arrow and escape. But if not, I can take his head within 20 arrows. Li Xuanfeng's combat style was entirely different from that of ordinary cultivators. He never dragged battles out to 100 exchanges. His bowstring technique was about piercing defenses and delivering swift, decisive kills, even at the cost of self-inflicted injury. If a fight lasted too long, he would be the one who couldn't hold out. Fei Lia suddenly felt a chill on his neck, silently swallowed his saliva, and thought, this is the level of a true direct descendant of an immortal sect. Even if Jiao Zhongzi were here, he'd have no choice but to flee. I've heard he serves under Taoist Master Yuan Su. No wonder. Li Xianfeng took a few steps forward, stopping in front of him before asking, I heard you seek refuge and wish to leave this place. That's correct. Fei Lia was overjoyed and bowed deeply, saying, I hope the general will introduce me. I am willing to follow you and defend the southern border. Rise first. Li Xianfeng simply said, this matter can wait. First, tell me, where has Jiao Zhongzi gone? Fei Lia was slightly startled but replied, he should have fled to the Eastern Sea. I've checked multiple times, there's no trace of him in North Mount Yu. There's only a single early cultivator at the Foundation Establishment realm left to guard the place. Li Xianfeng knew that Jiao Zhongzi had already been at the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm many years ago, and asked with doubt, did he break through to the Purple Mansion realm? Fei Lia shook his head and said in a low voice, Duan Mukue never left behind any methods at the Purple Mansion realm, only methods at the Foundation Establishment realm. Otherwise, Jiao Zhongzi wouldn't have been so restless here. If he wants to seek a path forward, his only option is to head to the Eastern Sea. Li Xianfeng nodded in acknowledgement and finally said, recite your cultivation technique. Li Shijuan quickly took out a blank jade slip. Fei Lia hesitated slightly, but then nodded heavily. He took the jade slip, closed his eyes and concentrated deeply as he carefully engraved the technique. A Foundation Establishment cultivator's spiritual sense was swift. Within moments, Li Shijuan received the jade slip from him, swept it with his spiritual sense, and saw the title inscribed, the Concealment and Obfuscation Sutra. This technique was of the third rank, containing over 100,000 words. The phrasing carried an ancient tone, showing that Mount Wu's inheritance was indeed extraordinary. Surprisingly, it even included a complementary blade technique called Reflections on the Blood Court. This blade technique seemed more like a collection of insights. It was highly profound. It was suited for those who practiced the Concealment and Obfuscation Sutra and had already attained significant mastery in blade arts. Since it was of no direct use to him, he silently put it away. In order to assist the family, Li Xianfeng had initially considered taking down a few Mount Yu cultivators while Taoist Master Yuan Su was still alive. But with the real concern Jiao Zhongzi now having fled, he said softly, since you have this intent, follow behind me for now, and let's head to the southern border. Fei Lia nodded hastily. Li Xianfeng allowed him to return to his cave dwelling to gather his belongings. Once seated again, Li Shijuan said, Fei Lia has lived among our family for many years and has some sense about him. If he follows the second great uncle, he won't be a burden. Li Xianfeng nodded slightly and said in a quiet voice, Qinghong is cultivating at sea, call Konghing back. My task is nearly complete, and making a move myself is becoming troublesome. These minor Mount Yu cultivators, I leave them to you all. Yes, replied Li Shijuan. Seeing Li Shijuan respond, Li Xianfeng said, there will be changes ahead. It will no longer be suitable for me to remain in direct contact with the family, as I cannot oversee everything at once. I will watch from the shadows. I will act if there is anything I can assist with. Li Shijuan once again recalled the wound on his face and softly said, "Second great uncle, take care." Li Xianfeng dismissed the concern and paid it no mind. As Li Shijuan cupped his hands in farewell, intending to summon Li Xianxian, Li Xianfeng raised a hand to stop him and said, "Calling him is pointless. It would only disturb his state of mind. Just remind my elder brother to take care of himself." His actions were decisive and unhesitating. Without delay, he boarded his jade boat and departed. Li Shijuan returned to the hall, glanced at Li Qingliao, and asked, "How is Wei'er? Has he emerged from seclusion?" Li Qingliao replied, "He has already exited seclusion and reached the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm." Li Shijuan nodded slightly, picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and softly said, "Have the family prepare for the matters regarding Mount Yu. Once Kongheng returns, we will act. A month's time should be just right, and it's best to root them out completely." Chapter 673, titled Minghuang. Morning. The morning sunlight climbed the stone steps in segments, casting a golden hue over the 2 stone beasts at the entrance. The Li family had commissioned artisans to craft these statues in the likeness of the hooked serpent, Li Wuxiao. The beast's tails coiled tightly while its head held high. Li Zhouwei emerged from the central hall, his brocade-lined golden boots clicking crisply against the ground. With a hand resting on the sword at his waist, he had matured significantly over the past few years. The innate aura he once carried had been restrained, no longer striking fear into those who beheld him. Even the brilliance in his eyes had gradually faded, transforming into a distinctive shade of deep brown. The once intimidating presence had seemingly vanished. He stepped forward lightly, and only in fleeting glances did a trace of cunning surface. Occasionally, his movements revealed a swiftness and agility that left others startled, making it hard to believe he was just a boy of 11. Chen Yang, clad in black armor, followed behind him. Li Zhouwei had grown taller over the years, now nearly matching his height. His expression remained unreadable as he silently trailed along. Upon reaching the main hall, he instinctively stopped outside and allowed Li Zhouwei to enter alone. Li Qingliao was seated at the upper end of the hall, reading a letter. Seeing him approach, he smiled and said, "Wei'er, you're here." Li Zhouwei was now 11 years old and had reached the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Unlike other direct descendants who were sent to the mountain for cultivation, the Li family had kept him focused on training Halberd arts in the central hall. They feared that advancing too quickly would result in a weak foundation. Yet, despite the lack of visible effort, he had recently spent a few days in seclusion and broken through to the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. His cultivation was progressing steadily and methodically. Draped in a wolf fur cloak, he exuded an imposing presence as he asked, "How are your eyes now?" Seated firmly, Li Zhouwei answered, "It doesn't turn gold if I do not make a move or lose my temper." "Good," replied Li Qingliao. Li Qingliao couldn't quite understand how he had managed it, but chose not to press the matter. Instead, he picked up a jade-bound cultivation manual from the desk and said softly, "Your uncle Shiji recently returned home and obtained this perception technique for you. Take a look at it first." Li Zhouwei strode forward and carefully took the manual. On its cover, the title read, "The Grand Veined Golden Eyes." Since Li Qingliao had suggested taking a look first, Li Zhouwei gently flipped through the pages in the hall and read it. "In the autumn of the 5th year of Wuming, I visited my friend Xuando and met Yang Jinxin, a judge of hell. We had an engaging discussion, realizing that clarity and obscurity differ greatly, making true appearances difficult to perceive. Thus, I devised certain eye techniques and recorded them here." The introduction detailed the origins of the technique, followed by an extensive exposition of its practice. It primarily instructed on refining golden pupils by tempering the eyes with mana, a process that, in ancient times, required only 20 years to complete. The best results could be achieved by acquiring a spiritual qi known as Bright Eve Qi, which would then significantly shorten the training period. Upon closer inspection, the final inscription bore the name Cui Yan. Li Zhouwei glanced briefly at it, while Li Qingliao softly explained, "I have inquired about Cui Yan. It is said that he was a golden core cultivator of the Yuan immortal mansion in the Wei state, known as True Monarch Shangyao. This perception technique was likely created in his early years. It is not of high grade, and it's only 3rd rank. but it should be good enough to conceal your eyes. As Li Qingliao spoke, he motioned for Li Zhouwei to sit down and continued. Only techniques obtained from these grotto heavens come with such detailed records of their origins. If this were an ordinary Jiangnan spell, would it even have a signature? Most of them have long since been lost to time. Seeing Li Zhouwei nod in understanding, he picked up a book and a jade slip from the table and said softly, "As for this, it is a halberd art that Elder Xianfeng acquired from overseas. It was originally recorded within this jade slip, but since you have not yet developed spiritual sense, I have transcribed it for you. There is a copied version and the original, and both are included." Li Zhouwei received it carefully and offered a formal bow in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Father." He glanced at the cover of the halberd manual, which read, "The Armor Cycle's Soul Refining Halberd Art." Rather than immediately reading the book in the Grand Hall, Li Zhouwei changed the topic and asked, "I know a little about the history of the Great Way, but only in fragmented accounts. How many true monarchs were there? Has the family gathered any information?" Li Qingliao was somewhat surprised by the sudden inquiry, but responded, "Our family has learned some details over the years. In ancient times, golden core cultivators roamed the world, and Dao embryos cultivators walked freely. The inland regions were several times larger than they are today, and the overseas territories were dozens of times greater. The Wei state produced several true monarchs, two from the Cui family, one of whom was Shangyao Cui Yan. As for the Li family, we had the great ancestor and the Yuan emperor." Li Zhouwei interjected, "4 true monarchs." Li Qingliao nodded in agreement and continued in a low voice. After the Wei state fell, the succeeding states of Qi, Liang, Zhao, and Yin had emperors with progressively weaker cultivation. By the end, only Emperor Zhaowu of Zhao state had reached the level of a true monarch. As for the present day, the state has fractured into regional divisions. There are no longer any so-called immortal states. Li Zhouwei listened and nodded slightly. Seeing that he was lost in thought and had no intention of asking further, Li Qingliao smiled and said, "Let me introduce someone to you." As his words fell, a wisp of gray mist rose from the side of the hall, swirling before taking the form of a man in gray robes. His face was sharp and menacing, and he knelt on one knee, speaking in a hoarse voice, "Wu Xiao greets the heir." Li Zhouwei nodded in return, while Li Qingliao said, "This is Senior Wu Xiao, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The family has specially assigned him to protect you." For years, Li Wuxiao had been cultivating at the bottom of the lake, gradually gathering demons at the Qi cultivation realm as his subordinates to oversee the lake for him. This allowed him to avoid daily management tasks, appearing at the lake only occasionally. Originally, he had followed Li Yuexiang, but now that Li Shiji had come to take his sister away, Li Shijuan had ordered him to come down from the mountain. Li Zhouwei gestured for him to rise. Li Wuxiao gave a crisp salute without a word and quickly faded into the shadows of the hall. The young heir observed him carefully for a moment before looking up at Li Qingliao and asking, "It seems the family has matters arranged." "Indeed," Li Qingliao said, "you are growing older. When your great-uncle Yuan Ping was your age, he had already assumed leadership of the family. You also possess the bright Yangdao lineage, and there are few true talents in the main family. This means that you will undoubtedly take on the household's responsibilities in the future. I plan to choose a location in Mount Yu. You will take some troops there, and this will be a good opportunity to train your halberd arts. When the time comes, you will experience bloodshed firsthand." The Li family had always upheld this tradition of succession. Neither father nor son showed any surprise. Li Zhouwei nodded, tucking the items into his sleeve as he prepared to leave. Just then, Li Qingliao called out to him. The young head, who was draped in wolf fur and exuding an innate charisma, smiled faintly and said in a soft voice, "After careful deliberation, the family has chosen to uphold tradition, not to address you by name, but to bestow upon you a Dao title, or rather, a noble title." Li Zhouwei raised his brows with interest, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he smiled and asked, "What title has the family chosen?" Li Qingliao appeared pleased, laughing heartily twice before carefully writing down 2 characters on a piece of Xian paper. He lifted it gently and said, "Minghuang 1. Li Zhouwei narrowed his eyes slightly, resting a hand on the sword at his waist and tilting his chin downward. His expression was not so much one of satisfaction as it was a sense of ease, like a beast discovering a suitable cave to rest in. The team mused before bursting into a resonant laugh, the light in his eyes flickering in sync with his voice. The grand hall gradually filled with the fragrant scent of peonies, accompanied by the soft rustling of fluttering wings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden morning sun climbed the stone steps even faster now, slithering like a serpent as it weaved through the grand hall. Its brilliance intensified, radiating with such dazzling light that Chen Yang, who was standing outside, had to shut his eyes against the glare. 1. The characters used Minghuang, which means bright radiant. It can also mean wise and dazzling. I assume it has something to do with his cultivation because these characters are present in the Bright Yang Pass and Radiant Essence scripture. Time will tell as to what it truly means. Chapter 674, Dili Family, I. Li Shijuan had been waiting for 2 months when the narrow-eyed monk descended with the wind in front of the peak. Due to the newly replaced Grand Formation, he couldn't enter the mountain gate and could only wait in silence. Seeing Li Shijuan approaching in white robes, Kongheng remained composed, pressed his palms together, and softly said, I heard that you successfully reached the Foundation Establishment realm, a result of good karma. Congratulations. Back then, Li Shijuan had let him go and allowed him to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough. Kongheng was truly grateful. After offering his congratulations, he heard Li Shijuan say, Master Monk, you must be joking. What kind of good karma could come from my handling of Chengdu's affairs? My family doesn't believe in retribution. If such a thing truly existed, we could just sit and wait for it instead of being so fixated. This humble monk apologies. Kongheng chanted a Buddhist phrase. He then landed on the mountain and looked around curiously. Li Shijuan led him along the mountain path and softly said, This time, I've asked you to return so we can trouble you to take action and sweep the mount you clean. Li Shijuan had already investigated thoroughly and added, You, I, and Shiming will take action together to eliminate 2 individuals and 1 demon. Li Shijuan pointed toward northern Mount Yu and said, Jiao Zhongzi has gone missing, but in his absence, an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator named Moli remains in Mount Yu. He is said to be fiercely loyal to Jiao Zhongzi and is guarding northern Mount Yu alongside his Foundation Establishment realm mount. He circled that area with an ink brush and explained, If this person is as described, there will be no room for negotiation. We must deal with him swiftly and root him out completely. He then pointed to the remaining area in the south and continued in a low voice. There is also a Hua Luoyi, who is at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment realm. If he can be persuaded to surrender, we should try. If not, we will besiege and kill him. The Li family now had the Foundation to back such words. Had this been 20 or 30 years earlier, they would have been laughed at. But at this moment, his words carried undeniable weight. After Li Shijuan finished speaking, Kongheng slowly closed his eyes and responded, It seems bloodshed is inevitable. Li Shijuan led him into the hall, placed the map down, and consoled him. He said, These people from Mount Yu and Mount Wu are nothing good. No matter how many times we purge them, it will never be clean. Master Monk, you worry too much. Kongheng simply looked at the densely packed village and tribe names on the map and replied, I understand. But as your esteemed family's forces march through, I wonder how many heads will roll and how much blood will stain northern Mount Yu. I fear the number will not be a pleasant one. Li Shijuan furrowed his brows, momentarily speechless. Northern Mount Yu was filled with esteemed landlords, and it was absolutely impossible for the Li family to tolerate them all. Even if the killings weren't thorough, it would still hinder future governance. How could they not kill? He could only say, My family does not trouble the common folk. Once the pigs and dogs have been slaughtered, only then can those below have better days ahead. Kongheng, being an ancient cultivator, did not approve but could only agree. Only then did Li Shijuan continue. This time, I have been waiting for you because I have a matter to ask. He had been observing Kongheng's expression all morning and softly said, Northern Mount Yu is different from Eastern Mount Yu. It is the ancestral land of the Yu people. Many evil shrines are hidden in the mountains, and its people have been deeply poisoned. When Jianixi was still around, there were constant uprisings. I fear this is not something that can be solved by mere slaughter. Master Monk, you are the most capable of swaying people's hearts in this world. Do you have a way? Li Shijuan was thinking of things from a long-term perspective. The esteemed landlords of Northern Mount Yu were merely a matter of execution and sending people over to replace them. However, Northern Mount Yu was the ancestral land of the Yu people, and the cult of sorcery was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Human sacrifices were common, and over 100,000 cult followers were spread across the land, with 99% of them being mere mortals. After much thought, Li Shijuan realized that the easiest way to resolve this was through Kongheng. After Li Shijuan explained everything, Kongheng's face was filled with even greater guilt as he responded. Using spell arts, divine abilities, Taoist scriptures, or worldly temptations to make people obey is the highest form of heresy. My Liao River Temple must not partake in such things. I am deeply ashamed. It was clear that asking Kongheng to sway these cult followers violated his precepts. He once again tactfully refused. Li Shijuan was not too surprised by this answer and could only say with a sigh, "Then let them be killed." Kongheng was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted with a bitter smile. He responded, "Li Shijuan, don't try to fool me. I have cultivated among the esteemed families for many years, and I know them well." Li Shijuan chuckled and reassured him, saying, "The decline of the Liao River Dao lineage is partly due to such rigid adherence to rules. How can it possibly sustain itself if it remains so inflexible?" Kongheng closed his eyes and replied, "The 7 northern Dao sects were once no different from my Liao River Temple. Yet, by opening just a single crack, they gradually became what they are today. My temple does not strive to endure, but to uphold what is true." Li Shijuan said with a sigh, "If that is the case, what about the millions of common folk in the north?" Kongheng was momentarily speechless with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Li Shijuan feared he might push Kongheng towards siding with the 7 Dao sects. So he said no more about it, and instead smiled. "Then, Master Monk, you only need to assist me in eliminating these few Foundation Establishment realm cultivators." Li Shijuan kept smiling as he gently set down the brush in his hand and continued, "The matters below the mountain shall be left to my family's child prodigy." Great Jueting. Fei Luoya's territory was vast. Though it was mostly hilly, the plains around Great Jueting provided some stability. Over the years, as it came under Li family rule, the population steadily grew to around 50,000. Now that Fei Luoya had left with Li Xianfeng, the land had fully fallen into the hands of the Li family. Along with this shift, many Mount Yu cultivators either departed or pledged allegiance to the Li family. On the roads of Great Jueting, cavalry and soldiers galloped forward in an overwhelming procession. At the center of it all was a black carriage, glimmering with mystical light. Black banners fluttered in the air, while the carriage wheels carved long tracks into the muddy ground. Shenyang watched as the glow from the mountain peaks faded and lifted the curtain, speaking softly, "My heir, we have arrived at Great Jueting." Inside the carriage, the young man sat cloaked in a heavy cloak with his boots propped on a cooled brazier. He carefully read the scroll in his hands while Shenyang kept his head lowered respectfully and dared not steal a glance at the contents of the book. The jade capital chakra of the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm was a major bottleneck in cultivation. Over the past 2 years, he had only barely grasped its edges. In the meantime, Li Zhouwei had already caught up to him in cultivation. Back when they first met and fought, it could be said that he had acted hastily. Li Zhouwei had relied on his weapon's advantage to subdue him. Now, however, Li Zhouwei's halberd arts had grown exceptionally refined. It far surpassed his own half-baked swordsmanship. In daily sparring, he was no longer a match and dared not act rashly. Upon hearing his words, Li Zhouwei closed his book and stepped forward in the carriage. Looking carefully ahead, he saw the towering, ancient city standing before them. The city gates, bearing the mottled scars of time, stood wide open. On either side of the road, countless esteemed families of Mount Yu knelt in submission with their heads lowered. Many had even styled their hair in the fashion of Easterners, whispering among themselves as they kneeled. He stood in silence for a moment before giving the order, "Enter the city." As soon as Li Zhouwei's words fell, the carriage did not slow before the kneeling esteemed families of Mount Yu. Instead, it sped past them and charged straight into the city. On the way, the carriage splashed up high sprays of muddy water which caused the crowd to scatter and retreat. Li Zhouwei remained silent while his family soldiers marched in coldly, sealing off both sides of the road completely. Standing at the front of the carriage, Shenyang gazed at the sea of bowed heads below. A surge of satisfaction rose in his heart. However, now that he was fully aligned with Li Zhouwei, his cunning nature resurfaced. He reminded Li Zhouwei, saying, "My heir, you have less than a month to recruit troops here. You may still need to rely on these people. It might be worth pulling a few to our side." Shenyang's words were quite reasonable. These people were all the descendants of Fei Luoya's former subordinates. They held influence and prestige in the region. For decades, they had exploited the common folk, while each controlled their own factions. The Li family's power was certainly above them, but if they could secure their cooperation, integration would be much smoother. After all, Li Qingliao had not provided any spirit items or provisions for this campaign. Great Jiao was already their territory. If they still required family support to raise an army here, it would undoubtedly be a sign of incompetence. Chapter 675, Dili Family 2. Just as Chen Yang finished speaking, he heard the rustling sound of Li Zhouwei lifting the curtain behind him, followed by the heir's cold reply. They are all doomed men. No need to bother with them. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. His mind turned and quickly grasped the meaning. He replied with a smile, Understood. Li Zhouwei stepped out of the carriage, silently gazing at the grand city before him. He walked into the lavish yet aging main hall and stopped beside the towering throne. He tapped his brocade boots twice against the floor, then stepped up beside the throne. He casually glanced around before turning back and said, None of the 21 esteemed families in this city are innocent. Kill them all. Distribute their wealth to our forces and recruit a batch of men first. Chen Yang nodded, but Li Zhouwei stared at him for a moment, thinking to himself, Father said this man is cunning and bold but lacks the ability to command true loyalty. If I let him go alone, resentment may rise and he might stir up a mutinous force. Feeling uneasy about Chen Yang, Li Zhouwei took the halberd from the carriage and donned his armor. He shook out the robe behind him, mounted his horse, and said with a frown, You will come with me. Chen Yang mounted his horse and followed behind Li Zhouwei. Li Zhouwei pulled out a roster and selected a family with many followers but in a weakened state. Gripping the reins of his spirit horse, he called out loudly, To the Dili family. The city's roads were uneven and full of potholes, but his heavy-set Zhonghua spirit horse moved as if on flat ground and swiftly galloped out of the city. In less than 15 minutes, he reached a large village near the city's edge. From afar, he could see people moving in and out. He reined in his horse, waiting for the guards to catch up before pulling his reins tighter and gazing toward the settlement. Barbarians must be ruled by barbarians. To control them, one must have trusted subordinates with many followers. Yet those born into lowly and impoverished backgrounds should serve as the blade. Dili Family Village. Dili Yojia had spent the entire night in anxiety. Early in the morning, he was already pacing anxiously in front of the village. The bow and beast bones at his waist clanged noisily, revealing his unease. His Dili family had cultivated this land for years, boasting a large population and many warriors. Yet they lacked enough shamans. This branded them as an inferior caste, forcing them to settle outside the city and provide a steady supply of sacrifices to Fu Daimao. When this land later fell under Fei Luoya's rule, years of chaotic mismanagement caused the Dili family to miss their opportunity for advancement, leaving them as lowly outcasts again. However, after the transition to the Li family, life improved significantly. The reason was simple. Previously, the Li family had little direct control over Great Jiao. Since most of Fei Luoya's subordinates had settled here, the Li family refrained from interfering too much. They were merely sending officials to survey and allocate spirit fields. It was more of a vassalage than actual rule. But this morning, upon hearing that Li family's troops had entered the city, Dili Yojia found himself unable to gain an audience. Aside from growing restless within the village, he was truly at a loss for what to do. Clop, clop, clop. As the long-haired warrior was lost in thought, a sudden roar of thunderous sounds jolted him awake. As someone who had wielded strong bows and ridden fierce horses among the Mount Yu people, how could he not recognize that sound? He stiffened slightly, his expression turning to alarm. He muttered, Cavalry. He abruptly lifted his head, hastily unfastening a horn from his waist. But before he could sound it, a deafening boom rang out. Above the 10-foot-tall village gate, a dark shadow soared through the sky, blocking out the blazing sun and casting a writhing silhouette below. Dili Yojia caught a fleeting glimpse of a gleaming halberd slicing through the air. The black and gray armor made a harsh metallic sound and gleamed with an iron sheen of a quality Mount Yu had been unable to forge for generations. HSSHHH. As the hooves landed, sand and dust burst into the air, mingling with the chaotic snorts and neighs of the spirit horse. The people within the Dili village stared in shock, their minds momentarily blank. Even Dili Yojia, who was usually resolute, unconsciously took a step back, and his stern face turned pale. Clang! The halberd struck the ground, gleaming coldly through the dust. Before he could see the man clearly, a deafening clash of metal rang out. The village gate was torn to shreds. Armored Eastern soldiers that were disciplined and orderly flowed in like a relentless tide. A few members of the Dili family attempted resistance, but they were as helpless as lambs before these men and were subdued in mere moments. Dili Yojia immediately recognized them as the Li family's troops and dared not resist. He clenched his fists as he stood frozen in place. Ugh! With a heavy thud, Dili Yojia was pressed to the ground by several jade-armored soldiers. Amid the clanking of metal, cold blades pressed tightly against his neck. Their gleaming edges were sharp and menacing. More than a dozen iron spears encircled him, leaving him utterly immobilized. In mere moments, the entire Dili family was under control. Kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair, Dili Yojia dared not move an inch. He felt an icy chill creeping over his body. The scorching sunlight cast a golden glow before him. Beads of sweat that were the size of soybeans dripped steadily onto the ground. Adjusting his posture slowly, Dili Yojia raised his head and met a pair of narrow eyes tinged with a faint golden hue. The young man gave him a casual glance before surveying the surroundings, seemingly assessing the number of men present. Then, he lifted the silk document in his hand and read aloud. Dili Yojia. The voice was calm, carrying the clarity of youth. Dili Yojia, one of the most skilled hunters among the families within 5 kilometers and a young leader feared by many, found himself unable to meet the youth's gaze. Hoarsely, he replied, I pay my respects to the immortal family. My lord. Sweat poured down his face as that gaze forced him to lower his head. With cold steel pressed against his throat, he did not dare to move. From behind, another man dismounted from his spirit horse. His expression was icy as he circled around Dili Yojia. With long brows and gray-black eyes, the man studied Dili Yojia with an indifferent gaze, as if weighing his worth like that of a mere livestock. In a low voice, the man asked, Your Highness, is this man worth using? The youth on horseback did not answer immediately. Instead, he chuckled and asked, Dili Yojia, the letter says you are young and capable. I am offering you an overwhelming fortune. Will you take it? Dili Yojia had always been decisive, but never had his mind felt so clear. In a flash, he pieced everything together and responded with a trembling voice. I give my thanks to the heir. Finally, he gathered the courage to meet those eyes. The eyes that were seemingly born to manipulate hearts. A dark golden hue flowed within them, sending a chill down his legs. As Dili Yojia listened, the youth tugged his reins and the iron hooves struck the ground rhythmically. With a flick of his whip, he nudged aside the cold blade at his throat and said with amusement, Gather your Dili family. Ride into the city and kill. Chapter 676, Undefeated King of Brightness, I. Dili Yojia slowly lifted his head as the glint of cold steel and blades around him withdrew. At last, he had a chance to rise to his feet and vaguely make out the face of the heir. Li turned his horse and rode off, his jade court guards following suit as they withdrew from the village. Only the family soldiers remained, standing in rigid formation on both sides. Yet, one figure remained unmoved. The cold, calculating young man stood there with his arms crossed, watching Dili Yojia with an unreadable expression. The young man was Qinyang. Qinyang thought to himself, a lucky barbarian. Qinyang came from the prestigious Qin family, one of the most prominent surnames among the eastern towns. He bore the blood of the Li family on his mother's side. Though he followed Li Zhouwei closely in battle, he was still considered a son of an esteemed family back in the eastern towns. Seeing himself as a celestial descendant, he inherently looked down on these barbarians. Li Zhouwei had an uncanny ability to see through people's hearts, so in his presence, Qinyang would tuck away his claws and behave obediently in front of him. But now that Li Zhouwei was gone, he reverted to his usual self. He studied Dili Yojia carefully with his gray-black eyes before stepping forward to help him up. His expression changed faster than a page turning, and he said with a grin, Brother Dili, I am Qinyang. Now that we are working together, I look forward to learn from you. Dili Yojia quickly lowered his head, adopting a humble demeanor, and replied softly, Senior, I will follow your guidance entirely. Qinyang nodded. His smile was warm and enthusiastic, as if they were real friends. He said with a chuckle, The 21 esteemed families in the city have long oppressed the common folk. The heir has made it clear they need not be spared. I will take the troops over, but as for gathering forces, recording their crimes, organizing the family warriors, and placing trusted men, I suppose I don't need to teach you how to handle that, do I? Dili Yojia respectfully responded. I will make sure everything is handled properly. Chen Yang warmly took his hand, pulling him onto the horse before letting go. In a hushed tone, he said, Brother Dili, these 21 esteemed families have a considerable number of members and external cultivators. I ask that you check the records thoroughly. Chen Yang, dressed in black, feigned a playful yet fearful expression as he leaned in and whispered, Make sure not a single person or horse is overlooked. The heir lives high in the celestial mountains and fears no vengeance, but you and I have families. We cannot afford to play games with the revenge of a fallen bloodline. Dili Yojia squinted slightly and said with a nod, I understand. As the two walked into the city, they saw weapons gleaming coldly everywhere. Chen Yang spoke in cold tone. Then, please proceed. Dili Yojia immediately understood. He unfastened the horn from his waist and brought it to his lips, blowing into it through his mustache. Riding forward, Dili Yojia saw the shock on the plump faces of the city's esteemed families as his family warriors streamed in. A burning sense of dominance surged within him. It was like fine wine intoxicating his heart, sending him into a euphoric daze. Dili Yojia thought, the Yetuan family robbed mine 2 years ago. Their heads go first. While Great Jiao was engulfed in the chaos of war, northern Mount Yu remained eerily silent. Located next to Great Jiao, northern Mount Yu was bordered by a mountain range. Beyond it lay 2 vast plains that were densely populated. Li Shijian and Kongheng rode the wind and landed upon one of the great mountains. According to Fuyao, Jiao Zhongzi was proud and ambitious. He cultivated an extremely difficult technique that did not rely much on blood qi. As a result, northern Mount Yu had a thriving population. Just the plain beneath their feet housed over 10,000 people, with numerous villages and fortresses spread across the land. Li Shijian observed carefully. At the same time, Li Shiming also arrived on a radiant gust of wind. As a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, his presence was imposing. His Taoist robe billowed, exuding an ethereal elegance. Li Shijian spoke softly. There is only one matter at hand. Although Jiao Zhongzi has disappeared, his subordinate Moli and his foundation establishment mount are still in northern Mount Yu. We must first surround and eliminate these two. According to Fuyao, Moli cultivates the morning listening technique. It is an ancient art that allows him to perceive any unfavorable words spoken within a 50 kilometers radius. We must not get too close to Mount Wu, or he may hear us. The 3 of them needed no further speculation as it was almost certain that Moli was in Mount Wu. However, they did not know if he had any hidden reinforcements there and could only hope to lure him out. Li Shiming responded, If Moli is truly loyal, he will not sit idly by while northern Mount Yu falls into our hands. A simple visit to the northern Mount Yu royal court should be enough to force him out. Li Shijian gently shook his head, turned to Kongheng, and spoke in a low voice. This matter should be postponed for now. The shaman expels that the people of Mount Yu use are strange and unpredictable, and my family has suffered losses before. This time, I must trouble Master Monk to look after our heir. Kongheng quickly waved his hand, closing his eyes as he replied softly, Li Shijian, please command as you see fit. I have long held a hollow title without fulfilling my duties, and my heart is already burdened with guilt. Li Shijian withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked into Kongheng's eyes with a calm expression. This time, I asked Master Monk to first take a look at our heir. The group rode the wind together, while Kongheng, deep in thought, asked, This morning listening of the Mount Yu bears some resemblance to a certain mind-reading technique within Buddhist cultivation. If we gain anything from this encounter, I would like to examine that technique. That won't be a problem at all, Li Shijian responded casually. However, he suddenly recalled a fragment of his family's history and thought, I once heard that within the demon dens of Mount Dili, there is a great demon capable of hearing events from 1,000 miles away. It must be of the same Dao lineage as morning listening. As the sun set, the sky turned a hazy red, with drifting crimson clouds. The sounds of shouting in the city gradually faded, leaving behind a heavy silence. The villages surrounding Great Jiao shut their gates tightly, and not a single soul dared to step outside. Beneath the ancient city walls, Doors remained firmly shut while the streets ran slick with blood. Throughout history, this ancient city had fallen into the hands of many rulers, and each time, slaves and commoners were sacrificed to welcome a new ruler. But for the first time, it was the esteemed families and shamans being slaughtered, lending an air of grim novelty. The resistance had been particularly fierce. Cultivators filled the sky, watching as the desperate struggled in vain. A few esteemed families and shamans attempted to take flight, but they were struck down and their bodies were smashed into pulp upon impact. Chen Yang stepped out of the courtyard with his men. Severed heads, bone ornaments, and feathers lay scattered everywhere. Dozens of family soldiers carried heads into the courtyard. Chen Yang walked over the bloodied ground and wiped the blood from his left hand before saying with a grin, "This man was a lecher. 27 concubines and over 100 female slaves. Even after years of drought, he still hoarded this much grain." The soldiers of the Dili family looked uneasy. Even these hardened men had been shaken by how Chen Yang personally butchered everyone in the courtyard without hesitation, and not a single one dared to respond. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Was I wrong to kill them?" Of course, it was necessary." Dili Yoji answered quickly. His impression of Chen Yang had shifted. He had thought that Chen Yang was merely a scheming youth, but now he realized that Chen Yang was a ruthless and bloodthirsty man. Quietly, he became more cautious. Dili Yoji checked the records and confirmed that all members of every esteemed family in the Great Jiao had been wiped out. Their lineages were now severed, ensuring there would be no qi cultivators for at least several decades. The Li family wouldn't care. If anything, it made ruling easier. Still, the sheer scale of the slaughter made Dili Yoji's scalp tingle. He was secretly relieved that he had survived. Chen Yang glanced at the troops on either side and ordered, "Send men to seize the 2 granaries." Wait. His gaze darkened as he fell into thought. The Dili family will bear the resentment. I, Chen Yang, will bear the sin of killing, but the Li family must be seen as the benefactor. If anything is mishandled, Li Zhouwei will sneer at my incompetence. He gazed at the pool of blood before him with appreciation and murmured, "Gather all these items and deliver them to the army." After speaking, he kicked aside the severed head of a beautiful woman as if it were nothing more than a discarded gourd. Then, turning to Dili Yoji with a warm smile, he warmly patted Dili Yoji on the shoulder and said, "Brother Dili." "Haha, General Dili, I must trouble you to present these goods and come with me to see the air." Chapter 677, Undefeated King of Brightness, 2. Dili Yoji had fought alongside him throughout the slaughter. Even as he heard Chen Yang's laughter, he knew it couldn't be trusted. How could he trust the smile on Chen Yang's face? He now understood that Chen Yang was nothing but a venomous serpent hiding behind a grin. Fear gripped him, and he bowed repeatedly before following behind. However, Chen Yang wanted Dili Yoji to be afraid. He showed an expression of satisfaction as he said, "General Dili, thanks for pointing out who's the guilty ones and helping with purging. I have already sent men to spread the news throughout the city so that your name can be praised far and wide." Dili Yoji knew that there was no escaping the burden of being seen as the one who sided with the Easterners and slaughtered the families and shamans. Gritting his teeth, he replied harshly, "Lord Chen, rest assured. With this stock of spirit items and grain, all the local families and followers will align with the ruling family in just 10 days. I can raise 5,000 troops." Chen Yang nodded and stepped up to the platform. His expression shifted instantly, retracting into one of humility as he lowered his gaze. The sudden change in attitude left Dili Yoji feeling deeply unsettled. The youth then reminded him, saying, "When serving beside the heir, General, it would be best if you kept all stray thoughts at bay." Dili Yoji nodded repeatedly and took a few steps forward in the grand hall, following Chen Yang as they knelt. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several Eastern-dressed cultivators standing on the other side of the hall. Chen Yang bowed and declared, "Your servant has purged the city." Li Zhouwei took a slow step forward, glanced at Dili Yoji, and said softly, "Dili Yoji, well done. You may rise." Dili Yoji hurriedly stood up, but he quickly realized that Chen Yang remained kneeling, motionless. A cold fear gripped him. Lowering his gaze, he saw a pair of brocade boots stop in front of him. The heir took the thick silk records from his hands and said, "Organize the troops within 12 days. We march on northern Mount Yu." Dili Yoji nodded silently and slowly backed away. While Li Zhouwei held the jade slip in his hand, A surge of shock erupted within Chen Yang. A jade slip, spiritual sense. He has broken through the jade capital chakra of the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Although Chen Yang had long expected Zhou Wei to surpass him in cultivation, he had not thought the day would come so soon. He maintained a calm facade, but Li Zhouwei had already given him a fleeting glance before turning to a young man at his side, speaking softly. The matters of comforting the people and stabilizing the rear shall be entrusted to you two elders. Standing nearby were two individuals, both at the Qi cultivation realm. One was a young man in Taoist robes, appearing to be in his early 20s, Li Qinghua. The other was a woman slightly older than him, and she was his elder cousin from the first lineage, Li Minghuang. Li Qinghua, with rather plain features, bore more resemblance to his mother, Yang Xiaoer. He replied calmly, "Leave it to me." Because both of them were at the early stage of Qi cultivation realm, they easily pacified the region. After a slight bow, they took their leave. The members of the Cheng and Ming generations were of mediocre talent. However, over the past 20 to 30 years, most of them had successfully reached the Qi cultivation realm and gradually took charge of various peaks. Their strict upbringing ensured that those who rose to prominence were more than capable. Li Zhouwei waited for the others to leave before finally turning to Chen Yang. He stepped closer and spoke softly. "Restructure the family forces and stabilize the unsettled hearts." Chen Yang slowly lifted his head and met Zhouwei's gaze. The young heir said lightly, "There are news from the family. Master Kongheng has arrived at Chengdu. Before long, the troops will march on northern Mount Yu." A surge of vigor coursed through Chen Yang. He quickly exited the great hall with his back straight and strode forward with an air of confidence. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and with each step, the clinking of his black armor revealed his excitement. But just as he reached the front of the hall, 3 figures stood quietly before him. The leading youth carried an extraordinary presence, as though he had braved countless tempests of wind and snow. His straight brows and starry eyes carried an air of nobility, and he gave Chen Yang a slight nod. Behind him, a young man in a Taoist robe had slightly pale lips and calm, gentle features. A faint smile played at his lips as golden radiance shimmered around his body. The last figure was a narrow-eyed monk with his head lowered, an expression unreadable. A cold sweat broke out over Chen Yang. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, pressing his forehead tightly to the ground. He then humbly declared, "I pay my respects to the 3 elders." Chen Yang, Li Shijuan silently observed, while his jade-white fingers on the hilt of his sword tightening slightly. He thought, this man, over the years, his cunning and ruthlessness have become even more deeply concealed. The impulsiveness of youth has faded, making him more difficult to control. Fortunately, his maternal bloodline connects him to the 2nd lineage of the Li family, but it's just a pity he does not bear the surname Li. If such a man were a member of the Zhou and Xing generation, the heir would have little to worry about. But Chen, he will have to do. Li Shijuan gently raised his hand to signal him to stand and spoke in a soft voice. "Good. You have made great progress under Elder Dongha's teachings. After the northern campaign, come see me at Jade Court Peak, and I will teach you some swordsmanship." Chen Yang's heart wavered between joy and unease. He longed for that swordsmanship, yet being near Li Shijuan felt like sitting on pins and needles. But how could he refuse? With great honor, he bowed deeply and swiftly retreated. Li Shijuan ascended the stone steps and asked Kongheng, "Master Monk, what do you think of that child?" Kongheng quickly waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I dare not say much. He seems like a clever child." The 3 entered the main hall, finding it empty. Li Zhouwei sat upright in a disciplined manner, appearing to have been waiting for them. As they approached, Zhouwei stood up, clasped his hands and greeted them. "I pay my respects to the esteemed elders." Li Shijuan first noted Kongheng's lack of reaction before addressing Li Zhouwei. "Zhouwei, there is no need to conceal it. Let the master monk take a look." Li Zhouwei's eyes suddenly gleamed. Within his Qihai acupoints, the talisman seed stirred. It swiftly transformed into a deep golden hue with layers of gold interweaving and linking together. Kongheng cast a casual glance at Li Zhouwei, but the sight struck him like a scorching brand pressed against his vision. His hands clenched tightly within his sleeves, and he instinctively turned his head away. Li Shijuan let Li Zhouwei stand, but kept a close watch on Kongheng. He caught the subtle twitch in the monk's narrow eyes, as though he was struggling to suppress something. Li Shijuan then introduced, "This is Master Kongheng." Li Zhouwei spoke softly. I pay my respects to the master. Kongheng hurriedly returned the greeting and replied, This humble monk greets the undefeated king of brightness. There is no need for such courtesy, as I do not deserve it. Li Zhouwei raised an eyebrow. But Li Shijuan, with his hands behind his back, took a step forward. He did not appear surprised as he softly asked, Master monk, please explain clearly. Kongheng's already narrow eyes nearly closed as he lowered his voice. The heir should be of the bright Yang constitution, and yet, he does not entirely resemble one. This humble monk dares not speak too much, but the bright Yang Dao lineage, in our Buddhist cultivation, corresponds to the undefeated king of brightness. 1. That is why I referred to him as such. Undefeated king of brightness? Li Shijuan thought with a frown. At the same time, he saw that Kongheng had turned slightly pale. The monk composed himself for several breaths before he said, When I look at the heir, he appears almost as if he were the reincarnation of the undefeated king of brightness. And yet, his mind remains calm. This is highly unnatural. It must be due to an extremely pure bloodline. He lifted his head and continued with a sigh. Moreover, his aura is obscure and indescribable. If not for my ancient cultivation heritage and the fact that the undefeated king of brightness has a Dao lineage in my Liao River Dao lineage, I would never have been able to discern this. 1. The kings of brightness are among the Buddhist deities imported from China to Japan in the early 9th century as part of esoteric Buddhism. Chapter 678, Conqueror of the Pass, I. Li Shijuan listened from the side for a while, and then saw Kongheng say, Many years ago, a cultivator with the bright Yang Dao lineage once joined our Buddhist cultivation. He attained the title of Undefeated King of Brightness. His mount was a one-horned qilin, named Undefeated, and he achieved divine abilities such as enthralling hearts, great prosperity in offspring, and the fragrant essence of Buddhist Tao. At that time, when the Wei state fell, the Undefeated King of Brightness assisted King Liang. However, King Liang fell into the river, and the Undefeated King of Brightness was killed. Since then, this Dao lineage has declined and vanished without a trace. Li Shijuan lowered his head slightly, and Kongheng added, I do not know much either, but I have one thing to remind you of. Li Shijuan hurriedly cupped his hand in respect and exclaimed, Please enlighten me. Kongheng replied, When the Undefeated King of Brightness was still an active follower of the Buddhist cultivation, he took 4 wives in total. However, all of them died suddenly. He could only indulge in pleasure with his concubines. It wasn't until he encountered someone with the veiled Yin constitution, and he was able to then form a lasting union without his wife dying suddenly. So that's how it was. If what Kongheng said is true, then marrying an esteemed daughter would only bring harm to her, thought Li Shijuan. He furrowed his brows slightly, contemplating that Li Zhouwei, though at the age for engagement, still had no clear match. This was indeed a troublesome matter, but now was not the time to dwell on it. It had to be postponed. With that in mind, Li Shijuan asked, In that case, how much harm could the shamanic spell of Mount Yu inflict upon the heir? Kongheng smiled faintly and replied, This faction of Mount Yu located around Moongaze Lake could hardly harm the heir. Even if another master monk from the 7 northern Dao sects helped them, they might still suffer setbacks. Good, replied Li Shijuan. With past experiences as a reference, Shijuan knew that if shamanic spells could truly harm Li Zhouwei, he would never allow Zhouwei to leave, regardless of how beneficial this journey might be for his future. Now that Shijuan had confirmation, he stepped forward, just as a gust of gray wind swept in from the corner. The wind coalesced at the foot of the steps, transforming into a human figure who spoke in a deep voice. Wu Xiao greets the young master. This person was none other than Hooked Serpent, Li Wu Xiao, who was always guarding closely. Li Shijuan slightly nodded in return and said softly, Then let Minghuang investigate first and the master monk oversee things. As for us, we will hide in the air and wait for the Foundation Establishment Cultivator of Mount Yu to reveal himself. Li Shiming, standing beside Shijuan, gave a low hum in response. He had remained silent ever since entering the hall, staring blankly at Li Zhouwei. Only now did he come to his senses and silently followed Li Shijuan out. Greetings, King of Brightness, Kongheng said, pressing his palms together and slowly walked behind Li Zhouwei. The young man bade the two farewell and rested his chin on his hand in contemplation. His eyes returned to their usual dark brown as he gazed quietly ahead. Li Zhouwei pondered for a moment before calling someone over and commanded, "Pass my orders to all the generals." The person swiftly left, and the grand hall returned to its empty tranquility. The flickering lanterns cast shifting shadows as Li Zhouwei picked up the map on the table. He studied it carefully until Chen Yang, Dili, and the others arrived. There were not many cultivators in northern Mount Yu, mainly because their cultivation methods were too weak. Fewer than 1 in 10 could even reach the qi cultivation realm, and even those who did only possessed crude and unrefined qi. Once they broke through, they were immediately sent to Mount Wu to serve as menial laborers. After all, even though Jiao Zhongzi disliked blood sacrifice, he was still part of Mount Yu. Free slaves was something he would never refuse. Regardless, even the ruler of northern Mount Yu was merely at the embryonic breathing realm, posing no real threat. Still, some caution is necessary. Once the others arrived, Li Zhouwei stood with his back to them and his eyes fixed on the map. 100 li north lay the northern Mount Yu stronghold, Chan Pass. Nestled between two mountains and fortified with formations, it was an impenetrable barrier for ordinary mortals. Yet, with numerous cultivators stationed there, Chan Pass seemed rather fragile than it appeared. Chen Yang and the others had never considered northern Mount Yu a real concern, and for good reason. With the strength of the Li family, even if Li Wuxiao reverted to his true form and crouched outside the pass, the defenders would flee in terror. What was there to worry about? But now, after hearing the elder's words, Li Zhouwei quickly formed an understanding. He gazed at the words Chan Pass on the map and thought, the northern Mount Yu's foundation establishment cultivator, Moli, is hiding in Mount Wu. He must already know how strong my family is. If we attack with the Chengdu army, we would surely win. But why is Moli still bold enough to show up without hesitation? Whether he is prepared or not, he cannot win against us. What I truly fear is that he might abandon northern Mount Yu and escape, causing endless future trouble. Li Zhouwei was not one to blindly follow orders. Li Shijuan intended to lure the enemy out while entrusting the matters at the foot of the mountain to him. This meant that he had certain freedom to act as he saw fit. He immediately began thinking about how the forces should be coordinated. He first asked, Dili, if we mobilize troops tonight, how many men can we gather? Dili gritted his teeth and replied, we have just slaughtered the opposing families, and the lingering fear still holds. We can command 2,000 elite troops, 3,000 irregular soldiers, and 2,000 slaves, but they have yet to be reorganized. Morale is currently low, and they may not withstand a large battle. Is Li Zhouwei planning to attack northern Mount Yu tonight? Thought Chen Yang. Chen Yang was momentarily stunned and reminded, my heir, the city has only just been pacified. If we withdraw 3,000 family troops, unforeseen changes may arise. He was still puzzling over Li Zhouwei's intentions when he heard Li Zhouwei speak in a low voice. We have just eradicated the Great Jiao, and the news has yet to spread. Gather 300 family soldiers, lead Dili's forces, and set out immediately. Only the elite troops are needed. The other untrained soldiers and slaves need not interfere. How many? 300 family soldiers? Thought Chen Yang. While Chen Yang's mind was filled with doubts, Li Zhouwei had already donned his armor and taken down his halberd before saying softly, raise the Dili family's banner. As Chen Yang quickly withdrew with Dili, the fully armored Li Zhouwei strode away, with Kongheng silently following behind him. At this moment, Kongheng's aura was subdued, resembling nothing more than an ordinary monk. As they exited the grand hall, the night was deep. A gust of gray wind swirled beneath Kongheng's feet, and Li Wuxiao appeared like a ghost behind him. He exhaled slowly, his breath slithering like a serpent as he spoke. Master Monk, it has been many years. Kongheng squinted and smiled, sensing that this demonic beast's aura had changed. Its demonic energy had been refined, and it now carried an air of purity. Its presence now flowed like wind and rain, and his Dao foundation of water mansion, morning cold rain, now bore traces of the divine essence of orthodox immortal Dao. He couldn't help but be surprised, saying, Wuxiao, your strength has greatly increased. Li Wuxiao remained silent. He was just a small hooked serpent, and the rapid growth of his strength over the years had certainly not come from his own cultivation alone. Ever since he agreed to stay with the Li family, Li Shijuan had used the Six Dams life-matching unique technique to extract and enhance his spirituality. This technique was not an easy immortal art to succeed with. It depended entirely on the quality of the life-matching spirit item. Li Wuxiao had originally been prepared to risk his life for this opportunity, but he never expected that the spirit item Li Shijuan used would be of such astonishingly high quality. Not only had it granted him a tremendous surge in power, but it had also left him speechless with gratitude. The spirit item sacrificed for this life matching. Even if there were 3 of me, it wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. All for the sake of ensuring success in one attempt, and sparing my life in the process, Li Wuxiao thought. As a hooked serpent who had once wandered adrift in the Eastern Sea, he had repeatedly received spirit items and consumed treasured panaceas. There was nothing more to say, and he could only accept it in silence. He dared not speak much with Conqueror, merely nodding in acknowledgement. 1. The Qilin is a legendary, chimerical creature in Chinese mythology, often translated as Chinese unicorn, associated with virtue, prosperity, and good fortune, and often depicted as a deer-like creature with scales, hooves, and a single horn. Chapter 679, Conqueror of the Pass. 2. In the darkness of the night, every household in Great Jiuding City had shut their doors. Earlier, the esteemed families had been massacred, and the blood had yet to be washed away. It left the city as silent as a grave. Amidst the darkness, the elite family troops and Jade Court guards were secretly withdrawn. They disguised themselves as Mount Yu warriors and quickly assembled. By the time Dili Yojia's forces left the city, 300 soldiers were already standing before the formation like ghosts. Under the night sky, Li Zhouwei stood clad in iron armor. A crimson cloud pearl at his waist glowed faintly, while his halberd rested against the ground. Beneath him, his spirit horse at the peak stage of the embryonic breathing realm, Zhongsao, gazed sharply into the distance with its eyes gleaming with intelligence. As a group of Mount Yu warriors slowly took their positions before him, Li Zhouwei's halberd began to glow with a faint red light. The armor cycle soul-refining halberd art. This halberd art was brought back from the Eastern Sea by Li Xianfeng. It was written by a long-forgotten general of the ancient Liang state and was an exceptionally old halberd art. As its name suggests, it was more than just a technique or skill. This was the art of halberd. However, it was an art, not merely a martial skill. The essence of this halberd art lay in soul refinement. Each time an army was overturned, a sect annihilated, or a formation shattered, the halberd art would grow stronger. From the moment one began to learn it, dark shadows would shroud the halberd. When one mastered this halberd art to its fullest extent, it would summon raging soul phantoms, unleashing immense power. As for its rank, it was impossible to evaluate like most ancient techniques. It did not seem to belong to the traditional Purple Mansion or Golden Core Dao system, making it even harder to classify. However, anyone who could execute the moves of a halberd art that had been refined through multiple combats and honed by warfare would undoubtedly be a powerful force in leading soldiers on the battlefield. The red glow flickered quietly in the night, causing the Mount Yu warriors to glance up in alarm. As more eyes turned toward him, the red light on Li Zhouwei's halberd intensified. He spoke in a deep voice. Dili Yojia, lead the troops forward slowly and don't cause any unnecessary disturbance. Hold position before Chan Pass and do not engage. Wait for my command at daybreak. Dili Yojia knelt down steadily while Li Zhouwei spurred his horse forward. The family troops disappeared into the distance like the wind. As Dili Yojia stood up, he heard the murmuring voices of his subordinates below. Jianixi. Dili Yojia was shocked and dared not let such talk spread. His voice was sharp as he rebuked them. What nonsense are you spouting? That is. However, with Li Zhouwei's strict orders in mind, Dili Yojia dared not reveal that Zhouwei was the heir of the Li family. He could only say, we follow the king into the pass. Once we breach it and push north, the king's title will be proclaimed. When we take the royal court of northern Mount Yu, you and I shall be of esteemed lineage. Having voiced his ambitions, the Mount Yu warriors around him widened their eyes in shock. To the north, Li Zhouwei's horse galloped swiftly like a falling star, while Conqueror followed at an unhurried pace. The young man tilted his head slightly and asked, Master Monk, how many people still recognize the name Undefeated King of Brightness today? Conqueror shook his head slightly and replied, this name has been transliterated multiple times from the language of the northern ethnic minorities, and it has long been forgotten. Even if some recognize the title King of Brightness, they wouldn't know how many times the title has changed. It is simply how we of Liao River refer to it. Good. Li Zhouwei responded with a single word, already grasping the situation. He mused. It seems Bright Yang has been lost for many years. Its records and descriptions are completely erased. That is a good thing. As he spoke, Chan Pass swiftly came into view. The green stone walls, darkened by the night, looked somber and foreboding. He glanced at it twice before instructing someone to step forward and speaking in a low voice, knock on the gate. A man beside Li Zhouwei reined in his horse. He had thick brows, large eyes, and unkempt hair. He was Dili Yojia's younger brother, who had come along as a guide for the Li family. Lowering his head to listen, he heard Li Zhouwei speak softly. Tell them that Great Juading is slaughtering the esteemed families, and that we have fled to seek refuge with the remnants of northern Mount Yu. Say that this troop consists of direct descendants. As long as they let us in, we will offer our family's spirit items in full. The Dili family man nodded and quickly advanced. Li Zhouwei simply sat atop his horse in silence, completely unbothered. The disparity in strength and intelligence between the two sides was too vast, and this deception was merely a way to save time. After all, from northern Mount Yu's perspective, if this were truly the Li family, why would they bother with such elaborate schemes? A direct assault by Foundation establishment cultivators would have sufficed. Naturally, they would never suspect the Li family. Behind him, Li Wuxiao clearly shared the same thought. After a brief wait, he spoke in a sinister tone. My heir, why don't I just smash through this pass and storm in at once? Li Zhouwei gently shook his head. In the darkness, Qinyang lay low on his horse, seemingly piecing things together in his mind. It seems he wants Chan Pass intact, to make it appear as if the Dili family is invading from the north, to avoid alerting the enemy? While Qinyang was deep in thought, a large basket was lowered from above. A young warrior of the Dili family knelt and said, Master, the garrison commander says the troops must wait outside. Only the one in charge may step forward. Qinyang remarked with a small grunt. They're somewhat cautious. Li Zhouwei spoke in a low, mocking tone. I doubt he's just after these spirit items. Qinyang chuckled softly, playing along. He's most likely planning to offer up the heads of these remnants to curry favor with the Li family. Li Zhouwei planted his halberd firmly into the ground and tilted his head slightly as he said, Senior Wuxiao, I'll have to trouble you. Spare the garrison commander's life. I still have use for him. Li Wuxiao nodded slowly before drifting weightlessly into the basket. The rope above jerked as if pulled up hastily, making the entire scene seem somewhat ironic. Once Li Wuxiao infiltrated their ranks, Qinyang silently counted to 17 before the pass's grand formation was suddenly deactivated. The gates swung open, revealing a group of Mount Yu warriors kneeling inside. As Li Zhouwei rode forward, the cultivators on either side stepped back, revealing the blood-soaked ground beneath them. Heads rolled across the ground. The garrison commander trembled violently, presenting his bone sword with both hands. Li Zhouwei did not take it, but instead ascended the pass step by step. In the distance, the Dili family's forces had begun to appear. Only then did Li Zhouwei take a glance at the man from Mount Yu, who had been frightened out of his wits. The man was merely at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. After witnessing Li Wuxiao's skills, he collapsed onto the ground and kowtowed repeatedly as he pleaded, Greetings, great king. Greetings, great king. Du Do is willing to serve under you and gather forces on your behalf. Li Zhouwei remained silent, his gaze causing Du Do to break out in a cold sweat. When Dili Yojia rushed up onto the pass, the young heir simply waved his hand and spoke softly, Revolt. Qinyang nodded while his mind was already forming a clear plan. He said with a smile, Draft a proclamation and spread the word. Announce to all northern Mount Yu factions that Du Do acted on a secret decree from Mount Wu and allowed Dili Yojia into the pass to raise an army at Chan Pass. Dili Yojia broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. He had once again been thrust into the heart of the storm. But after glancing at Li Wuxiao and Kongheng beside him, he quickly calmed down. Meanwhile, Qinyang stepped forward slightly, and Li Zhouwei said with a chuckle, Dili Yojia is already one of our own, and northern Mount Yu will eventually find out about this. I must have a title, or else it's still rather inconvenient. Dili Yojia didn't understand Li Zhouwei's mind as deeply as Qinyang did, but he had his own ways of flattering him. He quickly bowed deeply and said respectfully, Great king, your brilliance shines like the sun. In the barbarian tongue, it is called Grand Concord of Radiance. I wish to honor you with this title. Seeing Li Zhouwei nod in approval, Qinyang quickly added, Then let's proceed with the arrangements. Mobilize the troops. Before the northern court can react, We will march north swiftly. Li Zhouwei left the details to Chen Yang and idly gazed toward the sky. He wasn't sure where Li Shijuan and the others were hiding, but he muttered to himself, "Let's see how the ruler of the northern Mount Yu reacts. It would be best if this draw Mount Wu's attention." Dorlaken's thoughts. Hello. Thanks for reading TML. Just notifying some term changes. The Qi family mentioned in Chapter 630 has been changed to Qi family to prevent confusion with the actual Qi family. Chapter 680. Entering the north, northern Mount Yu. The sky was shrouded in mist, but Li Shijuan stood bathed in a snowy glow with his eyes shimmered with white light and a sword at his waist. He looked down to see the Dili family's troops enter the city below. A cloud of snow emerged beneath Li Shijuan's feet as he activated Snow on Pine, carrying him in an ethereal drift. Minghuang is intelligent. He has already taken on a Mount Yu title. Let's test the ruler of northern Mount Yu first. Of course, Li Shijuan had made similar arrangements, but he chose to test the boy first. Now that he saw that everything had been properly arranged, he nodded and felt much more at ease. Li Shiming watched in a trance. He had a mix of envy and satisfaction in his expression, his gaze lost in thought. He took out a jade bottle from his robe and said, "He has reached the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. If he takes this pill, he'll reach the 6th. I also have bright spirit powder for him. If he takes it with the pill, the Qi cultivation realm will be within his reach." Li Shijuan nodded, placing the items in his robe. As he looked up, he saw 2 forces leaving the city under the cover of night. "I've heard that the ruler of northern Mount Yu is no mediocre leader. He'll serve as Minghuang's whetstone." Li Shiming nodded, then suddenly asked, "Shijuan, have you studied the Radiant Essence scripture carefully?" Li Shijuan shook his head and replied, "I do not cultivate this Tao. I've only skimmed it for reference." "Why do you ask?" Li Shiming fell silent, gathering his words before speaking softly. "I have studied the 9 secret techniques for breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. They are all extremely difficult. Mastering 3 grants a 15% success rate. Mastering all 9 still offers less than a 50% chance, and that's without factoring in one's personal conditions. The Li family naturally lacked an optimal environment for breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm." Li Shijuan did some calculations in his head and murmured, "If one truly masters all 9 secret techniques, then the chances of success would be quite high. It's nowhere near that simple." Li Shiming smiled wryly as he replied, "Each secret technique is extremely difficult. You'll need decades to master even one." "It's that hard," replied Li Shijuan. But then, his expression changed as though he understood something. He thought to himself, no wonder Yuan and the others have been stuck in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm for so long. She may not even have all 9 techniques to practice. Li Shiming paused before saying, "However, the scripture also records several spirit items that can aid in breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm, such as the Radiant Celestial Stone, Qilin Crow Spirit Husk, and White Blood Sap." Li Shiming listed several spirit items, each a rare and precious treasure. He then continued saying, "All of the spirit items are at the Purple Mansion realm." Li Shijuan nodded slightly and replied, "Give me a list of the items. I'll have Shiji investigate and make inquiries in various places. Finding a lead would be ideal." Meanwhile, in Chan Pass, 2 passes and 6 towns. Li Zhouwei took out a map and examined it carefully. A vast plain dotted with numerous strongholds and a major town lay behind Chan Pass. Further beyond the plain was Moonlight Valley, another crucial pass which guarded the remaining 5 towns and the royal court. In the past, their ancestor, Li Xiangping, had been able to move freely in this region. However, that was primarily because of 2 factors. First, he had a small and inconspicuous force. Secondly, a great drought had struck at the time, and the lands of Mount Yu had just been ravaged by Jianixi. The region had been in complete ruin. Now, with thousands of troops under Li Zhouwei's command and with control over Chan Pass, where Xiangping had once been cornered in the north, their fate was bound to be different. Li Zhouwei pondered for a moment and thought to himself, better to press the attack in one swift strike. Li Zhouwei descended from the pass and swiftly mounted his horse. He ordered the Mount Yu general, Du Do, to gather the troops and slaves. Standing atop the platform, he held his halberd up as his armor gleamed with a cold light. Some of the soldiers of the Mount Yu forces wore armor, while the slaves were mostly bare-chested. It was evident that Du Do had at least somewhat trained them, preventing complete disorder. However, they were still far from disciplined. The warriors of Mount Yu looked around in confusion, as if it made no difference to them who their commander was. Only the eyes of a few revealed greed as they stared at the weapons piled atop the platform. Li Zhouwei's gaze swept across the filthy and wretched faces of the Mount Yu soldiers. A strange red glow began to emanate from his halberd, as if it could captivate souls. The Mount Yu warriors instinctively raised their heads toward him. Those stationed to guard the pass were not of noble birth. In fact, most were slaves. They lifted their heads weakly, watching batches of provisions being brought onto the platform as they whispered among themselves. "Gentlemen," Li Zhouwei's voice echoed within the pass. It was deep and low as it hung in the air. It carried an almost bewitching quality. "I am the Grand Conqueror of Radiance, commanded by the mandate of heaven to conquer the Northern Court. It is my intention to first slaughter the esteemed families and distribute the farmland in towns taken by our forces. When we conquer the Northern Court, all slaves shall be freed from their servitude." Distribute farmland. Freedom from slavery? Does this general truly mean it? Li Zhouwei paused, then repeated himself. His voice became more ethereal and carried a mesmerizing force. The doubt and suspicion in the Mount Yu warriors' eyes gradually faded away and was replaced by a surging, fervent greed. A touch of red began to glimmer deep in their eyes. They exchanged glances and stepped forward one by one to pick up the weapons before them. They were as fervent as a pack of starving wolves. Qinyang stood to the side and stared blankly. The voice had sunk into his brain without resistance. Even as a cultivator at the fourth stage of the embryonic breathing realm, he felt a momentary surge of excitement. However, Qinyang had a resolute mind. He quickly regained his senses and looked up at Li Zhouwei's glowing, ghostly eyes before hastily lowering his head. His heart quivered as he thought. So this is what Jianixi was like back then. Dili Yojia stepped forward to report. He had already organized the troops and assigned personnel. Li Zhouwei's spirit horse moved swiftly, leading the orderly tide of soldiers as they surged toward the towns hidden in the night. The large town only had few guards to begin with. Before they could even react, several arrows shot through the air, felling them instantly. A few shamans swiftly scaled the walls, and the gates swung open with a thunderous crash. Li Zhouwei rode into the town atop his horse, the golden glow in his eyes flickering faintly. He could feel the soldiers following him in a trance-like state, as if a deep-seated instinct was gradually awakening within them. He quickly reined in his horse and looked toward the stone tower at the village entrance. His silent, yet frenzied troops poured into the town like waves splitting against rocks. They swept through the settlement in eerie silence. A cacophony of voices rose around Li Zhouwei as he stared at the stone tower, a strange thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. I should be seated in a temple, presiding over an ancestral shrine. He stood still as whispers spread like a Buddhist chant among the Mount Yu warriors. They all murmured. In conquered towns, slaughter the esteemed families first, then distribute the farmland. When the northern court is conquered, all slaves shall be freed. The Mount Yu warriors repeated the chant under their breath as they ran through the town. Small fires ignited across the settlements as they fought in the darkness. The cries of battle grew louder and louder, until they merged into a singular voice. Grand Conqueror of Radiance. The chant made the Mount Yu warriors flush with battle fervor. Behind Li Zhouwei, Kongheng clutched a string of plain wooden prayer beads. He twisted them so tightly that they creaked. He was unable to conceal the shock on his face as he murmured, a name destined for victory. Grand Conqueror of Radiance. A wisp of gray smoke gathered beside Kongheng, and the haunting voice of Li Wuxiao rang out. Master Monk, what are you thinking? Kongheng merely shook his head with a bitter smile and replied, Wuxiao, you are overly cautious. As the two Foundation establishment cultivators conversed in hushed tones, Li Zhouwei spurred his horse forward and swiftly passed through the crowd. After securing control of the town, he rode toward the surrounding villages, bolstering his forces by another 200 or 300 men. They marched quickly, leaving only a trail of blood behind them. Li Zhouwei sent Qinyang and Dili Yojia to lead separate units to conscript more troops while he galloped forward without hesitation. He no longer lingered in these villages and swiftly advanced toward the next pass. But before Li Zhouwei arrived, a gust of gray wind swept past and deposited 2 jade bottles in his hands. One was green and the other white, but both bottles were exquisitely crafted. Li Zhouwei inspected the contents using his divine sense before swiftly stowing them away. The valley before him was narrow, with troops stationed on both mountains. The pass was wedged between two gorges and appeared somewhat dilapidated. His troops were lined up neatly as they paused for a brief moment at the valley's entrance. Li Zhouwei looked to the side and addressed a Mount Yu soldier beside him. "Is this Moonlight Valley?" The soldier nodded, bowed, and respectfully replied, "My lord, this place once belonged to the Moonlight family, named after the rumored priest Yuan. During the Great Drought, the priest was slaughtered by the Easterners, yet it remains known as Moonlight Valley." Li Zhouwei narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, "So, it was here, slaughtered by my ancestor." Raising his halberd, he gazed at the narrow valley ahead and murmured, "Take this pass, then I'll find an opportunity to break through." 1. Yuzhu, Yuzhou, means moon pearl in Chinese. Chapter 681. Entering the North. 2. Northern Mount Yu Royal Court. Flames flickered quietly in stone basins within the palace. A thin man with unkempt hair sat on the throne of Northern Mount Yu, gently tracing the inscriptions on a stone tablet in his hands. The king of Northern Mount Yu, Xian Du, did not appear particularly imposing. His name was also a common one among the people of Mount Yu. Yet, if he had maintained his grip on the throne amidst a sea of esteemed families, his methods were undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet, he merely sat in silence and examined the stone tablet in his hands. The tablet depicted a grand and turbulent scene. It showed a figure adorned in feathers and beast bones standing upon a sacrificial altar. Above the altar, storm clouds churned and a demon loomed in the sky. Beside him, a high priest clad in beast bones and feathers knelt on the ground. Xian Du stared blankly at the image for a long time before asking, "Still no word from Mount Wu?" "My king, we have tried 8 times, but there has been no response. There is no sign of communication whatsoever." The high priest shook his head silently. He showed little fear. If anything, there was actually a trace of relief as he replied, "My king, perhaps this is for the best. Once the children pass the shaman transition, they will no longer need to ascend the mountain. Year after year, has a single one who went up the mountain ever returned? They have likely all been taken by the masters. Now that Mount Wu is silent, perhaps Master Jiao Zhongzi and Master Moli have gone to the Eastern Sea. Does this not make things easier for us?" Xian Du's gaunt face was filled with unease. He shook his head heavily and gently placed the stone tablet down. He said quietly, "You fail to see the real threat. If Master Jiao Zhongzi has encountered trouble, then the dog of Eastern Mount Yu's Li family, Li Jiamen, is watching us closely. The Great Jiuting is but 160 kilometers from Chan Pass. 2 passes and 6 cities are nothing before a foundation establishment cultivator. They can be erased with a flick of a finger." The high priest nodded submissively, though he thought to himself, if Mount Wu has truly fallen, how many of us could possibly escape? It would be better to surrender to Li Jiamen. At least we'd have a chance to survive. Xian Du was still deep in thought when a Mount Yu warrior rushed into the hall, shouting, "My king, there's trouble at Chan Pass. Jiao Zhongzi really has run into trouble." Xian Du sprang from his seat as if he had been struck by lightning, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Is it Li Jiamen himself? Or a force from the Li family?" The warrior hesitated for a moment before replying, "My king, the Li family has stationed troops at Great Jiuting. The surrounding tribes, finding no way to survive, then deceived their way into Chan Pass. The garrison commander, Du Do, was captured and defected to their side. Now, their forces are advancing northward and have breached the pass. So it's a rebellion." Xian Du let out a small breath of relief as he asked, "Which tribe is leading this? Who is their chief? How many troops and cultivators do they have?" The Mount Yu warrior bowed and reported, "The rebel king calls himself the Grand Conqueror of Radiance. Perhaps he belongs to the Grand Conqueror tribe, but we do not know their exact numbers. Rumor has it that the Dili tribe outside the pass is secretly supporting them." "Grand Conqueror tribe? Never heard of it. What nonsense is this?" said Xian Du. As the ruler of northern Mount Yu, Xian Du knew every major tribe in the region. He knew their strength, their numbers, and their lineage. He even remembered the names of many of the mid-sized and minor tribes. However, there was no record of a Grand Conqueror tribe at all in his memories. Xian Du immediately furrowed his brows. He wasn't concerned about a force of a few thousand men. But it would be another matter entirely if the Dili tribe, which was likely under the control of the Li family, had received Li Jiamen's silent approval. "That wretch is scheming against me day after day," thought Xian Du. Neither Xian Du nor Li Jiamen were mere figureheads. Northern Mount Yu and Eastern Mount Yu had long been wrestling for power in the shadows. But as vassals, neither dared to openly start a war without explicit orders. A significant weight had vanished from his heart once Xian Du realized that this was merely a rebellion. At the very least, it meant that nothing had gone wrong with Mount Wu. Otherwise, the invading force would have been the Li family itself. Reassured, he simply said, "What's there to panic about? At most, he has 3,000 or 4,000 troops and a handful of shamans. What threat could they pose?" But the Mount Yu warrior before him was drenched in sweat, and his voice dropped to a hushed whisper. "The so-called Grand Conqueror of Radiance claims to have Mount Wu's command. He is spreading rumors that your majesty has lost contact with Mount Wu. Please, my king, please." A frisson of alarm ran through Xian Du. It was true that Mount Wu had not sent anyone down in a long time. When he saw the warrior's hesitant demeanor, he immediately grasped the implication but chose to remain silent. Mount Wu has been silent for too long. The esteemed families of the realm are growing restless. They are using this as an excuse to probe Mount Wu's status, thought Xian Du. Xian Du quickly recognized this as a veiled message from the esteemed families, but he forced himself to remain calm and replied in a deep voice. "It is but a mere insignificant rebellion. Why should we disturb Mount Wu over this? Do you think you or I could bear the consequences if they take offense? I shall quell the uprising myself. I have misspoken, my king." The Mount Yu warrior, cowed by Xian Du's reprimand, broke out in a fresh sweat as he repeatedly kowtowed. He then responded, "It's just that, it is said that this man resembles Jianixi. My king, you must be cautious. I am well aware." Xian Du already knew his enemy was no ordinary opponent once heard that they had easily deceived their way into Chan Pass. Turning to his map, he decided to abandon the towns beyond the pass. His gaze was fixed on Moonlight Valley as he murmured, "Mobilize the troops immediately. I shall personally lead the campaign. March to Moonlight Valley and trap him outside our heartland." He kicked the warrior aside as he strode forward. The Mount Yu warrior scrambled back to his feet in terror. Xian Du was at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm and had long suppressed his breakthrough. He was particularly formidable among those of a similar level. That single kick left the warrior winded and trembling. Donning his armor and grasping his spear, Xian Du swiftly departed from the royal court. His mind raced as he issued his orders in a steady voice. "Order Xian Juanfu to lead 5,000 troops down the eastern path along the lake. Check if we can enter the valley from its side. I shall personally lead 7,000 of my elite forces to Moonlight Valley. If we hold the pass, this threat will be of no consequence." Chapter 682, Lured in, Xian Du's military banner left the northern court and headed south. The gaunt man sat silently in the carriage, his expression grim. Mount Yu's power had always been fragmented. It was only during the reign of Jianixi that the land had united under one rule, with families of Mount Yu from the western foothills of Mount Dali crossing over to pledge allegiance. The rest of Mount Yu's small or big kings ruled alongside esteemed families, dividing power further with the priesthood. Xian Du had kept priests firmly in check during his rule. Now that he sought to mobilize troops, only a handful out of thousands of villages scattered across 1,000 kilometers responded. "They're all testing me," waiting for Mount Wu's reaction. Aside from his own 5,000 elite soldiers, Xian Du had only managed to gather 3,000 irregular troops. Even with careful planning, they might not reach Moonlight Valley within a week. This was making him increasingly anxious. I must not underestimate the Grand Conqueror of Radiance. The esteemed families will shift with the breeze and will likely tolerate him. Though there are 5,000 troops in the valley, I must remain vigilant. Xian Du had seized the throne through his own cunning, so he was no fool. He silently jumped down from the carriage, called over a burly soldier, and said in a deep voice, "Lead the troops forward. Do not delay." He then mounted a striped tiger-like beast and shot south like an arrow. He only took a group of elite guards along with him. The Mount Yu elite guards were all cultivators, so they made remarkable time. It only took them half a day to reach a major town close to Moonlight Valley. Xian Du had the local family leader brought before him and said coldly, "Have the forces of the 6 towns mobilized to reinforce Moonlight Valley?" As expected, the Mount Yu leader hesitated as he sweated profusely. He had never imagined that the royal court Xian Du would arrive at the valley's gates overnight. Stammering, he said, "We have not received the king's decree, so we dare not act." Xian Du's face darkened, then paled. He almost laughed out loud before drawing the blade at his waist with a sharp clang. He shouted, To hell with your cowardice. His gaunt face flushed red as he raised the long blade high. Before the man could react, his head flew into the air, sending blood splattering everywhere. Xiandu kicked the corpse aside, lifted the severed head, and said coldly, "Send his head to the 6 towns. Order all forces to mobilize immediately." When he issued orders, he was forced to repeat them multiple times, yet they would still drag their feet and refuse to move. Even now, when the enemy was attacking the pass, they still wanted to play games with him. Xiandu was still furious, his gaze like a blade as it swept across the Mount Yu warriors before him. He cursed, "You bastards are refusing to deploy troops? Are you just waiting for my blade?" His subordinates did not even dare to wipe the blood off their faces as they followed Xiandu out. After another half hour, they managed to gather a mere 2,000 soldiers. Xiandu's face was dark as he drove the troops forward. He sent men ahead to investigate the valley's situation and rode swiftly out of the camp. After riding for a kilometer, he saw that the road ahead was eerily empty. The scouts had not returned, and the forces of the 6 towns behind him remained motionless. Dissatisfied, he called his men forward and said in a low voice, "The 6 towns are too slow to act. If I leave, they'll delay again. Changdie, take the troops to reinforce the valley, and I'll gather more soldiers." Changdie nodded in reply. Xiandu further instructed, "We don't know the situation in Moonlight Valley. Be cautious on the road." He was reassured when he saw his men nod repeatedly. He knew Changdie had always been reliable. He returned to the town with his trusted aides and charged into another settlement. As expected, he found the family chief and various leaders sitting together, whispering and stalling. His rage flared instantly. "You worthless scum." Xiandu had, of course, planted his own men within the 6 towns. However, these towns were once great family fortresses. They governed entire settlements, so it was hardly easy to subdue them. His fury mounting, he drew his blade and said coldly, "Cowards that are waiting to die." These men were pitifully unlucky. They had just found the severed head of one of their own when Xiandu burst into their quarters. As the king of northern Mount Yu, he had no patience for excuses. It took only moments for the floor to be soaked in blood and for heads to roll. Once Xiandu calmed down, he sheathed his blade and stepped out of the tent, only to see a bloodied rider speeding toward him. His heart tightened as the man tumbled from his horse, cupped his fists and cried out miserably, "My king! Moonlight Valley has already fallen without a sound. The grand Concord of Radiance ambushed us on the narrow path beyond the gorge. Thousands of our troops were wiped out, and only a few hundred managed to escape." Xiandu stood frozen for 2 breaths, his heart pounding in terror. He could only ask, "Where is Changdie?" The Mount Yu soldier wept as he replied, "I fear he is already." Xiandu's legs nearly gave out beneath him. There was no time for grief, or to ponder how such a critical stronghold had fallen in mere days. The next question had already surfaced. The Grand Concord of Radiance will surely advance. Do we fight or flee? While Xiandu was overwhelmed, Changdie remained loyal as he rode swiftly toward Moonlight Valley. His troops were disorderly and uncoordinated rabble from various families. He could only force them forward, thinking to himself, "I'll sort them out once we reach the pass." After marching just over 5 kilometers, he led his troops into the forest. He was only halfway through when a deafening explosion rang out as he was ambushed from both sides. Never had Changdie imagined he would be attacked while marching on his own territory. Shocked, he shouted, "Form up! Retreat slowly." His words had barely left his mouth when he saw a flash of cold steel. A dark figure stormed through his lines like a violent gust of wind. The figure's armor glinted with a frigid sheen under the night sky. A halberd appeared in the air for a moment, but it was already upon him before he had time to react. Changdie was so terrified he could not even speak. He only had a cultivation at the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm. How could he withstand such an assault? He barely raised his weapon before he was thrown into the air like a leaf in a storm. He felt a crushing pain in his chest as stars whirled around him. He barely made out the halberd tearing his warhorse to pieces. 500 elite warriors tore into his disorganized troops like tigers among a flock of sheep, unleashing a tide of bloodshed. Though Changdie was still dizzy from the fall, he heard a metallic clang as a white iron halberd stabbed into the ground beside his neck. It sent chills down his spine. The glint of steel was so blinding he could hardly keep his eyes open. Covered in blood, Changdie dared not move. his skin prickling from the icy aura of the halberd. Then, a deep voice rang out. I thought it was Xian Du himself, so I came to welcome him in person. Turns out, it's just a minor general. Li Zhouwei examined Changdie quietly. Around them, the battlefield was filled with wails of agony. Blood stained the forest floor. Yet, the young warrior seemed utterly unbothered. He smiled slightly as he pulled his halberd from the ground and flipped it in his grip. The halberd's tip hovered just above the ground. Crimson blood dripped from it, forming a dark red trail across the dirt. Riding forward, Li Zhouwei thought to himself, he might be useful after all. Pretending to be reinforcements to lure Moonlight Valley's forces away won't be an issue. Changdie struggled to rise as he glanced around. Apart from the silent soldiers of the Grand Concord of Radiance, only scattered corpses remained in the forest. He knelt and said, I am willing to serve your majesty. The Grand Concord of Radiance seemed even more amused, his voice bright as he said, Look at me. Changdie had no choice but to lift his gaze. A pair of dark brown pupils shrank slightly beneath the long brows as they flickered with traces of golden light. The sight of this eerie young man made Changdie shiver. The youth lifted his chin and uttered words that sent a chill down Changdie's spine, making cold sweat break out all over his body. You are loyal. No wonder Xian Du sent you. But your cultivation is too weak. You cannot deceive me. Changdie's expression turned fierce in an instant, but he was nowhere near as fast as the halberd. Cold steel flashed, and a head soared high into the air. His body thudded to the ground, sending gouts of crimson blood gushing out, staining the last clean patch of ground bright red. Li Zhouwei merely cantered forward on his horse. It was only after he was several steps away did the severed head finally land on the forest floor. They had already advanced deep into northern Mount Yu territory. Moonlight Valley had many cultivators and soldiers. In the mountains, cultivators at the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm had awakened their spiritual sense. This allowed them to detect cultivation realms. Thus, Li Zhouwei did not let Li Wuxiao take action immediately. Instead, he opted to first probe the enemy with 2 assaults. Chapter 683, Lured In 2. The enemy had sent out 2 detachments of troops, both of which had been completely annihilated. However, they then refused to engage further, turning the battle into a slow war of attrition. When he saw the prolonged standoff in the valley, Li Zhouwei had no desire to waste time there. Instead, he led a group of cultivators and quietly circled around the battlefield through the mountains to arrive behind the pass. This maneuver was only possible with the guidance of the Dili family. Li Zhouwei ordered Chen Yang and Dili Yojia to hold Moonlight Valley while he laid an ambush along the road with his forces for 2 days. Timing everything precisely, he consumed a talisman pill and successfully advanced to the 6th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. The Mount Yu reinforcements are truly pathetic, said Li Zhouwei. The mountain paths were treacherous, so he had only brought 500 elite troops and waited a few days to stabilize his cultivation. Yet, it had taken a full 5 days for the so-called reinforcements to finally appear. They also looked like a chaotic, disorderly rabble. Only that minor general seemed somewhat competent. Li Zhouwei indeed lacked a capable Mount Yu warrior from the royal court under his command. Unfortunately, this one could not be taken in. As Li Zhouwei fell into thought for a few moments, his men had already extracted the necessary information from the survivors. Dili Yojia knelt and reported, My king, Xian Du is in Chengwu town. Li Zhouwei urged his horse forward as he gradually increased his speed. Dili Yojia rejoiced and said excitedly, My king, why not advance immediately and capture the ruler of northern Mount Yu? As his 500 elite troops gathered around him, Li Zhouwei did not head straight for Chengwu town. Instead, he spread out his map and murmured, Xian Du must think that I've broken through the pass and am marching north with my army. If he flees in haste, he will either go east or west. He calculated Xian Du's forces to be around 5,000 strong across the 6 towns, while his own main army had yet to arrive. Holding the 6 towns was feasible. He chuckled and asked Dili Yojia beside him, Will he defend or flee? Dili Yojia hesitated. He was unsure how to respond. Li Zhouwei sheathed his halberd, turned his horse around, and spoke. If he abandons the 6 towns, northern Mount Yu will be gutted from within. Since there's been no word from Mount Wu, it would be suicide. Xian Du is no fool. He will defend. After all, we don't really have 5,000 troops storming through the pass. If he retreats, he might attempt to strike back. But if he holds, He cannot take the 6 towns. First, we seize Moonlight Valley, then we plan our next move. Take Changdie's banner, cleanse it with the purifying spell, and move south. Xiaozi set a rapid pace until Moonlight Valley came into view. Stowing his halberd in his storage pouch, he paused beneath the pass. His 500 troops took a brief rest before silently slipping back up the mountain. The battle at the pass raged fiercely, yet the defending general remained vigilant. The rear was also well guarded. The moment the troops moved toward them, a guard hailed them. "Are you reinforcements?" "Which unit?" Dili quickly stepped forward, speaking in a Mount Yu accent. "Changdie, sent by the king to reinforce." The guard replied, "I do not recognize you, sir. General Sidu has set strict rules. He must verify you guys in person. Please wait." Dili glanced at Xiaozi, who nodded. Without hesitation, Dili drew his blade and cleaved the man down in one strike. He raised the Grand Concord of Radiance's banner and sent the troops roaring forward to storm the archer platforms. Xiaozi drew his halberd, a crimson glow spreading across its surface. He shattered the stronghold gate with a single strike. Mount Yu soldiers fell like cut wheat before his charge. His troops tore through them like tigers among a flock of sheep as he continued pressing the assault. Moonlight Valley's forces had been handling the southern assault with ease, but after days of being besieged, their troops were exhausted and their mounts weary. Now, instead of reinforcements, an enemy force had struck from the rear. They were thrown into disarray by the sudden assault. Chen Yang seized the moment and launched a fierce offensive, triggering a chain reaction. Though the defending general was highly capable, his exhausted troops could no longer hold the defensive line, which collapsed. Xiandu hurriedly gathered his troops, reorganizing the 6 towns and setting everything in place. Now that he had erected several layers of fortifications, he finally felt a moment of relief. He inquired repeatedly, but there was still no news from the south. None of the scouts he had sent out returned, leaving him as blind as a man groping in the dark. Xiandu had no choice but to wait. It was only when his elite troops arrived that he finally realized, "I've fallen for the Grand Concord of Radiance's trick." He must have snuck through the mountain paths. Xiandu was filled with regret. It wasn't that he was foolish. The mountain roads were difficult to traverse. Only 100 or 200 troops could have passed through in just a single day. How many cultivators could a small family possibly have? Yet, they had managed to completely defeat Changdie. His thoughts whirled, and suddenly, a spark of joy flickered in his heart. The real problem is the lack of news. The Grand Concord of Radiance went to great lengths to eliminate my scouts, which means something must be happening in Moonlight Valley. It hasn't fallen yet. Gritting his teeth, Xiandu immediately ordered, "Mobilize the entire army. We must strike Moonlight Valley while their troops are still exhausted and can't secure their position." He grabbed his spear, mounted his tiger-like beast, and charged forward like the wind. His army marched steadily out of the town. Xiandu's heart was filled with urgency as he pushed his troops to their limits. Along the way, they intercepted a few detachments from the Grand Concord family, which had no doubt been the ones to kill his scouts. Their leader was highly skilled, which explained why none of his scouts had escaped. But when the detachments saw the approaching army, they fled at once. Xiandu's doubts were partially alleviated when he spotted Moonlight Valley. He could see flames raging in the valley, with about 200 warriors battling fiercely beneath the stronghold. They were undoubtedly elite soldiers, but their movements had grown sluggish. They were clearly exhausted from prolonged combat. "Ha, just as I thought. No wonder they went to such lengths to eliminate my scouts," said Xiandu. The defenses were teetering on the edge of collapse, but Xiandu had arrived at the perfect moment. His heart swelled with joy. "Good. I knew it. This is the strongest pass in the nation, guarded by General Sidu, who's at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. How could it fall so easily?" exclaimed Xiandu. Overjoyed, Xiandu urgently led his forces forward, his army surging ahead as he roared, "Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived." His troops echoed his cry in exhilaration, their voices shaking the heavens. Xiandu charged into the battlefield and pincering the enemy soldiers between his forces and the defensive line. The 100 or so enemy soldiers were forced to turn around and defend, while cheers erupted from the defenders atop the stronghold. But just as Xiandu was cutting down foes, a deafening battle cry erupted behind him. Thousands of enemy soldiers scythed through his flanks, splitting his army in two. Shadows filled the stronghold above, as arrows rained down and banners with a glaring inscription unfurled. It was the Grand Concord of Radiance. Xiandu felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss in an instant. He yanked his reins as he turned to look back at the army charging out from the forest. On a hill opposite him, a young warrior was seated atop a black warhorse. His armor and halberd gleamed with a cold light as he gazed at Xiandu from afar. A faint, indistinct smile appeared on his face. Xiandu felt as though he were being watched by a wolf or a tiger. His hair stood on end and cold sweat dripped down his back as he muttered, Grand Concord of Radiance. Chapter 684, Moli. The Grand Formation on Mount Wu had originally been set up by Duanmu Kuei, a formidable Purple Mansion realm formation master. Unfortunately, Zhuyu had welcomed Azure Pond after Duanmu Kuei's death, and this formation had long since been offered to the Azure Pond sect. Later, Jiao Zhongzi took control of Mount Wu and re-established the formation, sealing it tightly under a pitch-black light barrier. A field of bones lay at the foot of the mountain. The Grand Priest shivered as he knelt before a boiling blood pool. A gray wind swooped down the mountain and coalesced into an elderly man in black robes. His deep, eerie eyes gazed coldly at the Mount Yu warrior before him. The Grand Priest had finally received a response. His fear intertwined with joy as he cried out in terror, My lord! Xiandu underestimated the enemy. The 6 towns were broken by the rebel army, and all the generals were captured. Over 5,000 have been killed or wounded. The rear army was also crushed, and are trampling over one another in panic. They were all driven into the 6 towns, which surrendered at the mere sight of the enemy. Their forces are now advancing upon the northern court. The Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator's expression darkened, and he muttered coldly, Useless trash. This was none other than Moli. He adjusted his black robes and casually swept the sacrificial offerings into his pouch. He rode the gray wind into the sky, where he hovered for a moment. He placed a finger between his eyebrows and listened intently. Grand Concord of Radiance. Grand Concord of Radiance. He was cautious enough to listen carefully. Yet, he noticed that the rebel army had stopped 50 kilometers outside the royal court. He cursed under his breath as suspicion rose in his heart. He thought, could someone be trying to lure me out of the mountain? And at the perfect 50 kilometers range to target my immortal foundation. Moli felt unease stirring deep within him. In these times, Weiho advances from the north. The world is shrouded in turmoil, and the wolves and tigers lie in wait. My senior brother has not returned for many years. I must remain vigilant. He prepared to ride the wind back up the mountain. But at that moment, he felt a blistering heat surge behind him. The clouds above him were torn apart as a brilliant golden light descended with a thunderous roar. I've been waiting for you. Moli instantly broke out in a cold sweat. His figure blurred as black smoke surged from under his feet. Fear gripped his heart as he thought, who is it? The golden light shone brilliantly as white stone bricks appeared and seamlessly joined together to form a towering fortress gate. The majestic gate stood tall, with 2 massive white pillars engraved with intricate patterns. Radiant light shimmered inside the gate. It was hazy yet dazzling, as if it contained a blazing sun. The burst of brilliance completely dissipated the black smoke beneath his feet. Moli was momentarily stunned before he swiftly flicked his sleeves and released 2 tortoise shields. Only now did he clearly see the figure seated cross-legged atop the radiant gate. The young man wore a smile, and his Taoist robe billowed in the wind. The brilliant light illuminated the town and rivers beneath them as he grinned. I, Shiming, was ordered to guard this place. I have been waiting for quite some time. Li Shiming had obtained the Radiant Essence Scripture, and had spent a long time refining his mana. Though his immortal foundation realm was not as perfect as the orthodox version of the Radiant Essence Scripture, it was nevertheless profound, resembling a great sun suspended in the sky. Li Shiming. Moli never expected to truly find someone from the Li family. In that instant, disbelief struck him, and he regretted, I was too careless. Moli had not entirely dismissed the idea of the Li family launching an attack, but he had assumed they would proceed methodically. He thought they would first crush the weaker Yu and Fei families, who lacked even cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm, then move on to the lone Huoluoyi, before finally choosing to attack him. He only wanted to hold Mount Wu for Jiao Zhongzi, and believed that the Li family would not arrive so soon. However, because of this misjudgment, he had lingered too long and now found himself trapped. Damn it! He silently formed a hand seal, causing the two tortoise shields to emit thick black mist that tried to mar the gate's pillars. However, a searing brilliance scorched his face until his skin sizzled. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "The Li family is truly cunning and cautious. Though you have so many Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, you still resort to such tricks to lure me out of the mountain." Li Shiming simply continued to channel his immortal Foundation's energy, pressing it down upon Radiant Origin Pass, and spoke softly. Mount Wu was once the residence of Duanmu Kuei. Even remnants of his techniques could spell eternal doom for mere Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators like us. Senior, your sorcery is profound. Do not underestimate yourself. Moli felt as though he were sinking into a quagmire. The hazy yet dazzling light from the gate had set his robes ablaze. He could only discern that Li Shiming's immortal foundation was of the bright young lineage, which was skilled in suppression. Since he didn't know where Li Qinghong and the others were, he spoke softly. "You seek only the lands of Mount Yu, Shiming. Let me go. I will return to the mountain and clean everything up, never to return. Why resort to bloodshed?" The suppressive force within Radiant Origin Pass grew stronger. Li Shiming was more than happy to stall for time. He simply asked, "Tell me, where is Jiao Zhongzi?" Moli remained silent. He realized that the Li family would never let him go. His expression turned grim as he retrieved a wooden talisman from his sleeve and crushed it, speaking coldly. "You wouldn't even dare to plot against the north if not for my senior brother's absence." Mount Wu trembled violently as soon as the talisman shattered. A river of black clouds surged from its peak, accompanied by a deafening susurration. The dark mass ascended rapidly, hurtling straight toward the two of them. Boom! Radiant Origin Pass trembled slightly as the black cloud condensed into a long-tailed black-furred panther. It was unmistakably Jiao Zhongzi's mount. Its emerald green eyes gleamed, and it spoke in a thunderous voice. "Moli, what kind of trouble have you stirred up this time? Calling for me in such a hurry?" Moli cursed back. "You fool. The Li family is after Mount Wu." The beast was immediately startled. It leaped upward like a rolling cloud and attempted to pull Moli free from Radiant Origin Pass. But then, a gust of freezing snow swept in from the east. The fierce wind and snow blew it away from the clouds. Dressed in pristine white, Li Shijuan approached with a sword strapped to his back. His refined features carried an otherworldly charm. He had two fingers pressed together as he summoned a piercing cold wind. The young man nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips as he said, "Greetings, fellow cultivator." The Li family was renowned for their swordsmanship. Even though Li Shijuan had yet to draw his sword, the beast was already wary. The two Li brothers stood in the sky and exuded the aura of a celestial family from a major sect. Moli had exchanged dozens of moves with Li Shiming, yet he remained trapped within the brilliant radiance. His face was covered in red welts, and his lips were pale. Frustration seethed within him. He could tell that Li Shiming lacked combat experience and did not know any particularly powerful spell arts. Yet, his immortal foundation realm was overwhelmingly strong. No matter how many shamanic spells Moli cast, the Radiant Origin Pass held him firmly in place. Moreover, the gate seemed naturally suited for suppression and eradication, which made escape even harder. Though Li Shiming could not defeat him outright, Moli's mana and blood essence were steadily depleting. He was getting pulled deeper into the trap. "Ju Wu, assist me at once," shouted Moli. As a seasoned cultivator at the Foundation Establishment Realm, Moli immediately recognized that Li Shijuan had only recently broken through. His once hopeless heart stirred with renewed vigor as he thought, "It's not Li Qinghong with her profound Thunder Dao Foundation Realm. Just a newly ascended Foundation Establishment brat. My chance lies here." Moli's spirits lifted at once. If he were facing Li Qinghong, who wielded thunder and lightning, he would truly be doomed. So he urgently called upon the beast, Ju Wu, for help. Chapter 685, Moli 2. The panther-like demonic beast glanced at the scene and spat out a gust of wind as it charged forward. But before it could reach Moli, Li Shijuan formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation. He kept his two fingers pressed together as dozens of white streams burst forth. Waves of cold light transformed into fine, pine needle-like snowflakes. The waves were carried by the wind as it swept toward Ju Wu. "Huh, you." The demonic beast had barely spoken when the chilling yin qi pierced through its body. Snowflakes gently descended from the sky and Ju Wu's movement stalled. Li Shijuan calmly reached for his sharp sword and unsheathed it in one smooth motion. Clang! A dazzling white sword light flashed. The Foundation Establishment Realm Sword, Han Lin, had been forged for over a decade. Now, it finally displayed its true brilliance. The slender blade danced, and its fierce radiance gleamed like snow. Celestial Moon Slash. All the snowflakes in the surrounding space shifted an inch in unison. Zhu Wu let out a sorrowful wail as two short, thick claws flew into the air. Li Shijuan had wielded a sword since he was a child. He had practiced against the falling snow in the mountains. 40 years later, he felt an exhilarating satisfaction as his blade tasted blood. Many in the Li family had mastered Celestial Moon Slash in the past century. Li Xinling had great talent in swordsmanship, but had perished too soon. Li Yu and Jiao treated the sword merely as a tool for killing and did not refine his technique. Their Celestial Moon Slash was always the same pale blue glow that merely imitated the sword of Li Cheijing. Only Li Tongya's Celestial Moon Slash had ever been as grand as a ship's sail. His slash carried a deep and vast sword force. He had truly made it his own sword. Now, as Li Shijuan unleashed a fierce and drifting snow-white light, he finally stepped beyond mere imitation. Threefold moonlight. His sword flicked back, releasing 3 agile streaks of white light. As he wielded his blade, admiration flashed across Li Shijuan's mind. The sword canon is profound. One could spend a lifetime and never exhaust its mysteries. My ancestor only wielded the blade for 15 years before composing this text. Such a talent, truly peerless. But his sword did not slow even as he reflected. Slaughter Jun Kuei Light was a perfect complement for his swordsmanship. Zhu Wu struggled to cast any magic, let alone defend against the sword as he was already bound by the spell. It was struck again and again until it vomited black blood. Zhu Wu was utterly terrified. It had been reduced to nothing more than a mount, though it was a demonic beast. It was already weaker than most rogue cultivators. How could it endure such swordplay? In despair, it cried, "To hell with aiding you, Moli. I'm about to be slain." Moli, still locked in a stalemate with Li Shiming, felt a chill in his heart. He spoke coldly, "Leave at once. Find our senior brother." Moli swallowed several pills, forcing his immortal foundation into full operation. His eyes gleamed with a faint red light as he retrieved a bronze tablet. He grasped his own shoulder and with a sickening crunch, tore off his own arm. Before the blood could even flow, he hurled the severed arm high into the air. A flash of red light erupted as it transformed into a massive green-faced, fanged demon that charged fiercely at Li Shijuan. "Finally, a proper shamanic spell," muttered Li Shijuan. Li Shijuan let the demon rush forward, knowing that Kongheng would handle it. Examining the creature with interest, he stepped forward, drawing his sword. Although Mount Wu carried a lineage of shamanic cultivation, Duanmu Kuei himself, along with his disciples, had followed the Purple Mansion and Golden Core Dao. Though Duanmu Kuei likely possessed knowledge of shamanic spells, he rarely taught them. He only left a few techniques for his disciples to study on their own. As a result, the shamanic spells used by the Mount Yu cultivators were a mix of Taoist and shamanic arts. It was often awkward and incomplete. Now that he was bearing witness to a fully realized shamanic spell for the first time, Li Shijuan observed it carefully. The green-faced demon stood over 20 feet tall, with a grotesque visage and a mouthful of fangs. Its body was covered in intricate runes, but instead of emitting mana, it radiated a faint green aura. After a few sword strikes, Li Shijuan noticed that the demon's body was soft, almost like clay. It regenerated quickly but seemed particularly vulnerable to spell arts. Forming a spell seal, he channeled Slaughter Jun Kuei Light, and sure enough, the demon's green aura rapidly diminished. He took out various talismans and started testing them one by one, silently memorizing their effects. While Li Shijuan conducted his experiments, Moli was still struggling against Li Shiming after over 100 exchanges. Forming a quick seal, he slapped his storage pouch and flung several skulls into the air. The black smoke around him surged into the skulls, transforming into 5 or 6 shadowy mountain ghosts that shrieked as they charged toward Li Shiming. The ghosts were attempting to bypass Radiant Origin Pass and strike directly at his body. Yet, the moment the ghosts rose, 4 ancient sigils on the left pillar of Radiant Origin Pass flared to life and immediately repelled the ghosts. Li Shiming laughed. "My bright young may not compare to profound thunder against such filth, but it ranks among the best." "Senior, Don't bother with these petty tricks. But just as Li Shiming unleashed Radiant Origin Pass, Moli transformed into a streak of crimson light and fled. Taking no chances, Li Shijuan immediately gave chase. But a figure emerged in the distant mist. The silhouette swept his sleeve and captured Moli with ease. Li Shiming stopped, brows furrowed. He was momentarily stunned as he watched the figure glide effortlessly through the air on a white, porcelain-like flying shuttle. The man bore the marks of age and wear, yet his expression was warm. His deep-set eyes and long face carried a serene demeanor. His white hair and beard had streaks of gray running through it as it framed his face. Dressed in a flowing white robe with cloud-patterned sleeves, he stood with his hands behind his back. Several medicine pouches hung from his waist. In his hand, he held the transformed Moli, effortlessly containing the crimson light's movements no matter how it twisted and surged. He met Li Shiming's eyes and spoke in a gentle voice. Minghuang. Li Shiming quickly kneeled in respect. His voice was choked with emotion as he reverently greeted. Disciple Shiming greets master. Li Shijuan immediately understood and followed suit, bowing as he respectfully addressed. Greetings, Senior Xiao. Chapter 686. Bone Carving Skin Exchange. The person who arrived was Xiaozi. His expression was gentle, and his cultivation had already reached its peak. Merely standing there, he exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. The cloud patterns on his cuffs were a light golden hue, and his demeanor was warm. He said, "No need to be so polite." Li Shiming had gone to the Xiao family several times to seek him, but each time he returned empty-handed. Later, the Xiao family sealed the mountain, which made it even harder to see Xiaozi. Now, feeling sentimental, Li Shiming asked several questions in succession. How is Master's cultivation now? Are you preparing to break through to the Purple Mansion realm? Still lacking a bit of refinement. Xiaozi responded warmly to each question. During the short time Xiaozi had been present, Li Shijuan had already begun to speculate, thinking, it seems that Moli and Zhu Wu were lured out by the man on creek. The Xiao family specifically made this trip, so they must have some intentions. The Li family's trip was only to Mount Wu. What else was there that could be worth Xiao shooting sending people over? The white-clothed youth shook his sleeves and first expressed his gratitude. Many thanks for your assistance, Senior. Xiaozi waved his hand lightly. Whether they were thanking him for effortlessly capturing Moli or for luring both man and beast out of the mountain, both parties understood in their hearts. Then, Li Shijuan smiled and said, I was troubled, unsure of the taboos and depths of Mount Wu. Since you are passing through, Senior, I hope you can offer some guidance. All right, then let's go take a look together. Xiaozi glanced at him in surprise, chuckled softly, and agreed, saying, speaking with Shijuan is truly like a refreshing spring breeze. Xiaozi paused for a moment. He could no longer hold the crimson light, which Moli transformed into, in his hand. The crimson light then transformed into a bare head attached to a short segment of spine. Moli opened his mouth and was going to beg for mercy. Xiaozi placed a finger on the center of his eyebrows. In an instant, Moli lost his consciousness and drifted into a hazy, dreamlike state. With a flick of his sleeve, Moli melted into it like snow under sunlight. After casting a spell to take him in, Xiaozi finally spoke with slight apology. Our Taoist master has some matters to inquire about regarding Mount Yu. At this point, Li Shiming understood that Xiaozi had come specifically from Mount Wu. He traveled with the wind and soon saw a narrow-eyed monk also flying over, golden light forming into a bundle of chains, tightly binding a panther-like demon. Zhu Wu had only managed to escape a few miles before Conqueror had already been waiting nearby. The demonic beast had suffered some minor injuries and had no chance of escaping from the master monk's grasp. In just a moment, it was captured and brought back. The master monk has arrived, said Li Shiming, stepping forward to greet him. Xiaozi glanced at Conqueror and said softly, take this demonic beast into the formation. It may be of use. Conqueror glanced at Li Shijuan and gave a slight nod before silently landing beside the group and replied, Conqueror greets the senior. Xiaozi nodded and looked at the pitch-black formation beneath his feet. Li Shijuan brought Zhu Wu forward and said in a deep voice, open the grand formation. Zhu Wu stiffened his neck but couldn't utter a word. His fierce expression masked his inner fear. Li Shijuan glanced at him twice, then pointed to Xiaozi and spoke softly. This is Senior Xiao of the immortal family at the Purple Mansion realm, a nephew of the Taoist master. Even if Jiao Zhongzi returns for revenge, he will still fall into the hands of the Taoist master, so there is no need to worry. Seeing the change in Zhu Wu's expression, he continued saying, or is Jiao Zhongzi currently in seclusion overseas, attempting to break through to the Purple Mansion realm? Do you think he can succeed? Zhu Wu's expression shifted several times. Jiao Zhongzi had been missing for years, and Zhu Wu truly had no idea where he was. Looking at the group's demeanor, Moli was likely dead. This demon had some relation with Moli. With its friends slain, it sorrowfully shut its mouth and was unwilling to speak. Li Shijuan drew his sword and pressed it against Zhu Wu's neck with the icy blade biting into its skin. With that, Zhu Wu immediately spoke. To enter and exit this formation, a shamanic talisman is required. I have it on me. Loosen my bindings slightly, and I will retrieve it for the exalted immortal. Among the cultivators present, any one of them could take his life. Li Shijuan wasn't worried about him playing tricks, so he signaled Kongheng to loosen the restriction. Zhu Wu swept his gaze over the group, and then looked at the Purple Mansion immortal descendant standing with his hands behind his back. He opened his panther-like mouth, extended his blood-colored tongue, and spat out a brown shamanic talisman. With a command toward the pitch-black formation, the mist dissipated instantly and revealed the great mountain hidden within. Li Shijuan nodded slightly. They could have forcefully broken through the formation, but by taking this indirect approach, they preserved this rare shamanic array. This way, there would be no need to construct another grand formation to protect the mountain in the future. As they drew closer to the mountain, the surrounding magical winds dissipated and made it feel as if they had sunk into quicksilver. With the grand formation now open, Zhu Wu's mentality shifted, and he hastily explained, Mount Wu once housed a supreme treasure. Over the years, mulberry trees have grown everywhere, and the spiritual energy here has become heavy. When immortal arts are used here, the clarity of their essence is greatly diminished. The most affected is the art of wind riding. That must be answers to a beggar's questions under the mulberry tree. Xiaozi frowned slightly. He possessed a flying shuttle which was a Dharma artifact, meaning he wasn't necessarily unable to fly here. However, considering the others, he spoke gently. Let's go up from the foot of the mountain and take a look. They descended toward the foot of the mountain and indeed saw the land covered in mulberry and pagoda trees, forming a dark landscape. White jade steps lined the mountain with spring water gushing forth, flowing in a stream of translucent green. The sound of rushing water echoed around them. The many jade stones bore the marks of time, their luster dimmed, revealing an ancient aura. Li Shiming praised the sight. As the group ascended the steps, they reached a platform. Li Shijuan, holding his sword, swept the area with his spiritual sense and saw below them a group of swine-like creatures sprawled haphazardly. These creatures lay limp. Their eyes were vacant and devoid of intelligence. Around their necks were jade collars engraved with formation patterns that were glowing faintly. Their bodies were bare and covered in various markings. Their cultivation realms varied. Some were at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, others as high as late-stage qi cultivation realm. However, all of them lay there mindlessly, dazed and unresponsive. Seeing the group's silence, Zhu Wu stepped forward awkwardly and explained, Shamanic spell arts often require blood sacrifices. These were specifically raised as offerings. Kongheng, having traveled extensively and seen much, had encountered such things often in the north. His eyes shut tightly, his face showing faint anger as he said gravely, human livestock. Li Shijuan remained silent. So-called human livestock were akin to consumables like rice meat and blood slices. They were often made from cultivators, refined using various spiritual materials and alchemical substances, finally becoming what they now saw. Judging by this, the Qi cultivation realm cultivators of northern Mount Yu are all here. Li Shijuan responded softly. Northern Mount Yu does not harvest resentment Qi and blood Qi. Instead, they stack up Qi cultivation through sheer numbers of people, only to later turn them into human livestock. Xiaozi glanced at the scene but remained silent. He gently lifted his sleeve and shook out a medicine cauldron. The cauldron was entirely gray-white, appearing extremely sturdy. A gust of gray wind rose from its mouth, stirring among the human livestock. Screams erupted as flesh and skin flew in all directions, exposing eerie white bones. Chunks of meat peeled off the pig-like creatures' faces, and eyeballs rolled to the ground. In just a few seconds, their skin and flesh were stripped away. In the next, they dissolved into pools of blood. Another few seconds later, even their bones were reduced to dust. Xiaozi formed a seal with his fingers once more. The blood on the ground surged toward the cauldron and was swallowed cleanly by it. The jade surface beneath was left pristine, without a single trace. It was as if the human livestock had never existed. What a remarkable Dharma artifact. The two brothers exchanged a glance. Konghing let out a soft sigh and said warmly, "Shangqi Sun Wind. Such masterful technique, senior." Xiaozi shook his head, seemingly lost in thought. He continued walking up the jade steps, where he soon encountered a vast jade wall along the cliffside. The wall was covered with carvings of numerous spells, some for transformation, others for blood sacrifices, venom curses, or hexes. Most required blood chi, resentment chi, or sacrificial offerings to cast. These were all of embryonic breathing and chi cultivation realms. They were of little use to cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm. Zhu Wu quickly explained. Over the past centuries, Duanmu Kuei occasionally had the whim to teach shamanic spells. There were 6 times in total. Everything he taught is recorded on this wall. Chapter 687, Bone Carving Skin Exchange, 2. Xiaozi carefully examined every detail and committed it to memory. On the other hand, Li Shijuan only casually glanced over it as he awaited his own people to record the inscriptions. Looking around, he did not find the spells that Moli had previously cast, so he asked about it. Zhu Wu answered. That green-faced ghost was something Moli developed on his own. He kept proper talismanic rituals and transformation techniques at the Foundation Establishment realm strictly to himself. There was no way he would teach us that. Zhu Wu had clearly studied at Mount Wu itself and spoke with evident resentment. He got his hands on celestial texts and wielded Purple Mansion realm shamanic spells with ease. Back then, he alone overpowered Qi Wei, Zhang Tian Yuan, and Qing Jifeng, while we, on the other hand, didn't even have a single Foundation Establishment realm shamanic spell to use. It's no wonder that after Duanmu Kuei's death, the Mount Wu crowd defected to Azure Pond overnight. Li Shijuan listened carefully. It became clear that Duanmu Kuei had never truly treated the Mount Wu cultivators as disciples. As such, the Mount Wu crowd had long shared a silent grievance. If they had possessed the strength to resist him, it was entirely possible that some would have abandoned Mount Wu for Azure Pond while Duanmu Kuei was still alive. As they spoke, Xiaozi had memorized all the inscriptions on the jade wall. He stepped forward and spoke softly. Answers to a beggar's questions under the mulberry tree is likely a grade 7 or higher scripture. Only a few secluded sects from Grotto Heaven and the cultivation techniques of Mount Luoxia could compare to it, let alone its exceptional material quality. Once they reached the summit, they saw a jade platform with numerous pillars of varying heights. These were inscribed with formation patterns for gathering spiritual energy. It seemed to be a dedicated cultivation ground. The jade pillars varied in height, with the tallest featuring a jade throne, seemingly arranged according to status. They found a jade pool in the center, its blood long dried into blackened traces. A skeleton lay within, grotesque and grim. Xiaozi halted momentarily before stepping forward. He located the second tallest jade pillar and tapped it 3 times in a precise sequence. The pillar instantly started to radiate light, its formation patterns glowing in sequence before ejecting a stone tablet. Xiaozi caught it gently, brushed his hand over its surface, and wiped away the protective layer of magical light. Noting the astonished expressions of those around him, Xiaozi remained silent for a moment before speaking. There was a shaman who was a close friend of my uncle, Xiao Chucho. His name was Dilu Tianfu. He specialized in talisman arts and also dabbled in demonic cultivation. His strength was formidable. A pained and complicated expression flashed across his face at the mention of Xiao Chucho. His fists clenched unconsciously, and his breath grew slightly heavier as he continued. Some time ago, as his lifespan approached its end, he sought to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. He rode the wind to my family, intending to entrust his affairs to us, only to learn that my uncle had long since passed away. So he sought me out instead. He feared he would not survive his attempt to ascend and, having no heirs, left all his belongings behind. He also mentioned that he had hidden something in Mount Wu, which I have come to retrieve. When he saw Li Shijuan nod in understanding, Xiaozi handed the jade tablet to him and spoke softly. You all examine this first. I will retrieve the rest. This is the reward. Li Shijuan accepted it with thanks, while Xiaozi rode the wind toward a secluded part of the mountain. Meanwhile, Li Shiming gathered around to take a look at the jade tablet, which was engraved with an ancient secret technique. Bone carving skin exchange. This secret technique recorded the 6 paths blood-seeding art, which required a certain level of cultivation to perform. The cultivator must capture a demonic beast alive and forcibly channel the demonic beast's cultivation into themselves. This involved personally carving one's bones and peeling one's skin, then infusing their own body with the demonic beast's blood and flesh, thereby absorbing its cultivation for personal use. This technique required a demonic beast that shares a Dao resonance with the cultivator. Once it was completed, it allowed the user to assimilate the demonic beast's cultivation, effectively possessing 2 Dao foundations within one body. This resulted in an immediate surge in power, but, of course, permanently severed the possibility of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. So, this is a demonic technique of Diverse Mansion Unified Furnace. Both of them had keen eyes and quickly discerned the nature of this technique. It was merely another method of consuming another's Dao foundation. Every sect had records of similar methods, and several major devils during the Devil Plague had practiced it. This technique was rarer in the mainland, but it was more common overseas, where cultivation techniques were spread more freely and with fewer taboos. Many Purple Mansion and Golden Core realms cultivators practiced it. They usually practiced it by refining humans instead of demonic beasts, which yielded a higher success rate and a better integration with their immortal foundation. Li Shiming, who harbored ambitions for the Purple Mansion realm, glanced at it but found no interest. He silently stepped away and began examining the other jade pillars. Li Shijuan, however, took the jade tablet, looked over it briefly, and read aloud. During the process, one experiences the utmost pain in the world, nearly obliterating one's consciousness. Once mastered, one may be influenced by demonic natures, which can lead to changes in temperament. Li Shijuan immediately clicked his tongue in surprise. Cultivation manuals were always written with extreme conciseness, often omitting even the author's name. For it to specifically mention pain was already notable, let alone the utmost pain in the world. It was likely even more excruciating than the molten metal cave, which was infamous for its agony-based cultivation. What a shame. Too many drawbacks. Otherwise, it could be useful, said Li Shijuan. Li Shijuan was genuinely considering it. Not everyone could be like Li Xianfeng. If the family's resources were pooled into producing just one Purple Mansion realm cultivator, or even simply an invincible foundation establishment protector, this technique could be an option. This technique has too many flaws, but it is still a useful method. Our family should consider collecting similar ones, thought Li Shijuan. He silently continued to ponder as he transcribed the jade tablet. He had long since abandoned any hope for the Purple Mansion realm and had no personal ambitions. As long as he could protect his elder brother, Li Shiming, and his grandnephew, Li Zhouwei, he would feel fulfilled. My path to the Purple Mansion realm has already been severed, so be it. If it means creating an invincible foundation establishment realm guardian like ancestor Xianfeng, then I alone can still support the family even if Shiming fails to break through. Li Shiming did not notice this, but Conqueror, who knew Li Shijuan well, saw it clearly. He guessed at Li Shijuan's thoughts and mused to himself. I've heard that Li Yuan spent his life struggling in cultivation and died destitute at the border towns. He was the most neglected of his family. Yet somehow, his line produced the brilliant Shijuan brothers. How interesting. As everyone remained lost in thought, Xiaozi drifted back with an elated expression. It seemed he had gained much. There was even a trace of a smile on his face. Senior, said Li Shijuan as he returned the jade tablet. Xiaozi glanced at it, stored it away without much thought, and instead asked, Shijuan, does your esteemed family have intentions of unifying Moongaze Lake? As soon as these words left his mouth, Li Shiming appeared slightly awkward, while Li Shijuan fell silent in contemplation. The atmosphere cooled instantly. Sensing the tension, Conqueror subtly stepped away, closed his eyes, and began chanting scriptures. Chapter 688. Unification, I. Since the Jiang family split apart and fragmented into numerous smaller families, Moongaze Lake became a hidden source of profit for the Xiao family. Although they did not demand tribute, the Xiao family had controlled the various mines, spirit springs, and treasured lands on the eastern shore for over 200 years. Ultimately, In the eyes of the various families around the lake in earlier years, the Li family was nothing more than a puppet propped up by the Xiao family on the buffer zone of the southern shore. Following orders, the Li family dismantled the Yu family's marketplace, which led the Yu family into gradual decline. From a grand strategic perspective, Xiao Shooting merely played a single move with minimal effort. Yet he managed to circumvent the ban on crossing domains beyond Azure Pond. He orchestrated the dramatic collapse of the Yu family that was at its peak. It was a masterful stroke of calculation. Now that the Li family was expanding rapidly, they had become the dominant force on the lake. They showed ambitions of unifying the region. Naturally, this encroached upon the Xiao family's interests, making the Xiao family's stance all the more crucial. Seeing Xiao Yuan ask so directly, Li Shijuan nodded slightly and replied softly, "The time is approaching. I intend to claim the Yu family's territory." He mentioned only the Yu family's territory, signaling that he had no intention of interfering with the other families on the eastern shore. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan did not say much, but spoke softly. "Our sect's Taoist master recently met with Taoist master Fuyao of the Unison Sea's Tuhai sect while receiving guests in the mountains. It is said that Taoist master Yuan traveled to the eastern sea seeking medicine, but was politely refused by Fuyao. Yuan was quite displeased and left in a huff." As soon as Xiao Yuan said this, Li Shijuan immediately understood. Xiao Yuan continued saying, "Taoist master Puyao's divine abilities allow him to balance yin and yang and perceive life and death." His meaning was that Yuan 6 senses are collapsing internally, his essence dissipating externally, and his consciousness growing dim. The dark radiance around him shows signs of sudden demise. It's likely that he already has one foot in the underworld. Upon hearing this, Li Shiming smiled slightly. Zhu Wu, witnessing them discussing the life and death of a Taoist master, was terrified. He kept his head lowered. Then, Li Shiming asked, "Was Taoist master Yuan seeking an elixir of longevity? He seems to be only in the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Surely, he's not attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm." Xiao Yuan replied softly. He sought a Purple Mansion Lotus Water's tranquil origin for a body-snatching ritual. However, his divine arts have no connection to this path. It is an endeavor doomed to certain death. Taoist Master Fuyao is a grandmaster in this field. How could he not see through it? Naturally, he refused to let him misuse it. After finishing this explanation, he then added, "I must also take Zhu Wu with me for further questioning." And Yuan, did she fail her breakthrough and pass away in meditation? Li Shijuan silently nodded. Xiao Yuan had personally escorted the girl here for marriage back then. He couldn't help but sigh and said, upon hearing this, Gitu was deeply sorrowful. However, he has sealed the mountain and is not allowed to leave. He entrusted me to ask on his behalf, as a token of his condolences. Although Mount Wu is a place for witchcraft cultivation, its spiritual energy is quite extraordinary and could be put to great use. Once your esteemed family has cleared the dense forests, send a letter, and our family will surely come to offer our congratulations. Xiao Yuan said no more, cupping his hands lightly before grabbing the wailing and pleading Zhu Wu. The two brothers escorted him out of the territory, then rode the wind back. Li Shiming remarked, "So Master's stance is that the Xiao family supports our family's annexation of this land. The grand momentum is already in place." Li Shijuan responded softly, "Whether they support it or not, our family is set on taking Moongaze Lake. Given our ties, it's only natural to turn this small benefit into goodwill." Li Shiming nodded, glancing at the surrounding landscape before he said with a sigh, "The spiritual energy here is dense. There isn't a single mountain in our family's domain that can compare. Moving here for cultivation would be ideal." Li Shijuan only took a brief look before replying softly, "Among the lands of Mount Yu, only Huolui remains unyielding. We should press forward in one go and bring him under our governance." The two soared on the wind. Li Shijuan turned to Kongheng, who had remained silent the entire time, and asked, "Master Monk, who exactly is this Taoist Master Fuyao?" Kongheng pressed his hands together slightly and answered, "The overseas realms are vast, and the expanses of water are even greater than the mainland. Various sects exist, some hidden and some known. I have only heard that the Tsuhai sect resides in Penglai, a sacred land that appears and disappears at times." After some brief discussion, they soon arrived at Huolui's territory. This was the southernmost area. It was close to Mount Dili. The region was sparsely populated, and it appeared desolate. Huoluoi had little presence among the Mount Yu regions. It was said that he was a reclusive cultivator with a taciturn nature, rarely interacting with others. Even his cultivation site was an openly accessible immortal mountain with weak protective formations. He kept his mountain gates open and allowed anyone from Mount Yu with a spiritual orifice to enter and cultivate as they wished. He allowed them to learn as much or as little as they pleased. As a result, the mountain became widely occupied by various individuals, including some from the Li family. Thus, the three of them traveled south and quickly arrived. Li Shijuan had already inquired about Huoluoi and developed an interest in recruiting him. Adopting a courteous approach before resorting to force, he called out in a powerful voice, "Li Shijuan of the Chengdu Li family has come to pay a visit. Senior, please open the formation." After a few seconds, a figure rose on the wind. He was only at the Qi cultivation realm, appearing as a young man. He had a calm and respectful demeanor, his posture steady. He spoke politely. "I am Duan. My master left for distant travels several months ago and left a message for me to convey." He bowed his head deeply in utmost reverence and continued, "Huoluoi has occupied this sacred land for cultivation, offending many. Today, he follows the current eastward, heading to the eastern sea, never to return. All the spiritual items and talents he has gathered over 40 years are left in Huoluo Mountain, free for you to take." Huoluoi ran away. The two brothers exchanged glances, showing little surprise. Huoluoi either refused to join their sect or simply did not trust them. For him, avoiding a meeting altogether was the best option. Descending into the mountain, they found that all the disciples had already opened the gates and surrendered. They were kneeling neatly in formation. There were only a few at the Qi cultivation realm and dozens at the embryonic breathing realm. All of them looked well trained. Dressed in Eastern attire, they bowed their heads in submission and displayed no Mount Yu customs. Li Shijuan turned to look down at the Mount Yu lands beneath his feet, silently contemplating. "The northern Mount Yu territories have all fallen into our hands. The entire southern shore of Moongaze Lake now bears the Li name." Chapter 689, Unification 2. Several months later, at the royal court of northern Mount Yu, blood dripped down the steps, pooling below. The silver-crafted throne gleamed, while toppled lampstands lay extinguished in the bloody water. 2 rows of family soldiers stood silently. Since the great defeat of Xiandu, Chunyang and Dili had led 2 separate forces, sweeping through the entire northern Mount Yu like a storm. Crushing all resistance, they reached the royal court. The bright radiant origin pass shone in the sky. Anyone in northern Mount Yu could see its radiance upon looking up. With eastern Mount Yu and the Li family's forces attacking simultaneously, the already crumbling northern Mount Yu quickly fell entirely. Dili knelt quietly at the foot of the steps, looking up at Li Zhouwei standing before the throne, silently contemplating, "I wonder which prince they intend to support for this throne. Or will they simply erase northern Mount Yu and hand it to Li Jiamen? That would be overly cumbersome." As he was lost in thought, Li Zhouwei spoke in a low voice. Dili stepped forward. The Mount Yu warrior hurriedly got up and ascended the steps in a few strides. A strong premonition surged in his heart, his blood rushing to his head. Then he saw Li Zhouwei point his halberd at the silver throne and say softly, "Sit down." Dili sat down in a daze, his mind exploding like lightning with thoughts racing through him. For a brief moment, he hallucinated spear tips pressing against his neck. Looking up, he saw the dazzling radiance above. "Dili, the letter says you are young and capable. A grand fortune is being bestowed upon you. Be sure to seize it," said Li Zhouwei. In just 2 short months, Dili had risen from a destitute family outside Great Juading to the ruler of northern Mount Yu. No matter how wildly he had imagined his future, he never thought grand fortune would mean this. He had assumed it was reserved for the esteemed families. Li Zhouwei said nothing more, merely watching him in silence. Dili wiped away his tears and dropped to his knees with a thud, solemnly declaring, "The Dili family will never betray its kin. The Dili family will forever be the loyal hounds of the Grand Concord of Radiance." He murmured his vow twice, but Li Zhouwei did not put much faith in mere words. Holding his halberd, he listened silently. Then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the courtyard, and several figures entered. There were some burly men wielding golden hammers and other elderly men with heads full of white hair. Leading them was a young man clad in a wolf fur cloak, radiating a powerful aura. Li Zhouwei put away his weapon, glanced at him, and ordered, "Step down." Dili Yojia was stunned, but hurriedly withdrew. He then saw Li Zhouwei put away his weapon and descend quickly from the high platform, bowing respectfully. He said, "Minghuang greets father." Li Qingliao nodded. Before anyone could speak, a subordinate stepped forward and reported, "General Chen has arrived." Chen Yang strode forward, his sword still dripping with blood. His demeanor had changed after the fierce battles. Looking toward the highest position in the hall, he saw a young man standing there, lost in thought. Peak of the embryonic breathing realm. Chen Yang had advanced to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, developing his spiritual sense and finally gaining the ability to perceive others' cultivation. When he examined Li Zhouwei, he realized that Zhouwei was already prepared to enter seclusion for the qi cultivation realm at any moment. This caused his heart to pause. As he hesitated, he quickly noticed another figure in the hall, a broad-shouldered man draped in wolf fur, standing with his hands behind his back. He was at the qi cultivation realm. "Chen Yang greets the patriarch," said Chen Yang. Li Qingliao nodded, and before anyone could speak, he said with a chuckle, "Not bad." Li Qingliao glanced around, then sat at the head seat and spoke softly. "In these past months, the Mount Yu territories have nearly been settled. I will keep this brief." As he entered, he had already seen the scene of Dili Yojia seated on the royal court's throne. Li Qingliao understood that his eldest son had chosen Dili Yojia as the ruler of northern Mount Yu and immediately declared, "Dili Yojia shall be established as the ruler of northern Mount Yu. The borders shall remain unchanged. Cultivators from our family will enter to survey the spirit fields and examine the spiritual energy. All governing systems will follow the precedents set by eastern Mount Yu. The former territories of Huoluoyi and Fei Lia shall all be incorporated under eastern Mount Yu's domain. As for the 8 easternmost towns of eastern Mount Yu, which are now largely populated by Easterners, they shall be restructured into a new prefecture and placed under the governance of Wutu Peak." These matters had been agreed upon before the expedition, but repeating them ensured that Li Zhouwei heard them clearly. Seeing that he had no objections, Li Qingliao waved his hand and instructed the gathered officials to take their men and begin surveying the spirit fields. He said, "You may all leave." Dili Yojia, still kneeling, glanced around carefully. Not seeing Li Jimen's figure, he let out a deep breath of relief. Realizing that this future rival, whom he would inevitably have conflicts with, had not only lost the most prosperous lands, but wasn't even given a seat in the family discussions. Dili Yojia felt a great sense of satisfaction and secretly rejoiced in his heart. "Li Jimen, your era is over. Now, it is the second lineage that holds the family power. The Grand Concord of Radiance personally appointed me as ruler. The only thing you surpass me in is cultivation." Having only just ascended to this position, his mindset had already shifted. Brushing the dust from his robe, he left the hall and began his own silent calculations. As the others departed, only Li Qingliao and his son remained in the hall. At last, a trace of concern appeared on Li Qingliao's face as he spoke softly. "There are 2 matters I must inform you of. First, the senior white ape has entered seclusion to attempt a breakthrough to the Foundation establishment realm." Li Zhouwei was slightly taken aback. The white ape had protected him since childhood, and he had deep feelings for it. Now hearing this news, he asked, "There likely isn't an essence-gathering pill, is there?" "Of course not." Li Qingliao sighed and replied, "This pill has long been controlled by Azure Pond. Even a powerful family like the Xiao family must rely on connections within the sect to obtain it. When your granduncle made his breakthrough, he may not have even had this pill to aid him." Li Zhouwei lowered his gaze slightly, but then saw Li Qingliao gather his thoughts and deliver an even greater piece of news. He said, "Your grandfather has entered seclusion to attempt a breakthrough to Foundation establishment realm. Several of your uncles have already returned to witness it. Although Li Shiqing's innate ability was not as high as his brother's, he was more than 10 years their senior. After years of tempering himself, he had long since reached the peak of the qi cultivation realm. Now, it seemed he had finally decided to attempt his breakthrough.